Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 centimeters Chapter 117. A sword that destroys heaven and earth, updated. At the moment Susanoo appeared, and in her third form, all the demon hunters slowly raised their heads with stiff necks, looking at the giant in front of them with incredible eyes. The giant also had a huge sword in his hand. They had only heard about the invaders, and unlike the weapons men, they did not have access to information about Otonashi Chiya, so Susanoo stunned them instantly. After all, they were just ordinary demon hunters from the Moscow military, and had no idea that the invaders possessed such demonic power. Ha, ha ha, are you kidding us? How can we possibly defeat this kind of enemy? Don't be discouraged, everyone. If we fight together, we will definitely still have a chance, right? Looking up at the giant in front of them, many demon hunters showed expressions of dumbfounded and despair. Their originally firm will was suddenly shaken, but there were still many people who were tenacious and tried to resist the giant before them. Don't lose your spirit so easily. Captain Victor was already sweating profusely, with a lot of cold sweat on his face, but he still tried his best to encourage others. He originally thought that Lace was the strongest among the invaders, but he didn't expect that the mysterious masked man was the most terrifying. If one, Tsar, put him under a lot of pressure, and Lesser made him feel that there was little hope, now there was a stronger mysterious masked man, he was already desperate. But it's still early, because these demon hunters don't know Susanoo's true strength. Her huge size alone is enough to make them sweat profusely. Encouraged by Captain Victor, the demon hunters rushed towards Susanoo. But no matter whether they used weapons or demonic powers, they couldn't even leave a mark on Susanoo's shell, let alone break Susanoo. At this time, Otonashi Chiya, Reese and Shenyue are already at Susanoo's head. Master, are you going to kill them all? At this time, Lacey asked with some concern. No, just let them face the reality. Advertisement. Looking at the demon hunters below who were still struggling in vain, Otonashi Chiya said calmly, it's really ugly to see them lingering on and refusing to admit defeat. He then used his mind to control Susanoo and slashed the sword horizontally forward. There was a completely uninhabited mountain area ahead. After all, there would be basically no ordinary residents near such an important place as a military base. The sword wave created by this sword directly shaved the head of the hill within 10,000 meters ahead. All the demon hunters stopped their actions and looked back with a dazed look on their faces. A large area of mountains behind them had been flattened, and everything the giant sword wave passed through was destroyed. Their pupils seemed to be shaken. Even though the sword wave just flew over their heads, they could still feel the terrifying aura that could destroy the world. If this sword were to strike them, wouldn't they be instantly evaporated into ashes? At this moment, Victor also knew that he could not withstand this sword at all. This was an opponent that he absolutely could not defeat. No matter how strong his demonic power is, he can only use it while he is alive. The sword just now was able to evaporate him directly, so his so-called demonic power seemed ridiculous. Victor immediately knelt down and completely gave up his meaningless struggle. Please, spare my men's lives. Victor knew very well that the mysterious masked man could kill them with just a flick of his finger, so he begged the man to spare his men. Even Captain Victor had lost his fighting spirit, so naturally the mentality of the other demon hunters also completely collapsed. They either dropped their weapons or knelt down due to weak legs, and they no longer had the slightest desire to fight. Even Lace and Shen Yu were shocked by the sword just now. The terrifying power was simply unbelievable. This kind of demonic power that can destroy a large area of terrain in an instant is something that even Lace, who has read countless materials about demons, has never seen before. Lace couldn't help but wonder if the devil that Otonashi Chiya contracted was even more powerful than the gun devil. At least if the sword just now was used in a densely populated residential area, in her opinion, the level of disaster would definitely be higher than that of the gun demon that had descended on the world. However, what Reese and Shenyue certainly could not imagine is that this is still not the full strength of Otonashi Chiya. Susanoo has just reached the third form, and there are fourth forms and perfect forms above it. In Hokage, Uchiha Itachi seems to call the Karasu Tengu armor the perfect form. Madara's fourth form is the Karasu Tengu armor, and the perfect form is called the complete form, which makes me a little confused. In order to avoid arguments and confusion, I will just use Madara's Susanoo form. The third form has legs, and the fourth form is the Karasu Tengu armor. The perfect form is just the perfect form. Advertisement. Of course, the sword just now was not only the power of Susanoo, but also the ultimate form of the Rage Sword. But unlocking the complete form of Susanoo and pairing it with the ultimate form of the Wrathful Sword will undoubtedly make it even stronger. Seeing that these demon hunters had completely lost their fighting spirit and were begging for mercy, Otonashi Chiya didn't say another word. He then released Susanoo and disappeared into the air with Lesei and Shenyue. Ding! Host activates achievement, Night of Slaughter, gains attribute points, 100. Because the Dual Kamui's transfer speed was very fast, Lesei and Shen Yu only felt a trance in front of their eyes and a picture flashed by. They didn't even realize that the scene was actually the scene inside Kamui's space, and in a flash they appeared in Lisa's little house. As soon as they landed, Otonashi Chiya said to Reese, according to the agreement, you are now free. The military brass certainly won't dare to do anything to you. Even if they want to, they don't have the ability to do so now. Originally, the military had armed men who could restrain Lace, but now the bodies of the 5 armed men are still lying in his Kamui space. From now on, the military leaders will not be able to touch Lace, unless they go completely crazy and directly use the gun demon body. Shen Yu, who was standing aside, had no expression on the surface, but in his heart he hoped that Lei Sai would leave quickly. Lei Sai hesitated for a moment. Can I choose to stay with Master? Why? Otonashi Chiya probably guessed the reason, but still asked. Of course it's because I like Master, and it's definitely not a good idea for me to stay in the Soviet Union anymore. I want to go live with Master in his country. Lei Sai said this without any shyness, and the blush on her face was just acting out of habit. Although her words of love might also be acting, being able to follow Otonashi Chiya is definitely the best choice for her, at least it is the safest. Hearing this, Shen Yu's pupils trembled slightly. Otonashi Chiya fell silent, because he suddenly remembered the 5 weapon men in Kamui space. Perhaps I could create a special organization composed of weapon people. Chapter 118. Subjugating the Weapon Man. Updated. There are only a few countries that possess the original body of the Gun Demon, and the Weapon Man can almost be said to be the strongest fighting force after the Gun Demon. Moreover, countries that possess the Gun Demon will not use the power of the Gun Demon unless it is absolutely necessary. Just like nuclear weapons, it mainly serves as a deterrent. Once a country uses it first, it will definitely be targeted by the whole world. Unless it is like in the original book, where everyone in the world is united in wanting to kill Makima, even if the United States is the first to use the power of the Gun Demon, it will not be besieged by the whole world. Now besides Lei's, there are 5 weapon men lying in the Kamui space beside Otonashi Chiya. It is not difficult to subdue those 5 weapon men. Although there are strong and weak weapon people, such as the Chainsaw Weapon Man, Densi, and the Arrow Weapon Man Guangxi, there are also weak weapon people like the Waist Knife. I feel like this depends a lot on the weapon person's physical skills and fighting IQ, as well as the degree to which the weapon demon is feared by both humans and demons. For example, the Chainsaw Weapon Man, including Pachita in Black Saw form, would experience fluctuations in strength due to the degree of fear of humans in the original work. You may follow me if you wish, but I may ask you to do things for me at any time in the future. Otonashi Chiya said it directly. His idea now is to use the 5 weapon men in the space of Lace and Kamui for his own use. Elite subordinates are also part of his strength. Of course that's no problem. I have already decided to devote my body and soul to Master. Lacey said without hesitation. UB****************. Shen Yu suddenly felt helpless. She thought that Lei Sai was finally leaving, but this was Otonashi Chiya's decision, and she knew she had no right to say anything. Ms. Shen Yu, please don't be so stingy. Are you so afraid that I will snatch away the man you like? Lei Sai teased Shen Yu. Shen Yu felt that his self-esteem had been lost after being exposed, so he suddenly became a little angry. But she still endured it. After all, she was not in the right and she didn't want to be disliked by Otonashi Chiya. Okay, stop making trouble and think about what to do next. Otonashi Chiya said seriously, it is definitely not a good idea for us to stay in the Soviet Union any longer. For the time being, you should all live with me in Japan. They had just slaughtered some of the Soviet Union's top military officials. If they stayed in the Soviet Union, they would not be afraid of being troubled, and no one could trouble them, but there would definitely be many inconveniences in their daily lives, so it would be best to move to another place. At the moment, the most suitable place to go is to return to Japan, but Otonashi Chiya is already looking for an opportunity to overthrow the cabinet, so living in Japan is only temporary. Advertisement anyway, the world is so big, there are still many places to go besides the Soviet Union and Japan. Even his Kamui space is not uninhabitable if people really want to. But before that, I'll go to Minister Levan to sell the salary. Otonashi Chiya plans to stay here tonight and go to Minister Levan early tomorrow morning to submit his resignation and sell his salary. He must get the money before leaving. I'll go too, Shen Yu said. Not only the salary, she also needs to find an opportunity to sell her villa, otherwise it would be a waste to keep it there. I just started working for a few days and I don't think I have much salary. Lacey said. We'll talk about tomorrow's affairs tomorrow. Now it's time to deal with those armed men. Otonashi Chiya said in a flat tone. After that, he transferred the 5 weapon men that he had killed at the military base from Kamui space. The bodies of these 5 guys were horrific to look at. If it weren't for the weapon man's immortal physique, normal people would have died long ago. However, these 5 guys have turned back into human form. The corpses in human form can be resurrected by feeding them blood. There is no need to restart them through a switch, otherwise they will directly turn into weapon men again. In the original novel, after Waist Knife was chopped in half by Chainsaw Man, the scene suddenly changed and he woke up in human form, and then was madly tortured by 2 egg demons. Lacey, you should know some specialized binding techniques, right? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked. Normally, as an agent, Lacey should be professional in this area. As expected, Lacey nodded. Then tie them all up so they can't transform into weapon men. This way it will be easier for me to talk to them. Otonashi Chiya explains. Although he could still kill these 5 guys with one sword again, it would be best if these 5 guys could behave themselves. He was either using Susanoo or Hollowed Knight, and it was impossible for him not to be tired after using it so many times. The consumption of vitality and pupil power is also huge, and if Susanoo is opened too much, the body will also feel severe pain. After all, The principle of Susanoo is to materialize his vitality, and it is impossible for a part of the body to be hollowed out without feeling it. But it is not to the point where it is unbearable. With the self-healing ability of the chi and blood properties, he will recover after a few days of rest. Okay. Advertisement. Lacey immediately took action. She just happened to have several spare ropes, but then again, she was originally planning to use it on Otonashi Chiya. Afterwards, Lacey tied her 5 former colleagues to 5 chairs respectively. She used professional techniques and special ropes to tie them into such a position that there was no part of their body that could exert force, unless they had strong physical skills to be perverted. She could at least be sure that the physical skills of her 5 colleagues were not that strong. It's already fine. They will definitely be very well behaved this way. Lacey said confidently. Then she cut a hole in her forearm with a dagger and fed blood to all 5 people. However, Shen Yu was still relatively cautious. She stood next to Otonashi Chiya and kept a close eye on the 5 people, ready to prevent any unexpected situation at any time. After a while, the 5 people woke up one after another. Question mark. QG. Plus. Percent. What is this place? What happened to me? What is happening here? The 5 people were all confused when they first woke up. Their memories of the previous moment were all stuck on that earth-shattering sword. After being swallowed by the sword wave, they completely lost consciousness and might not even know when they died. Ahem. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya coughed, attracting the attention of the 5 people. Except for the Axeman and the Hoe-man, he didn't recognize them, but he had impressions of the human forms of the other 3 weapon men. The flamethrower was a man with braids and an angular face named Ball M. The javelin weapon man is a man with a crew cut and wearing glasses, and his name is unknown. The whip weapon man is an old woman who is nearly 80 years old, but her appearance has long been frozen at around 20 years old. Looking at her young and beautiful face, she doesn't look like an old woman at all, because the weapon man's appearance will be forever frozen at the moment when he is transformed into a weapon man. His name is also unknown. Let's talk about it. Chapter 119. Surrender to me. I'll get straight to the point and give you 2 choices. One is to submit to me. Second, continue to be dead. No one will ever find you, let alone resurrect you. If I can wipe you out once, I can wipe you out a second time. Otonashi Chiya said this in a calm tone. Although the 5 people were reluctant in their hearts, they had to admit that the other party could indeed kill them instantly with one sword again. Therefore, they didn't have any temper at all at this time. If they were far inferior to others in strength but still dared to have temper, wouldn't it be simply seeking death? We really have no choice but the military leaders. Bar M was about to say that the military brass did nothing but react halfway through. The top military officials, are they really still alive? I have already slaughtered half of the military leaders. The remaining half will be very quiet if they are smart. You should know that even you have been killed by me. With the security forces of the military, is there anything that can stop me? Otonashi Chiya explains. The 5 people who were tied up were silent because what Otonashi Chiya said was indeed the truth. Even they were easily dealt with, and there was no hope for others to stop this young man. Submit or die, decide for yourself, Otonashi Chiya said lightly. The 5 people's faces immediately revealed varying degrees of hesitation and struggle. At this time, the whip weapon man spoke up. What about our wages? Will we still have the same wages as before? Otonashi Chiya was a little speechless. Although he remembered that this whip sister was a dumb, silly, and immature girl, he couldn't help but feel a little. At this time, you old woman still have the time to talk about this. Advertisement Bar M couldn't help but complain. Who are you calling an old woman? I am from an ancient superior race, an immortal superior human being. The whip weapon man said in a rather immature tone. At this time, Otonashi Chiya interrupted this guy's second-year speech and said, just tell me, how much was your previous salary? Let me think about it. I received 3,000 yuan last month, and I haven't received my salary this month yet, and you have tied me here. The whip weapon man replied. 3,000 rubles, right? What about the others? Otonashi Chiya continued to ask. Then he found out that these guys' salaries were all several thousand rubles, with the lowest being 2,000 and the highest not exceeding 5,000. Although the exchange rate between the ruble and the US dollar in this world is about 1 to 1, 3 or 4,000 yuan a month is not much in his opinion, and is far below the salary standard of a demon hunter in the military. In fact, this is because these weapons men, including Lacey, in addition to going out on missions, have to undergo various training every day. The weapons men's physique does not require food, and the military provides accommodation. In the eyes of the military, these weapons people do not need high salaries or high consumption at all, so they are paid according to the standards of ordinary officials, rather than as high salaries as the demon hunters in the military. They really don't have much time or leisure to spend, so most of their wages are saved and rarely spent. But the whip weapon woman is an old money grubber, and she is also a silly woman with a bit of a middle school mentality, so she said those nonsensical words just now. I will pay you your original salary as a base salary, and if you do anything for me, such as hunting demons, I can give you an additional commission. Otonashi Chiya said, of course, the salary is only part of it. I will not severely restrict your freedom like the Soviet military did. As long as you come when I need you and don't cause me any trouble, you can do whatever you want the rest of the time. I don't bother to care about you. Except for the whip weapon man, these weapon men actually don't care much about their salaries. But the high degree of freedom attracted them. Life in the Soviet military was originally very boring. Even if some weapons personnel had relative freedom due to different jobs, they were not very free. The most painful thing for them is that they are treated purely as weapons by the military high-ranking officials, but they have all the emotions of human beings. Originally they had indeed been content with the status quo, not wanting or daring to resist the military, but today a mysterious young man who was powerful enough to crush them and could kill any high-ranking official at will suddenly appeared before them, and they began to become restless. Anyway, they have no choice, so they might as well believe the benefits offered to them by the other party. Even if the actual situation is worse, it will not be much worse than when they were in the military before. Advertisement, I, Oleg, am willing to surrender. At this time, the javelin weapon man spoke first. Baram, I am also willing to surrender, the flamethrower weapon man also said immediately. The whip weapon man looked at Oleg, then at Baram, you all figured it out so quickly. Then I, Freya, surrender too. Afterwards, the remaining two weapon men also surrendered. Otonashi Chiya thus learned the real names of the axe weapon man and the hoe weapon man, which were Sybil and Toy respectively. In fact, these weapons men did not have much prejudice against Otonashi Chiya. As Lace's colleagues, they all knew very well why Otonashi Chiya wanted to take action against the top military officials today. To put it bluntly, it was for revenge. They also have no feelings for the military top brass. After all, the military top brass have never treated them as human beings. And me, at this moment, Lacey suddenly raised her hand like a student and said with a smile, I have long been a loyal subject of Master. Lacey, untie them now. After that, Otonashi Chiya said to the 5 people, but let me remind you one last thing. If you dare to betray me, I will not give you any chances. You will face eternal death. The 5 men nodded obediently. They didn't even dare to resist when they were restrained and oppressed by the military, let alone betray the young man in front of them whose strength could crush the military. Just don't be stupid. Master is actually a very good person. Lacey's tone was unusually serious, and it seemed that she was really trying to advise the 5 people. Les, aren't you the executor of this mission? And you were the first to surrender. Looking at Les, whip weapon man Freya couldn't help but say. The mission she was referring to was naturally the military high-ranking officials instructing Lacey to bring Otonashi Chiya back to the base for transformation into a weapon man. While untying the 5 men, Lacey said, abandon the dark and join the light, we are all weapons. Anyway, isn't it a good thing to follow a master who can truly treat us well? Chapter 120 Returning home, the 4 girls meet. That's true. Freya nodded, unable to deny it. If what Otonashi Chiya said can be fulfilled, then it would be best for them to follow Otonashi Chiya. After being untied, the 5 people did not dare to do anything strange and seemed rather reserved. Just be natural. If you do something strange, it won't escape my notice. If not, there's no need to be so restrained. Otonashi Chiya explains. The 5 of them nodded to show that they understood. Then I will assign you your first task. In a few days, come with me to clean up those old guys in the Japanese cabinet. Otonashi Chiya said in a cold tone. The massacre of senior military officials tonight was too exhausting for him, so he had no plans to take action against the cabinet right away. Just in case, he needed to rest for a while to let his body and pupil power heal. After all, he was not sure whether Mishima was in the cabinet, nor was he sure whether the cabinet had any other special means. If Mishima was there, it would be much more difficult to purge the cabinet than the Soviet military. And before officially taking action, Otonashi Chiya has to settle Denji, Kohong and Pachita first. The cabinet must know about these people who are closest to him. If they are not settled first, they may be attacked by the cabinet. So he had to make full preparations before taking action. Okay. The 5 armed men were all very obedient. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that this young man was really cruel. First, they slaughtered the top military officials of the Soviet Union, and then they slaughtered the Japanese cabinet as well. However, they could probably guess the reason, which was probably due to some problem in the contract between the Soviet military and the Japanese cabinet. As for the real reason, they did not ask. They had long regarded themselves as weapons, and would unconditionally obey and execute any tasks assigned by their master. The reason was not something they should ask. The only difference is that their master has changed from the original senior military officials to the current Otonashi Chiya. Now, come back to Japan with me. Otonashi Chiya said to everyone, come and stand beside me and put your hands on me. Lise was the fastest, she directly held Otonashi Chiya's hand. Seeing this, Shen Yu was not to be outdone and immediately grabbed Otonashi Chiya's other hand. Advertisement. Looking at this scene, Freya seemed to have understood something. She stroked her chin and pondered. Oh my, it seems I have to be more careful. She only grabbed the edge of Otonashi Chiya's clothes to avoid causing dissatisfaction from Reese and Shenyue. As a colleague of Lei Sai, her authority and intelligence is similar to Lei Sai's, so she naturally knows the secret that Shen Yu is a girl. It was the military that took Shen Yu away from the gang when she was still a little girl. The fact that she was a girl was not important information at all. The other 4 weapon men were in much the same situation, either grabbing the corners of his clothes or placing them on Otonashi Chiya's shoulders. Otonashi Chiya immediately transferred everyone into the Kamui space and then seamlessly transferred to his home in Tokyo. At the same time, he has taken off the Night of Extermination skin and returned to his usual appearance. He didn't want to go back and see Dionki and the others in the same manner as on the Night of Genocide, as it would easily scare people. As for the salary issue, I just need to go to the Leningrad military headquarters again tomorrow. The most urgent task now is to settle DNC, Zhaohong and Pochita, which is much more important than the salary issue. While the Japanese cabinet has not yet reacted, Otonashi Chiya can settle Densi and others in time. Once the news of the Soviet military incident tonight reaches the Japanese cabinet, the guilty cabinet will certainly worry about his revenge, and it will not be surprising that they will take the initiative to attack him or his close ones. Due to the extremely fast transfer speed of the Dual Kamui, everyone just felt the picture flashing in front of their eyes and did not notice the existence of the Kamui space. Tokyo, Japan. At this moment, Dongshan Zhaohong had just finished tutoring Dionki and was eating fruit and watching TV. Since moving into Otonashi's house, she can buy whatever she wants to eat at any time. She no longer has to be like before when she wanted to eat delicious food but couldn't afford it or dare to buy it. Denji was playing games with Pochita in the bedroom. Otonashi-kun hasn't been home for a few days. Logically, he should be back tomorrow, right? Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly thought of Otonashi-kun. She looked at the calendar. Tomorrow was Friday. The last time Otonashi-kun came back was on a Friday. Just at this moment, a space Uzumaki appeared in front of Dongshan Zhaohong. Otonashi Chiya brought everyone over. Dongshan Zhaohong was very surprised to see Otonashi-kun suddenly come back. But at the same time, there were several people around Otonashi Chiya, which made her surprised and confused. Why did Otonashi-kun bring back so many people this time? Advertisement. Another big question is, how can Otonashi's demonic power carry so many people around? I'm back. As soon as he landed, Otonashi Chiya spoke. Brother Chiya, Denji and Pochita, who were playing games, immediately put down their game controllers and ran out when they heard Otonashi Chiya's voice. But when he saw so many people around Chiya's brother, Densi had the same doubts as Zhaohong. Especially when they saw Reese and Shenyu holding Otonashi Chiya's hands, Dongshan Zhaohong and Densi's eyes changed instantly. Fortunately, Shenyu was not discovered by Zhaohong and Densi as a girl disguised as a man. But it was different for Lacey, especially since she was holding Otonashi Chiya's arm, which made her look more intimate. Brother Chiya, who are these people? The smile on Densi's face seemed to be about to turn darker. Don't get me wrong, little sister. Only those two women are trying to steal your brother from you. Freya reacted quickly and immediately cleared herself of suspicion, even loosening her hand that was holding Otonashi Chiya's clothes. Which two women? Densi didn't react immediately. But is it only this older sister who is speaking and the one with purple hair who has an ambiguous attitude towards Chiya brother? The next moment, Densi's gaze fixed on Shenyu, and he looked at her with slightly narrowed eyes. At first glance, this person looks like a man, but upon closer inspection, you can see that his face is incredibly fair and beautiful, and he is also holding Chiya's brother's hand. Could it be that the second woman that the older sister just mentioned is this guy? However, Shenyu's jealousy was even grayer than Densi's, but he didn't show much emotion on the surface. Her cold eyes stared straight at Densi and Dongshan Zhaohong. She knew that she should be at Otonashi Chiya's house, but she didn't expect that there were two other women in Otonashi Chiya's house. At this time, Shenyu asked Otonashi Chiya coldly, and the strong jealousy in his tone was almost overflowing. Otonashi, who are these two women? Chapter 121. Shira Field added. Otonashi Chiya didn't know what to say for a moment. He was in a hurry to come back and sell Densi and the others, and neglected to consider what would happen if Lesse, Shenyue, Densi and Zhaohong met. Now isn't this the legendary Shira Field? Ahem. Otonashi Chiya coughed and said, calm down for a moment and listen to me. Due to the language barrier, he spoke Japanese to Zhaohong and Densi, and then he switched to Russian and said to Shenyue. Calm down, Shenyue, don't stare at others with that kind of eyes. In fact, except for Shenyu, everyone present can speak Japanese. As agents, they must master multiple languages. At this time, Zhaohong was already trembling with fear at Shenyu's eyes, and her face looked a little pale. Densi was not afraid of this girl dressed as a man, and immediately responded with a more fierce look, but in Shenyu's eyes, he looked both cute and funny. Only Otonashi Chiya could calm Shenyue down. Shenyue immediately looked away and no longer looked at Densi and Zhaohong with that cold gaze. Dongshan Zhaohong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Densi also snorted and stopped looking at Shenyu. Only Leisure still had a smile on her face. She didn't participate in the fight between Kamijo, Denji and Zhaohong at all, and she never let go of Otonashi Chiya's arm. No one knows whether this is her acting or not. If it is acting, then we are just watching the fun in person. Freya next to her was just there for the fun, and she distanced herself from the beginning by disassociating herself from the matter. The other four armed men stood there without saying a word or moving. Anyway, they are men, this kind of thing has nothing to do with them, and they are even less likely to get involved and cause trouble for themselves. She's Densi, she can be considered my sister, and this is the tutor I hired, her name is Dongshan Zhaohong. Otonashi Chiya first introduced Densi and Zhaohong, introducing them in both Japanese and Russian. When she heard that it was her sister and the tutor, Shenyu's pretty face, which was as cold as frost, suddenly softened a little. But since that little girl is Otonashi's sister, is it necessary for her to be so hostile towards her? Could it be that she is a brother complex? Advertisement? Densi curled her lips slightly. She was somewhat dissatisfied with her sister's identity. But Chiya's brother claimed that this identity is indeed the most suitable one. Then Otonashi Chiya introduced the identities of Reese and Shenyue, This is Shenyue, my partner who worked in the Soviet Union, and this one. He suddenly felt that Leisa's identity was a bit complicated to explain, so he thought for a while before continuing. She is my subordinate Leisa, who was originally a Soviet agent and is now recruited by me. Although Shenyu didn't like people calling her by her real name, the two girls she just met were obviously close to Otonashi Chiya, so she didn't say much. And the 5 people behind me were originally Soviet agents, and now they are my subordinates. Otonashi Chiya only gave a general introduction and did not elaborate on the identities of these people as weapon men, because Denji and Zhao Hong definitely had never heard of what a weapon man was, so there was no need to explain too much. We are all weapons, loyal to our masters. At this time, Freya said to Densi and Zhao Hong with a smile. Owner, when he heard this word, Densi immediately thought of something that he was too embarrassed to talk about. However, this big sister, who is obviously from the Soviet Union, can speak Japanese so fluently. She is indeed as amazing as the agents on TV. Soviet agents. Did something happen? Dongshan Zhao Hong suddenly became sensitive to some details. Soviet agents, and so many of them, something serious must have happened, right? Something did happen. Otonashi Chiya roughly told Densi and Zhao Hong what happened. After hearing this, Denji was immediately furious. How abominable. How dare those guys treat Chiya and Ni like this? Dongshan Zhao Hong was also a little frightened after hearing this. If Otonashi-kun was really captured by the Soviet military, then she would never see him again. Fortunately, Otonashi-kun is fine now. I think the Soviet military won't do that again, right? They don't have the guts now, but if they still dare to overestimate their capabilities, then I don't mind completely reshuffling their entire leadership. Otonashi Chiya said. But now there is a new trouble, because according to the contract, the cabinet is also an accomplice, so they will be wary of me or even take the initiative to attack me after they get to know the news. Of course, I do want to settle accounts with them. Although the Shura scene just now was quite troublesome, he now used the affairs of the Soviet military and the Japanese cabinet to completely divert everyone's attention, which can be said to have perfectly resolved the Shura scene, but this was only a temporary resolution. So, what should we do now? Advertisement Dongshan Zhao Hong said worriedly. Densi was also very worried and uneasy. She didn't want to be separated from her brother Chiya, and she didn't want anything to happen to her brother Chiya. Don't worry too much. I will settle you down in a place where no one knows. When this is over, you can live a normal life. Otonashi Chiya said to Denji and Korin, now, see if there is anything you want to take away. Densi and Dongshan Zhao Hong immediately went to pack up their things. After a while, Dongshan Zhao Hong stuffed everything she wanted to take away into her school bag and suitcase. The main thing that Dianzi took away was various games, of course the most important one was Pachita. The rest of you stay here first. I'll come back after I sail them down. Otonashi Chiya said to Reese and the others. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and said to Zhao Hong. Oh, by the way, you will also be transferring schools after this. I'm sorry. Dongshan Zhao Hong immediately shook her head, it's nothing. She was touched that Otonashi-kun cared so much about her. She had basically no objection to transferring schools. After all, she didn't have many friends in her original school, so she had no regrets. As long as I can continue to go to school, it's fine. As for my sisters and brother Yi Li, I don't know how long it will take before we can see them again. When the time comes, maybe Daxia or maybe the United States, anyway, I will help you find a new school, and you can continue to go to university there after graduating from high school. Otonashi Chiya pondered. He hasn't decided yet which country to go to next. Although his favorite country is definitely Daxia, he can't just go there. However, Otonashi Chiya thought of a way. He had learned before that demon hunters in this world also had global transfers, similar to the transfers of esports players. In simple terms, he puts himself on the market, and then all countries can participate in the bidding. The country with the highest bid will sign a work agreement with him. Chapter 122 Inches Direct Lineage. You guys will stay here for the night. I'll probably be back tomorrow morning. Otonashi Chiya gave instructions to Reese and the others, then left with Densi and Zhao Hong. The next moment, Otonashi Chiya has moved with Denji and Higashiyama Zhao Hong to the Soviet Union, to that small room in the slums. It was the first time for Densi and Dongshan Zhao Hong to experience this ultra-long-distance space teleportation, and they immediately felt both curious and surprised. You will temporarily live here for the next few days. This is a slum in the Soviet Union. No one knows about this place except us. As long as you don't go out, it is almost absolutely safe. Otonashi Chiya alternate route. After the last big cleaning, there is actually nothing wrong with this place except that it is a bit small. It has all kinds of furniture, and of course there is a bedroom and bed for Dionki and Zhao Hong to sleep. Moreover, this place can be said to be the safest place besides Kamui space, and he can't really let Densi and Zhao Hong stay in Kamui space. Not to mention that Kamui space is dark and not suitable for normal people to live in for a long time. Some of his abilities also require the use of Kamui space, such as locking the enemy directly into Kamui space. If Denji and Zhao Hong were allowed to stay in Kamui space, his ability would be equivalent to being castrated. I will stay here with you tonight, and after tomorrow morning you should try not to leave this room. Otonashi Chiya reminded again. As he was getting ready for bed, Otonashi Chiya opened the system panel and took a look. Host. Otonashi Chiya. Strength. 150. Speed. 159. Chi and blood. 467. Allocated attribute points. 103, 856 attribute points have been obtained cumulatively. System Mall LV1. 144 attribute points are required to unlock to LV2. Purchased item. Genocide Night Skin, to be used. It can be found that the system panel has undergone some changes compared to the last time. For example, it shows the accumulated attribute points and how many attribute points are needed to unlock the LV2 system Mall. Otonashi Chiya did some rough calculations and found that he spent 140 attribute points on adding points to Strength, 148 attribute points on Speed, 455 attribute points on Health, and 10 attribute points on the Night of Extermination skin. Together with the remaining 3 attribute points and the 100 attribute points obtained by activating the Night of Slaughter achievement, the accumulated attribute points displayed by the system were correct. There is also the bonus effect of the Night of Genocide skin. When he wears the skin, the blood attribute column will become 467, plus 5. Now that he doesn't wear it, there is no blood attribute column. Ding! Distribution completed. Strength plus 10, Speed plus 1, Health plus 82. Advertisement, Strength 160, Speed 160, Chi and Blood 549. In order to prepare for the upcoming battle, Otonashi Chiya allocated attribute points. Emphasis was placed on the Chi and Blood attribute, which would allow him to heal faster. Today's attack on the Soviet army had consumed a lot of energy. However, he also deliberately left 10 attribute points, naturally wanting to get the White Mask skin as well. Ding! Host successfully purchased White Mask skin. Attribute points minus 10, current remaining attribute points 0. Early the next morning, Otonashi Chiya is saying goodbye to Denji and Korin. I should be leaving soon. If anything bad happens in the next few days, please contact me immediately and I will rush over as soon as possible. Otonashi Chiya said, you don't have to wait too long. It won't take more than 3 days. I can get those things settled. The most people that Densi and Zhao Hong could encounter in this place would be homeless people and thugs. When the time comes, he would just teleport over and kill them directly. In a place like the slums, no police would come to investigate even if someone died, so there was no need to worry about exposing the location of Deonki and Zhao Hong. Well, I believe in Otonashi-kun. Me too, and it doesn't matter here. Chiya ni, you have to be careful. Higashiyama, Zhao Hong and Denji both believed what Otonashi Chiya said. So compared to their own, they care more about Otonashi Chiya's safety. I'll be careful. That's it. I'll come back to you when I have everything sorted out. After saying that, Otonashi Chiya transferred himself back to Japan. Dongshan, Zhao Hong and Deonki both felt it was okay. They were used to Otonashi Chiya coming back to see them once a week, and now they only had to wait for 3 days, and it passed quickly. At most, you just can't go out, but given their personalities, it doesn't seem to matter whether they go out or not. Denji can play games with Pachita. Dongshan Zhao Hong would occasionally join in the fun, especially when she brought a lot of snacks and fruits. For her, delicious food was better than anything else. Advertisement, Return to Tokyo. The first thing Otonashi Chiya saw when he walked out of Space Uzumaki was 4 big men lying in a mess on the sofas in the living room. He could immediately imagine what happened last night. He probably thought that both bedrooms were occupied by Lesse, Shenyu and Freya, and these 4 grown men had to make do with sleeping on the sofa. Although theoretically a weapon man does not need to sleep due to his physique, and his physical condition can be restored by drinking blood just like a demon, he will still feel tired if he does not drink blood. It is actually quite comfortable to take a nap when he is physically tired. Just at this moment, Lacey opened the bedroom door and walked out. Ah, Master has returned. Seeing Otonashi Chiya coming back, Lacey's mouth suddenly raised slightly. By the way, Miss Shenyu just got up and is changing clothes. Master, do you want to come in and take a look? However, as soon as she finished her words, the door was suddenly slammed shut. It was obviously Shenyu who did it. The noise woke up the 4 grown men on the sofa, but they had already slept enough and it was indeed almost time to get up. I'm not that pervert. Otonashi Chiya rolled her eyes at Reese. By the way, you slept with Shenyu last night, so Freya must be in the other room. He originally thought that the relationship between Lei Sai and Shenyu would be incompatible, but it turned out that Shenyu was more willing to sleep with Lei Sai, whom she was most familiar with. Yes, I have a very good relationship with Miss Shenyu. Lacey said with a smile. If it's true, that would be best. Otonashi Chiya said casually. After a while, Freya also came out from another room. I'm sorry for putting 4 of you grown men through this last night. Freya apologized as soon as she came out. It doesn't matter. It's actually quite comfortable to sleep on the sofa. Yeah, at most sleeping for too long might be bad for your health, but we are weaponsmen and don't need to worry about physical problems at all. None of the 4 of them cared. It can be heard that the 4 people on the sofa gave the bedroom to Freya. To be precise, first of all, they did not dare to compete with Lesse and Shenyu for the bedroom, and secondly, they gave the other bedroom to Freya. After all, in their eyes, Reese and Kamijo are the direct descendants, who have a special relationship with Otonashi Chiya, while they are just the side descendants, who have just surrendered. Chapter 123. Asking for salary and getting rich. Otonashi Chiya is making breakfast in the kitchen. He had just come here after helping Densi and Zhao Hong prepare breakfast, and now he also had to prepare for Shenyu and the others. Including Otonashi Chiya himself, a total of 8 breakfasts need to be prepared. So he was particularly busy this morning, but Lacey came in to help. Those guys should like all kinds of meat just like me. Then the food in my refrigerator may not be enough. Otonashi Chiya looked at the refrigerator and saw that there was not much meat left. Lacey's appetite alone is already so huge, what about a few more people? It's okay, we can just eat a little bit, we're not afraid of being hungry anyway. Lacey said casually. At this time, Shen Yu also came in. Oh, Miss Shen Yu, do you want to help too? Seeing this, Lacey teased. Shen Yu ignored Lacey and said to Otonashi Chiya, let me help too, you can leave anything to me. Then help me clean it first, and then cut the ingredients. Otonashi Chiya subconsciously thought that Shen Yu must be a good cook, so he didn't explain in detail, such as how different ingredients should be cut into blocks or slices. Hearing Shen Yu's calm and decisive agreement, Otonashi Chiya felt more at ease handing it over to Shen Yue. As a result, the next moment, Shen Yu was seen using his hand knife to randomly cut the ingredients. The speed of the hand knife was so fast that afterimages appeared. It looked powerful and cool, but if you looked closely you would find that the ingredients were cut into a mess, some big, some small, and in different shapes. Wait. Otonashi Chiya couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he stopped her and said, You should help make the soup, right? To be on the safe side this time, he specifically asked Shen Yu if she knew how to do it. No problem. Shen Yu said expressionlessly. Otonashi Chiya always felt a little worried, but he still let Shen Yue give it a try. Advertisement however, Lacey is not much better than Shen Yue. Lacey is just better with a knife. The cut ingredients look much neater than Shen Yu's, but looking at her clumsy hand speed and knife skills, you can tell that she is definitely not good at cooking. You're a secret agent, but you're not good at cooking? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but complain. Not every agent needs to be a good cook. After all, my specialty is seduction and assassination, so I don't really need to learn cooking. As she said that, Lacey suddenly glanced at Shen Yu, but my cooking skills are still better than Miss Shen Yu's, so this is almost enough. Of course Shen Yu was not convinced when he heard this. But she has never learned to cook, and she cooks the soup purely based on her own feelings. Otonashi Chiya knew that Shen Yu had no idea when he saw her movements. He sighed and said, forget it, I'll do it all. You just need to assist me. In the end, Otonashi Chiya prepared almost the entire table of breakfast. It's delicious. I didn't know that Otonashi-sama's cooking skills are so great. It's really delicious, much better than what you'd find in a normal restaurant. I never thought that Lord Otonashi would personally prepare breakfast for us. What an honor. Freya and others made their comments one after another and were very satisfied with the breakfast. They used to sneak out to some restaurants to eat occasionally, but the food there was mediocre in comparison. After all, Otonashi Chiya owns the Mangekyō Sharingan. His cooking skills are already good, and with the blessing of Mangekyō Sharingan, his cooking skills are beyond the reach of ordinary people. It may not be the most delicious food, but at least it can capture everyone's stomach. Shen Yu, we should go to Minister Levan to ask for our wages. Otonashi Chiya will definitely not forget such an important thing. After breakfast, he planned to take Shen Yu to the Leningrad military headquarters to ask for wages. The next moment, Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue moved directly to Minister Levan's office. Minister Levan was shocked when he saw Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo suddenly appear. One reason was that he had never seen Otonashi Chiya's ability, and the second reason was that he had learned about what happened in the Moscow military last night. But Minister Levan quickly calmed down. Are you guys coming to kill me? When he learned the news from the military in the middle of the night yesterday, he almost couldn't sleep all night. Advertisement because he was also involved in the previous military operation against Otonashi Chiya, although he didn't know the truth before and was just following orders. It was only last night that he realized the reason why Otonashi Chiya invaded the military base. It is said that Otonashi Chiya killed all the high-ranking figures involved in the operation, so he felt that there was a high probability that something would happen to him as well. He hadn't slept well all night, and he was still worried about this matter just now. This time the other person suddenly appeared in front of him, and he was scared to death. But when it really came to this, Minister Levan seemed relieved. At least he no longer had to suffer from anxiety. No, why would I kill Minister Levan? You never targeted me on purpose. Otonashi Chiya shook his head slightly. Minister Levan was a little surprised. So what are you doing? Such a serious incident happened yesterday. He thought that Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue would never return to the Soviet Union, especially the Leningrad military headquarters. If they came back, they would definitely settle the score with him. But in fact, Otonashi Chiya did come to settle accounts with Minister Levan. We are just here to ask for our wages. Although we won't be working here anymore, we should at least get the wages we deserve, right? Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Oh, Minister Levan was confused. His mind was full of whether he would be killed, and he completely forgot that he had not yet paid Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue. If Otonashi Chiya didn't tell him, he didn't know how long it would take for him to suddenly remember. No problem, I'll calculate your salary and send it to you right away. Minister Levan hurriedly began to calculate the wages that Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue were due to receive so far. Originally, this should have been the responsibility of the finance department, but the situation this time was very special and he dared not be negligent in the slightest. If he was not careful, he might lose his head. According to the algorithm of base salary plus bonus, and then converted according to the number of days Otonashi Chiya worked, because he had not worked in the Leningrad military department for less than a month, Minister Levan quickly calculated the specific salary. Salaries are also paid directly in cash. Minister Lewin will use his own money to pay for it first and then communicate with the finance department afterwards. Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yu each received around 100,000 rubles. As soon as he arrived, he partnered with Shen Yu. The bonuses for completing tasks were split equally, and since the base salaries were similar, the salaries were naturally similar as well. According to the current exchange rate, 100,000 rubles is roughly equivalent to 10 or 20 million yen. Otonashi Chiya became rich again in an instant. Chapter 124. Blitz the Cabinet, Update. The Prime Minister's official residence in Chiyoda-ku, Tokyo. Because Otonashi Chiya caused too much commotion in the Moscow military last night, the Soviet officials were unable to suppress it, and the news quickly spread, including to the cabinet, which learned of the news that evening. So they convened an emergency cabinet meeting at the Prime Minister's residence. All cabinet members, including the Prime Minister, were present, and it is self-evident how seriously they took this incident. The development of the matter has far exceeded our expectations. Otonashi Chiya actually wiped out half of the Soviet military leaders. Even their weapons could not stop him. This is bad. I don't know if Otonashi Chiya has seen the specific contents of the contract. If he has seen it, we will be in danger. I have already asked the Soviet military about this, and they simply refuse to respond. It is likely that the contents of the contract have already been shown to Otonashi Chiya, so they want to completely sever ties with us to avoid retaliation from Otonashi Chiya again. Then his next move might be revenge on us. We definitely can't just sit there and wait for death. All the cabinet ministers were extremely anxious about Otonashi Chiya's affairs. They were so guilty that they were worried that Otonashi Chiya might see the contents of the contract. But it turned out that their worries were correct, and Otonashi Chiya was indeed going to take action against them. At this time, the Prime Minister said in a deep voice, "Let's take action first. We have trained a lot of death warriors, and it's time to put them to use." Sitting next to the Prime Minister are the Chief Cabinet Secretary and the Deputy Cabinet Secretary. The thing Otonashi Chiya was most worried about still didn't happen. What he was most worried about was that Mikima was hiding in the cabinet for the time being and hadn't appeared yet. After all, the demon of domination was particularly dependent on development. In the original work, Mikima's identity is a demon hunter directly under the cabinet secretariat, but her actual status is almost on par with those cabinet ministers. The fact that she did not show up at such an important cabinet meeting shows that what Otonashi Chiya was worried about did not happen. Death Squad. It was originally a measure that could only be used as a last resort, and now it is indeed a last resort. Send that kid to hell, and he won't be a threat to us. Although he is much stronger than Ambien, he is not as obedient as Ambien. It is best for such a disobedient dog to be a dead dog. Then quickly arrange the assassins. When that guy comes back or comes to us, let them take action. Advertisement. The cabinet ministers all agreed that they wanted to get rid of Otonashi Chiya, the disobedient dog. The cabinet secretly cultivated a group of death warriors, which was reflected in the original book. In the later part of the first part of the comic, Kishibe led a team of death squads to raid Mikima. The Shore and the death squad are suspected to be the means used by the cabinet to contain Mikima. The cabinet should not be so stupid as to not keep Mikima in mind at all. As the dominant demon, Mikima developed too quickly, and his actions were beyond the bottom line of the cabinet. The cabinet was afraid that Mikima would completely get out of control and threaten them, so they sent Ambien and the death squad to deal with Mikima. The solution is to use the lives of several assassins to sign a contract with the Devil of Hell, and let the Devil of Hell send Mikima back to hell. Countless devils in hell, even the Dark Devil, hate Mikima. Once Mikima returns to hell, she will die. Although the contract signed by Mikima and the Prime Minister can achieve almost unlimited resurrection, it seems to be invalid in hell. This is still controversial, but I hope everyone will not argue, because no one can give an absolutely correct statement except Fujimoto himself, so arguing is meaningless. Unfortunately, Black Saw was online at that time. With Mikima's call for help, Black Saw killed the Hell Demon instantly. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether Mikima would be sent to hell. Personally, if Mikima was not afraid of being sent to hell, there would be no need to call for help from Pachita. You know, the Dark Demon, the sixth one, is waiting for Mikima in hell. The Dark Demon can be said to be the strongest demon in the first part of the original work. However, now it is Otonashi Chiya that makes the cabinet feel threatened, so they decide to use the Death Squad to summon the devil from hell to deal with Otonashi Chiya. There is nothing wrong with the cabinet's thinking. Once humans are sent to hell, it is basically impossible for them to return to the human world. Being sent to hell is the same as being dead. If Otonashi Chiya was a normal person, he would never be able to come out of hell, but the prerequisite is that he must be a normal person. Meanwhile, Otonashi Chiya has just returned to Tokyo from the military headquarters in Leningrad. He had no idea what means the cabinet had already decided to use to deal with him, but he could guess that the cabinet would probably take action against him. Otonashi Chiya also believes in striking first and gaining the upper hand. The longer he delays, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Now he felt that his body and pupil power were almost recovered, and he planned to strike the cabinet today. Let's prepare for the official action today. First, go to the Prime Minister's residence and then deal with the other old guys one by one. Otonashi Chiya said to Lessei and other weapon men. He didn't want Shen Yu to take this risk with him, but Shen Yu insisted on going, so he didn't try to stop her. Advertisement: the working places of the cabinet ministers are no secret, at most the security is very tight. But not all ministers work in the same place. Usually they only gather at the Prime Minister's residence when the cabinet meeting is held, so he said to go to the Prime Minister's residence first. Yes. The weapons men nodded solemnly. They definitely want to perform well on their first mission with their new master. It's the same as before. I'll teleport you there directly, and you can transform when you get there. Otonashi Chiya did not make any battle plan, or rather, this sentence could be considered his battle plan. Otonashi Chiya then moved everyone to Chiyoda Ward in Tokyo, where the Prime Minister's official residence is located. He had been to this area before when he was on patrol, so he could transfer here accurately through Kamui space, but it was still quite far from the official residence. Then, he led everyone to make several transfers within the sight range, and soon arrived near the official residence. The security forces here are like nothing in front of them. Action. As soon as Otonashi Chiya finished speaking, the weapon people suddenly transformed. Pulling open the bomb ring, bomb weapon man. Pulling out the javelin from the back of the neck, javelin weapon man. Snapping fingers, whip weapon man. Pressing the molars, flame gun weapon man. Each weapon man has a different way of transforming. Otonashi Chiya led the Shenyue and the weapons men to instantly break through the so-called security forces and rush into the Prime Minister's residence. The cabinet meeting had just ended and the ministers had not yet left their official residences. But they have already prepared their death squad, waiting for Otonashi Chiya to come to them. Chapter 125: Dongshan Zhaohong's True Strength. Soviet Union, Ghetto. Denji, Pachita and Dongshan Zhaohong had no difficulty adapting to this new place. Dongshan Zhaohong still likes reading books as usual, and eats some snacks and fruits from time to time. There is also a TV here where Denji and Pachita can play games. Boom boom boom. However, at this moment, there was a sudden loud knock on the door. Denji, Pachita and Dongshan Zhaohong were all startled. There's someone outside. It can't be Chiya ni, right? Densi whispered in a somewhat panicked tone. Dongshan Zhaohong shook her head at Dionki, fear showing on her face, not daring to speak or make a sound. Based on her understanding of Otonashi-kun, the gentle Otonashi-kun would never knock on the door so hard, and recently Otonashi-kun has been using that space transfer-like ability directly. Hurry up and open the door for Lousy. Hiccup. Lousy wants to go home and sleep. After a while, there was another sound outside the door, and the knocking became more violent. The sound sounded very much like that of a drunk man, and there were both knocking and kicking noises on the door, so it was obvious that there was more than one drunk man. It is possible that they came here to cause trouble under random excuses, and after scaring people into opening the door, they came in to steal things or even beat people. After all kinds of people could appear in a place like a slum. Although the drunk outside the door was speaking Russian, which Dongshan Zhaohong and Dionki could not understand at all, they could tell from the tone of his voice that he was a drunk and was coming in a threatening manner. Call quickly. Dongshan Zhaohong wanted to call Otonashi-kun as soon as possible, but she was so scared that her legs were weak, and the phone seemed very far away even though it was on the table not far away. Densi was so scared that she hugged Pachita and curled up, because the drunk man who banged the door immediately made her think of her father who was drunk and G the door. Before her father died, he would come home drunk every day, bang on the door, and even commit domestic violence against her. Although her father has passed away long ago, it still leaves a psychological shadow on her. Even the door that was closed in Densi's heart began to loosen gradually, and she hid the truth about her father's death deep inside that door. Advertisement: the truth is, the father did not die by suicide, but was killed by Densi himself. Even if it was a counterattack out of self-protection, it became her inner demon, a memory she didn't want to recall, so she hid it deep in her heart. Sister Zhaohong. I'm scared. At this time, Densi's face was full of fear and his voice was trembling as he said, Don't open the door. When Pachita noticed that Densi was so scared, he immediately showed a worried expression and woofed softly. Dongshan Zhaohong was also very scared at first, but when she saw that Densi was about to collapse, her expression suddenly calmed down without any warning, and even gradually became a little gloomy. His legs were no longer weak and he walked slowly towards the door with his head slightly lowered. In fact, this door was specially reinforced by Lacey, and even if those drunks tried their best, they couldn't break it open. As long as Dongshan Zhaohong or Densi called Otonashi Chiya at any time, Otonashi Chiya would be able to come and deal with those drunks at any time. But Dongshan Zhaohong didn't know what happened. Even though her legs were no longer weak, she didn't take out her cell phone to call Otonashi Chiya. Instead, she walked over and opened the door. Sorry, you've come to the wrong place. This is not your home. Dongshan Zhaohong's voice sounded soft but with a hint of coldness, and there was not a trace of timidity in her voice. The melancholy expression on her face seemed a little sick. What the hell are you talking about? She looks like an East Asian, and she's pretty good looking. It seems like she doesn't understand what we're saying. Never mind, let's go in and take the valuables. We can enjoy it before we leave. Stop talking nonsense and knock her out first. It won't do us any good if she starts screaming. Among these people, there are not only drunkards, but also people who do not look drunk but are obviously gangsters or homeless people. To be precise, these people should all be gangsters or homeless people, but 2 or 3 of them were drunk. These guys chattered a lot of Russian that Dongshan Zhaohong couldn't understand, and started to attack Dongshan Zhaohong. One of the drunk guys was particularly cruel and directly smashed Dongshan Zhaohong's head with the wine bottle in his hand. It seemed that he didn't care if he could knock Dongshan Zhaohong unconscious or even kill her in an instant. However, Dongshan Zhaohong's speed was amazing. She dodged the wine bottle that was thrown at her by leaning sideways, and swept her kick into the opponent's abdomen. Ka! The man immediately bent down with a painful look on his face and vomited out the wine he had just drunk. Advertisement: the wine bottle in his hand fell to the ground because of the severe pain in his abdomen and he couldn't hold it anymore. But Dongshan Zhaohong was able to quickly catch the wine bottle while kicking out, and smashed it on the head of the man who was bending over. Bang! A loud and crisp sound was heard, and the man was hit on the head by Dongshan Zhaohong's wine bottle, causing it to burst. He immediately fell to the ground and fainted, his body stiff and twitching, and foaming at the mouth. Dongshan Zhaohong looked expressionlessly at the drunkard whose life or death was in danger. Her eyes were extremely cold without any mercy, and her methods were so brutal that it seemed like she had become a completely different person. Because everything happened so quickly and suddenly, the other homeless people were so shocked by what they saw that they stood there in a daze. The strength and speed that Dongshan Zhaohong just displayed far exceeded that of ordinary people. Her physical skills were even stronger than most public security demon hunters. There was no trace of her usual weak and timid appearance. In fact, the same is true of Dongshan Zhaohong in the original book. She is usually weak and timid and doesn't look like a public security demon hunter at all, but she can burst out with extremely strong strength at the critical moment. What specific demon he contracted is still a mystery. All we know is that to unleash his power, he needs some kind of stimulation, such as money or the death of a companion. What's wrong with this woman? How can she be so powerful? What are you all standing there for? Come on, hold her down. Watch out for the bottle in her hand. This woman is as strong as a monster. Several other homeless people immediately joined in, trying to suppress Dongshan Zhaohong. Although the wine bottle was broken when Dongshan Zhaohong just blew the man's head off, it is the broken bottle that makes people feel very dangerous, and the broken sharp corners are obviously more lethal. However, it is useless even if several people attack together, because this is a crushing defeat caused by absolute strength. Dongshan Zhaohong smashed the heads of the remaining people one after another. They didn't even have the chance to struggle or howl. They fainted with their eyes turning black. In contrast, Dongshan Zhaohong was unharmed, and the blood on her body was all splashed when the homeless men's heads burst open. There were also a few blood-stained broken wine bottles on the ground. He. Looking at the bloody scene all over the ground, Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly laughed like a madman, and the expression on her face became morbid and bloodthirsty. I can't take it anymore. I'm almost going crazy. I can't kill anyone anymore. Chapter 126. Demons of Hell. Densi was also frightened by the horrific scene that Sister Zhaohong had just witnessed, but he also felt inexplicably safe. After all, several big men were knocked down by Sister Zhaohong in one fell swoop. Sister Zhaohong? Densi asked cautiously and tentatively. Hearing Dianxi's soft call, Dongshan Zhaohong immediately turned around. She had quickly calmed down and smiled at Densi, no longer sneering or having a sickly expression like before. Seeing that Sister Zhaohong was still as gentle to him as usual, Densi felt relieved and said with a happy smile, "Sister Zhaohong." Afterwards, Dongshan Zhaohong immediately cheered herself up again, threw the homeless people who had fallen to the ground out of the door one by one, then closed the door and locked it tightly. Even if those homeless people didn't die from excessive bleeding, they would freeze to death on the street. Places like the Soviet Union are extremely cold all year round. Yesterday, Otonashi Chiya specifically told Densi and Zhaohong to bring more thick clothes. When the temperature is low, drunkards freeze to death on the streets almost every day, not to mention this guy who has already fainted. No one cares about people in places like slums, and people in slums usually can't even protect themselves. Sister Zhaohong is really amazing. Not only did she protect me and Pachita, she also beat those guys down. Denji exclaimed. Originally, she had been evoked with serious psychological trauma, but she was shocked by Sister Zhaohong's exaggerated performance and brutal methods, which made her forget the psychological trauma. Dongshan Zhaohong's smile seemed a little forced. She was not happy about Densi's praise. Instead, she felt a little scared about what she had just done. At least today she doesn't dare to kill anyone again. If this happens again, she will definitely call Otonashi-kun first. Immediately afterwards, Dongshan Zhaohong and Dianqi cleaned up the blood, broken glass and broken wine bottles on the ground, otherwise the bloody smell would make people feel very uncomfortable. Advertisement: Otonashi Chiya had no idea that Zhaohong in the Soviet Union had casually killed a few homeless people while he was launching an attack on the Prime Minister's residence. Now he has changed into the white mask skin, not only for the sake of appearance, but also to give himself 5 more points of chi energy. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was wearing a white mask in the shape of Rinnegan on his face. This mask was different from the tiger skin mask in The Night of Genocide, and both eyes were fully exposed. The clothes he is wearing are the same as Obito's in the white mask period, a gray-black windbreaker with a high collar, a white belt around his waist, a short sword wrapped around the belt at his back, and a long gray cloth strip tied behind his mask. However, that short sword must be an ordinary weapon, and the system did not give him the Uchiha fan as well. After all, the Uchiha fan is not an ordinary weapon, and a skin with 10 attribute points will definitely not give him such a good weapon. It is estimated that you will have to wait until the system mall is unlocked to at least level 2 before you can buy the Uchiha fan. Although the principle of the Uchiha fan is to absorb chakra and convert it into wind properties and bounce it back, the system may also modify this principle to allow it to be used in the world of Chainsaw Man. The specific details will depend on when the more advanced system mall is unlocked. At the same time, the cabinet ministers were monitoring the movements of Otonashi Chiya and others through the big screen. When they saw that there were 6 armed men, they were all stunned. They thought that Otonashi Chiya would bring 2 or 3 helpers at most, but they never expected that he could actually recruit all the weapons personnel of the Soviet Union. Quick! Send out the assassins to stop them. We must not let them rush in. The Prime Minister ordered anxiously. Upon receiving the order, the death squad immediately went to intercept the invaders. But the first people responsible for stopping the invaders must be the security personnel. Ordinary people like them have no idea what weapon men are and think that the 6 guys are just demons that look like humans. Although they are called ordinary people, they are actually demon hunters specially trained by the cabinet. Their duties are different from those of the public security demon hunters, and their job is to protect the important figures of the cabinet. They have both demonic powers and can wield guns. Some of them use guns for long-range attacks, while others use demonic powers. However, bullets were useless when hitting the weapon man. Lace and the others didn't need to dodge the bullets at all, and the bullets couldn't break Shen Yu's absolute defense. Even the power of the devil either failed to hit the target or had no effect. What's wrong with these guys? They can't be stopped at all. I will stop it even if I can't. I will stop it even if it costs my life. Advertisement. The security personnel were stunned by this unprecedented weapon. In fact, any one of the armed men could kill them all, let alone 6 of them appearing at the same time. Lace and other armed men broke through the security line with great force, but tried their best to save the lives of these people. However, at this time the death squad also arrived. Devils of hell, we are willing to sacrifice our lives, please help us send these people to hell. The first few warriors sacrificed themselves in unison without hesitation. As soon as they finished speaking, they simultaneously cut their necks with daggers without any expression. The next moment, a huge finger appeared out of nowhere and wiped off their heads horizontally. Immediately afterwards, a door appeared in the air. It was the Hell's Gate leading to hell. A huge hand shaped like a human hand, which seemed able to cover the sky and the sun, stretched out from the Hell's Gate. A giant hand with 6 fingers slapped Otonashi Chiya and the others. Demon from hell. I see. That's interesting. Otonashi Chiya, with his Mangekyō Sharingan, of course had the ability to hollow in time to prevent the demon of hell from taking people to hell, but he simply hollowed and volunteered to be sent to hell by the demon of hell. The ability of the Hell Devil was activated very quickly, and in a flash, Otonashi Chiya, Lise and others were all taken away by the Hell Devil. Ding! Host activates the achievement, First Visit to Hell, and gains attribute points, 10. It happened so suddenly that Shen Yu, Lei Sai and several weapon men were stunned for a moment. Only Otonashi Chiya remained calm because everything was under his control. Lei Sai reacted the fastest, and said solemnly, "This is bad, we have been sent to the birthplace of the devil. The appearance of hell doesn't look anything special, but there are countless gates of hell in the sky, which are so densely packed that they are very unfriendly to people with trypophobia." However, before the others had time to panic, they were taken by Otonashi Chiya and transferred into the Kamui space, and then instantly transferred back to the human world through the Kamui space. He had just left the coordinates in hell. To be precise, he didn't need to leave the coordinates deliberately. As long as he had been to a place, he could transfer there accurately at any time. In other words, from now on, hell will be like his back garden. He can come and go as he pleases, which is why he just voluntarily let the devil of hell send him to hell. Chapter 127 Official Attitude Updated. In the blink of an eye, she was back in the human world, and Lacey was shocked. Based on her understanding of hell, in her opinion, once anyone enters hell, they will never be able to return to the human world unless they sign a contract with the devil of hell. Although it was the devil from hell who sent them to hell, the devil from hell only acted according to the contract without any personal feelings involved. So as long as you can sign a contract with it, it will send you back to the human world. But the prerequisite is that the conditions of the contract must be able to satisfy the devils of hell, which often comes at the cost of human life, or even more than one life. And you also have to be able to find the devil from hell or have a contract with it, otherwise you will not be able to summon the devil from hell by shouting randomly. The other several weapon men all had a false alarm. When they were captured and taken to hell by the demons from hell, they almost thought they were doomed. Unexpectedly, they were back to the human world in the blink of an eye. What just happened? Shen Yu has never known anything about hell and is still a little confused. We were just sent to hell by the devil of hell, but I brought you back to the world. Otonashi Chiya explained quickly. Shen Yu nodded, not quite understanding. Lace and the weapons men all knew about hell, and were surprised after hearing Otonashi Chiya's explanation. Because this completely broke their original cognition. Except for the case where demons can be resurrected back and forth between the human world and hell through death, both humans and demons must rely on the power of the demons in hell to travel back and forth between the human world and hell while they are still alive. Not to mention that there are not many humans who can come into contact with the demons of hell, and the cost is too high, so no one will easily use the power of the demons of hell. As a result, the ability that Otonashi Chiya just demonstrated was beyond their inherent cognition. he could travel freely without signing a contract with the devil of hell. Master, what exactly is your ability? Lacey murmured in disbelief. The other weapon men were also very shocked. They immediately admired their new master even more. So many incredible miracles had happened to him. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's deal with the cabinet first. Advertisement Otonashi Chiya said lightly. When those assassins saw that Otonashi Chiya and others had just been sent to hell and came back immediately intact, they couldn't believe it and were all terrified. How is this possible? They were clearly taken away by the devils from hell. Could the devils from hell also make mistakes? Wouldn't our people have died in vain? Cheer up. If it doesn't work, try again. We must throw them into hell without fail. The dead warriors quickly forced themselves to recover from the shock, but Otonashi Chiya would not give them a second chance to sacrifice themselves to summon the devil of hell. He drew out the short sword from his waist and continuously opened up space for Uzumaki to dodge. Those assassins could hardly see his figure, they could only see flashes of sword light passing by before their eyes. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen assassins had their throats slit by Otonashi Chiya's short sword. At the same time, Shen Yu, Lei Sei and the weapon men also took action. In less than 3 seconds, the cabinet's long-trained death squad was completely wiped out. Something bad is happening. Otonashi Chiya and his men are back from hell, and they've wiped out all the death squads. How is this possible? How did they come back? Did they also have a contract with the devils in hell? But none of them paid the price with their lives. Weapon men can't sign a contract with the devil. What should we do now? All our trump cards have been destroyed, and there is no time to summon public security demon hunters from all over the place. The cabinet ministers saw what had just happened on the big screen and were all extremely anxious. They were at the end of their rope. It was too late for them to escape at this point. To be more precise, there was no chance of escape from the very beginning. The next second, Otonashi Chiya's body passed directly through the wall and entered the conference room. The ministers had already recognized the mysterious man wearing a white mask as Otonashi Chiya through the surveillance on the big screen, but his sudden appearance at this moment still frightened them. Before they could even open their mouths to beg for mercy, Otonashi Chiya said coldly, "No need to waste your time. None of you can escape today." Advertisement after the issue was resolved. Otonashi Chiya was too lazy to interfere in the subsequent matters, such as the official transfer of personnel to serve as new ministers. He did not understand this aspect and had no interest in interfering. But soon someone came to him. "Mr. Otonashi, what you did today caused a complete cabinet reshuffle. Of course, we will not and dare not blame you." This person seemed to be representing the government to negotiate with Otonashi Chiya, and his attitude was very respectful and he did not dare to offend him. "We are going to promote the new minister next. If Mr. Otonashi needs it, each candidate for the new minister can be reviewed by Mr. Otonashi first. The official intention is very clear, to please Otonashi Chiya as much as possible. In their view, if Otonashi Chiya dared to destroy the cabinet today, he would dare to destroy them tomorrow. They were not sure if Otonashi Chiya would suddenly be in a bad mood one day, so they tried their best to please him. Ding! Host activates the achievement, high position and power, and gains attribute points, 100. Otonashi Chiya suddenly activated this achievement, and now his status in the eyes of the official is indeed very extraordinary. Beside him were Shen Yu and 6 armed men including Lei Sai, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. The man who came here on behalf of the official side kept sweating on his face and had to wipe it with a tissue from time to time. "No, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Just don't mess with me, otherwise, I can sell accounts with you again at any time," Otonashi Chiya said in a calm tone. But the words spoken in such a calm tone can make the other party tremble with fear. "We certainly don't doubt that Mr. Otonashi has the ability. Since you are not interested in the cabinet election, we won't talk about it." The man still looked humble and bowed. "Also, can we ask Mr. Otonashi about his future plans? For example, will he continue to stay?" The man asked again in a humbly voice. If the big shot hadn't forced him to ask this question, he really wouldn't have dared to ask it, for fear that he would be killed by Otonashi Chiya if he was not careful. Think about it, they just fired the cabinet members and immediately asked them whether they would stay. This attitude is too ugly. It is easy to guess the official intention, which is that Otonashi Chiya and his subordinates are too powerful. They are frantically trying to curry favor with Otonashi Chiya in the hope that Otonashi Chiya can stay, which will in turn strengthen their country's strength. Chapter 128 Reasons for liking Otonashi Chiya has also seen through the intentions of the big man behind the other party. If he, Shenyue and the people with weapons stay to live, it will invisibly enhance Japan's strength. Because living here for a long time will inevitably gradually form various concerns, such as friends and family. Once some difficult to deal with demon appears in Japan, normal people will definitely take action to protect these concerns. In short, the special profession of demon hunter is almost a contribution to the strength of any country it is in. Although Otonashi Chiya doesn't really want to help those cunning big shots, he hasn't decided where to go next, so for the time being he still has to bring Densi and Zhaohong back to live with them. Unless the official bigwig is mentally ill, no one would dare to provoke him again. This can be seen from the attitude of the official who came to talk to him this time. Moreover, the weapon men can also protect Deonki Zhaohong, so if anything happens, there will be weapon men on duty. "I won't leave for now, but it's hard to say what will happen next." Otonashi Chiya replied expressionlessly, Okay. The man nodded repeatedly. "That's pretty much it. We will announce the mistakes made by the former cabinet members later. Mr. Otonashi should understand what we mean. The meaning of this sentence is not difficult to understand. It is nothing more than the official taking the initiative to explain to the outside world what Otonashi Chiya did. To put it bluntly, everything is the fault of the former cabinet members, and what Otonashi Chiya did was justified. Although this is indeed the case, the fact that the official authorities actively acknowledged it and even announced it to the outside world is of a completely different nature. Clear. Seeing the other party swaying profusely, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but say, "You don't have to be so scared. I'm not a murderer. As long as you don't provoke me too much, I won't kill innocent people." Yes. However, Otonashi Chiya's words did not have any effect. Instead, the other party was afraid to wipe the sweat off his face. He was helpless and had nothing to say. He is not a demon, is there any need to be so scared? Of course, even if I leave later, I will come back from time to time. After all, I still have some friends here. But I suggest you put your little thoughts aside and just don't mess with me. Otonashi Chiya has emphasized more than once, "Don't mess with me," and hopes that the other party and the big shots behind the other party can listen to him. Advertisement, for example, he has many friends in Tokyo Public Security Bureau, such as Hayakawa Akira and Himeno. Yes. The man nodded vigorously again. Then the man left, and Otonashi Chiya prepared to go find Denji and the others. For the time being, let Densi, Xiaohong and Pachita live in Tokyo. It is better than the environment in the Soviet slums. Master, what exactly was that ability of yours? You could actually travel between the human world and hell at will? At this time, the entire cabinet incident was completely over, and Lei Sei couldn't help but ask Otonashi Chiya. Not only her, but several other weapon men were also very curious, as Otonashi Chiya's abilities were completely beyond their understanding. Although Shen Yu didn't feel as deeply as they did, after all, she didn't know much about hell, but she still became curious about what Shen Yu said. It just so happened that she had always been wondering how Otonashi Chiya could have so many pervert abilities. That is my demonic power, but it is also an unspeakable secret. Anyway, I can go to hell anytime I want, and I can leave anytime I want. Otonashi Chiya explains. Although this explanation was the same as no explanation, Lacey and the others did not ask any further questions. After all, Otonashi Chiya had already said that it was a secret that could not be told. The secret of the double Kamui must never be revealed. This is the iron rule that Otonashi Chiya adheres to. The space opened by the double Kamui is specifically connected to the different space. The Kamui space is originally a different space that is completely isolated from the human world and hell. No matter whether he is in the human world or hell, he can transfer to the Kamui space, and he can also transfer from the Kamui space to the human world or hell at will. He had never been to hell before, so he definitely couldn't be teleported to hell blindly. Now that he has set foot in hell, he can be teleported there accurately at any time. This time it is certain that Mishima is not in the cabinet, so there is a high probability that she is still in hell. Otonashi Chiya thought to himself. He had not forgotten his previous decision to go to hell to find Mikima. In terms of strength, his current, chi and blood, attributes can be considered strong enough. He has basically no problem except facing the root demon. The root demon is the ceiling among demons, especially since hell is the home ground of the root demon. For example, the dark demon is truly invincible in his own dark realm. It can be understood that the dark demon in the dark realm has an invincible frame, and you cannot kill it at all. So when you meet the root demon, just don't fight to the death. With 2 Kamui, at least you will have no problem protecting yourself. Advertisement, but Otonashi Chiya felt that it was not the time to go to hell yet, and he would wait until he finished what he was currently doing. At this time, Otonashi Chiya moved to Denji alone. It's been resolved, we can go back, it's getting better so soon. Densi was immediately surprised. Chiya's brother had said it would take no more than 3 days, so she was mentally prepared to wait for 3 days. However, she didn't expect that it would heal in less than a day. Well, but, at this time, Otonashi Chiya noticed that there were some bloodlines on the ground at the door that had not been completely cleaned up. Did anything happen during this period? Did someone attack you? Yeah, there were drunk guys trying to break in before, but they were all knocked down by Sister Xiaohong. Sister Xiaohong is so awesome. Denji praised. Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. This means that Xiaohong now already has the strength in the original book, but he was not sure before. Although praised by Densi, Toyama Xiaohong looked as if she had done something wrong. She lowered her head slightly and did not dare to look Otonashi Chiya in the eye. Because Otonashi-kun had told her to contact him immediately if anything happened, but she acted rashly. What if it wasn't those homeless people but strong people whom she couldn't defeat? Then she would have implicated Denji and Pachita as well. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Dongshan Xiaohong took the initiative to admit her mistake. What's there to be sorry about? Didn't you protect Denji and Pachita? How could I possibly blame you for this? Otonashi Chiya said softly. But next time, if there is anything, I still hope you can tell me first. Dongshan Xiaohong smiled happily. As expected, Otonashi-kun is still so gentle, which is one of the main reasons why she likes Otonashi-kun. Chapter 129 International Transfers. Otonashi Chiya has brought Denji, Kaharu and Pachita back to Tokyo again, and they are still living in their original home for the time being. As for the others, Shenyue, Lisai and those weapon men, Otonashi Chiya helped them rent 2 suites in the same apartment so that they had a place to live temporarily. Since we are all in the same apartment building, we can all gather in the Otonashi Chiya suite except when we are sleeping, and then go back to our own rooms when it is time to sleep. This cabinet incident was deliberately handled by the Japanese officials. The civilians only knew that the cabinet had committed suicide and got into trouble. They did not know what specifically happened, nor did they know about Otonashi Chiya and others. Only Japanese officials and senior officials of certain countries know the truth of the whole matter, and they all tacitly choose to keep it completely secret from ordinary people. Therefore, it has basically no impact on the daily lives of Otonashi Chiya, Densi, Zhaohong and others. He thinks the authorities are really smart in this regard. But he still had to find his next place to go. He needed a place to live for a long time, then buy a house and settle down. Les, how much do you know about the international transfer of demon hunters? At this time, Otonashi Chiya was asking Reese about where to go. If the international transfer is involved and goes smoothly, he will be able to find a suitable place to settle down long-term. International transfer? I know quite a bit about it. Master, are you planning to participate in an international transfer? Lacey couldn't help but ask. That's about right. We need a place to settle down permanently. Neither Japan nor the Soviet Union are particularly suitable options at the moment. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Then you can indeed try an international transfer. With Master's recent deeds, he will probably become the most sought-after demon hunter in history. Lacey immediately became excited. It's hard to imagine how outrageous Master's transfer fee would be. You should know that the mechanism of international transfers is that each country makes an offer. If a demon hunter has a clear owner, then the original country will decide which country the player will be transferred to. This is usually decided by the country with the highest bid, and the transfer fee is also paid to the original country. But Otonashi Chiya is a demon hunter without a clear affiliation, and the Japanese officials dare not claim that Otonashi Chiya belongs to them. So at that time it will be up to Otonashi Chiya himself to decide which country to transfer to. Of course, the bidding process will still proceed as normal, and the transfer fee will also belong to Otonashi Chiya. Therefore, Lacey is looking forward to seeing how high Otonashi Chiya's transfer fee will set in international transfers. It's too early to talk about this. Please tell me the specific rules of international transfers first so that I can prepare in advance. Otonashi Chiya doesn't care that much about the so-called transfer fee. Advertisement. What he cares about most is the sincerity and attitude of the countries participating in the bidding towards him, and whether they are the countries he likes. Let me think about it. There are 2 international transfer periods every year, the summer transfer period and the winter transfer period. As for the specific time, Lacey thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Oh, in less than half a month, this year's summer transfer window will begin. So soon. That's just what I want. Otonashi Chiya said, then I'll see who I should contact. I can help Master contact them. I remember that Daxia is the destination for international transfers this year. I know someone who works there. Lacey's connections must be pretty good, then I'll leave it to you. Otonashi Chiya explains. Lacey, however, looked dissatisfied and muttered, Master is just talking, isn't there any expression? What does that mean? Otonashi Chiya already had a sense of what Reese might say. Lace didn't say anything, but leaned slightly towards Otonashi Chiya, then tapped her own face with her fingers. This action was already very obvious. Otonashi Chiya was silent for a moment. Be serious, there's no need to tease me with this kind of thing. In his opinion, this was probably a way for Lacey to tease his acting skills. I am a very serious person. Could it be that Master is already embarrassed now? It was obvious that Lacey's words were meant to tease Otonashi Chiya. That's what you said. Having been teased to this extent, Otonashi Chiya certainly couldn't stand it anymore. He just tried to persuade Lace that it was unnecessary, just to remind Lace not to think that he didn't dare. It would be a bit bad if she sacrificed her innocence just to tease him. Advertisement he had already reminded her, and since Lacey was still going to push her further, he wouldn't care anymore. Lacey suddenly felt her face being tapped, and her joyful smile froze slightly. Just as Otonashi Chiya said, Lacey was indeed trying to tease Otonashi Chiya's acting skills. She didn't expect Otonashi Chiya to be serious, but she had actually prepared herself mentally for unexpected events. What she didn't expect was that her heart was actually touched. This subtle heart-pounding feeling was completely different from the last time she took the initiative to kiss him on the face. After all, at that time, Lacey's performance was purely acting, but now she has some different feelings towards Otonashi Chiya, but she herself doesn't care. Seeing that Lacey was slightly stunned, Otonashi Chiya said calmly, See, I warned you a long time ago, but you didn't listen to my advice. No, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Master is my favorite person. Lacey smiled faintly. After this incident, she became more clear about her feelings. She realized that although her love for her master was not great, it was definitely not fake. Otonashi Chiya just felt that this guy was still being stubborn. Forget it, I won't make trouble with you anymore. So is my expression just now enough to satisfy you? Of course I am satisfied. I will call the staff member to say hello later. Lacey said with a smile. After a while, Dongshan Zhaohong came back from school. I'm back. Xiao Zhaohong, welcome back. Lacey immediately went over to help Zhaohong take off her school bag. Speaking of which, Lacey is really capable and she quickly got along well with Zhaohong and Densi. Pachita has not been recognized as the chainsaw demon yet. Otonashi Chiya speculates that in the original work, it was Makima who deliberately spread the news of the Chainsaw Man to the top leaders of various countries, because it is clear that Makima did so to the demons of the Eternal Demon. It can be said that all the events in the first part of the original work were Mikima's plan, and even the Chainsaw Man Church in the second part was a problem left over by Mikima. So if it weren't for Mikima's influence, almost no one in the world would have seen the Chainsaw Demon, and the demons who were killed by Pochita in hell would have lost their memories and reincarnated. Shen Yu's relationship with Densi and Xiao Hong is still cold, but the main reason is that they don't speak the same language. Chapter 130 Shen Yu's Smile, additional update. Dongshan Xiao Hong is still attending her original school for the time being. Otonashi Chiya planned to wait until the international transfer was completed and the new destination was decided, and then he would go to handle the relevant procedures for Xiao Hong to drop out and transfer. It was almost time for dinner, and Kanzuki, Reese, and the weapons people all gathered at Otonashi Chiya's side. Fortunately, the living room of his apartment is big enough to accommodate so many people. At this moment, Densi suddenly showed his head at the bedroom door and waved to Otonashi Chiya quietly. Otonashi Chiya saw Densi out of the corner of his eye, and he immediately walked over, wondering what Densi wanted him to do. When Chiya came in, Densi immediately closed the door and asked quietly, "That guy named Shen Yu seems to have a grudge against me and Xiao Hong." "Really, I feel fine. She is usually like that, taciturn and cold, and the most important thing is that she can't speak the same language as you." Otonashi Chiya explained, "She only speaks Russian, and you only speak Japanese, so you can't communicate with her." "Oh, I see. I thought she could speak Japanese," Dianki suddenly realized. Seeing that Sister Lace and several other older brothers and sisters could speak Japanese, she subconsciously thought that Shen Yu could also speak Japanese. But she overlooked that everyone except Shen Yu was an agent. "No wonder Sister Xiao Hong ignored us when we talked to her before. I thought she had something against us." Denji couldn't help but say, "It shouldn't be, right?" Otonashi Chiya also didn't have much confidence in saying that Kamijo had no problem with Denji and Kuhong. After all, Shen Yu's jealousy was too outrageous. "Well, next I will try to find a way for you to communicate normally." Otonashi Chiya explains. "What is the solution?" Denji asked. "It's very simple, just make sure you all speak the same language." However, Otonashi Chiya does not intend to let Kamijo learn Japanese alone or let Densi and Xiao Hong learn Russian alone, as this would always give the impression that he is favoring one side more. In order to avoid this trouble, he plans to let Shenyue, Densi and Xiao Hong learn the same new language, which can be Huxia or English. Of course, he personally prefers Huxia. This can also be used as a preparation for settling in a new place in the future, so that Dianki and Xiao Hong will not be unable to communicate with people in a new country when they go there. As for Pochita, it is probably not necessary, as the demon seems to have the talent of knowing various human languages. Advertisement: once I decide where to go next, I'll see whether I want you to learn Huxia, English, or another language. Otonashi Chiya roughly explained. Anyway, whether it is Huxia or English, he has ready-made language teachers, namely the agents of Lacey. It is impossible for them not to know popular languages such as Huxia and English. Oh. Densi thought for a while and said, "I feel that I am more interested in Huxia. I learned a lot of Huxia characters with Sister Xiao Hong before. I wonder if it will be difficult to learn Huxia? As for the difficulty, it's okay if you're interested, you can always learn it if you study hard." Otonashi Chiya didn't want to tell Densi this cruel reality. Learning Huxia is very difficult, at least much more difficult than English. "Okay, then I'll continue playing games with Pochita." "Ah, Pochita, you took advantage of my absence to attack me twice again." When Otonashi Chiya returned to the living room, Shen Yu, who was sitting on the sofa, asked curiously, "What did your sister say to you just now?" "I'm talking about something related to you." Otonashi Chiya did not deliberately hide anything from Shenyue. Shen Yu couldn't help but continue to ask, "Related to me? What's the matter?" "It basically means that you are too arrogant and think you have a problem with them." Otonashi Chiya explains. Shen Yu suddenly fell silent. Although she does have some issues with Denji and Kohong, she is now influenced by Otonashi Chiya and will not intentionally ignore others because of such a small incident. But she simply couldn't understand what Densi and Xiao Hong were saying, and she didn't want to waste her time on meaningless explanations, since the other party couldn't understand her explanation either, after all. "But it's okay now. I've explained it to her," Otonashi Chiya said. "Come to think of it, even if you don't reply, just smile at them, it will be much better, but I don't think I have ever seen you smile, not even a smile." "Smile?" Shen Yu's eyes changed slightly. "I don't think I can." She couldn't smile at all and felt completely out of place. "No?" Otonashi Chiya then made a smiling expression to Shenyue and asked Shenyue to look at him. "This is a smile, and you can imitate it if you imitate it." "Okay, I'll give it a try." Advertisement. Although Shen Yu was reluctant, she didn't want Densi and Xiao Hong to misunderstand her. She then forced a smile, imitating the expression on Otonashi Chiya's face. I don't know if it was because it was too deliberate or completely inappropriate, but the expression on Shen Yu's face at this moment not only did not give people a kind feeling, but instead seemed a little scary. It is difficult to describe it in words. If I have to describe it, it would be a gloomy and evil sneer. "That's fine. It seems like it's too much of a stretch to ask you to smile." Otonashi Chiya immediately gave up the idea of teaching Shen Yu to smile. If Shenyue showed this kind of smile in front of Denji and Xiao Hong, it would only make the misunderstanding worse. Shen Yu immediately returned to his original expression. His usual expressionless and cold look was much better than the smile just now. "Miss Shen Yu, If you want to get along well with Xiao Xiaohong and Sister Densi, I can help you. At this moment, Lacey suddenly came over. She heard the conversation between Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yu just now and immediately understood what had happened. Unnecessary. Shen Yu refused in a cold tone. Her proud self-esteem would not allow her to ask Lace for help. Obviously I'm trying to help Miss Shen Yu. Lace spread her hands helplessly. I appreciate your kindness, but that's all. Shen Yu said calmly. Or you can use some simple English to communicate with Dianqi and the others. At least Zhao Hong should be able to understand it. At this time, Otonashi Chiya suggested. Zhao Hong is a top student. Her spoken English may not be very good, but she should have no problem understanding some simple sentences. But what Otonashi Chiya didn't know was that Komatsuki was captured by the Yakuza at a young age, and had been fighting for survival since he was a child. He had no chance to study at all, so he was a complete illiterate. Not to mention English, I can only speak my native Russian and don't recognize most of the words. I don't know English either, I don't know anything except Russian. There was no trace of embarrassment on Shen Yu's face, and his tone sounded righteous and confident. Chapter 131 The Furious Queen appears. You don't know any English? Have you never been to school? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. No, Shen Yu shook his head. At this moment, Lei Sai suddenly pulled the corner of Otonashi Chiya's clothes and whispered in his ear. Master, come with me. Then Lei Sai pulled Otonashi Chiya aside and whispered, let me tell you about Miss Shen Yu's life experience. Her background? Otonashi Chiya was immediately curious. Then, Lacey gave a brief account of Shen Yu's past experiences in the Mafia. However, in order to take Shen Yu's feelings into consideration, she did not explain the GU raising plan in detail. Otonashi Chiya didn't know that Shen Yu had killed many innocent children like her. But even if he knew, he wouldn't really care. After all, it was an environment where if you didn't kill others you would be killed by others, and you had no choice but to protect yourself. He is not so unreasonable that he would not dislike Shen Yu because of such things. After listening to what Lessei said, Otonashi Chiya understood why Komatsuki had never been to school, and this was probably also the reason why Komatsuki had such a strange personality. What are you whispering about? Seeing that Otonashi Chiya and Reese were whispering something, Shen Yu couldn't help but walk over and ask. Nothing, we were just saying that Miss Shen Yu is very beautiful. Lacey looked very serious and didn't look like she was joking at all. Her acting skills are amazing. It's rare for her to show such a serious expression, which makes it easier for people to believe that she is telling the truth. Yeah? Shen Yu's tone was somewhat doubtful. Otonashi Chiya felt that it was outrageous that Reese could make Shen Yu half believe. Of course, master, don't you think so? Lacey said with a smile. Advertisement. While speaking, she poked Otonashi Chiya's waist with her left hand hidden behind his back, as if to signal Otonashi Chiya to help her speak. She didn't want Shen Yu to know what she had just said to Otonashi Chiya. If Shen Yu knew, he would definitely be angry with her. As Lessei said this, Shen Yu's gaze immediately shifted to Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya could immediately feel Shen Yu's unusual gaze, as if he was very concerned about his answer. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but guess that it was probably because of what Lesser said, very beautiful. Facing Shen Yu's gaze, Otonashi Chiya immediately nodded and said, yeah, yes. Hearing this, Shen Yu was immediately delighted, but she did not show it on her face and sat back on the sofa with an expressionless face. Ms. Shen Yu is so easy to fool, she fooled me so easily. Lacey whispered. But she immediately realized something. Oh no, Miss Shen Yu probably doesn't care what I said to you just now, but only cares about the 4 words, very beautiful. Otonashi Chiya said nothing, because he had already seen it. Ms. Shen Yu really likes Master very much. Lacey teased Otonashi Chiya intentionally. Xiao Xiaohong is the same, and so is Sister Densi. By the way, Sister Densi is definitely not the Master's biological sister, right? And then there is me. The Master is really a sinful man. When saying the words, serious sins, Lacey deliberately slowed down her speech and emphasized her tone. Otonashi Chiya wanted to refute, but he couldn't. Yes, he is a very sinful man. At this moment, the furious demon in Otonashi Chiya also joined in the booing, but her voice was only audible to Otonashi Chiya. Stop making trouble, Otonashi Chiya said to the angry demon helplessly in his heart. Why can't I join in the fun? Are you discriminating against demons? The furious demon immediately protested. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you anymore, I have to go prepare dinner. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya ended his verbal battle with the angry demon. Prepare dinner. Come on, let me try what you cook later. The furious demon suddenly said. She had always seen other people enjoying the food made by Otonashi Chiya, and over time, she wanted to try it even though she had never tasted human food before. Not long after she came to the world, she started cooperating with the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. Later, the Kyoto Public Security Bureau provided her with human corpses and blood. After all, there are countless death row prisoners and people who die every day due to various reasons. As long as some benefits are given to the families and with their consent, these bodies can be recycled and provided to the demons imprisoned in the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. Later, the furious demon signed a contract with Otonashi Chiya. In order to maintain his strength, he only needed to secretly suck some of Otonashi Chiya's blood every day. She discovered that the human boy's blood and energy were extremely strong, so strong that it was outrageous, so her sucking some blood every day did not seem to cause any adverse effects on the boy. Of course, Otonashi Chiya also noticed that the furious demon had been secretly sucking his blood every day during this period, but since it was only a little bit each time and had almost no effect on him, he did not take it seriously. It's up to you. If you want to try it, just try it. Halfway through his speech, Otonashi Chiya suddenly thought of something. By the way, do you demons master all human languages as soon as you were born? He has always been curious about this question, and this time he can ask the angry demon. That's about right. We can understand anything you say, Russian, Japanese, English, whatever. I've known it since I can remember. The furious demon replied. I don't know why, but my memory seems to be missing. I always feel like I existed before I came to the world. That's because you were killed in hell and then reincarnated in the human world, but almost all of your memories before that were lost. Otonashi Chiya got the answer and also explained it to the angry demon. Hell, I see. It feels very familiar. The angry demon felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the word, hell. Then I'll come out now. As soon as the furious demon finished speaking, there was a sudden movement in the palm of Otonashi Chiya's right hand, and the blood mark on the palm immediately flashed with blood. The next moment, the true form of the furious demon appeared next to Otonashi Chiya. Her true form was very similar to that of a human, and her other form was that of a furious sword. She wore a golden long skirt, had blood-red hair and blood-red eyes, was barefoot, had a tall and proud figure, and had a queen-like temperament all over her body. When the furious demon suddenly appeared, Shen Yu, Lei Sei and those weapon men were all shocked at first. Because this woman was not only very strange, but also gave them a very dangerous feeling. Chapter 132 named Scarlet. Master, this person shouldn't be an enemy, right? Lacey showed a rare serious look and confirmed with Otonashi Chiya. Even though the other weapon men didn't get up from the sofa, they immediately sat up straight, obviously entering a state of alert and able to transform at any time through triggers. Not only did Shen Yu look alert, he also had a bad feeling. Could this be another woman who had an unusual relationship with Otonashi Chiya? No, she is the demon I contracted, but she looks very much like a human. Otonashi Chiya's answer path. Ah, it's actually a demon? Lacey was a little surprised. Although she knew that many demons looked similar to humans, the demon in front of her was too similar to humans. Apart from the blood-red eyes and the blood-red lines like tattoos on certain parts of the body, he is basically no different from a normal human being. Even a thought suddenly popped up in Risa's mind. Could Otonashi Chiya also be this kind of humanoid demon? After all, those eyes are not like those of a normal person. But she quickly dismissed the idea, because demons cannot sign a contract with each other, only humans can sign a contract with demons. Neither demons nor weapon men can sign a contract with humans or demons. According to the intelligence previously given to her by the military high-ranking officials, Otonashi Chiya had signed a contract with the angry demon of the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. The woman in front of her should be the angry demon. Is this true? This is the first time I've seen a demon that looks so much like a human? If a demon that is so similar to humans were to hide in human society, it is hard to imagine how serious the consequences would be. It's not that bad. There are very few humanoid demons like this. I heard that these demons are often close to humans. At this time, Freya and others also exclaimed. Only Shen Yu cared about something different from them. Her vague ominous premonition just now seemed to be true. I am the rageful demon that resides in Otonashi Chiya's body. Greetings, everyone. The furious demon introduced himself very friendly, and used Russian that everyone present could understand. I already know your names, so there is no need to trouble you to introduce yourselves. She has been in Otonashi Chiya's body all this time. Otonashi Chiya knows the names of these people, and she must know them too. Except for certain times when Otonashi Chiya would deliberately block her sight, she usually knew everything that happened to Otonashi Chiya. Advertisement Lacey and the others immediately relaxed their guard. The demon who signed a contract with Otonashi Chiya will definitely not harm Otonashi Chiya during the contract period, except for the cost of the contract. Should we just call you the Raging Devil? Is there any other convenient name? At this time, Lacey asked. Name? My name is the Raging Devil. I haven't considered any other names. The furious demon spoke bluntly. She felt that she was a pure demon and there was no need to have a human name. Calling you the Raging Devil is a little awkward. How about I give you a name? Otonashi Chiya also said. The furious demon was slightly stunned, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Then you can help me get it. After all, the importance of this human boy in her eyes is different. If those people like Lace wanted to give her a human name, she would never accept it. I thought about it and decided to name you Scarlet. Otonashi Chiya quickly came up with a name. Although he has always been bad at naming, he felt that the name, Scarlet, was not bad, because the most common color of the angry demon was blood red. Scarlet. Huh. This is the first time the angry demon has had a human name after coming to the world for so long, and it sounds really nice. If you don't like it, I can think of another one for you, but I'm terrible at naming. I've really tried my best. Otonashi Chiya said this very frankly. Scarlet smiled slightly. No, I think the name, Scarlet, is a good one. That's fine. Otonashi Chiya explains, giving the devil a name. Shen Yu felt more and more that something was wrong. Ms. Scarlet has never appeared before, why did she suddenly show up this time? At this time, Lacey suddenly asked, advertisement. According to the intelligence at the time, Otonashi Chiya had already signed a contract with the wrathful demon, but had never shown up before today. I want to try the food made by Otonashi Chiya, Scarlet answered truthfully. Oh, you are worthy of being the master. Even the devil is attracted by the master's cooking skills. Lacey exclaimed. When Otonashi Chiya was busy in the kitchen, Densi and Zhaohong also went in to help. However, Kanzuki and Lisai were sensible and did not make things worse for Otonashi Chiya. Therefore, now Scarlet, Shenyue, Lacey and the weapons men are all sitting on the sofa in the living room. At this time, Shen Yu seemed to be unable to help herself, and asked directly to the Crimson who was sitting opposite with her round long legs crossed. Rage, what is your relationship with Otonashi Chiya? At this time, Fei Hong was leaning on the sofa, looking a little lazy. Of course it's a contractual relationship, but if you want to delve deeper, he is probably the human being I care about the most. There was not a single lie in what she said, but it could easily be misunderstood by people who did not know the truth. Varied. Shen Yu immediately misunderstood, but it would be strange if such words did not cause misunderstanding. Oh, this is a bit. Lacey immediately revealed a meaningful smile. She had just said that Otonashi Chiya was a sinful man, and immediately a beautiful humanoid demon appeared who had special feelings for Otonashi Chiya, and she almost revealed her feelings in front of them. The weapons people think that Lord Otonashi is so awesome. Even demons can be conquered, let alone angry demons, which sound very advanced. No one present doubted whether demons could develop fondness for humans. Although demons do not have as rich emotions as humans, they still have many basic emotions, and the higher the level of the demon, the richer the emotions. What's more, even ordinary demons like bad demons and leech demons can fall in love. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was busy cooking and had no idea what was happening outside. When he brought the dishes out, he noticed that the atmosphere in the living room seemed a little strange. Excuse me, what just happened? Otonashi Chiya put the plate on the table and asked. Shen Yu's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of resentment. I never thought that you would not even let the devil go. Chapter 133. Magic City, additional update, Otonashi Chiya was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Shen Yu meant by this sentence. What does it mean that he doesn't even let the devil go? Isn't it? Shen Yu asked back. No, you should first explain to me what I mean by not even letting the devil go. I really don't understand what this means. Otonashi Chiya looked a little helpless. I guess it's because Miss Scarlet just said that you are the human she cares about the most. Lei Sai explained for Shen Yu. As she spoke, she went into the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Of course the other armed men felt embarrassed to just sit there and wait, so they also went over to wash and get the dishes and serve them. Oh, so that's what you mean. Otonashi Chiya immediately understood. It turned out that it was because Scarlet said something that could easily be misunderstood. You all misunderstood Scarlet's meaning. Otonashi Chiya then explained. She signed a contract with me because of the special nature of my eyes, so to be precise, she cares about my eyes. Shen Yu helped serve soup to everyone, and asked in a somewhat suspicious tone, is that so? Almost, but. At this time, Fei Hong said. The past was the past, and the present is the present. At the beginning, I really cared about his eyes the most, but now, I am also interested in him as a person. What she meant by this sentence was probably that she wanted to dig out all the secrets of Otonashi Chiya. But her words were so vague that they were more likely to be misunderstood than the previous one. Shen Yu immediately glared at Otonashi Chiya coquettishly, as if blaming Otonashi Chiya for fooling her. Otonashi Chiya sighed. Fei Hong, can't you speak more clearly? You're only making me misunderstood more. Really? But I think this is quite interesting. The corners of her crimson mouth raised slightly. Seeing this, Otonashi Chiya immediately understood that Scarlet was obviously doing it on purpose. He had vaguely discovered before that Fei Hong was a bit sinister, and now it seems to be true. Otonashi Chiya was too lazy to explain further. The more he explained, the more confusing it would become, especially with Scarlet, a sinister guy like him. After a while, dinner began. Advertisement, but now there are too many people and the dining table is a bit crowded. Originally, there were 10 people in total, including Otonashi Chiya, Densi, and Reese, and the seats were just full. Pachita shared a seat with Densi. Now that there is an extra person named Hong Hong, someone has to stand or sit on the sofa. Well, Flame Gun Weapon Man Bal M was about to offer his seat, but Scarlet had already sat down. But she didn't sit on a chair, but sat directly on Otonashi Chiya's lap. Otonashi Chiya wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Shen Yu's pupils suddenly trembled. Lacey couldn't help but marvel in her heart. Miss Scarlet is obviously a devil, yet she is so capable. She had only heard that the more human-like a demon looked, the smarter it was and the higher its IQ was. She had only heard about it, but this time she saw it with her own eyes. Seeing this scene, Dongshan Zhaohong was extremely surprised, and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel envious. What are you doing? Densi was so excited that he almost jumped out of his seat. Higashiyama Kohong and Denji have just met Scarlet and know that she is the demon contracted by Otonashi Chiya. But what I didn't expect was that this devilish elder sister would act so intimately towards Otonashi Chiya. Human little sister, I just want to taste the food made by Otonashi Chiya, what's wrong? The smile on the crimson face was slightly joyful. That's not the problem. The problem is why you want to sit on Chiya's lap. Densi said excitedly. I'm so envious. Oh no, how abominable. Isn't there no room left? So I can only sit here. Scarlet said as a matter of course, then I'll switch with you and give you my seat. Denji said immediately. No, I feel more comfortable sitting like this. Scarlet refused in a calm tone. Dongshan Zhaohong smiled awkwardly, although she couldn't help feeling a little envious. She couldn't be as bold as Dianqi. Advertisement. Yu. DNC was suddenly angry and envious. Shen Yu stared at Fei Hong intently, and the air was filled with a thick invisible jealousy. Allah, Lacey, on the other hand, enjoyed watching the show without any hassle. The people who were concerned about weapons kept a distance from the matter as it was none of their business. They considered themselves to be side branches, and did not want to cause any trouble for themselves. I can't use human cutlery, I need you to feed me. At this time, Fei Hong grabbed the chopsticks and handed them to Otonashi Chiya, indicating that Otonashi Chiya should feed her. The way she held the chopsticks was obviously from someone who had never used them before. It was really difficult for a demon who had never used chopsticks to suddenly eat with them. But the gazes from Kanzuki, Denji and Zhaohong have already made Otonashi Chiya feel a little pressured, while Lacey just seems to be watching for fun. Just about enough, don't overdo it. Otonashi Chiya put Scarlet down from his lap, and went to the kitchen to get a spoon and a fork. If you don't know how to use chopsticks, you can use these too. Use a spoon to eat rice and a fork to eat vegetables. As long as you have hands, you can use them. At most you may not be very skilled at using them. Because he knew that Fei Hong was teasing him out of evil intentions, he naturally didn't want to continue to indulge her and cause trouble for himself. That's fine. Scarlet said casually. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya sat on the sofa and ate. According to his habits in his previous life, he would still enjoy his meal even if he walked around with the bowl in his hand. This was the case whenever there were many people at home during festivals, and he had long been accustomed to it. After dinner, we rested for a while. Scarlet seemed to be satisfied and returned to the palm of Otonashi Chiya's right hand, continuing to reside inside him. Lacey has also contacted the international transfer staff in Daxia and informed Otonashi Chiya of the specific situation. According to the other party, we can go there in advance to prepare in about 7 days. This year's international transfer will be held in Shanghai, so we can go there directly then. It's all demons, right? It's all fine. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. Anyway, he has nothing to do recently, the only thing is that it will delay his trip to Hell. He planned to visit Hell and find Mikima after the international transfer was over. Try to eliminate this potential threat as much as possible. As long as Mikima has not been found, it will be an unstable factor. Even if it is not the Japanese cabinet, the top leaders of other countries will not be much better. It is best not to let Mikima fall into the hands of any top leaders. Chapter 134 Visiting Old Friends Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Otonashi Chiya came to visit an old friend. General Manager Yoshimura, I will no longer work at the Leningrad military headquarters, and I probably won't continue to work at the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but I will come back occasionally to visit. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was in Yoshimura Taki's office. After all, I've done something so unfair to you. It's already very generous of me to come back and visit you once in a while. Yoshimura Taki said with an apologetic look on his face. As a senior official in Tokyo Public Security, he had naturally heard about what happened in the cabinet not long ago, and he also knew that the person who took action was Otonashi Chiya and his subordinates. But he just felt very guilty towards Otonashi Chiya. After all, it was he who persuaded Otonashi Chiya to go to the Soviet Union to work as required by the cabinet, and such an unpleasant thing happened as a result. That's not true. The affairs of those guys in the cabinet have little to do with General Manager Yoshimura and the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Otonashi Chiya's faint smile. As a man who could distinguish right from wrong, he naturally would not vent his anger on Manager Yoshimura. Just think about it, it is impossible for ordinary people to know the content of the contract between the Soviet military and the Japanese cabinet. Even Yoshimura, the chief of Tokyo Public Security, was just an ordinary person in front of the bigwigs in the cabinet. I understand. We in Tokyo Public Security Bureau always welcome you back as a guest. Yoshimura Taki immediately smiled. Well, there's nothing else to do, that's about it. After saying that, Otonashi Chiya left the office. After Otonashi Chiya left, Yoshimura Taki couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect that after what happened, Otonashi Chiya would still be willing to talk to him so amicably. Otonashi Chiya then met Hayakawa Aki and Himeno in the lobby. Himeno immediately waved to him. Hello, Otonashi-kun is back? Welcome back. Is this a paid vacation? How is it like working in the Soviet Union? Hayakawa Akira asked in a calm tone. Hayakawa and Himeno senpai. Advertisement Otonashi Chiya greeted with a smile. It's a paid vacation. I've been back for a few days. Work in the Soviet Union is not bad. It was obvious that Hayakawa Aki and Himeno were unaware of the recent events, so Otonashi Chiya had no intention of revealing those things to them. With Otonashi-kun's abilities, he must have become famous in the Soviet Union, right? Ji said. Otonashi Chiya smiled but said nothing. To some extent, it has indeed become famous. In a couple of days I'm going to go with Aki-kun to his hometown, North Blue Road, to visit his grave. Do you want to come with us, Otonashi-kun? At this time, Himeno said to Otonashi Chiya. Hino-senpai, it's rare for Otonashi to come back and relax for a few days. It's not appropriate for us to take up his time. Hayakawa Aki said immediately. People come back to Otonashi to relax, but tomb sweeping is a heavy thing, which is obviously inappropriate. It's okay. I'm very free these days, Otonashi Chiya said. Well, thank you for your help. Thank you Hayakawa Aki. Although he didn't want to take up Otonashi's time, he hoped most if Otonashi could go with him to visit the graves on North Blue Road. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Hayakawa Aki's favorability, LV4, and gains attribute points, 15. See, I told you, Otonashi-kun is still as kind and thoughtful as ever. Ji said with a smile. Don't take other people's kindness for granted. Hayakawa Aki immediately lectured Senior Himeno, advertisement. Ji scratched his head. Oh, Shu-jun is lecturing me again, and I am obviously the senior. North Blue Road. Otonashi Chiya, Hayakawa Akira and Himeno have already arrived at North Blue Road and rented a house in a hotel near the cemetery because the tomb sweeping will officially begin tomorrow. In the dead of night, when Hayakawa Aki fell asleep, Himeno called Otonashi Chiya out to the balcony. Ji leaned his hands on the balcony railing and suddenly started talking to himself. It's been so long, but Shu-jun hasn't changed. He still foolishly wants to take revenge on the gun devil. No matter how I persuade him, he won't listen. A demon as strong as the gun demon, let alone revenge, might kill you in the next second if you meet him. So many of us in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau wanted revenge, but in the end, many of us were killed by demons who only had a piece of the gun demon's flesh before we even saw the gun demon. If a piece of meat is so strong, how can we possibly defeat a complete gun demon, Otonashi-kun? Otonashi Chiya listened to Himeno's words quietly. After Himeno finished speaking, he spoke. Yes, but I think Hayakawa is not stupid. He should know that his revenge is almost impossible to achieve. It's just that he may have no other motivation to live at the moment. He looks at the problem from a god's perspective, so naturally he is much more insightful than Senior Ji. In the original work, more and more people that Hayakawa Aki knew died, especially the classic quote after the Dark Devil incident, I'm scared. At that time, Hayakawa Aki had obviously begun to waver. Compared to revenge on the gun devil, he was more worried about the death of Densi and Pawa, because Densi and Pawa were like his family at that time. But for Hayakawa Aki now, apart from Otonashi Chiya and Himeno, who have a good relationship with him, there is no one he cares about, so his mind is still full of revenge, or it should be said that he is full of guilt for his parents and especially his younger brother who were killed by the gun devil. In the original work, after Hayakawa Aki was dominated by Mikima, the 20% gun demon bodies summoned by Mitsuki were also killed by Mikima. In order to stimulate Denji to destroy the contract between Denji and Pachita, let me see your Denji dream. Mikima deliberately dominated the 20% gun demon bodies to enter Hayakawa Aki's body, thus becoming gun demons. Even so, Hayakawa Aki, who has become a gun demon, still has obsessions, but it is no longer revenge, but snowball fights. It was because he asked his brother to go home to get the gloves that his brother was killed by the gun demon as soon as he returned home. However, he, who was standing not far away, survived by chance and witnessed the scene with his own eyes. Perhaps he thought that if he had let his brother stay and play snowball fight for a while longer, his brother would not have been killed by the gun demon, so, snowball fight became the biggest obsession in his heart, and even after his death, he still had the obsession. Hayakawa Aki probably didn't want to live anymore, but carrying hatred and guilt, he had the motivation to live. Although he knew that he couldn't defeat the gun demon, he had no other choice. The motivation to live. Ji gradually fell silent. At least he can't be sacrificed until he has another motivation to live. Otonashi Chiya emphasized to Himeno. So you have to try your best to prevent him from using the power of the cursed demon at any time, but even if he runs out of time one day, I still have a way. Chapter 135 Taking the initiative to take off the hat. What is the solution? Ji couldn't help but ask. Although Shu-jun has not used the power of the cursed devil since entering the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, after all, she is still in the special training period of Captain Kishibe, but Shu-jun has told her that once she uses the power of the cursed devil, a lot of her life will be taken away. Based on her understanding of Shu-jun's character, if she really encountered a demon that she could not deal with, she would definitely not be able to stop Shu-jun from using the power of the cursed demon. So she is very concerned. What can Otonashi-kun do? I'm sorry, I can't reveal the specific method, and it's a method I would only use when I have no other choice. Otonashi Chiya shook his head slightly. He doesn't know Impure World Reincarnation and Rinne Tensai technique at all. Although the possibility of being able to buy them in the system mall later cannot be ruled out, it is empty talk to say this before that. His method is actually a weapon man transformation experiment. Now the top Soviet military officials must be very obedient in front of him, and it would not be difficult to ask them to transform Hayakawa Aki into a weapons man. Once Hayakawa Aki is transformed into a weapon man, he is basically immortal. There is no concept of lifespan for weapon men, and his appearance is always frozen at the moment before the transformation. Although all the demon contracts before becoming a weapon man will be invalid, there are not many demon powers that are stronger than the weapon man himself. However, the biggest problem is that Otonashi Chiya is not sure about the success of the weapon man experiment. He will know the answer when he asks the military top brass. And we also have to confirm Hayakawa Aki's wishes. After all, not everyone is willing to let the devil's heart merge into their body. Hayakawa Aki may only agree when his life is almost over and he has family members who cannot be separated from him. Well, if we really have to, I'll ask Otonashi-kun to find a solution. Himeno requested very sincerely. No problem. Otonashi Chiya heading out. The next day, Otonashi Chiya followed Hayakawa Aki and Himeno to a cemetery on North Blue Road and officially began the tomb sweeping. A considerable portion of the graves in this large cemetery are victims of the gun demon disaster, including Hayakawa Aki's parents and younger brother. Flowers, offerings, eyes closed, worship. Hayakawa Aki didn't say a word throughout the whole process, but his determined eyes showed that his goal of revenge on the gun devil remained unwavering. Noticing the look in Hayakawa Aki's eyes, Otonashi Chiya could only wait for time to settle. It was not wise to tell Hayakawa Aki the truth about the devil of the gun now. After completing the tomb sweeping, they followed the original procedure and took the bus back to Tokyo Public Security Bureau. At this time, they were in front of the Tokyo Public Security Headquarters building. Thank you very much for being willing to accompany us to visit the graves. As they were about to say goodbye, Hayakawa Aki once again expressed his gratitude to Otonashi Chiya. Is Otonashi-kun going back to the Soviet Union soon? Advertisement GE asked. Otonashi Chiya smiled and said nothing more. He didn't need to say goodbye to Hayakawa Aki and Ameno specifically, because even if he went through an international transfer, he could still come back at any time no matter which country he went to work in, but he probably wouldn't come back too often. Master, at this moment, Lace's voice suddenly came from not far behind. Otonashi Chiya immediately turned around and saw that it was indeed Lacey. My intuition is accurate, right? I knew that Master would come back at this time. Otonashi Chiya smiled but said nothing. He saw Lacey when he was still in the car just now. Lacey also looked into the car, and he knew that Lacey had discovered him. Master? Who? Are you talking about Otonashi-kun? GE was immediately puzzled. Well, her name is Lacey, and she was a new person I was responsible for training when I was working in the Soviet Union. Otonashi Chiya introduced Ameno and Hayakawa Aki. Lacey moaned softly and looked at Hayakawa Aki and Ameno with a charming look. She could tell from Otonashi Chiya's words that Otonashi Chiya probably did not intend to reveal the affairs of the Soviet military and cabinet to these two people. So she also cooperated with Otonashi Chiya and said, yes, I am the disciple who loves Master Otonashi the most. Wow, Miss Lacey expresses her love so directly? GE's eyes suddenly lit up and he became a little excited. I didn't expect that Otonashi-kun found a girlfriend in the Soviet Union so quickly. And she's such a pretty and lovely girlfriend. Congratulations, Otonashi, Hayakawa Akiya said seriously. Otonashi Chiya was speechless. You misunderstood. This guy is usually quite naughty and often speaks without restraint. Otonashi Chiya corrected him. Anyway, this is all just her acting, just to tease me. Oh, is that so? GE was a little surprised. Advertisement. If what Otonashi said is true, then Miss Lace's acting skills are really amazing. You can't even tell that she is acting. Hayakawa Aki believes what Otonashi Chiya said. It seems that Otonashi is very busy. Yes. Otonashi Chiya nodded undeniably. Why is Master like this? I'm obviously a very good boy. Lacey looked a little aggrieved. Otonashi Chiya simply ignored Risa's acting skills. By the way, Miss Lacey, your Japanese is very good. GE couldn't help but admire. Thank you for the compliment. I just studied for a long time. Lacey said modestly. At this moment, Shen Yu also appeared. Her tone was clearly complaining. Les, you threw everything to me and came to find Otonashi Chiya by yourself? Shen Yu was carrying several large bags in her hands. Unlike Lacey, who had changed into a beautiful dress, she was still wearing the military uniform and cap she wore when she worked in the Leningrad military headquarters. Just now, when Lacey found Otonashi Chiya in the car, she directly stuffed all the things she had just bought to Shenue, and then ran over to chase Otonashi Chiya. Oh, is there another person Otonashi-kun knows? GE asked curiously. Although she couldn't understand what the handsome young man was saying, it was obvious that he was an acquaintance of Otonashi-kun and Miss Lacey. Yeah, she was my partner when I was working in the Soviet Union. She was also the strongest demon hunter in the Leningrad military. Her name was Shen Yu. Otonashi Chiya introduced again. GE immediately heard the strange details and couldn't help asking. Isn't this a boy? Although he seems to be prettier than a girl, could he really be a girl? Otonashi Chiya then realized that he had accidentally let the cat out of the bag, because he and she have different pronunciations in Japanese. He didn't know whether Shen Yu would mind him telling others about his female identity, so he didn't answer for the time being. He immediately asked Shen Yu first. Shen Yu, I just let it slip by accident. If you don't want others to know that you are a girl, I will explain it to them. However, Shen Yu did not say anything, but took off her military cap on her own initiative. Her long, smooth hair immediately spread out, and she turned into a long-haired beauty. It seemed that the action was directed at GE, the new strange woman. Chapter 136. Demon City Demon Hunter Association, additional update. Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. He originally thought Shen Yu would mind others knowing she was a girl. After all, she had always been dressed as a man before. Unexpectedly, Shen Yu took the initiative to expose her female identity as soon as she arrived. However, Otonashi Chiya vaguely felt that Shen Yu seemed to have other intentions. Just now, it seemed that he had deliberately taken off his military cap in the direction of Senior Himeno. Could this be jealous? To Senior GE, whom I have never met? Oh, what a beauty! GE was immediately amazed. After all, such beauties are extremely rare. She was already surprised by the appearance of a lace, and now another Kamiduki appeared, and it seemed that they both had a special relationship with Otonashi-kun. Otonashi has always been popular with women, Hayakawa Aki said it all. Lei Sai also saw Shen Yu's intention, and she immediately teased. Miss Shen Yu is quite sensitive, and she doesn't want others to mistakenly think that she and my master are in a relationship. Ah, Ji Yi was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Obviously he understood. So that's how it is. Otonashi-kun is really popular. He has only been in the Soviet Union for a short time and already 2 beautiful girls are devoted to him. That's why I just said that Otonashi is very popular with women. Hayakawa Aki said lightly, didn't I tell you that Lacey was teasing me? Otonashi Chiya was a little helpless. Even if Miss Lace's acting skills are just that, Miss Shen Yu's acting is definitely not that, right? Miss Shen Yu's actions just now were very cool. It was as if she was asserting her sovereignty to us. Himeno asked Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya was speechless. Lacey did make him feel that every word and line was most likely acting, so he couldn't be sure, but as for Shen Yu's words, he had already seen through it and was sure that she had special feelings for him. So he couldn't deny Ji Yi's questioning. Seeing that Otonashi Chiya did not refute, Himeno knew that he had guessed correctly. I guessed it right? Advertisement. But it's a pity that Miss Kanzuki doesn't seem to speak Japanese. We can't communicate if she only speaks Russian, otherwise I would like to ask her what she likes about Otonashi-kun. Ji Yi said with some regret. Okay, stop messing around. Otonashi Chiya had no choice but to change the subject. Please don't be so rude to others, Ji Yi senpai. Hayakawa Aki started to lecture Himeno again, but this time he seemed to be speaking for Otonashi Chiya. Okay, I won't talk about that anymore, Himeno said. From this perspective, Otonashi-kun is living a happy life in the Soviet Union. Aki-kun, you don't have to worry about Otonashi-kun. You should worry more about yourself. Hayakawa Aki could tell that Himeno senpai was going to mention something related to his devil vengeance spear again, so he said bluntly, my decision will not waver. I knew Chu Jun wouldn't listen to my advice, but I will never give up until the day I die. Ji Yi also said in a firm tone. I suggest you relax more and stop talking about such heavy topics all the time. At this time, Otonashi Chiya interrupted Hayakawa Aki and Himeno. Then it's almost time for me to go back. Bye. Otonashi Chiya then left with Reese and Kamijo. At this time, Himeno sighed. Otonashi-kun is right. Let's relax more while our paid vacation is still here. Hayakawa Aki didn't say anything, but that also meant he didn't refuse. Walking on the way home, Shen Yu took off his military cap and never put it on again, with his long hair flying all the way. Because she found that Otonashi Chiya seemed to have a philandering physique, and a new strange woman would suddenly appear if she was not paying attention, she decided not to dress up as a man when she was with Otonashi Chiya in the future. Although there were girls passing by from time to time who were attracted by Otonashi Chiya's appearance in Mangekyō Sharingan, when they saw Reese beside Otonashi Chiya, especially the powerful Kanzuki, they completely dispelled all thoughts. Shen Yu gradually discovered that this was very effective, and his determination became stronger. Before, she always thought that dressing as a man was suitable for fighting and would not be looked down upon. Now, she feels that it is better to be a girl. By the way, did you guys just go shopping for groceries? Advertisement at this time, Otonashi Chiya looked at the bags in Kamijo and Reese's hands and asked casually. Yes, because we didn't know exactly when you would be back today, and we didn't have enough food at home, so Lacey dragged me out to buy groceries. Shen Yu explained in detail. Although she disliked Lacey at first, their relationship gradually improved as they spent more time together. Given your appetite, you really need to buy a lot of food every day. Otonashi Chiya Tokoto. If he wasn't rich enough, with a total of tens of millions of yen on him, the appetite of people like Reese would quickly bankrupt an ordinary family. That's also for Reese and the others, don't take me with you. Shen Yu said calmly. What does it matter? Anyway, I don't want any salary. I just hope that Master can make delicious food for me. Lacey said. By the way, Master, there is new progress regarding international transfers. At this time, Lacey suddenly talked about business. The president of the Demon Hunter Association in the Magic City said that he hopes Master can go there in a couple of days to visit. What do you think? The Demon Hunter Association? Is it the Celestial Empire's agency responsible for international transfers? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. Well, the functions of the Celestial Demon Hunter Association are very broad. They are not only responsible for international transfers. Simply put, almost all aspects of Celestial Demon Hunters are managed by Demon Hunter Associations in various places. Lacey explained briefly. P.S. Since the setting of Daxia in the worldview of Chainsaw Man is too sensitive, I can only say that those who understand it will understand it, and those who touch it will die, so I will not mention those sensitive words in this book, and use the Devil Hunter Association as the main force of the Huxia Demon Hunters. I see. Otonashi Chiya now understood. The Demon Hunter Association is similar to the local public security departments in Japan, but it may have greater power than the public security departments and may even be responsible for such important matters as international transfers. The president has personally invited us, so we should give him the honor. Let's set off in 2 days. Otonashi Chiya naturally had no reason to refuse. What he looks at in a new place is attitude, sincerity, and whether he likes it. The fact that the president of the Demon Hunter Association of Magic City took the initiative to invite him has already demonstrated his attitude and sincerity, and Daxia is definitely his favorite destination. Chapter 137 Arrival at the Celestial Empire. When the day of departure came, Otonashi Chiya naturally had to give instructions to Denji, Kohong and Pachita. We have important matters that require us to be away for a few days. I will ask Sister Lace to stay with you. Otonashi Chiya plans to go to the Demon City with Shen Yu and the weapon men, because these can increase his bargaining chips. But he was worried about leaving Densi, Zhaohong and Pachita here, so he asked Lesse to stay and look after them. Received. I will obey Master's orders unconditionally. At this time, Lacey said obediently, by the way, do you have to call me Master from now on? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. He always felt that this name could easily lead to misunderstanding, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble from time to time in the future. Master, are you unhappy? Well, I will call you something different from now on. Lacey seemed very obedient, but the smile on his face gave Otonashi Chiya a bad feeling. Higashiyama Zhaohong, Denji and Pachita are all very well behaved. After all, it is not the first time that Otonashi Chiya has been away from home. Once Otonashi Chiya has confirmed his destination in the upcoming international transfer, Densi and the others can be taken over as well. The next morning, we took a flight from Tokyo Airport directly to Shanghai. As for the visa, Lacey has already asked the president of the Demon City Demon Hunter Association on behalf of Otonashi Chiya. If you are a demon hunter who is only planning to participate in international transfer, you need to apply for the relevant visa in advance. However, if you have a special invitation letter from the president of the association, you can get a visa on arrival directly, which means you can apply for a temporary visa directly with the relevant documents as soon as you land on the plane. As for the 15-day visa-free policy for Japan, that is not something that can be said at this time. In any case, in the world of Chainsaw Man, and at this time, there is no visa-free policy at the moment. While the plane was in flight, Otonashi Chiya and others filled out the entry application form. A few hours later, the plane landed at the Magic City Airport. Advertisement, ding. Host activates the achievement, Arrival in the Celestial Empire, and receives the reward, Huxia Grandmaster. Otonashi Chiya was stunned for a moment. Is there a possibility that he already knows Huxia and it is his mother tongue? It would be better to give him some attribute points as a reward. Unfortunately, Otonashi Chiya couldn't bargain with the system. After landing, Otonashi Chiya took Shenyue and others to a special place to apply for a visa on arrival. In fact, it would be enough to just show the entry application form and the invitation letter from the president of the Demon City Demon Hunter Association, but they still added their previous work documents. After a while, the visa on arrival was processed. Moreover, the Demon Hunter Association of Demon City seemed to have sent someone to pick them up. The visitor was a middle-aged man with a square face and formal attire. You should be Mr. Otonashi that President Zhang invited. I will send you to the Demon Hunter Association now. The middle-aged man specifically spoke in Russian to Otonashi Chiya and others. He was instructed to do so by his superior, who said that all the guests could understand Russian and only one of them could not speak Huxia, but it was still most convenient to speak Russian. Okay, thank you for your help, Otonashi Chiya then said. Then, the middle-aged man took them to a luxurious long car that could accommodate all of them. Sitting in the car and looking at the scenery outside the window, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help feeling a little emotional, as he had finally returned to Daxia again. Demon Hunter Association of Demon City. The exterior looks even more majestic than the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, just like a palace. Sorry, everyone except Mr. Otonashi, please wait for a moment, because President Zhang hopes to talk to Mr. Otonashi alone. At this time, the middle-aged man said in a polite tone. Shen Yu, Freya and other weapon people did not speak, but looked directly at Otonashi Chiya. They completely obeyed Otonashi Chiya's wishes. It's okay. I'll go meet President Zhang by myself. You guys stay here and wait for me. Remember not to cause trouble here. Otonashi Chiya said to Kanzuki and the others. Advertisement. Yes, Lord Otonashi. The weapons men nodded seriously. Shen Yu raised his eyebrows slightly, as if to indicate that he understood. Then, Otonashi Chiya met with President Zhang under the guidance of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man left silently and closed the door. This looks like Chairman Yang's study, and probably also his workplace. Hello, President Zhang. Otonashi Chiya used Huxia directly. The man in front of him was not young, and looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Not only did he have a Mediterranean hairstyle, but he also had a lot of white hair. However, his face looked dignified, his eyes were firm, and especially he had a spirit that did not seem to match his age. Chairman Zhang immediately stood up and walked over to shake hands with Otonashi Chiya. I am finally meeting you. Thank you for giving me this honor. However, President Zhang did not seem surprised that Otonashi Chiya spoke fluent Huxia. Because he had specifically investigated Otonashi Chiya's identity background and discovered that Otonashi Chiya was actually a mixed race of Huxia and Japanese. His father's surname was Onimu and his mother's surname was Chiba, so it was not surprising that Otonashi Chiya could speak Huxia. It's just that he had been living in Japan before. Although he found very little relevant information when he wanted to track down Otonashi Chiya's parents, it didn't matter. What mattered was whether he could win over this young man who was of great interest to the top management in the international transfer. President Zhang, you were joking. I should be the one thanking President Zhang for the invitation. Otonashi Chiya was polite to Chairman Zhang. Ha ha ha, you are too polite, my friend. Please take a seat first. President Zhang then took out the best tea stored in the cabinet. He would only be willing to give it away when receiving very important guests. Even though he held a high position of power in the Magic City, he did not dare to put on airs in front of the young man, Otherwise he might end up like the Soviet military and the Japanese cabinet. The big shots above and he, when they learned that the young man was about to participate in international transfer, all attached great importance to this matter. Think about it, he just did those things to the Soviet military and the Japanese cabinet, and now he wants to participate in international transfer. It is obvious that he is looking for a place to go. Although this young man is very dangerous, they discovered based on intelligence that he is only dangerous when he wants revenge, and is usually too gentle to be a strong man. In other words, as long as they don't do anything stupid, this young man is not actually dangerous. If they can win this young man in this international transfer, it will not be difficult to get him to stay and settle down for a long time. This will also be a great achievement for President Zhang, so he is very concerned about this matter. I've heard that you're planning to participate in our upcoming international transfer. I'd like to ask if you have any intended destinations? After making tea, President Zhang started talking about business. Chapter 138. I know what's going on, but I'm no longer confident. I'm a straightforward person, and my favorite place to go is Daxia. Otonashi Chiya didn't want to play any tricks with President Zhang because it was too troublesome. To be a riddle teller, in layman's terms, it is just for profit, or at most a more advanced form of bargaining. In his eyes, interests are not the first priority. Anyway, the treatment he deserves will definitely not be reduced. If there is not even this little sincerity, then he thinks there is nothing to talk about. President Zhang didn't expect that the young man would be so straightforward. Since the other party has spoken so directly, he will not continue to play Tai Chi. Especially since the other party has already expressed his attitude, he was pleasantly surprised. Isn't this exactly the answer he was most expecting? Therefore, President Zhang also said frankly, we also attach great importance to you. Of course, this international transfer will still proceed as normal. We will try our best to offer a price that satisfies you. Although he thought about discussing it with Otonashi Chiya privately, it seemed too informal and lacked sincerity, because international transfer was the most formal way. Transfers like those of Guangxi and Kishibe can only be considered temporary, loans, and do not belong to the type of transfers that directly determine the country of their destination. Okay. Otonashi Chiya nodded without saying anything more. But speaking of which, I heard that you brought several strong men from the Soviet Union with you. Do you plan to let them transfer as well? Chairman Zhang also cares about those Soviet strongmen. That's right. They have no affiliation now, just like me. To be more precise, they are now my subordinates, so they will naturally be tied to me when they transfer. Otonashi Chiya said calmly, I see, I understand now. President Zhang suddenly felt excited and solemn. The Soviet warriors brought by Otonashi Chiya can be said to be the original backbone of the Soviet Union, the strongest among them below the gun demon. If their celestial empire can take it down in one fell swoop, then their overall strength will become unprecedentedly powerful. But when it comes to international transfers, the bidding for Otonashi Chiya will definitely be fierce, and representatives from other countries will surely compete with them like crazy. So he had an idea in his mind, but he was a little bit lacking in confidence. It was hard to imagine how high the bid would be at that time. International transfers will officially begin soon. Before that, you can go around our magic city. With your speaking ability, it won't be a problem at all. Advertisement. President Zhang said, where do you want to stay for the time being? Hotel, guest house or apartment? I can help you arrange these places, including 5-star hotels. Whatever. Otonashi Chiya said casually, then we'll arrange a stay for you in a 5-star hotel. President Zhang said. When Otonashi Chiya left, President Zhang sat back in his swivel chair and slowly turned back and forth while thinking. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both his future and the growth of Daxia's strength. His superiors have high hopes for him, so he cannot make any mistakes. Even if he has to put in all the funds given by his superiors or even all his own private money, he must get Otonashi Chiya this time. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue and his group were on their way to the hotel. Shen Yu, aren't you going to change into some other clothes? Are you still wearing the uniform of the Leningrad military? Otonashi Chiya looked at Shen Yu's military uniform which had remained unchanged for 100 years and couldn't help but ask. I'm used to wearing it, and I'm too lazy to change into something else. Shen Yu said in a nonchalant tone. But we will probably live in Daxia for a long time in the future, so I think it would be better for you to buy some new clothes in advance. Otonashi Chiya explains. It's nothing at ordinary times, but when it comes to the international transfer meeting, Shen Yu will attend in a Soviet uniform, and the scene will be somewhat embarrassing. Then let's go buy new clothes, but the prerequisite is that you must help me choose. Shen Yu said bluntly. Okay, I'll help you choose. Otonashi Chiya had no problem with that, but before that, we need to put our luggage in the hotel. Under the arrangement of President Zhang, they will temporarily stay in a 5-star hotel in the Magic City. However, when Otonashi Chiya decides to settle here for a long time, he plans to buy a villa here directly. Advertisement. The hotel expenses were naturally fully reimbursed by the Demon Hunter Association, and all it took was a phone call from President Zhang. Soon, the formalities were completed and they received the room cards. Since there were 3 deluxe double rooms and 1 deluxe single room, Otonashi Chiya and Freya were assigned to the same double room, and both of them had room cards with the same number. Shen Yu was assigned the only single room. At this time, Freya could feel Shen Yu's cold gaze staring at her. Unable to bear the pressure, she decisively took the initiative to propose to exchange room cards with Shen Yu. Waiter, please help me exchange the room card with her. Freya quickly asked the waiter to handle it. Shen Yu then withdrew his gaze, obviously satisfied. Although sharing a room with Otonashi Chiya is a bit. But it was better than having to watch Freya and Otonashi Chiya living in the same room. Otonashi Chiya naturally saw what was going on between Kamijō and Freya, but he didn't say anything. Of course, there was no problem with Freya's small request, and the waiter immediately took care of it for her and Shen Yu. Just as Otonashi Chiya and the others were taking the elevator to their respective rooms, the waitresses at the front desk couldn't help but start talking about it. Who are those people? They actually got the president of the Demon Hunter Association to call our chairman personally. From their looks and names, they all seem to be foreigners. The only handsome boy with strange eyes who looks similar to our Huxia also has a Japanese name. It should be related to the international transfer that is about to begin. It seems that they are all powerful demon hunters, otherwise President Zhang wouldn't be so concerned. We must remember to treat them well. These waiters had certainly seen many young men and women, but this kind of distinguished guest who was specifically instructed by the chairman and the president of the Demon Hunter Association was the first time they had seen one. Otonashi Chiya's reputation is well known, but only among high-ranking officials of various countries. Ordinary people cannot recognize him. But this is a good thing. His reputation would probably become a bad reputation in the eyes of ordinary people. In comparison, this would allow him to live an ordinary life without being disturbed. When they arrived at the door of the room, Otonashi Chiya and Kanzuki were the only ones there. He had been concerned about Shen Yu's face before, so he asked Shen Yu at this time, "Are you sure you want to stay alone with me? I'm going to move to Freya's single room now. Maybe it would be better for you to stay in the same room with Freya?" Chapter 139 Combing hair for the first time, need not. Shen Yu said without changing his expression. Things have come to this point, there is no reason for her to back down. She felt it was a loss of self-respect to back down at the last minute. It's up to you. I've already advised you as much as I should. Otonashi Chiya stopped persuading him and opened the door with the room card. Estimating with the naked eye, this is probably a luxurious double room of about 50 to 60 square meters. This is definitely not as big as an apartment suite, after all, it is just a room for two people to stay temporarily. The infrastructure is complete, it has everything it needs, and the internal environment is clean and hygienic. After Otonashi Chiya put away his luggage, he sat on the recliner and planned to rest for a while. I'll go shopping for new clothes with you later. Okay, I hope you have a better eye and can pick out some suitable clothes for me. Shen Yu said. I'm going to take a shower first. In order to go shopping for new clothes with Otonashi Chiya, she even wanted to take a bath first. Go ahead. Do you need me to step aside for a while? Otonashi Chiya said casually. That's not necessary, because you're not that kind of person. Besides, I can't resist you if you really want to do something. Shen Yu took out the bath towel, clean military uniform and underwear from the suitcase and went into the bathroom. Otonashi Chiya smiled and said nothing more. He casually covered his face with the book he had just opened and read, so as to block out the light from the electric lamp. After more than 10 minutes, Shen Yu came out of the bath. She was only wearing a bath towel and seemed to be used to coming out in this posture to blow dry her hair with a hair dryer. Originally, Otonashi Chiya was lying on the recliner with his eyes closed to rest, but the sound of Shen Yu coming out of the bathroom made him subconsciously open his eyes. The book covering his face failed to completely block his peripheral vision. He saw Shen Yu's unguarded look from the corner of his eye, and then he closed his eyes again. Afterwards, Kanzuki dried his hair and changed into his military uniform, and came to wake up Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi, it's time to leave. Okay. Otonashi Chiya, who had not fallen asleep in the first place, immediately took off the book covering his face. When he opened his eyes and prepared to get up, he found that Shen Yu's long hair, which had just been blow-dried, was a little messy and had not been put into his military cap. Advertisement he couldn't help but ask, don't you want to comb your hair first? Hearing this, Shen Yu used his hand to brush the hair on his forehead and said, I usually put it into my military cap. I don't have the habit of taking care of it. Originally, she didn't care about this matter at all because she didn't care about other people's eyes. But now that Otonashi Chiya brought it up, she had to take it seriously. Seeing that Otonashi Chiya didn't say anything further, Shen Yu took the initiative and said, help me comb my hair. Good. Otonashi Chiya had a comb in his suitcase, and he thought he could just comb Komatsuki's hair a few times. But when he really started, he couldn't help but become very serious. Kanzuki sat on the chair and Otonashi Chiya stood behind her. Being so close, I could naturally smell Shen Yu's fragrance, although it was mostly the scent of shampoo and shower gel. When his fingertips touched Shen Yu's hair, Otonashi Chiya suddenly remembered that this was his first time combing a girl's hair. All he could do was to help Shen Yu comb her hair so that it was less messy and had a similar hairstyle. Your technique is obviously a little unfamiliar, haven't you combed other girls' hair before? At this time, Shen Yu suddenly asked. No, this is the first time. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, just tell me how to improve it. Otonashi Chiya's honest words. No, this is enough. Shen Yu's tone sounded as if he was in a good mood. After all, she is the first and currently the only one to have her hair combed by Otonashi Chiya himself. So she actually hoped that Otonashi Chiya's technique would be as clumsy as possible, and that it would take him longer to comb her hair. Then I'll just continue as before. Otonashi Chiya still follows his original ideas. His technique is a little unfamiliar and slow but not clumsy, and he is very careful. Shen Yu could clearly feel Otonashi Chiya's attentiveness, and she was immediately filled with joy. Feeling that it was about time, Otonashi Chiya stopped what he was doing. It's already healed, look in the mirror and see how you feel. Hearing this, Shen Yu moved the mirror next to the table over and took a look. Advertisement, it feels good, Shen Yu said with satisfaction. It was definitely better than the messy look she had just had, and Otonashi Chiya was so attentive. Then we can set off. Otonashi Chiya put away the comb, took the room card and prepared to go out. This time, Shen Yu did not wear the military cap, but revealed the hair that Otonashi Chiya had just combed for her. By the way, you haven't worn a hat much lately? Otonashi Chiya discovered this problem a long time ago. But he didn't pay much attention to it the first 2 times, but after it happened so many times, he couldn't help but become curious. Because I think it's better this way. After all, I don't want to be mistaken for a man all the time. Shen Yu made up an excuse. She certainly didn't want Otonashi Chiya to know that she did this to prevent Otonashi Chiya from having affairs outside. Is that so? Otonashi Chiya didn't care about the truth of this sentence, and thought that Shen Yue might just suddenly not like dressing up as a man. But when Otonashi Chiya thought of a woman dressed as a man, he subconsciously looked at Shen Yu's place. It was still so flat, just like an airport. He couldn't help but ask, you even took off your military cap, why are you tying that piece of cloth so tightly? As soon as Shen Yu heard it, she knew what, that piece of cloth, Otonashi Chiya was talking about, and she immediately said, I have nothing else except that piece of cloth, so I can only wear nothing at all. But if you really like it, then I don't mind not wearing anything underneath. There was a seriousness in her cold tone, and it didn't sound like she was joking. It seemed that as long as Otonashi Chiya said something, she would really do it. Otonashi Chiya could immediately imagine that scene. That's fine, I was just being nosy. Although he doesn't consider himself a gentleman, he is not so vulgar. Otonashi Chiya coughed lightly, then when we go shopping for clothes this time, I'll have to buy you some extra underwear. Seeing Otonashi Chiya's frustrated look, Shen Yu suddenly felt happy. It was because she knew that Otonashi Chiya was not that kind of person that she teased Otonashi Chiya in such a slightly seductive way. But even if she accidentally plays with fire and gets burned, she is confident that she can maintain her dignity. Chapter 140 Black Long Straight. When going out, Otonashi Chiya walks side by side with Shen Yue. Arriving in Daxia is like returning home. You can find wherever you want to go quickly. Although the era of the Celestial Empire in this world is different from that in the previous life, it is not too different, especially for a more prosperous place like the Magic City. Chairman Zhang originally wanted to provide Otonashi Chiya with a personal bodyguard, but he immediately gave up this cliché traditional idea. Given the strength of Otonashi Chiya and his companions, it would be hard to say who would protect whom if something really happened. Bodyguards would only hold Otonashi Chiya and his companions back. Mom, that older sister is so pretty, she looks like a foreigner, is she the older brother's girlfriend? Don't be so rude. If someone hears you talking nonsense, they might get angry. The clothes that girl is wearing look like Soviet military uniforms. Is she a Soviet soldier? Speaking of which, the boy's eyes are a bit scary. Young people nowadays like this kind of, what are they called, colored contact lenses. No matter which country or place, Otonashi Chiya's looks and Kamiju's beauty will attract all kinds of attention. But they have long been accustomed to this situation. There are clothing stores over here and over there. You can look for the one you want to go to, or you can just look at them one by one slowly. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Shen Yue, let's take a look at this store first. Shen Yu took a fancy to a clothing store on the right. Okay. Otonashi Chiya brought Komatsuki into the store. Since Shen Yu only speaks Russian, he must be brought along when buying clothes, otherwise there will be no way to communicate properly with the store clerk. Welcome, are there any assistance needed? Seeing a customer coming in, the clerk immediately came forward to greet him. She is my foreign friend. Since I can't speak Huxia, I accompanied her to buy clothes. Otonashi Chiya explains. Next, he communicated with the clerk and selected clothes based on Shen Yu's own opinions. Advertisement. Since Shen Yu always felt that skirts were not suitable for her, she preferred clothes that were more neutral. They are all of this type. The female clerk next to her couldn't help but suggest. This beautiful Soviet lady is so pretty, I think it's worth it for her to try on all kinds of skirts, right? Then I'll talk to her. Otonashi Chiya then translated what the female clerk had just said into Russian and told it to Shen Yue. Shen Yu wanted to refuse directly, but she hesitated for a while. What do you think? Otonashi Chiya didn't quite understand what Shen Yu asked out of the blue. What do you mean by I think? I'd like to know your advice. Shen Yu immediately spoke more directly. My suggestion. I think you can give it a try, you won't lose anything anyway. Otonashi Chiya said, although I have never seen you wearing a skirt, I can imagine that you must be very beautiful. Hearing this, Shen Yu's attitude suddenly changed. Then I'll try. Especially the sentence, it will definitely be beautiful, that concerned her the most. Seeing that Shen Yu agreed, Otonashi Chiya immediately said to the clerk, she is willing to try it, so please recommend us some skirts that are more suitable for her. With pleasure. After saying that, the female clerk immediately took Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo to the area where various skirts were displayed. The female clerk seemed very motivated. In fact, she does this job because she loves it and wants to dress every customer up to look handsome or beautiful. With the recommendation of the female clerk and Shen Yu's own wishes, she selected 5 sets of dresses. If you like all 5 of these, I think you don't need to select them any further. Just buy them all. Otonashi Chiya said to Shenyue. But before that, go to the dressing room and try it on to see how it works. Shen Yu then took her favorite dress and went into the dressing room. Of course, this favorite is only relative to other skirts. Advertisement. She still felt that skirts were not in line with her temperament, but she wanted to know whether what Otonashi Chiya had just said was true or false. The female clerk was looking forward to seeing what this beautiful Soviet customer would look like when she changed into her skirt. But at this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly called Shenyue again. Oh, by the way, I haven't bought you anything to wear inside yet, please wait a moment. Then he turned to the female clerk and said, I almost forgot. I need you to take my friend to pick out some of that stuff, because she is, how should I put it, not wearing anything underneath. As he spoke, he gestured in front of his chest. As for himself, he decided not to go with them, as it would be a bit awkward. The female clerk looked puzzled at first, but after seeing the gesture, she immediately understood what Otonashi Chiya meant. She smiled and said, okay, I understand. The smile on her face was actually hiding her inner surprise. I can't help but sigh that young people nowadays are having more and more fun. Such a beautiful foreign girlfriend, but she is not wearing anything underneath. I don't know whether the girl didn't want to or her boyfriend asked her to do so? After a while, Shen Yu randomly selected a few pieces of underwear. This thing was not as comfortable for her as the cloth. It felt a bit strange to wear, probably because she was not used to it. Not only that, this skirt also made Shen Yu feel uncomfortable. Therefore, she felt a little regretful and uneasy in the dressing room. She still felt that she was totally unsuitable for wearing skirts, and Otonashi Chiya's imagination that she would be beautiful would probably be shattered. But now that she's already dressed, Shen Yu doesn't want to back down. She endured the discomfort and walked out of the locker room. Her eyes were slightly flustered, but her face was cold without any extra emotions, and her aura was still cold, arrogant and powerful. However, Otonashi Chiya noticed the difference in Shen Yu's eyes. He first looked at the effect of Shenyue wearing the dress, and then praised. It's just as I thought, isn't it beautiful? At this time, Shen Yu was wearing a pure black pleated skirt, which combined with her graceful and slender figure and her long black hair like a waterfall, gave her a long, straight black feeling. And without the restraint of the cloth, that place is no longer flat, and the figure has changed from the biggest regret to almost perfect. So Otonashi Chiya was not speaking to comfort Kamijo, but was speaking the truth from his heart. Shen Yu's cold and pretty face was slightly stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Otonashi Chiya would make such an evaluation. But then Shen Yu said, I know that the skirt doesn't fit me well, you don't have to comfort me so deliberately. Although she felt that Otonashi Chiya said such nice words to comfort her, she couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. Chapter 141 Dandy Youth, Additional Update. What are you imagining? I'm just telling the truth. Otonashi Chiya retorted, it's not ugly, so why should I comfort it? On the contrary, it's very beautiful. If the female clerk could speak Russian, he would have wanted to ask her to give him some comments. However, even if Shen Yu didn't understand what the salesgirl said, the look in her eyes, as if she had seen a beautiful treasure, was quite obvious. She has worked here for all these years and has never seen such a beautiful female customer. Really, Shen Yu was skeptical. She couldn't believe that this outfit, which she thought was so inappropriate, received such high praise from Otonashi Chiya. It won't do me any good to lie to you. Otonashi Chiya was a little speechless. He even had some doubts as to whether Shen Yu had no awareness of his own beauty at all. Generally speaking, a beautiful woman will not look ugly no matter what she wears. After all, facial features are the most important. Only then did Shen Yu reluctantly believe that she looked good in the skirt. Otonashi Chiya pointed to the other 4 dresses next to her and said, try these on and see how they look. If they're all good, just buy them all and take them away. With Otonashi Chiya's praise, Shen Yu gradually became willing to accept this kind of skirt. She tried on every set and there was no doubt that they were all very beautiful. They were completely different from Shen Yu's original style when she dressed as a man. Will these really look good? Shen Yu still lacks confidence. Believe me, it's absolutely beautiful, Otonashi Chiya said in a promising tone. I see. Let's buy all of these. Shen Yu nodded. No matter what other people think when they see it, as long as Otonashi Chiya really thinks it looks good, she thinks it is enough. Advertisement. After paying, Otonashi Chiya and Shenyue went straight back to the hotel. Shen Yu simply put on the pure black pleated skirt and wore it the same way when she came back. She attracted more people's attention when she walked on the street. These days, Otonashi Chiya and his friends have been staying in the hotel most of the time. All meals are taken in the hotel. Hotels usually have restaurants, let alone a 5-star hotel like this. The transfer period will officially begin tomorrow. Tonight, Otonashi Chiya and his friends will have dinner in the restaurant on the 20th floor as usual. Arriving at the luxurious restaurant, Otonashi Chiya glanced around and said, there are quite a lot of people here today. The seats are almost full. I guess it has something to do with tomorrow's international transfers. Many people want to join in the fun. Usually, many big bosses, wealthy people and the like would dine here, but today there were especially many people. In the previous few times, Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo had just found an inconspicuous corner to sit down, but this time they had no choice but to find one of the few remaining empty seats. Because they were sitting in the middle, they instantly became much more conspicuous. Sure enough, a young man in luxurious clothes came over with a glass of red wine and said in a gentlemanly manner, beautiful lady, could you please have a drink with me? His eyes were directed at Shen Yu, and he was obviously trying to flirt with her. Looking around the entire luxurious restaurant, one can see that Shen Yu is the most beautiful woman in the place, so it is inevitable that there will be young men from nowhere coming over to chat with her. However, Shen Yu had no idea what this person was saying, but she felt that the other party had no good intentions. She herself had no interest in communicating with anyone other than Otonashi Chiya. She just glanced at the other person coldly and then looked away, without even looking at the other person in the eye. Finding himself being ignored, the elegant young man felt ashamed and his face suddenly turned red. Otonashi Chiya took a sip of tea, seemingly ignoring the young man. He is probably some idle and dissolute rich second generation. He must not be a truly powerful rich second generation. If he is a truly powerful rich second generation, he would not do such a low-level thing. If this guy goes too far and causes trouble next time, he wouldn't mind giving him a lesson. At this time, Freya said, "Don't waste your breath. She can't understand what you are saying, and she is definitely not interested in drinking with you." "Another beautiful lady, but I have to ask her if she is interested, right? Could you please tell her what I just said?" The elegant young man was like a dogskin plaster and still refused to give up. "Just a reminder, you'll regret it later, advertisement." Freya didn't refuse, but waited to see the fun. "There's nothing to regret. It's just my normal pursuit of beautiful things," the elegant young man said confidently. Freya raised the corner of her mouth slightly. This idiot didn't understand what she wanted to express. Then she translated the words that the noble young man had just used to flirt with Shen Yu into Russian and told Shen Yu, in short, he wanted to flirt with you. "Hit me?" Shen Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. She stood up, and without saying a word, she used a hand knife to cut the wine glass in the elegant young man's hand into two halves. This hand knife is so sharp that the cross-section of the wine glass is very smooth. This scene happened too suddenly, and the speed of the hand knife was so fast that ordinary people could not see it clearly with the naked eye. The wine glass had already broken into two pieces, and the elegant young man had not yet reacted. Snap! It was not until half of the wine glass fell to the ground with a sound that the elegant young man suddenly realized why his wine glass had suddenly cracked. However, Shen Yu had already stopped and did not do anything to the elegant young man. If Otonashi Chiya hadn't been right next to her and she didn't want to cause trouble for Otonashi Chiya, it wouldn't have been the wine glass that broke into two halves but this young man. The attention of other people around was also attracted by the sound of wine glasses breaking, and they were all wondering what was happening here. Among them were the family members of the noble young man. It was certainly impossible for him to come to such a place to eat alone. His father looked over here and immediately frowned. Shen Yu didn't say anything, but Freya spoke for her at this time. "Just now I was just expressing my attitude, but if you don't know what's good for you, it won't just be the wine glass that's in trouble." The elegant young man was completely stunned. He still didn't know what had just happened and couldn't figure out how the wine glass broke. At the same time, Freya was somewhat surprised that Shen Yue didn't let this idiot get hurt. It seemed that Miss Shen Yue really cared about Lord Otonashi. Chapter 142 The superior you can't achieve. But when he heard the other party asking him to be tactful, he immediately became unhappy, especially since he had just been rejected by Shen Yu in such a completely disrespectful way. He was so broken down that he no longer had any gentlemanly manners. "You actually called me a sensible person? You guys?" The elegant young man was only halfway through his shouting when he was suddenly interrupted by the voice of a middle-aged man. "Don't embarrass me here. Go back and sit down." Hearing his father's voice, the young man's expression changed drastically. The elegant young man suddenly wilted, and a girl who looked like his sister grabbed his ear and pulled him back. It hurts, let go, the young man cried out. "Just stay here." The younger sister looked like she had just reached adulthood, and was wearing a very formal dress. She was educating her brother fiercely. The young man seemed very arrogant just now, but now his younger brother status in the family is not as good as his own sister. After the younger sister chased the young man to the back, she came over and said respectfully to Otonashi Chiya and the others, "I'm really sorry, my stupid brother always likes to cause trouble." The younger sister is very smart. She knows that her father usually does not discipline her brother strictly. This time, her father got angry before anything happened, which means that her brother must have offended someone they cannot afford to offend. Since Shen Yu couldn't understand and couldn't communicate, she simply ignored him. "Nothing." Otonashi Chiya responded with a smile. Freya and other weapon men were all silent because they felt it was not their turn to speak. All they had to do was work for Lord Otonashi, which of course included killing people. They were originally killing machines, who had to abandon their emotions. When the young man was shouting just now, they were already waiting for Lord Otonashi's order. "My son has made you laugh, sir." At this time, the middle-aged man in a suit with extraordinary temperament also spoke respectfully to Otonashi Chiya. "It's okay. I don't take it to heart for now," Otonashi Chiya said in a flat tone. "Then I won't bother you anymore." Advertisement. After saying that, the middle-aged man turned and left. Seeing this man being so respectful to the young man, the other people around couldn't help but guess the young man's identity. The younger sister grabbed the young man's ear again and followed the middle-aged man to prevent him from causing trouble again. "It hurts. I can walk by myself. Stop pulling my ears." The younger sister ignored the young man's shouting. Instead, he whispered to his father, "Dad, who was that boy at the table just now?" She was curious about who made her father so odd. It is rumored that President Zhang of the Demon Hunter Association has specially invited a young man to participate in tomorrow's international transfer. Even I am not very clear about the specific situation, but I can infer that the young man must be an extremely powerful demon hunter. The middle-aged man said slowly, "It is said that the boy's eyes are bloodshot, and the girl that Ping Guy just chatted up also showed strength that normal people can't have. I'm afraid that the whole table is made up of demon hunters." The Ping Guy that the middle-aged man refers to is naturally his disappointing son. Blood pupils. Early the next morning, Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo entered at 8 o'clock. "Hello, beautiful lady, can you tell me your name?" This year's international transfer is held by the Demon Hunter Association of Magic City, and the venue is naturally inside the Demon Hunter Association. At most, it's just a gesture of appreciation, with tea in return. Seeing that a young man from a noble family was trying to talk to her, Freya immediately said jokingly, "Are you serious about chatting me up? I'm nearly 80 years old, and I'm a superior human that you ordinary humans can't even reach." However, Otonashi Chiya only had tea in his hand, and he did not want to exchange it for wine, because in his eyes there was no point in making friends with these people. The other party was already shocked by the first half of Freya's words and temporarily ignored the second half. Therefore, more and more people came to Otonashi Chiya to toast. Freya waved her hand and sent the other person away as if she were an idler. At most, they only dared to talk to Freya. After all, Freya was also very beautiful. After dinner. Advertisement, but he still didn't believe what Freya said was true. Even if an old woman in her 70s or 80s put on heavy makeup, it would be impossible for her to look so young and beautiful. He thought that the other party was just trying to fool him just to reject him. Chairman Zhang contacted Otonashi Chiya and explained to him in detail the specific procedures for tomorrow's international transfer, such as when he should arrive and when he should attend. Representatives and demon hunters from various countries will gather in the Demon Hunter Association, so today the security forces in a large area near the Demon Hunter Association are very strict. You know what, it's very possible. The description of his appearance that I heard is very similar to that boy, especially his eyes, there's no doubt about it. After the lesson from the young man, no one dared to covet Shenyue anymore. Then we have to go and get to know him. It won't do us any harm to make friends with someone that President Zhang values. Almost 80 years old? How is that possible? In addition to the father and daughter, some people present also vaguely guessed Otonashi Chiya's identity. It just so happens that I want to go to the international transfer tomorrow to join in the fun, and I also learned some inside information. It is said that there will be a heavyweight person this time, and it was invited by President Zhang himself. Could it be that young man? The man had to leave in disgrace. That's Principal Liang. He's so respectful to a young man. What's the background of that young man? P.S. I used to write fantasy novels, and I was in a hurry to write last night, so I subconsciously wrote this. Now is not the right time to change the story. I will try not to write this old classic routine in the future. Every fantasy novel I wrote before must have this routine. Those people didn't dare to say anything when seeing this. They had guessed Otonashi Chiya's approximate identity and wanted to make friends with him. Would it be asking for trouble to have any objection to a demon hunter that President Zhang valued? He didn't dare to have any complaints, otherwise he would be seeking death. He looked at the lady, who appeared to be only about 20 years old, very young and beautiful. There was no way she could be an old woman in her 70s or 80s. No wonder my father didn't dare to provoke the demon hunter invited by President Zhang himself, and he looks very young. After entering, Otonashi Chiya and the others only needed to sit and wait in the VIP seats. So, you ordinary humans can't understand a superior human like me, so go away. The first time she saw the boy, she was attracted by his bloodshot eyes, which even had a special shape. My sister understood immediately. Chapter 143 Finale. The international transfer was held in a very spacious and bright venue inside the Demon Hunter Association. The host stood on a huge platform like a stage. Below are high-end luxurious sofa chairs, and representatives from various countries sit on these sofa chairs to bid. The surrounding area can accommodate many spectators, including the second and third floors surrounding the venue where people can stand and watch. Usually only people of special status are qualified to be spectators. Ordinary people cannot enter the Demon Hunter Association, and the security personnel outside will never allow idle people to enter. Otonashi Chiya, Kanzuki, Freya and other weapon men were in a private room on the second floor. There are many private rooms on the second and third floors, which are specially provided to demon hunters from various countries who are about to transfer. They can wait in the private rooms and enjoy some snacks and drinks. Moreover, the glass in the private room facing the venue is one way, which means that only people inside can see outside, and people outside cannot see inside. At this time, representatives from all countries have arrived, and the demon hunters who are about to transfer are also waiting, and the international transfer has officially begun. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our booth. We uphold the principles of openness, fairness and justice, and hope that you can bid in a friendly manner and return with satisfaction. Although the host on the stage spoke Huxia, the representatives from various countries below, except those from Daxia, all wore real-time translators. After the simple opening remarks, warm applause broke out from all around. Then let me first invite the first demon hunter of this international transfer, Mangekyō from the European Union. He is 35 years old and has hunted 3 demons strengthened by the gun demon meat slices alone. However, Mr. Mangekyō is unwilling to reveal the demon's power. As the host introduced them, Mangekyō also walked out from a private room and stood on the stage facing representatives from various countries. This is a tall man with an empty right sleeve, which may be the price paid for the devil's contract or caused by fighting with the devil. According to the offer from the country of origin, the initial price is 100,000, so you can start now. The initial price reported by the host was set by Mangekyō's original country of origin, and the final price was also paid to the country of origin after deducting the handling fee. Advertisement, P.S. I am afraid of triggering the sensitive word mechanism of the review, so I don't mention the currency name. The second demon hunter is Takahashi Yako from the North Blue Public Security Bureau of Japan. He was once known as the Bloody Rose of the North Blue Public Security Bureau. The demon he contracted is the Piranha Demon. He has killed 2 demons strengthened by the gun demon meat slice when working in pairs, and 3 such demons when working in a team. His age is kept secret. This price is roughly in line with Mangekyō's worth. Therefore, they want to take advantage of this international transfer to buy more powerful and potential demon hunters to fill the gaps in their strength. The young man named Otonashi Chiya just challenged the Soviet Union. That was because they had absolute strength. They didn't dare to provoke the Soviet Union, which was the number 1 in the world. If the Soviet Union went crazy and fired the gun, they would be finished. Especially people like Shen Yu, Lesa, and Freya, who originally belonged to their Soviet Union, were the ones who made them most heartbroken. Judging from the man's slightly greedy eyes, his intentions were probably not pure. Even the host's lines have changed. Mr. Otonashi, Ms. Shenyue, Ms. Freya, Mr. Barum, Mr. Oleg, Mr. Sybil, and Mr. Toy are all in the private room to the south. Because from the information provided by the host, the only outstanding record was that he single-handedly hunted down 3 demons with gun-like flesh slices. The secrecy of the demon power was a deduction, and he was already over 30 years old. 110,000. Since almost all the backbones of the Soviet Union were taken away by Otonashi Chiya not long ago, referring to the weaponsmen like Shenyue and Lisai, the Soviet military is now a bit weak inside. They were afraid that if they angered the Soviet Union would vent all its accumulated resentment on them. As soon as the host finished speaking, some people couldn't wait to start bidding. 200,100. Mangekyō himself didn't care about the bid at all. He returned to his private room with a blank expression and would not proceed to the next step until the bidding was over. According to the offer from the country of origin, the initial price is 150,000. Most of the audience around did not know the inside story of the Soviet Union. They just lamented that the Soviet Union was really rich and powerful. Advertisement. The bidding for each demon hunter ended one by one, and finally it was Otonashi Chiya's turn to make the final appearance. 130,000. Otonashi Chiya's worth is completely different from other demon hunters. He has directly broken countless gears, so naturally he has to be placed last. When the Soviet representative heard Otonashi Chiya's name, his face suddenly changed. Even though they knew in advance that Otonashi Chiya would be the finale of this international transfer, when he really appeared before them, they still felt complicated and uncomfortable. It's a pity that the final highest bid was not his, and it was bought by the Soviet Union for more than 500,000 yuan. Next, demon hunters from Northern Europe, the United States, the Soviet Union, and Daxia itself, listed, came out for transfers, and almost half of them were bought by the Soviet Union. Although his age has been kept secret, one can tell with the naked eye that this Takahashi boy should be in his 20s. The last one is a very special demon hunter, and the most important figure in our international transfer. I'm sure you have guessed it. The older the demon hunter gets, the lower his value becomes, because with age, all aspects of his health will continue to decline, and he will have fewer and fewer things on him that can be used to sign a contract with the demon, so he is definitely not as good as a young person who is strong and has high potential. But due to the existence of Otonashi Chiya, they dared not declare that people like Reese and Shenyue should belong to their Soviet Union, for fear that Otonashi Chiya would give them another big purge. At the same time, a young woman with a pretty face, tall and hot body walked onto the stage. Otonashi Chiya and his friends were the most special. They did not need to go on stage, but just sat in the private room and waited leisurely. The one-way glass of the private room had been raised, and people outside could also see them. The applause and discussion around them suddenly became particularly loud and intense. Representatives of other countries also knew why the Soviet Union acted so crazy, so they did not maliciously compete with the Soviet Union to raise prices. 200,000, after all. The money will not go into his hands, and he will just move to another place to continue working hard or even work desperately, but the salary in the new place will undoubtedly be higher. In the end, it was finalized with a bid of 345,000. Chapter 144. 6 billion, updated. Ms. Shen Yu once belonged to the Leningrad Military Department of the Soviet Union. She is recognized by the Leningrad Military Department as the strongest demon hunter. She has never failed in her missions for many years. She is 18 years old. The demon she contracted is kept secret. She has hunted more than 10 demons with gun demon meat slices alone. Ms. Freya was a former Soviet agent, a war machine. Her age is not important anymore. I'm sure everyone here is well aware of the details. Mr. Barum, Mr. Oleg, Mr. Sybil, and Mr. Toy are all the same war machines. I won't go into details, just keep it in mind. When the host introduced Freya and others, he deliberately concealed the identity of the weapon man, because there were many miscellaneous spectators around. In order not to offend the Soviet military, the Demon Hunter Association of Magic City did not make the matter of the weapon man public. It only required representatives of various countries to understand it. Even so, the representatives of the Soviet Union still felt extremely uncomfortable, as if they had eaten something. Shen Yu and these weaponsmen were once the strongest main forces under their command. Why are all of them from the Soviet Union? Is the Soviet Union going to sell off all of its assets? But they also bought so many demon hunters like crazy before. I don't know what War Machine means, but he must be very strong, otherwise he wouldn't be in the last round. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen so many demon hunters bidding at the same time. Are they going to be packaged together? The onlookers were a little confused as to what was being said. Because most of them are completely unaware of the previous huge accident in the Soviet military, nor do they know the secrets of the weapon man. The last one is Mr. Otonashi Chiya. He is a half-blood of Daxia and Japan, a gifted young genius. He has served in both the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and the Leningrad military. In just 1 or 2 months, he has hunted down many powerful demons. I won't go into more details about his achievements. The demon he contracted is the Wrath Demon. In addition to the Wrath Demon, he has also contracted other demons, but the details are kept secret. The host's introduction to Otonashi Chiya was also very general. This is mainly because Otonashi Chiya's most dazzling achievement is that he has brought down the Soviet military and the Japanese cabinet. This kind of thing must never be said in public, otherwise it will bring great trouble to their Demon Hunter Association. Anyway, the representatives from various countries present here must know about Otonashi Chiya's deeds, so he doesn't need to introduce him in detail. Oh, by the way, there is also Ms. Reese who is not present. She is also a war machine. These demon hunters, including Ms. Reese, are all subordinates of Mr. Otonashi, so they will transfer with Mr. Otonashi. Since Mr. Otonashi has no country of origin and did not make an offer himself, our Demon Hunter Association has estimated a rough initial price, starting at 100 million. The host's words undoubtedly dropped an extremely heavy bomb on representatives from various countries. They all knew very well what this meant. One was a young genius who could compete with and even crush the demonic Soviet military that didn't use guns. No, the word genius is totally inadequate to describe him. To use the words of martial arts novels, he is a peerless monster. Advertisement. Then there is Shen Yu, the strongest man in the Leningrad military, and 6 weaponsmen who originally belonged to the Soviet military. As long as the gun demon does not appear, the combat power of these people can basically be said to be invincible. It is estimated that only the oldest demon hunter in Daxia, Guangxi, and Santa Claus in the European Union may be able to compete with him. In short, it is no exaggeration to start with 100 million, and even in their eyes this initial price is too low. The ordinary audience around who didn't know the inside story was even more shocked. An initial price of 100 million? That's crazy. When has such a high initial price ever appeared in an international transfer? This has already broken the record for the starting price of an international transfer. It's unprecedented and unlikely to be surpassed in the future. The transaction price must also break the record. Although 8 demon hunters are transferring together, 100 million is a bit too much. But the Demon Hunter Association's valuation is definitely not random. Who exactly is that young man? The others are his subordinates. I guess he is the key figure in this transfer, right? No wonder President Zhang personally invited this young man. It seems that the representatives of various countries are very excited. It seems that they know the origin of this young man. The transaction price of this round may break through the sky. The audience around was talking wildly. They forced themselves to resist the urge to capture this historic moment with their cameras. Because according to international transfer practices, media personnel are not allowed to enter, private filming is not allowed, and it is best not to spread the news to the outside world, otherwise you will be subject to legal sanctions. With the means of the Demon Hunter Association, it is not difficult to catch the person who leaked the information maliciously. At the same time, the host spoke again. Then, the bidding begins. Representatives from various countries were waiting for this sentence and immediately began bidding frantically. 200 million. You can come up with only 200 million? 500 million? Everyone sit down, I'll give you 1 billion, advertisement. When representatives from various countries were bidding fiercely. The representative of the Celestial Empire also spoke calmly. 5 billion, you continue. As soon as the price of 5 billion was announced, the whole place fell into dead silence. They couldn't help but marvel that Daxia was determined to take down Otonashi Chiya. They really can't afford a sum higher than 5 billion. Apart from Daxia, the only 2 countries that can afford such abundant funds are the Soviet Union and the United States. However, the Soviet Union did not participate in this round of bidding from beginning to end. Their high-ranking military officials had just been purged by Otonashi Chiya, and their relationship with Otonashi Chiya was so strained that even if they raised the highest price in the end, Otonashi Chiya would most likely not choose to make a deal with them. Therefore, it is better not to participate at all, at least you can save some face. However, the Soviet representatives still felt extremely uncomfortable, as if they had eaten something. If those dead military guys had not committed suicide, they might have had a chance to keep Otonashi Chiya in the Soviet Union. It's impossible to regret now. 5 billion 100 million. As expected, the US representative raised the price. But the US side raised the price with gritted teeth. They did not prepare sufficient funds for this trip, unlike Daxia, which is the host, has some advantages. In such a battle between gods, no one else dared to interrupt. Besides, they couldn't afford the price. However, the Huxia side did not hesitate and raised the price significantly again, with a calm and indifferent tone, as if they were determined to win. 6 billion. Because other countries only regard Otonashi Chiya as an extremely powerful demon hunter, while Daxia has defined Otonashi Chiya as a superweapon, which is completely different in nature. Buying a superweapon that is infinitely close to the gun demon's body at a price of several billion RMB is a huge profit. Chapter 145 Choosing the Celestial Empire. Apart from the Soviet Union and Japan, Daxia has the best understanding of Otonashi Chiya. But the Soviet Union did not have the face to participate in the bidding, and Japan had already known Otonashi Chiya's attitude. Even if they tried their best to retain Otonashi Chiya, they could not win him back. The Japanese side can do nothing but regret it, because Otonashi Chiya was supposed to be the demon hunter of their Tokyo Public Security Bureau. But those idiots in their cabinet insisted on making trouble. First, they sent Otonashi Chiya to the Soviet Union, and then they offended him to death. In the end, not only did they lose their own lives, but they also handed Otonashi Chiya over to other countries. It's not that they have no manners, they really want to go to those guys' graves and curse them as idiots. Even cursing their ancestors for 18 generations is not enough to vent their anger. Excluding the Soviet Union and Japan, compared to other countries, Daxia knows that Otonashi Chiya is a mixed-race person, so it is speculated that Otonashi Chiya has the best impression of this place. In addition, Otonashi Chiya has previously answered the question of which country President Zhang likes. Therefore, Daxia can raise the price boldly. It does not necessarily have to be the highest price, but the attitude and momentum must be in place. In the end, Otonashi Chiya will most likely choose them. This kind of personal transfer without a country of origin is not decided by the highest bidder, but mainly depends on Otonashi Chiya's personal wishes. Chairman Zhang was one of the representatives of the Celestial Empire at this time. He whispered in the ear of another person beside him, "What is the maximum amount of funds we can offer this time?" "Including your own personal funds, President Zhang, it's almost 10 billion. The man replied in a low voice. "That's basically stable. It's obviously difficult for the US to raise the price any further." Chairman Zhang said confidently. "It seems that the US still does not know enough about Otonashi Chiya's terrifying strength. Miss Lei Sei from the Soviet Union privately revealed some information to us that was previously only known to the Soviet Union and Japan. When Lacey spoke to him on the phone before, with Otonashi Chiya's permission, she told him 2 killer moves. One is to summon giants dozens of meters tall, and the other is the power of an angry demon. The destructive power is no less than that of the complete gun demon back then, but it may not be as durable as the gun demon." It was precisely because of this information that he became more determined to win Otonashi Chiya in this international transfer. Although this was not a particularly important secret, no other country knew about it except the Soviet Union and Japan, and only they knew how worthwhile this huge sum of money was. "It seems that we are basically stable this time." The person next to him said, "We'll see. If the US continues to raise the price, I'll directly ask for 10 billion next time, and then it's up to them." President Zhang said calmly. Advertisement. After hearing the figure of 6 billion, the Americans really began to hesitate. They had already gritted their teeth and raised the price just now. Representatives from other countries were also surprised that Daxia had acted so ferociously. They were not stupid either, and began to wonder if they were about to miss out on an extremely terrifying demon hunter. But they could only doubt. The number of 6 billion not only broke the record but also far exceeded it. No one would prepare such an exaggerated amount of funds for an international transfer. To put it bluntly, no one could afford the money. 6 billion. Are my ears okay? Such a high price actually appeared in an international transfer? This is way ahead of the previous record. Apart from Otonashi Chiya himself, I'm afraid no one will be able to break this record in the future. It's incredible. If the boy's strength is really in line with this price, how outrageous is his strength? Even the representatives of various countries were surprised, not to mention the audience around who knew nothing about Otonashi Chiya. Almost everyone was stunned. At the same time, inside the private room, Otonashi Chiya and the others were still sitting in the private room. The one-way glass had been closed again a long time ago. The glass was only raised for a moment when the host introduced them just now, and many people present couldn't even see his face clearly. P.S. Chapter 143 was changed a bit. Instead of standing on the stage, the protagonist sat in the private room and waited. Otherwise, it would feel a bit weird to stand on the stage and wait like an idiot. 6 billion. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Freya seemed to be illiterate. She counted the units with her fingers. It took her a while to confirm that the number was indeed exaggerated. 6 billion. That's 6 billion. I can buy countless cosmetics and bags with it. Freya said excitedly. Is this the only ambition you have, old woman? You have so much money, but you're still thinking about cosmetics and bags? Bal M then insulted Freya. After all, this money belongs to Lord Otonashi. It has nothing to do with us. Don't let your imagination run wild. Oleg, the javelin weapon man, spoke out the cruel reality. Why don't we think about how to get Lord Otonashi to give us a raise? For example, we should work harder on a regular basis. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be working in Daxia next. Miss Shen Yu should also learn Huxia, right? Advertisement. The other 2 weapons men, Toy and Sybil, also joined in the chat. Although not very willing to learn, Shen Yu still nodded. Otonashi Chiya is waiting for the result. While they were chatting, the host also started shouting. 6 billion first, 6 billion twice, 6 billion 3 times. Final price is finalized. Until the host shouted that it was finalized, the US representatives were still hesitating. They did not have a deep understanding of Otonashi Chiya's specific combat capabilities, and the funds provided by their superiors were not sufficient. If they temporarily overspent without consulting their superiors, they would have to bear enormous pressure and risks. In the end, it was the Huxia side that completed the final price in the last round. However, this is the final price, not the transaction price. Representatives from various countries have finalized the bids for this round. Now it is Otonashi Chiya's turn to decide which party to sign the contract with. The bid of the selected party is the actual transaction price. At this time, the audience around began to disperse one after another, because the next process would not be made public. They were still filled with emotion when the show ended. They never expected that today they would witness the birth of a new record that had never been set before and is almost impossible to be surpassed in the future. After all relevant people left, the demon hunters who were transferring signed their contracts in their respective private rooms. Except for Otonashi Chiya and a few others, everyone else already has a country of origin, because individual demon hunters without a country of origin are almost not eligible to participate in international transfers. These demon hunters have no choice and are not qualified to negotiate terms, so they just sign the contract directly. On the other hand, Otonashi Chiya now has to make a final choice before discussing the contract terms. He answered without hesitation. The Celestial Empire. Chapter 146 Susanoo vs. the Dark Devil, Long Chapter. Upon hearing Otonashi Chiya's decision, the Huxia, American and other representatives present were not surprised. When the final price was decided, everyone already knew the price. Except for the representatives from the Celestial Empire, everyone else left on their own accord. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya discussed the contract terms with Chairman Zhang and others in a special private room. Please review the basic terms of the contract first. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, please let us know and we can make appropriate adjustments. Chairman Zhang handed the basic contract that had been drafted long ago to Otonashi Chiya for review. There were only two of them in the private room at this time. With the help of Mangekyō Sharingan, Otonashi Chiya could read 10 lines at a glance without missing a word, and he quickly finished reading the contents of the contract. These are just basic terms. Due to Otonashi Chiya's special status, the contract he is about to sign is an exclusive contract, and the additional terms will be discussed between him and President Zhang. If the demon hunter is not worth a lot, there is nothing special about the contract. At most, the salary is slightly higher than that of his original workplace. No problem. After reading the contract, Otonashi Chiya said. The basic contract that President Zhang gave him was also different from that of others. There were almost no clauses that were unfavorable to him. They were all normal cooperation terms. Then let's talk about additional terms, such as salary, special conditions, etc. You can raise them, and then we'll see what you can accept. As he spoke, President Zhang took a notebook and a pen from the table and prepared to write down the additional terms that Otonashi Chiya had verbally proposed. As for the salary, it's up to you. For example, it can be a base salary plus bonus model. The base salary for me and my subordinates can be similar to that of others, and then we can get commissions and bonuses based on the number of demons we hunt. Otonashi Chiya said casually. After the completion of this international transfer, after deducting the handling fee and tax from the 6 billion transfer fee, the final amount received will be nearly 5 billion. Now that he has this huge sum of money, salary doesn't matter to him anymore. Moreover, in the world of Chainsaw Man, money is not important, strength is the most important. A powerful demon hunter will never lack money. The real purpose of Otonashi Chiya's participation in the international transfer was to find a place worth settling down for a long time through formal channels. Okay, I respect your wishes then. President Zhang wrote it down roughly. Then, you can assign me tasks normally, but I can only command my subordinates. That's not a problem. In the end, we need to be guaranteed a certain degree of freedom. These additional terms are probably what I want, nothing else. These are not excessive demands made by Otonashi Chiya. Then I will also give you some detailed additional terms. If you are dissatisfied with anything, you can point it out later. President Zhang then repeated the additional terms that his superiors had given him. The first point is that, except for extremely important missions, you will basically not be assigned to patrol or perform ordinary tasks. Secondly, we are just about to implement a new decision, which is to list Demon Hunter as a special specialty. The first batch of pilots will be launched at Magic City Qingfeng Middle School. It just so happens that you are here, so we would like to invite you to serve as the head coach of Magic City Qingfeng Middle School. Advertisement, to be specific. I want you to take charge for a while and give me some pointers when you are free. You don't need to run around all the time. The higher-ups attach great importance to this first pilot project, and our Demon City Demon Hunter Association is fully responsible for it. We are under a lot of pressure, so I hope you can help. That's pretty much it. There won't be any changes to the rules or new clauses added later. What do you think? They have positioned Otonashi Chiya as a kind of gun demon, whose main function is to deter other countries and keep the Celestial Empire in check, so they have no plans to assign any special tasks to Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya will only be sent out when a dangerous demon that cannot be dealt with appears. After listening, Otonashi Chiya was more concerned about the second point raised by President Zhang. Listing Demon Hunter as a special skill. Are you planning to let students sign contracts with demons, or even fight demons? Otonashi Chiya frowned slightly. The cost of signing a contract with a demon is often high, and hunting demons is extremely dangerous. How can we let students do such a dangerous thing? Oh no, my friend, you misunderstood. We are not planning to let students sign a contract with the devil, nor will we let them hunt the devil. President Zhang quickly explained. In fact, compared to the power of demons, we advocate physical skills more. I wonder if you know Guangxi. She is the representative of our Tianchao physical skills. Guangxi. I heard something. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. How could he not know Guangxi? He even thought that Guangxi's physical skills should be the best in the world. At least his performance in the original work lived up to this reputation. In human form, he can use physical skills alone to instantly kill the sword weapon man, the whip weapon man and the javelin weapon man at a speed so fast that even the three weapon men cannot react. Compared to other weapon men, Guangxi is indeed the weapon man who relies least on demonic power, and he basically uses physical skills when he can solve problems with them. That's right. We plan to train students who choose this specialty in taijutsu, and we won't force them to hunt demons until they graduate from college. President Zhang elaborated. As for when they graduate from college, it is up to them to choose whether to work for our Demon Hunter Association or live an ordinary life. When they choose this specialty, they will be made aware of the pros and cons. They have already enjoyed the benefits of easy admission to higher education. Moreover, when they graduate from college, they will be asked to make another important choice. This is to allow them to decide their own future as much as possible. Even if most graduates of this program choose to return to ordinary life, it is actually not a bad thing. Because the appearance of demons is mostly completely random, and there are more and more ordinary people with strong physical skills, the casualty rate caused by demons that may appear at any time and anywhere will become lower and lower. Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya's slightly frowned brows relaxed. According to President Yang's words, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. This is just like being a soldier. If you choose to be a soldier, it will have its benefits, but it will also be very hard work. In certain situations, you will even have to carry a gun to the battlefield. The same is true for the Demon Hunter special skill. You can choose whether to participate in junior high and high school, and when you graduate from college, you can choose whether to become a formal demon hunter. To put it bluntly, all the benefits have been taken, because after graduation you can choose to return to being an ordinary person, and the benefits before graduation, such as easy further study and various subsidies, are already in your hands. If the actual situation is consistent with what President Zhang said, then I think there is no problem. Otonashi Chiya said, I am willing to serve as the head coach of Magic City Qingfeng Middle School, but I have a condition. I have a younger sister in Japan. I want her to transfer to Daxia to study. Can you arrange it? Of course, this is no problem. Let alone one, we can easily transfer 100 international students here. President Zhang said with a little excitement. Otonashi Chiya had agreed to such an important matter as the Devil Hunter special pilot project, so in comparison, international students were just a small matter. He could then leave the Demon Hunter Association and continue to stay in the hotel while waiting for the contract process. He did not specifically tell Shen Yu and the others about the things in hell. He just said that he had something to do and would be leaving for a while to avoid causing unnecessary worry. Could this be the territory of a certain rude devil? Advertisement. The matter of the new destination has basically been settled, and Otonashi Chiya does not plan to just sit there and wait for the next few days. He is preparing to go to hell. Then there may be more than one. Okay. Almost in an instant, everything around turned into endless darkness, and a 4 or 5 meter tall demon figure wearing a black cloak suddenly emerged from the darkness. Before Otonashi Chiya could see the whole figure, he concluded that it was the Demon of Darkness. Otonashi Chiya thought of Reese, who would definitely want to go to school to experience it. Seeing the scene of hell again still felt quite novel to him. Facing the dark devil, Otonashi Chiya did not dare to be careless and instantly opened the third form Susanoo. The countless doors of various kinds in the sky are actually the gates to hell. The ground is covered with flowers and plants, and countless severed human fingers. There are plains, hills, and rivers. The whole hell is filled with a weird atmosphere. Sure enough, in the next moment, at this moment, the furious demon who had not spoken for a long time suddenly shouted in panic inside Otonashi Chiya's body. Suddenly a door opened in the sky, and a black shadow dripped down like ink. Naturally, he would not bring anyone else with him, but go to hell alone, because this place is too dangerous. If he is unlucky and runs into a rude demon, he can only protect himself at best. In front of the 100-meter tall Karasu Tengu Susanoo, the dark demon suddenly seemed so small. In the dead silence, the sound of water drops is so loud. President Zhang has already said it bluntly enough. If he were to be more blunt, he would be afraid that something bad would happen to him. Even this was not enough. He gritted his teeth and entered the fourth form, adding Karasu Tengu armor on the basis of Susanoo's original form, and the height directly increased to about 100 meters. Otonashi Chiya nodded. Although he had the bad luck to encounter the rude dark demon, he did not want to escape at the speed of light when they first met. Instead, he wanted to have a fight with this dark demon, so that he could protect himself if all else failed. Now the additional terms have been drafted. I will go back and remake the complete contract. After it is reviewed by my superiors, it can be signed and stamped. This process is expected to take a few days. During this time, you can bring your relatives from Japan over. And it's quite possible, because it would explain why no demons appeared here. Run. P.S. This chapter has more than 3,000 words. I didn't want to break it, but the number of words has increased from 2,000 to more than 3,000. No matter how I write, I can't avoid breaking it. I definitely can't finish writing about the battle in this chapter, so I can only put it in the next chapter. This chapter does not count as a gift extra chapter, and the gift value is not enough for an extra chapter. The next chapter will be updated tomorrow at noon. It doesn't matter how many there are. I'll just tell Principal Liang directly when the time comes. He is both a beneficiary and a responsible person in this special pilot project, just like me, so you know. President Zhang continued, next, I will help you get a green card as soon as possible. It won't be difficult to get your citizenship, considering how much they value you. This guess suddenly occurred to Otonashi Chiya. But just like last time, hell is clearly the birthplace of demons. But Otonashi Chiya did not see any demons within the range of his naked eyes. But Otonashi Chiya did not dare to underestimate this tiny figure, because this was the strongest root demon known in the original work, the Demon of Darkness. Through the Kamui space, Otonashi Chiya was transferred directly to hell, the same location he had been to last time. Chapter 147 Complete Susanoo. The reason why the dark demon is so powerful is that humans have been afraid of darkness since ancient times. This is the most primitive fear, so it is named the root of terror. As we all know, the deeper the fear of a thing or concept that humans, including demons, have, the stronger the demon of that name will be, and the most primitive fear is naturally the strongest. For example, darkness and falling, which are the known root demons in the original work. And there is death. There is a high possibility that the demon of death is the root demon, because domination and hunger, the two sisters of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, both have a very high opinion of the demon of death. In the original book, in the eyes of the demon of hunger, only the demon of war in full strength has a chance to prevent the coming of the demon of death as predicted by Nostradamus. The Chainsaw Man Church places its hopes on the Chainsaw Man in full strength. However, the sense of oppression created by falling and death is far less than that of the dark demon. I'm afraid even the fourth form of Susanoo can't handle this guy. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was located at the head of Karasu Tengu Susanoo, and could see the entire appearance of the dark demon from a distance. The appearance is a bit like a standing pterosaur, with a pair of horns on its head, and a body composed of multiple human bodies. 4 human heads and twisted bodies form the torso of the dark demon, and each head has a different expression. The 2 legs are 2 human bodies, and there is a huge dark cloak behind it. I told you to run. Why didn't you listen? The furious demon inside Otonashi Chiya was extremely anxious. Although she had long lost her memory of hell before reincarnation, she could be recognized as the root of darkness through her extremely dangerous aura and dark characteristics. She was an existence that even demons feared. At this time, Otonashi Chiya did not have the time to respond to the angry demon. His eyes were fixed on the dark demon in the distance. Ding! Host activates the achievement, first encounter with the dark devil, and gains attribute points, 10. Sudden. Quack. A frog croaked from somewhere, and the dark demon instantly teleported from a distance to Susanoo's front. Otonashi Chiya could barely see the movement of the dark demon, but couldn't see its attack movements at all. Crack. In an instant, many cracks appeared on Susanoo, which had been reinforced by Karasu Tengu's armor. Even with the fourth form of ultimate defense, Susanoo could only barely withstand one attack from the dark demon. It was estimated that 1 or 2 more attacks from the dark demon would crush Susanoo. Advertisement, allocated attribute points. 135, 991 attribute points have been obtained cumulatively. Ding, allocation completed, HP plus 135, strength, 160. Speed, 160, Chi and blood, 684, plus 5, Otonashi Chiya decisively added all the attribute points to Chi and blood, and also put on the white mask costume in order to improve the Chi and blood attribute as much as possible. Currently, he can withstand the consumption of the fourth form of Susanoo, but the fourth form of Susanoo cannot withstand the attack of the dark demon. Besides, he was already a little excited and wanted to see whether the complete form of Susanoo could compete with the dark devil. On the premise that he can protect himself, he wants to have a big fight with the dark devil. At the same time, far away outside the dark area, there was a humanoid demon standing on the top of a mountain, with a pair of circular eyes shaped like Rinnegan looking in the direction of the dark area. This humanoid demon looks like a human girl. Her beautiful face does not show any emotion. There are several beauty spots on her face. She has earrings shaped like a scale hanging from her ears. It seems that the head is tilted to the left due to the different weight of the scale earrings. This is none other than the demon of hunger, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Are they fighting the dark devil, humans, or demons? The hungry demon muttered expressionlessly, although he has the breath of a demon, he should be a human. It's interesting that a human can come to hell and fight against the dark demon. Hungry demon. The hungry demon was outside the dark demon's territory, observing the battle from the edge. She had no grudge against the dark demon, and the dark demon didn't have the time to care about her outside his territory. At this moment, the hungry demon's chin raised a little more, because the blue-green giant in the distance became taller, and its size doubled again. It seemed to be about 200 meters high, which was almost as high as the mountain under her feet. This is Otonashi Chiya's complete form Susanoo. It inherited the original Karasu Tengu armor from the fourth form, and the armor all over its body became more complete. A pair of wings that could almost cover the sky and the sun grew on its back, and it held the ultimate form of the rage sword in its hand. At this time, the dark devil raised one hand and pointed his finger at Otonashi Chiya, who was at Susanoo's head. The moment the dark demon raised his hand, Otonashi Chiya realized that the dark demon was about to activate his ability. Advertisement. He slashed out with his sword before the dark demon activated his ability, and the sword wave, which was not much smaller than the complete form of Susanoo, instantly swallowed up the dark demon. Not only that, the sword wave also destroyed everything tens of thousands of meters ahead. Boom! The terrifying sword wave that shook the earth was accompanied by a deafening roar. The hungry demon watched with her own eyes as the sword wave suddenly attacked her. The hungry demon's pupils suddenly trembled, and his figure instantly disappeared from the top of the mountain and appeared on the lawn in the distance the next moment. Ah, the hungry demon exclaimed with a slight emotionless cry, it was a bit dangerous, I almost got affected. She looked at the hill where she had just been, which had been split vertically in half. If she hadn't dodged just now, her fate would probably not have been much better. It was also because she was far away that she had time to react and dodge. If she was in the position of the dark demon, she felt that the consequences for her would be either death or disability. Are there already such strong people in the world? The hungry demon's gaze returned to Susanoo, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. Although in her opinion that human beings still could not defeat the dark demon, because the dark demon could not die in the dark realm, the destructive power that could destroy almost everything shocked her. If the dark demon is not in the dark domain, the result is hard to say, but this assumption has no possibility of being true. No matter how stupid the dark demon is, he will not leave his invincible domain. Right now, Otonashi Chiya could see that the dark demon was severely injured by the sword wave. The four heads on the alien's head and torso were all bleeding, but they immediately recovered as new. This was the dark demon in the dark realm. You are indeed immortal, then strike me with another sword. Otonashi Chiya knew very well that he could not defeat the dark devil, but having come this far he did not want to stop halfway, otherwise it would be too unsatisfying. As his mind moved, he attached the power of Kamui's space distortion to the blade of the rage sword. Chapter 148 Kamui. The wrathful sword. Due to being severely injured by the perfect form of Susanoo, the dark demon recovered instantly, but his action of raising his hand to attack was interrupted. The dark demon seemed to have been enraged, and used 4 pairs of hands to simultaneously make a namaste gesture in front of the 4 heads on the torso. This action meant that the dark demon was going to take real action. However, Otonashi Chiya did not intend to use Susanoo to withstand the angry attack of the dark devil, even if it was the complete form of Susanoo. Because he may not be able to withstand it, his current chi and blood attribute is still not high enough. The higher the chi and blood strength, the higher the upper limit of Susanoo's attack and defense. Moreover, the power consumption of continuously activating the perfect Susanoo is also very exaggerated. It is not as cost-effective to use the perfect Susanoo to resist the attack of the dark demon with such huge power as using hollow to directly dodge it. Just before the 4 hands of the dark devil clasped together, Otonashi Chiya released the complete form of Susanoo, holding the rage sword that had been imbued with the power of Kamui, and fell towards the dark devil from a height of 200 meters. At this time, the 4 hands of the dark demon were closed, and an invisible attack that was invisible to the naked eye suddenly attacked Otonashi Chiya. In the original work, Guangxi and other demon hunters were instantly killed by this move. But these attacks all penetrated Otonashi Chiya's body, and the dark demon seemed to be stunned by this unprecedented strange situation. Taking advantage of the time when the dark demon was stunned and did not continue to activate his abilities, Otonashi Chiya moved directly in front of the dark demon, and slashed at the alien head of the dark demon with the furious sword in his hand that had been enchanted by Kamui's power. Kamui's power to distort space completely ignores physical defense. No matter how immortal the dark demon is, it is still a physical body, and the alien's head was immediately cut off. But the dark demon will recover to full health in an instant. Otonashi Chiya will naturally not watch this guy recover, so he wants to use Kamui to directly absorb the dark demon into the Kamui space. Unfortunately, the transfer speed of the 2 Kamui was not fast enough in front of the dark demon. The dark demon teleported again after recovering to full health at the speed of light. However, even if the dark demon could be sucked into the Kamui space, Otonashi Chiya would be unable to do anything about it, because this guy's dark cloak could form a dark field anytime and anywhere, the original setting in the encyclopedia, and he could not be killed no matter what. Unless the dark demon is careless to the point of being extremely stupid, such as not opening the dark realm to fight him. Therefore, even if he was sucked into the Kamui space, he could only be locked in there at best. Keeping him locked up forever was not a solution, and he would have to release the dark demon sooner or later, otherwise all his abilities related to the Kamui space would be wasted. At this moment, a knife appeared above the head of the dark demon as he teleported. It was a strangely shaped knife with 4 bells hanging on it, so let's call it a bell knife. Otonashi Chiya blinked, and the bell knife suddenly pierced his heart. Advertisement. Fortunately, he had hollow, and the bell knife only penetrated his body. Jingle. As soon as the bell rang, even though Otonashi Chiya was in a hollow state, he could feel the bell sword vibrating extremely terrifying destructive energy in his body. But he was still unharmed. He even had the leisure to talk to the dark devil. Since I can't kill you and you can't kill me, we can almost call a truce. As long as the dark demon doesn't know his hollow weakness, his self-preservation ability is absolutely unbreakable. This is also his greatest confidence in daring to go to war with the dark demon. However, the dark demon was not so easy to deal with, and it used its abilities on Otonashi Chiya multiple times. Otonashi Chiya just stood there and let the dark demon attack as he pleased, without moving at all, but the dark demon couldn't touch him no matter what. The dark demon gradually realized that it was indeed helpless against this human who suddenly broke into its territory, so it stopped attacking. The 4 human heads on the alien's head and torso simultaneously emitted 5 deep and hoarse voices, and the words spoken were all the same. Leave my territory. Okay, I'll leave in a minute, and I didn't mean to intrude on your territory, so don't be so aloof. In this situation, Otonashi Chiya could still smile. We don't have to fight to the death as soon as we meet, isn't it nice to chat? However, the dark demon seemed to have no interest in talking nonsense with humans. If it couldn't kill this human, there was no point for it to stay here any longer. Its territory is very large. It is not just this area. In addition to this inherent territory, all the dark places in hell can be considered its territory. The figure of the dark demon suddenly disappeared. Unless this human does not leave its territory for a long time, it will not appear again. As the dark demon left, the endless darkness around him also disappeared instantly, returning to the scene when Otonashi Chiya first entered hell. As expected, we can't communicate. Never mind, it's worth the trip to fight the dark devil this time. Otonashi Chiya seemed to have almost forgotten that he came to hell to find Makima. Advertisement: he is feeling a little weak now, and his pupil power is severely depleted. In his current state, he cannot sustain another bloody battle. Therefore, Otonashi Chiya did not expect to find Makima this time, but he had to continue wandering around in hell to avoid being transferred to the territory of the dark devil next time. Otonashi Chiya kept moving forward. He didn't know how big the territory of the dark demon was, but it was always right to move forward. As he walked forward, he was still thinking about the dark demon. Speaking of which, the dark demon has this invincible dark domain, but I don't know why the dark demon is always in hell. Logically speaking, the devil of darkness should also be able to descend directly to the human world through the devil of hell. Is there something restraining the dark demon? It may also be that the dark demon is not interested in slaughtering humans. Otherwise, even the master, puppet demon, who ate the dark demon's meat would be very troublesome. In the end, Chainsaw Man, Guangxi and Cosmic Demon Cosmo worked together to defeat it. Chainsaw Man and Guangxi were responsible for control, and Cosmo was responsible for output. The ability of the Cosmic Demon Cosmo is extremely strong, similar to a mental attack, forcibly instilling all knowledge of the universe into the brain, and then the brain will only think about Halloween until death. Even the master who ate the dark demon meat slices cannot avoid death. But this ability takes too long to charge, and it is useless if someone kills it first. In the original book, he was beheaded instantly by Makima. Given the dark demon meat's immortality in the dark, if the master deliberately hides himself, countless people around the world will be transformed into puppets, which is no different from being dead. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly remembered the angry demon and called out to him. Scarlet. No response was received. Scarlet? Scarlet still said nothing. Otonashi Chiya immediately guessed. Could it be that Scarlet was angry and was sulking with him? Chapter 149. Hungry Demon. Otonashi Chiya felt that Scarlet was probably angry. After all, he had just ignored Scarlet's dissuasion and insisted on having a bloody battle with the dark demon, so he knew very well why Scarlet was angry. Although he was absolutely sure that he could save his life, Scarlet definitely didn't understand his methods as well as he did, so it was normal for her to be worried. Don't be angry, I just had to concentrate on the battle, so I didn't reply to you. I didn't mean to ignore you. Otonashi Chiya explained. He was just stating the facts, but to others it sounded like an apology and was more comfortable. Fei Hong wasn't that pretentious. She felt that Otonashi Chiya's attitude was quite sincere, so she stopped being angry. Snort. Fei Hong snorted softly. Even if you are sure of something in the future, at least tell me first. Do you know how scared I was just now? In her opinion, humans are basically doomed to die when encountering dark demons. Even among the demons themselves, except for the demons of the same origin, they can hardly escape death when facing dark demons. Once Otonashi Chiya is killed by the dark demon, she will also be dead for sure. After all, her real body is inside Otonashi Chiya. Although Scarlet knew that she would not die completely, any non-origin demon would instinctively feel deep fear when facing an origin demon. It was estimated that only the 4 Apocalypse Horsemen, death, hunger, war, and domination, could remain much calmer when facing an origin demon, not to mention whether death was also an origin demon. Scarlet had no idea that Otonashi Chiya was so strong that it exceeded her cognition. It was true that Otonashi Chiya's strange abilities were very powerful, but she didn't expect that even the Dark Devil could do nothing to Otonashi Chiya. What kind of demon had this guy contracted before her made her extremely concerned now? Yeah, I'll tell you in advance next time. Hearing the furious demon actually say, afraid, directly, it means that Scarlet was really scared this time, which made Otonashi Chiya even more embarrassed. But the other party is obviously a demon, so why does he feel like he is coaxing a girl, even though it doesn't seem to be a big problem that Fei Hong is a girl? Fortunately, Fei Hong was obviously easy to coax, otherwise he would really not be good at coaxing girls. By the way, how much strength have you hidden? At this time, Scarlet couldn't help but ask. After this battle, she had a clearer understanding of Otonashi Chiya's strength. It turned out that this boy had been hiding his strength. She even suspected that he had not yet revealed all his cards this time. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya immediately shook his head and said, no, I really didn't hide my strength this time. How dare I hold back when facing the Dark Devil? He was telling the truth. This time, he even used Perfect Susanoo and Kamui's Sword of Fury in the battle against the Dark Devil. Apart from that, he basically had no other trump cards. However, it does not mean that his strength will stop here. The mechanisms such as attribute points, blood attributes, and system mall mean that his strength will never have an upper limit and will only become stronger and stronger. But there was no way he would tell Scarlet about this. 2. Scarlet did not doubt what Otonashi Chiya said. After all, that was the dark demon. From what I can see now, your strength can be said to be invincible. The dark demon that cannot be killed can be described as invincible. Only humans or demons who are equally invincible can fight against it head-on without losing. Quote. But when Otonashi Chiya looked closely, he found that it was the graceful figure of a human girl, who seemed to be a humanoid demon, and looked quite familiar. He was surprised that he met the demon of darkness and the demon of hunger one after another as soon as he arrived in hell. After running at top speed for a long time, he finally saw the first creature in hell other than the dark demon, standing in the distance. Otonashi Chiya did not slow down, nor did he avoid the hungry demon. Even though this guy was dangerous, he was alone and was least afraid of danger. The ruling demon wants Pochita to eat the other 3 knights, her 3 sisters. The war demon is obsessed with revenge against Pochita and calls the hunger demon a mad woman. He stopped only when he reached the hungry demon. The hungry demon readily revealed his identity. Even the mental attacks from the cosmic demon may not be effective against him in the hollow state, because in the hollow state his entity is in the Kamui space, and his body in the human world is not even a soul, but a projection at most. In this sense, any attack on him is ineffective. The chances of success in trying to talk to a hungry demon who was smarter than most humans were slim, but you had to try anyway. The reason she appeared here was actually because she deliberately came here early to wait for the human boy, wanting to see the boy's appearance clearly and remember his smell. Otonashi Chiya walked forward while talking to Scarlet. It seems that they have left the realm of the dark demon. In fact, the second possibility is quite high, because in the original book, the relationship between the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse is indeed not very harmonious. They all have their own goals and do their own things, so it is not surprising that they do not interact with each other on a normal basis. Advertisement demons have very sensitive noses, and many of them like to recognize people by their smell. Hungry demon, I see. My name is Otonashi Chiya. By the way, aren't the other 3 knights with you? Otonashi Chiya suddenly thought of this name with surprise. I am the demon of hunger, what about you? What's more, with the cosmic demons charging pre-swing, you would be killed instantly just when you try to charge. Alright. Otonashi Chiya pretended to be half comprehending when talking to the hungry demon. The hungry demon's reply showed that he either saw through his tricks or he really didn't know where the other 3 horsemen of the apocalypse were. Demon of hunger. Otonashi Chiya did not deny it. Human? No, it should be a demon, right? It is said that the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are all humanoid demons that are extremely similar to humans. So which horseman are you? Among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, it is known that the demon of domination and the demon of hunger are both very smart, and the demon of death is probably not much worse, but the demon of war is a fool. If being immortal is considered invincible, then as long as he is not careless, no human or demon can kill him. However, the hungry demon is the domination demon's sister. If you can meet the hungry demon, then you are probably not far from finding the domination demon Makima. The hungry demon said indifferently, no, and I don't quite know where they are. He wanted to ask the hungry demon about Makima's whereabouts, but he didn't want to show that he knew the other person, otherwise it would easily arouse suspicion. Otonashi Chiya immediately gave up the idea of asking questions. The hunger demon wants to use the war demon and also wants to cooperate with the domination demon, all in order to kill the death demon. Otonashi Chiya tried to get some information out of him, although he didn't hold out much hope. I think the Knights of the Apocalypse are very handsome, I really want to meet them. The death demon is the king of terror in the Nostradamus prophecy of the end of the world, whose purpose is to destroy human civilization. Chapter 150. Withdrawal, ding. Host activates the achievement, first encounter with the hungry demon, and gains attribute points. 2. I forgot about it in the last chapter, so I'll add it here. It can be found that after arriving in hell, the main characters in the original work you meet do not always have only one attribute point like before. I guess this thing is determined by the system based on the difficulty. When you first encounter the dark demon, you are given 10 attribute points. This is undoubtedly because it is difficult to meet the dark demon, and it is even more difficult to survive in the hands of the dark demon. But for Otonashi Chiya, who has 2 Kamui, as long as he is not careless, it will be fine. Therefore, the 10 attribute points given by the system are reasonable. Although Pochita is a very important character, it is not difficult to find it in the human world, and Pochita in dog form is not dangerous, so the system only gives it 1 attribute point when you first meet it. Since he couldn't get anything out of the hungry demon, Otonashi Chiya didn't plan to stay here. He felt that he could return to the human world and have a good rest for a few days. Now this location is no longer within the dark demon's territory. Next time he comes to hell, he can move to this location and the dark demon will not trouble him. Goodbye, I'm going back. Before leaving, Otonashi Chiya did not forget to say goodbye to the hungry demon. After all, he was not averse to the hungry demon. The humanoid demons like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse did not have much malice towards humans, except for the yet unknown death demon. At least they don't treat humans as food and take pleasure in killing them like other demons do. They are carrying out their own ideals or goals, and can ruthlessly kill any human or demon in the face of their ideals. Even the dominant demon Makima, who was distorted by the cabinet in the original work, wants to make all demons including herself disappear completely. Bye-bye. The hungry demon looked quite friendly, tilting his head slightly and saying, bye, in an emotionless tone, which was inexplicably cute. The next moment, Otonashi Chiya's figure instantly disappeared and returned to the human world through the Kamui space. After Otonashi Chiya disappeared, the hungry demon remained in the distance, seemingly thinking about something. When he was transferred from Kamui space to the human world, Otonashi Chiya did not return to the hotel in Magic City immediately, but went to Tokyo. Only Denji, Reese and Pachita were at home, and Zhao Hong was in school. "Welcome back, dear." As soon as Lace saw Otonashi Chiya coming back, she immediately smiled and said, "Honey." Otonashi Chiya's face was slightly stunned. Advertisement. It is true that Lace didn't call him Master anymore, but the name, Dear, was obviously worse. His bad premonition last time turned out to be correct. No matter how many times Lace changed the name, it would not change her nature of liking to tease him. "Yes, dear. You asked me not to call you Master last time, so I will call you Dear from now on," Lacey said with a smile. "Brother Chiya, you're back." At this time, Denji and Pachita also came out of the room. But when she heard Sister Lesse calling Brother Chiya Dear, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly and she whispered, "Sister Lesse is so cunning." Lysai smiled and rubbed Densi's head. While helping Densi to tidy up his messy long hair, she asked Otonashi Chiya, "By the way, the international transfer should have been completed. How is the current situation?" "Well, it's over." Otonashi Chiya nodded and said, "We will be living and working in Daxia for a long time. I am also going to take you there when I come back this time." "It is indeed Daxia. I can speak Huxia, but Densi's sister will have to learn Huxia from me when the time comes." By this time, Lace had already fixed Densi's hair. "Yeah, I'll try my best." Denji nodded. Zhao Hong's parents are another matter. The 8 sisters and their younger brother Yi Li all have a good relationship with Zhao Hong. About 10 minutes later, Dongshan Zhao Hong arrived at the principal's office because she said a simple goodbye to her classmates before leaving the classroom. "I heard that Qingfeng Middle School in Shanghai is the best high school in Shanghai and is also among the best in the whole of Daxia. The teaching environment is definitely fine, but it will be more difficult for you to learn Huxia." Otonashi Chiya thought that Zhao Hong had 8 sisters. Otonashi Chiya explains. Although normally a withdrawal fee of tens of thousands of yen would be charged when processing the withdrawal procedures, the principal completely omitted this fee. After all, Otonashi Chiya had a special identity. "That's okay. Learning a foreign language has its benefits. You're leaving on a plane this afternoon. Do you want to go say goodbye to your family first?" Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya could leave school with Higashiyama Zhao Hong. Otonashi Chiya explains. It didn't take long before the withdrawal procedures were completed. Advertisement. Dongshan Zhao Hong certainly knew about Shanghai, but she didn't know much about schools abroad, and she didn't even know all about schools in Tokyo, so she didn't know about Qingfeng Middle School in Shanghai. President Zhang had previously told him about some things about Qingfeng Middle School in Magic City. If it wasn't the best high school in Magic City, it wouldn't be the first school to start a pilot program for the Demon Hunter special skills. He then transferred to Zhao Hong's school and went directly to the principal's office to see the principal. "Of course there's no rush. I'll go with you now." Oh, yes, we will live in the Celestial Empire from now on, and the new school has basically been decided, which is Qingfeng Middle School in the Magic City. On the way home, Dongshan Zhao Hong couldn't help but ask. After saying that, the principal immediately informed Mr. Watanabe by phone. "Vice Captain Otonashi, you're here, please take a seat." "That's right. Because of my work, I will be working in Daxia for a long time. If there's no rush, I do want to say goodbye to them." "Then you should pack your things first. The Demon Hunter Association of the Magic City has already booked your flight tickets. You can leave this afternoon. I will go to Zhao Hong's school now to handle the withdrawal procedures." The principal said respectfully. "Have you decided where to go next, Otonashi-kun?" Otonashi Chiya sat on the sofa chair, drinking tea and communicating with the principal. Due to the information gap, the principal still thought that Otonashi Chiya was still the vice captain of the Tokyo Public Security Exorcism Division 1. After Dongshan Zhao Hong came in, the principal did not delay at all and immediately started to process her withdrawal procedures. The principal briefly summarized what Otonashi Chiya had just said to him. Dongshan Zhao Hong said, "Okay, that's no problem. The class will be over soon, so I'll just ask Mr. Watanabe to tell Ms. Toyama and ask her to come to the office." After saying that, Otonashi Chiya left. "I understand. Vice Captain Otonashi means that Tushan-san will drop out of school today and go to study in Daxia, right?" Dongshan Zhao Hong said optimistically. Otonashi Chiya's response. Chapter 151. Sister Zhao Hong is going to elope. Additional update. Dongshan family. Ever since they were lectured by Otonashi Chiya and the police last time, the Higashiyama couple have become much more obedient. Although they still prefer their brother Yuta Toyama, at least they don't dare to be so obviously partial to him, nor do they dare to be too bad to their sisters. Dongshan Zhao Hong basically lives in Otonashi Chiya's house and no longer needs to rely on her parents. In general, the current situation is much better than before. Older sisters who have graduated no longer have to hand over their wages, and the sisters can support each other and live a more comfortable life. At this time, Otonashi Chiya and Higashiyama Zhao Hong had already arrived at the door of the Higashiyama family. After ringing the doorbell, a sister came out to open the door. It happened to be the same sister who opened the door for Otonashi Chiya when he first came to Higashiyama's house. "I'm back," Dongshan Zhao Hong said immediately. "Eh, Sister Zhao Hong? Shouldn't you still be in class now?" My sister couldn't help but be surprised. Sister Xiaohong usually comes back to see them once a week and brings back a lot of delicious food, but usually only on weekends. I didn't expect Sister Xiaohong to suddenly come back during this class time. There are some reasons for this. Let's go in and talk about it first. Dongshan Xiaohong was sitting in the living room. Except for the 3 younger sisters who were in school and Dongshan Yeli, the rest of the sisters had been called to sit in the living room. Otonashi Chiya placed several bags of things on the table and sat down next to him. On the way here just now, he specially bought a lot of delicious food, including fruits, biscuits, bread and various snacks, all for Xiaohong's sisters and Yeli's brother. Xiao Xiaohong, what happened suddenly? Why did you call us all down? It must be something very important, otherwise Sister Xiaohong, who loves studying so much, wouldn't skip class and come back for no reason. Speaking of which, my boyfriend is here too. Could it be that Xiao Xiaohong is going to fly away with her boyfriend and came back to say goodbye to us? Big sister really loves to joke around, Xiao Xiaohong. The second sister was halfway through her speech when she suddenly noticed that Xiaohong's face was redder than usual, and there was a hint of apology in her eyes. The second sister was immediately amazed and said, did the eldest sister really get it right? Advertisement? I was just kidding. Is Xiao Xiaohong really going to elope with her boyfriend? The eldest sister's reaction was even more shocked than the second sister's. Elope. Sister Xiaohong is going to elope. I really didn't expect that Sister Xiaohong has become so bold now. First she lived with a boy, and now she wants to run away. The younger sisters didn't seem sad at all, but started to make a noise. The sisters had already assumed that Otonashi Chiya was Xiaohong's boyfriend. After all, so many things had happened before, and Xiaohong would always mention Otonashi-kun whenever she came back. That. Dongshan Xiaohong was immediately made even more embarrassed by what was said. Because she will go to Daxia to live with Otonashi-kun in the future, which is really the same as flying far away. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was sitting next to them drinking tea quietly. He felt it was not appropriate to interrupt Xiaohong's conversation with her sisters, so he simply remained silent. At this time, the eldest sister said, okay, you are already an old married couple, but Xiao Xiaohong is still so shy. Can you tell us what happened? Dongshan Xiaohong took a deep breath, calmed down her shyness, and then said, actually, it's because Otonashi-kun will be working as a demon hunter in Daxia in the future. I have already dropped out of school today and plan to go to school in Daxia in the future. The reason why he didn't bring Lei Sai and the others with him was because he wanted them to arrive in Daxia through formal channels and apply for a visa on arrival. Otherwise, it would be illegal immigration. The old man and old woman mentioned by the eldest sister naturally referred to her parents. By the way, these are the gifts that Otonashi-kun bought for everyone. They're all delicious. After listening to what her sisters said, Dongshan Xiaohong's originally sad mood improved a lot. But if my sister is serious, she will definitely be angry. After chatting with the sisters and Nori's brother for a while, Dongshan Xiaohong finally finished saying goodbye, and Otonashi Chiya also said a simple goodbye. He will move out of the hotel after the contract results come out. Now the data has plummeted, and it will never recover. The advertising fee is not as high as the gift. My only way is to ask for more free gifts ors. The eldest sister said to Otonashi Chiya with a happy face. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was planning to rent 2 more luxury suites in the hotel, which were also about 100 square meters or more. It's nothing. The old man and the old woman would definitely not dare to say anything. I'm also very happy that Xiao Xiaohong can live a happy life. Advertisement. We just discovered that there are so many delicious foods. Thank you so much, my boyfriend. P.S. 100 gift value editions are completed. I hope to get more free gifts to generate power with love. Although paid gifts are the best, free gifts will definitely last longer. After all, they can be given away for free every day. Considering that you may be bored these days, how about visiting our Demon Hunter Association tomorrow? I'll let Ping Kui take charge of this matter. Although she is a demon, she is very docile and her abilities are suitable for this task. Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. Now that there are more and more people around him, single rooms, double rooms, etc. are definitely not enough, and it is also quite troublesome. When they got home, Lessei and Densi had already packed their luggage. Lessei mainly brought various cosmetics and beautiful clothes, while Densi brought Pachita and various games. Dongshan Xiaohong's face became more and more red with embarrassment. That's true. This is not a farewell forever. I can call you anytime and come back to visit you during holidays. Anyway, I feel like it won't be bad. My boyfriend is so thoughtful. It's a pity that Xiao Xiaohong got there first, otherwise I would have liked my boyfriend too. Just when Otonashi Chiya had rented 2 luxury suites at the front desk, President Zhang suddenly called. Oh, so that's how it is. Are we leaving soon? Otonashi Chiya was not on the plane, but was transferred directly to Daxia through Kamui space. Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly remembered this and mentioned the bags of things on the table. The eldest sister asked. After Xiaohong packed her luggage, they set off on the plane. We too will definitely wish Sister Xiaohong the best. I'm not sure if you will all like these things. If anything tastes bad, remember to tell me next time. It's just a few hours flight. There's no need to act like a stowaway just to save a little time. The eldest sister said teasingly. Dongshan Xiaohong nodded slightly. Well, I'm leaving this afternoon, so I came back to tell you. Sister. Stop teasing me. That's right, Sister Zhaohong, don't worry too much about us. Besides, don't we have a phone? Just call us occasionally. It would be even better if you could come back during the long vacation. Chapter 152 Teacher Lacey Ping Kui. Okay. Otonashi Chiya responded, but in his heart he was thinking that Ping Kui seemed to be one of the demons who followed Guangxi in the original work. Since Ping Kui is here, Guangxi is probably also working in the Demon Hunter Association in the Magic City? P.S. In the original novel, Guangxi and those demons were in a certain place, but that place cannot be mentioned. Once it is mentioned, it will be sealed. Those two words cannot even be mentioned, so it can only be changed to Demon City. But can Ping Kui be described as gentle? At most, he's more obedient in front of Guangxi, right? After hanging up the phone, Otonashi Chiya rented 2 or 3 more luxury suites and cancelled the original single and double rooms. As for the 5 luxury suites, do I need to tell President Zhang? The clerk at the front desk reminded Otonashi Chiya. The rental fee for a luxury suite is several $1,000s a day, and the total cost of 5 suites is not something that most people can afford. The waiter meant to remind Otonashi Chiya to ask President Zhang to reimburse him. No, I can pay for it myself, Otonashi Chiya explains. The last thing he lacks now is money, so there is no need to ask President Zhang for reimbursement, otherwise it would make him seem stingy. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya went upstairs to inform Kamijo that they were moving to a luxury suite. Densi and the others are on the plane now. They will arrive in a few hours. We will stay in the hotel for the time being. After speaking to Shenyue, Otonashi Chiya said to Pachita in his arms, Okay Pachita, you can move freely now. Of course Pachita couldn't get on the plane, so he took Pachita directly and transferred through the Kamui space. Otherwise, Pachita would be identified as a demon right at the airport, and that would cause huge trouble. Woof, Pachita had been playing with the doll before, but finally he could come down and move around. The luxury suite of more than 100 square meters looks much more comfortable, has enough space, and has 3 bedrooms. Feeling that the time was about right, Otonashi Chiya went to the Shanghai airport to pick them up. Since Lesa can speak Huxia, Dianqi and Zhaohong have no problems on this trip. This is Daxia. This is my first time going abroad. Dongshan Zhaohong looked around. She felt very excited although she had never been abroad. Advertisement, where is brother Chiya? Didn't he say he would pick us up at the airport? Densi was already excited when she was on the plane. She felt very fresh because of her first time flying on a plane. I'm already here. It's over there. Lace then took Denji and Zhaohong to find Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya also waved at them. The fact that they were here meant that they had already arranged their visas on arrival. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya took them to the hotel in a taxi. There are vacancies in my suite, and there are other suites as well. You can choose which one you want to stay in. When they arrived at the hotel, Otonashi Chiya said to them, but this is just a temporary stay in the hotel for a few days. After a few days, when all the procedures are completed, I will go buy a villa. If nothing unexpected happens, housing prices will be quite cheap during this period, but they will soar in 20 or 30 years. Of course, he has no interest in real estate speculation. In the world of Chainsaw Man, money is not important, and there is no need to make money through real estate speculation. It is enough to make money by hunting a demon every day. In his opinion, houses are for living in, not for speculation. I want to live in the same suite with Chiya Ni. Denji spoke first. I don't want to go to another suite either. Dongshan said with a blushing face. Of course I want to live with my dear. Lei Sei also said in a cheerful tone, all right. Otonashi Chiya knew this would be the result. Fortunately, this luxurious suite can accommodate the 5 of them plus Pachita. As for Lacey calling him, dear, he didn't want to say anything more. Besides, Lacey would probably just change the address to something even more outrageous. Now even, dear, has come out, and more outrageous titles are simply unimaginable. Speaking of which, the matter of transferring to another school. To be more precise, the matter of studying abroad can only be done after the contract is signed. Before that, Densi and Zhaohong. Why don't you learn Huxia first? Will Lessei teach you? At this time, Otonashi Chiya said, okay, I'd be happy to be a teacher to Densi and Zhaohong. Lacey gladly accepted. Then she suddenly said to Shen Yu in Russian, and Miss Shen Yu, don't you also want to learn Huxia? Let me teach you too. Come, call me teacher Lacei. Advertisement, Shen Yu's eyes suddenly changed slightly, and he crossed his arms over his chest, I don't want it. Looking at Lace's somewhat smug look, she didn't want to say, teacher Lace, even more. It will be a headache for the teacher if Shen Yu doesn't listen to the teacher. Lacei is still teasing Shen Yu. Okay, stop messing around and be serious. Shen Yu, you can choose who to learn Huxia from. Those agents know how to speak Huxia anyway. At this time, Otonashi Chiya interrupted the 2 girls' quarrel. I'd better go with this guy Lessei. Although Shen Yu hated this guy, she was still most familiar with him. That's fine. Come to think of it, Lacey, don't you also want to go to school like ordinary people? If you want, I can also get you into Qingfeng Middle School in the Magic City. Otonashi Chiya said to Reese. Lacei smiled happily, if it's really possible, that would be the best. An ordinary life has always been her dream. She never dared to think that she would have the opportunity to go to school like ordinary children. Although her actual age is definitely older than a normal high school student, her appearance is no different from that of a high school girl. But don't cause any trouble for me when you go to school. If you do, I won't protect you. Otonashi Chiya specifically reminded Lacey. Of course. Are you still not confident about my acting skills? I will act exactly like an ordinary girl. Lacey assured. It was a rare opportunity to go to school, so she would definitely not give up on her dream. That doesn't have to be too ordinary. The Magic City Qingfeng Middle School will conduct a special pilot program for Demon Hunter. You can also try to participate when the time comes. This is your advantage, and you can easily be admitted to a key university. Otonashi Chiya explains. This is a newly developed special skill, and it is highly valued by the higher-ups. Although he doesn't know the specific details of the extra points yet, he knows that applying to a key university will definitely be much easier than for ordinary students. However, given Lacey's intelligence and her background as an agent, it would not be difficult for her to get into a key university even if she did not participate in the Demon Hunter Special Pilot program. Devil Hunter Special Pilot. Lacey began to ponder it, and immediately felt that this new decision of the Celestial Empire was quite interesting. I just don't know if the problem of contract cost can be solved or improved. If the profession of Demon Hunter really becomes popular among the whole population, then the demon crisis will become less and less serious. Chapter 153. Do you like it? The people in the Celestial Empire probably want to slowly develop the Demon Hunter system into a universal one, right? But if the issue of the contract price can be resolved, it will definitely not be able to develop too widely. Are they planning to focus on physical skills? Lacey stroked her chin and pondered. That's right. Middle school students can voluntarily choose whether to participate in special skills, and then we will specifically train their physical skills and try to give them the ability to hunt demons without the help of demons. At least they will definitely not be allowed to sign a contract with the demon before they graduate from college. Otonashi Chiya explained. As expected, specializing in physical training is indeed a good idea, but this kind of thing depends a lot on talent. Not everyone can train excellent physical training that is good enough to hunt demons. However, if it is just for self-protection, most people can do it. Lacey pondered. Demon Hunter is just a job title. Anyone who has the ability to hunt demons can be called a demon hunter. It is not necessary to sign a contract with the demon. However, if most people want to be able to hunt demons, they must sign a contract with the demon to gain power, which leads to the profession of demon hunter being highly linked to the demon contract. This is mainly because physical skills are very dependent on talent, unlike the devil's contract. As long as everyone is willing to pay a certain price, everyone can obtain devil power that is superior to ordinary people. That's not our concern. Generally speaking, if we can gradually popularize demon hunters through physical training, it's definitely not a bad thing. As for how much money it will cost, that's not something we can worry about. Otonashi Chiya explains. If one wants to popularize Demon Hunter among the general public, the financial resources and other resources that need to be invested in this regard will be terrifying. Of course he supports this kind of thing, but he certainly can't do it with his own strength. It still depends on the determination of the bigwigs above. The most he can do is to lend a hand. As for Denji, you still want to stay at home with Pochita, right? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Denji, Densi hesitated for a moment and then nodded firmly. Although it was tempting to play with classmates of the same age at school, she still felt that Pochita was more important and could not let Pochita be alone at home. Okay, I understand. Things for Denji, Xiaohong, Leisa, and Pochita have been almost arranged, and now we just need Shenyue. Otonashi Chiya asked Shenyue in Russian again. Shenyue, do you have any ideas? Like going to school or something? Shen Yu asked, I remember you were going to be the head coach at Qingfeng Middle School in the Magic City, right? Yes, I have already promised President Zhang. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Advertisement, then I will become a coach too. There is no need to be a student. With my taijutsu, I should be qualified to be a coach. Shen Yu is not like Lei Sai, she has little interest in studying. Her biggest interest right now is undoubtedly Otonashi Chiya. So she wanted to be a coach directly so that she could work with Otonashi Chiya. That's fine, I'll just go and tell President Zhang. Otonashi Chiya explains. He was very impressed with Shen Yu's physical skills, so there was no way President Zhang would refuse. Lei Sai saw through Shen Yu's thoughts at a glance, but she didn't expose it. In comparison, she was more concerned about Shen Yu's current attire. Come to think of it, Miss Shen Yu is really dressed up beautifully now. Don't you like wearing men's clothes like before? Humans always get tired of the old and love the new, and I am no exception. Shen Yu said calmly. Really? Isn't it because you want to appear more feminine in front of Otonashi Chiya? Lacey teased. Shen Yu suddenly fell silent. Although this is only one of the reasons, it has been made clear. But I think it's great. Miss Shen Yu is really very beautiful now, my dear. I guess you are almost bewitched by her, right? Lacey suddenly changed the subject to Otonashi Chiya. Hey, honey, am I right? Now it was Otonashi Chiya's turn to be silent. He increasingly felt that whether or not this guy, Lace, really liked him was another matter. He only knew that this guy definitely liked to have fun. If it was just Reese, it would be fine, but at this moment Otonashi Chiya also felt Shen Yu's gaze. That look seemed to be expecting his reply. He suddenly felt a little numb. This guy Lei Sai was just having fun. Shen Yu, did you really take it seriously? I told you a long time ago that you look very good in this outfit. Advertisement Otonashi Chiya's answer path. Do you like it? Shen Yu was very direct and looked directly at Otonashi Chiya. It's a bit exaggerated to say that I'm obsessed with it, but it's definitely true that I like it. After all, everyone doesn't like beautiful things. Otonashi Chiya also spoke very honestly. Well, that's good. Only then did Shen Yu nod contentedly. In addition to Shen Yu, there was another person who was satisfied, and that was Lei Sai. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said nothing. Ms. Shen Yu, I have helped you so much, please don't let me down. Lei Sai thought to herself. For so long, she seemed to be teasing Shen Yu, but in fact, she was secretly helping Shen Yu. If it weren't for the fact that Risa's behavior when they first met, that is, when she first went to the Leningrad military headquarters, hadn't stimulated Shen Yue wouldn't know when she would be willing to reveal her true identity as a girl in front of Otonashi Chiya. Although it was Risa's acting that unintentionally irritated Shen Yue at the beginning, later it was no longer necessary to attribute it to acting, but rather she assisted in various ways out of her guilt towards Shen Yue. Of course, she felt more guilty towards Otonashi Chiya, but all she could do was to serve Otonashi Chiya loyally. Otonashi Chiya, Rize and Kamijo said so much, but Densi and Zhao Hong on the side didn't react at all, because Otonashi Chiya and the other two were speaking Russian, which Densi and the others couldn't understand at all. At this time, Dongshan Zhao Hong suddenly said weakly, how about I also try to participate in the special skill of Demon Hunter? There are two reasons why she had this idea. One is because Otonashi-kun is the head coach in this area, and the other is because she wants to make herself stronger and improve her timid shortcomings. Of course you can. It might be a little hard, but there's no danger. Otonashi Chiya's smile path. That's perfect. I can then partner up with Xiao Hong. This kind of special skill in school should also imitate the partner system of regular demon hunters, right? It is obvious that Lei Sai has a good relationship with Dongshan Zhao Hong. To be precise, there is no interpersonal relationship that she cannot handle well. Chapter 154 Demon Girl Ping Kui. The next day, Otonashi Chiya was invited to visit the Demon Hunter Association. I can just happen to go and tell President Zhang about Zhao Hong, Lei Sai and Shen Yue. When Otonashi Chiya entered the Demon Hunter Association, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. These are all official demon hunters working for the Demon Hunter Association. They have certainly heard about international transfers, but in other words, they don't understand it in detail. All we know is that this young man was a distinguished guest specially invited by President Zhang, and that his transfer fee set the highest record in the history of international transfers. Morning. Since they were not familiar with each other at all, they just greeted the boy and didn't even know his name. Good morning. Otonashi Chiya responded with a smile. They were all surprised to hear the young man speaking Huxia with a clear and correct accent. I heard that he was a foreigner, or that those who came to Daxia through international transfers were generally foreign demon hunters, right? The Huxia he spoke didn't have the accent that foreigners usually have. As Otonashi Chiya went upstairs to President Yang's study, the other demon hunters couldn't help but talk about it. It is said that this boy came from Japan, but he can speak Mandarin so well, and he is also an individual demon hunter without a country of origin. Could he be originally from our celestial empire? It feels very likely. This is probably one of the reasons why President Zhang values him so much. It's hard to imagine how strong he is that he could break the record for international transfer fees. If Master Guangxi also makes the transfer, I wonder if he can break the record again, although this is impossible. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already arrived at Chairman Yang's study. Seeing Otonashi Chiya coming, President Zhang immediately looked embarrassed. My friend, you came so early today, but I'm sorry that Ping Kui seems to be still asleep. It's okay. I just want to talk to President Zhang about something. Otonashi Chiya explains. Oh, tell me what it is. Advertisement President Zhang said with a little curiosity. They are all about the people around me. The international student I told you about before is a girl named Dongshan Zhao Hong. Then there is the weapon man Lei Sai from the Soviet Union who also hopes to study in Qingfeng Middle School in Magic City. Otonashi Chiya's straightforward way. Oh, so Dongshan Zhao Hong and Lei Sai are both going to attend Magic City Qingfeng Middle School, right? That's easy. President Zhang said, I will say hello to Principal Yang later, and then you can go to him anytime. He will definitely not give you face. Okay, then I'll go to Qingfeng Middle School in Magic City tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to take a look. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly, but speaking of it, he felt that Principal Yang sounded a little familiar, as if he had vaguely heard it somewhere. But he wanted to finish the business first. Also, Shen Yu, who appeared in the international transfer, he wants to be the physical training coach of the Devil Hunter specialty. Oh really? This is a good thing. President Zhang was immediately delighted and said, I will help you arrange it when the time comes. He had heard about Shen Yu's deeds in the Leningrad military before, but at that time he only knew the codename, Tsar. He admired the absolute defense and the hand knife that could cut through iron like mud. Although a certain ability might be granted by the power of the devil, it was said that Shen Yu was very rare and had no contract cost. In any case, Miss Kamiju's physical skills are absolutely unquestionable. He admires this kind of physical skills masters the most, including Otonashi Chiya, who is also extremely strong in physical skills. By the way, the contract process is almost at the final stage. The higher-ups are very concerned about this, so the speed of completing the contract process will break records. President Zhang smiled and said, although the process has not been completely completed, it is basically confirmed that there are no problems. I was originally more worried about some stubborn people in the previous links, but now even they have gone through it smoothly. Does that mean it can be signed tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Otonashi Chiya looked a little surprised. The contract process was much faster than he had imagined. It should be tomorrow at the latest. After the formal contract is signed, you and Miss Shenyue will all be members of the Demon Hunter Association of the Magic City. President Zhang was just about to introduce some things about the Demon Hunter Association to Otonashi Chiya when Ping Kui arrived. Ah, Ping Kui is here, so the next thing will be left to her. President. After Ping Kui came in, she first said something respectfully to President Zhang. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya subconsciously glanced at Ping Kui, and sure enough, she looked just like the image he had in his mind, a demon with eyes and a mouth on a ponytail, and the ponytail was exactly the head feature of Ping Kui as a demon. A cute-looking, petite Huxia girl with a bow tied at the base of her ponytail, wearing the official demon hunter costume of the Magic City. The eyes and mouth at the end of the ponytail can also express emotions and will change with Pinky's mood. For example, Ping Kui is now respectful to President Zhang, and the end of her ponytail also shows a respectful expression. If Otonashi Chiya remembers correctly, "The corpse is talking," is the classic line uttered by Ping Kui. Feeling Otonashi Chiya's fleeting gaze, Ping Kui also glanced at him but said nothing to him. "You came to work on time again today. Since you're not late, I won't deduct your salary this time." President Yang's tone was somewhat helpless. Obviously, Ping Kui had been stuck like this more than once or twice. It was okay at other times, but this time she neglected Otonashi Chiya. Fortunately, Otonashi Chiya happened to have something to talk to him about. "Thank you, President. Pinky's attitude is quite good, and she seems to be much more rational than the average demon. If it is a demon with low rationality, then let alone normal communication with humans, it will kill humans as soon as they meet. But in general, demons are much less dangerous than monsters. Because demons are generally closer to humans than demons, and after occupying a human corpse to become a demon, their strength will become weaker and not as strong as their original demon form. There are many demons around the world who become demon hunters to help humans hunt demons. Of course, the profession of demon hunter is not limited to humans. Then I'd like to trouble you to take Otonashi to familiarize yourself with our Demon Hunter Association in advance, and explain our system to him in detail." President Zhang said to Ping Kui. "Okay." Ping Kui responded, and then said to Otonashi Chiya, "Then please follow me." Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly, then followed Ping Kui out. Not long after leaving President Yang's study, Ping Kui said to him in a tone that was obviously colder than before. "I'd like to state in advance that I'm not interested in men. I just want a little more bonus on my salary next month." Chapter 155. This guy is not a human. There's no need to talk about this meaningless nonsense. Just do the work that needs to be done. Otonashi Chiya said expressionlessly. Of course he knew that Ping Kui was not interested in men. To be more precise, she was a female Tong, just like Guangxi. In the original work, she was even one of Guangxi's demon companions. So he would definitely not get himself into trouble by getting too close to a female Tong. "I know it myself." Ping Kui did not say any more unnecessary words to Otonashi Chiya. She took Otonashi Chiya to visit the Demon Hunter Association as required by her job. While showing Otonashi Chiya around, I introduced him. This aspect can be said to be Pinky's specialty. Otonashi Chiya is not sure what kind of demon Ping Kui is, and it is not revealed in the original book. All we know is that Ping Kui can see through other people's contracted demons through her ponytail, and she also likes to spread all kinds of soft knowledge. Therefore, he guessed that Pinky's demonic power was probably related to omniscience and omnipotence. Although this guy is a bit arrogant and seems a bit narcissistic, he is still quite dedicated to his work, even if it is most likely to get a bigger bonus on next month's salary. By the way, the president also asked me to introduce you to the system of our Demon Hunter Association. As she spoke, Ping Kui showed her official Demon Hunter certificate to Otonashi Chiya. As you can see, I am an S-rank Demon Hunter. Although my combat ability is not very good, my demon power can be very useful when I go on missions. This Demon Hunter level is assessed according to merit or contribution. Otonashi Chiya saw some key words on Ping Kui's ID, such as Demon, S-level Demon Hunter, and Special Countermeasures Team. "So what level am I now?" Otonashi Chiya asked casually. "You haven't officially become an official Demon Hunter yet. Newcomers are usually B-level Demon Hunters. Only B-level Demon Hunters are qualified to work in the Demon Hunter Association. As for D-level and C-level Demon Hunters, they are usually civilian Demon Hunters." Ping Kui explained in detail. "So, I need to slowly move up from rank B?" Otonashi Chiya roughly understood. "That's right. Above the S level there are the SS and SSS level. There are very few SSS level Demon Hunters in the entire Celestial Empire, but we have one in the Demon City Demon Hunter Association." As she spoke, Pinky's eyes became full of longing, and the expression at the end of her ponytail changed as well. "You mean Guangxi?" Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya guessed that the only SSS level Demon Hunter in the Demon City Association should be Guangxi. This Demon Hunter level sounds very similar to the Tokyo Public Security level at that time, but there are actually significant differences. At that time, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau only rated the new recruits who had just passed the assessment, in order to facilitate the training of new recruits of different levels to different degrees. There was no such thing as rating after the rookie period, and the levels were divided from C to S. Those at level D were unqualified and were directly eliminated. In Daxia, it seems that the Demon Hunter Associations in various places all use the unified level classification from B to SSS. This way, the demon hunter's combat power system will be clearer, and demon hunters of different levels will be treated differently. With Guangxi's strength, he is undoubtedly one of the SSS level demon hunters. Yes, it is Master Guangxi. Ping Kui realized halfway through her speech. Wait, how do you know about Lady Guangxi? Lady Guangxi is mine. Don't even think about having any plans for Lady Guangxi, and she is not interested in men. Don't make it sound like I have some bad intentions. I worked for Tokyo Public Security for a while before, and Guangxi also worked for Tokyo Public Security for 9 years many years ago. I know she's normal, right? Otonashi Chiya said this in a matter-of-fact tone. Okay, so you're from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. Ping Kui apologized quite readily. Let me get back to the point. The salary levels for each level of Demon Hunter are also different. If you participate in a few more missions, you can be promoted from B level to A level, and the salary will be higher than when you were at B level. Ping Kui seemed to be unaware of Otonashi Chiya's deeds and thought that Otonashi Chiya was just a newcomer. She probably didn't care much about international transfers. Otonashi Chiya just smiled faintly and didn't say much. He thought that according to what Ping Kui said about merit or contribution, after the contract was signed and he was confirmed to go to Qingfeng Middle School in Modu as the head coach, his Demon Hunter level should be able to be promoted quickly. At this moment, perhaps on a whim, Ping Kui suddenly used her ability to investigate Otonashi Chiya. I saw the end of her ponytail move in front of her eyes, turning into a circle with a hollow center. Her right hand also made a circle gesture, overlapping with the ponytail. Close your left eye, and point your right eye, right hand, and ponytail at Otonashi Chiya at the same time. This posture is like looking at Otonashi Chiya through a telescope. But before Ping Kui could see anything from Otonashi Chiya, her vision suddenly went dark because her ponytail was grabbed by Otonashi Chiya's hand. I say, it's not a good thing to pry into other people's privacy. Otonashi Chiya's expression and tone were calm, and he grabbed the end of Pinky's ponytail with one hand. Let me go. It hurts. Advertisement. Ping Kui immediately began to struggle, and the end of her ponytail showed a painful expression. Otonashi Chiya then let go of his hand. How dare you touch a lady's hair so violently? Ping Kui said with an unhappy look on her face. You asked for this. You peeped into other people's privacy without permission. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. I just want to see what kind of devil you have contracted. I won't tell anyone. There's no need to be so stingy, right? Ping Kui said with a slightly aggrieved tone. Otonashi Chiya did not respond, but pretended to make a grabbing motion again. Ping Kui immediately covered her ponytail, and the ponytail also showed a frightened expression, as if this was Pinky's weakness. However, this time Otonashi Chiya just wanted to scare Ping Kui and then continued to move forward. After a while, Ping Kui felt a little ashamed and angry, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This human being is both mean and serious. Originally she was just in a spur-of-the-moment mood, but now she insisted on snooping into this guy's privacy clearly. While Otonashi Chiya was walking in front, Ping Kui secretly made the same move as before and probed Otonashi Chiya. However, Otonashi Chiya was already prepared, and his body was already in a hollow state. Therefore, Ping Kui explored the loneliness, and all she saw was nothingness. Ping Kui, who is usually able to not only detect humans' demon contracts but also the specific abilities of demons, failed for the first time. Even ordinary humans without a devil's contract would not be in nothingness. Isn't this guy a human? 5 centimeters Chapter 156, Celestial SS's level Demon Hunter, additional update. All Ping Kui could see through her ponytail was nothingness, and she stood there in a daze. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya turned around and glanced at Ping Kui calmly. Have you seen enough? Ping Kui was already in a state of shock and confusion, and the sudden voice almost frightened her to death. Ping Kui hurriedly put down her hand that was doing the exploring action, and her mouth became incoherent, with the expressions on her face and ponytail showing extreme panic. Because she was afraid that Otonashi Chiya would teach her a lesson again. Although she didn't know how strong Otonashi Chiya was, she knew that she was weak. This detection ability did not have much combat power, and she might not be able to defeat a random B-level demon hunter. Why are you panicking like that? I'm not going to eat you. Otonashi Chiya smiled faintly and said, you can continue to spy on me if you want. You can't see anything anyway, am I right? Ping Kui heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that the other party had no intention of pursuing the matter. I did peek at you again just now. I was wrong. Ping Kui said frankly. But what I care more about now is why I can't see anything on you. No, that's not right. To be precise, it's as if you don't even exist. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation since she could remember. It was like seeing a ghost. I've already told you that I have some privacy that I don't want anyone to know. Do you think I can answer your question? Otonashi Chiya asked back in a calm tone. He wasn't worried that Ping Kui would see the angry demon he had contracted. But he was not sure to what extent Pinky's ability could detect. There were not many scenes in the original book about Pinky's demonic power. The first time was when she saw through the 3 demons in Ambion's contract and the old Ambion had nothing left to exchange with the demons. The second time was when she sensed in advance that the dark demon would appear, and then she was killed by the dark demon in seconds. He didn't want Ping Kui to see anything on his body. The feeling of having his privacy seen through made him uncomfortable, not to mention that he had very important privacy. Of course, it would be best if Fei Hong could not be seen by Ping Kui. All right, Pink Ui knew that Otonashi Chiya would definitely not tell her, so she had no choice but to give up. After touring the entire Demon Hunter Association, Otonashi Chiya and Pink Ui returned to President Yang's study. Advertisement, are you ready already? President Zhang asked. Well, I think I've given him enough details, Pink Ui said with confidence. Okay, then Pink Ui, you should go back and rest first. President Zhang said. Pink Ui responded and left the study. As she left, she glanced at Otonashi Chiya again. She was still concerned about why she couldn't see anything on this guy. After the door of the study was closed, President Zhang continued to say to Otonashi Chiya. This time the speed is quite fast. The contract process has reached the last step. All that is left is for you to sign the contract. As he spoke, President Zhang took out the complete formal contract. Otonashi Chiya looked at the information on his ID, SSS-ranked Demon Hunter. Chairman Zhang had long noticed that Otonashi Chiya's eyes were different from those of ordinary people. He was able to read a contract at a glance without missing a single word. These eyes were definitely not just blood-red eyes with patterns on them. However, what he was more concerned about was the certain tricky guys mentioned by President Zhang. He knew that they were definitely not ordinary people, otherwise they would not be qualified to be described as tricky by President Zhang. By the way, don't we all have a countermeasures team to which we belong? Otonashi Chiya took the documents and took a look at them. No, I'll hand it over to them directly. Shen Yu and the weapon men are top combat forces no matter which country they are placed in. It is probably conservative to rate them as sulfur monosulfide level. After all, they are all newcomers, so it is normal to be conservative. Because the team column on his and Lacey's and others' IDs was blank, unlike Pink Hui who had a special countermeasures team. Otonashi Chiya took the contract and flipped through it quickly, finishing the thick contract in just a few seconds. I see. I will do my best to complete this important task. The team is composed entirely of SS-level demon hunters. Just thinking about it is terrifying. President Zhang nodded and said, you should have learned from Pink Hui about our Celestial Empire's rating system for demon hunters. Although newcomers are generally promoted from B level when they first join the company, you are not an ordinary newcomer. We certainly cannot rate you too low. Advertisement then he said, the documents of several others are also here. Should I send someone to deliver them to them? Chairman Zhang has great confidence in Otonashi Chiya's abilities. In addition to Otonashi Chiya's ID, the IDs of Reese, Shenyue and others have also been prepared. I found that they were all SS grade without exception. After confirming that the content of the contract was correct, Otonashi Chiya signed his name directly in the signature area, along with his bloody fingerprint. At this time, President Zhang took out another thing and handed it to Otonashi Chiya. This is your ID. I had someone make it for you in advance. After listening to this, Otonashi Chiya also understood more and more how much importance the Demon Hunter Association and his superiors attached to this special pilot project. P.S. The update is complete, and I am still about halfway to the next 100 gift values. I hope everyone can give me more love to support my motivation to update more. I made an exception and assigned you the SSS rank so that you can control some difficult guys. Your strength is indeed in line with or even exceeds the SSS rank. I feel very relieved with your words, except for the special countermeasures team, led by Guangxi. Any one of Otonashi Chiya and others would be a far superior force in any countermeasures team. He was a little surprised. It seemed that the Demon Hunter Association had given him enough face by directly rating him the highest SSS level right after he joined the company. Okay, let me take a look. At this time, Otonashi Chiya suddenly asked. Then from today on, welcome to officially join our Demon City Demon Hunter Association. Otonashi Chiya nodded solemnly. President Zhang explained. President Zhang also immediately stamped the contract, which was naturally the official seal of the Demon Hunter Association. I have said before that this special pilot project at Qingfeng Middle School in Magic City is particularly important. It requires a demon hunter with strong enough strength to take charge, and you are the one who best meets the requirements. And considering that Shen Yu and those weapon men will only obey Otonashi Chiya, it would be better to let Otonashi Chiya and others create their own team. Yes, because with your strength, it is not appropriate to be placed in any countermeasures team. It is better for you to form your own team and then incorporate it into the Demon Hunter Association. Yes, it is SSS grade. Chapter 157. Demon City Qingfeng Middle School. Speaking of which, it's not good to let you stay in a hotel all the time. Next, I will help you apply to stay in the state guest house. It is basically a place used to receive important foreign guests. There has never been a precedent for a demon hunter staying there. President Zhang said, but with your special characteristics, you should be able to apply for it. State guest house. Okay. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. He knew something about state guest houses, but not much. Simply put, they were villa-style state guest houses, usually with dozens of villa buildings. So to put it bluntly, they will be able to move into the villa next, even though he did not buy it. However, Otonashi Chiya still needs to stay for a while, because buying a villa is something that cannot be bought or occupied immediately. There was basically nothing else to do, so Otonashi Chiya also left Chairman Yang's study. The next day, Otonashi Chiya took Dongshan Zhaohong and Leisa to Qingfeng Middle School in Modu. Although they looked no different from students, they were not wearing school uniforms and did not have student ID cards. However, the security guard at the gate had already received a message from the principal, saying that if he saw a young man with blood-red eyes with strange patterns, he should be allowed to pass immediately without any delay. Therefore, the security guard opened the door for Otonashi Chiya and the others without asking any questions. The security guard then immediately called the principal's office. A few minutes later, before Otonashi Chiya arrived at the office building, the principal had already come down to greet him personally. Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt that the man in front of him looked very familiar. Wasn't this the father of the dandy young man who had appeared in the hotel's luxurious restaurant before? No wonder he felt familiar when he heard President Zhang mention Principal Liang. He vaguely heard others talking about this in the luxurious restaurant at that time. Master Otonashi, we meet again, Principal Liang said with a smile. Yes, it's a bit unexpected that you are Principal Liang. Otonashi Chiya also spoke kindly. My son got into trouble before. I apologize to Mr. Otonashi again on his behalf. Advertisement Principal Liang said sincerely. It's just a small matter. I don't take it seriously. Otonashi Chiya's smiled path. The two of them went to the office together, chatting and laughing. Leisa and Zhao Hong followed closely behind Otonashi Chiya. Isn't that the principal? With a student who's not wearing a school uniform. It looks like the principal is here to greet us personally, right? Who are that boy and those two girls? Maybe they are some extraordinary rich young man and young lady. When they arrived at the principal's office, Otonashi Chiya and Principal Liang started to talk business. As for Dongshan, Zhao Hong and Leisa, they sat next to Otonashi Chiya and did not say a word because they did not want to disturb Otonashi Chiya. I have heard from President Zhang that Miss Lacey and Miss Dongshan are both interested in studying at our school, right? This is a small matter, we just need to go through the formalities later. Principal Liang went straight to the point and said, let's talk about the Devil Hunter special pilot project first. After a series of publicity within the school, more than 90 students in the junior high school and more than 50 students in the senior high school have volunteered to become the first batch of specialty students. There are more than 100 people in total, which is quite a lot of people. Thank you, Sister Lacey, for caring about me so much. Lei Sai turned and said to Principal Liang. At this time, Otonashi Chiya added. By the way, the two of them also want to become Demon Hunter specialty students. Now the high school department already has 2 people who will definitely pass the assessment. But he was surprised that Miss Lace also wanted to come here to study, even though she was obviously a top Demon Hunter. Well, I will try my best to train them into qualified Demon Hunters. At this time, Principal Liang had already arranged the admissions for Lei Sai and Dongshan Zhao Hong. Well, let's just continue with the second year of high school. The various numerical values and text descriptions above seem rather complicated, so let's simply translate them. Yes, I guess most of those kids want to go to school easily, but we certainly can't let them just slack off. They still have to work hard. Okay, I get it. Then I'll be a sophomore with Zhao Hong, so that I can help you solve the communication problem. Advertisement Otonashi Chiya quickly read the contents of the document and understood the level of qualification standards set by his superiors. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Strength, speed, physical fitness. All aspects related to physical skills have qualified standards. Principal Liang asked. This means that when junior high school students graduate, they need to have physical strength about twice that of an ordinary adult, and when high school students graduate, they need to have physical strength about 3 times that of an ordinary adult. Of course, this is just the passing standard. Dongshan Zhao Hong said. Otonashi Chiya looked at the building not far away and said, okay, I'll go take a look in a couple of days, so we should go through the enrollment process now. Dongshan Zhao Hong was suddenly moved. Principal Liang took out a document and handed it to Otonashi Chiya. It gives us the final assessment passing standard. We must meet this passing standard to successfully continue to school. Since it was not the start of the semester yet, he could only insert Lei Sai and Dongshan Zhao Hong directly into a class. Lei Sai said to Principal Liang with a smile. Principal Liang finally arranged Lei Sai and Dongshan Zhao Hong into Class 2-1 of senior high school. Principal Liang was under a lot of pressure at this time. I know almost nothing about demon hunters, so I can only ask Master Otonashi for help. Sorry, wait a moment. Zhao Hong doesn't speak Huxia yet. Let me talk to her first. Our school built a new building a few years ago that has not yet been put into use. It can be used as a dedicated venue for this special pilot project. The decoration has been completed. When the time comes, Mr. Otonashi can go and have a look. If there is anything else you need, you can always tell me. Otonashi Chiya's thoughts and feelings. So which grade and class do Miss Lace and Miss Toyama want to be in? Principal Liang, I have just discussed it with Zhao Hong. We should go to the second grade of high school. As for the class, anyone will do. No problem. Principal Liang walked to the window and pointed at the building not far away. These standards may be simple in the eyes of Master Otonashi, but they are very difficult for those children. This time, our superiors also have requirements for the number of qualified people. No less than 30 junior high school students and no less than 20 high school students must pass the final assessment. Only by reaching this qualification standard and undergoing more intensive training during college can one become a sufficiently good demon hunter. Well, then I will arrange for you to go to a class with the best learning atmosphere possible. Then she switched to Japanese. Zhao Hong, I remember you were a sophomore in high school in Tokyo, right? Do you want to continue studying in high school in Shanghai? Chapter 158. Contract with the hungry demon Dongshan Zhao Hong and Leisa have both been successfully enrolled in school and have become specialty students in the Devil Hunter program. Otonashi Chiya and Shenyue have also officially joined the team, assuming the positions of head coach and coach respectively. Apart from the head coach, Shen Yu is of course not the only coach. Freya, Bai LM and the other 5 weapon men also serve as coaches as Otonashi Chiya's right-hand men. Then there are several coaches arranged by the Demon Hunter Association, and they basically all obey Otonashi Chiya, the head coach. So, why are you here too? At this time, Otonashi Chiya was sitting in his study or office, but an unexpected person appeared in front of him. The hungry demon wearing a school uniform has obviously become a student of this school. Can't any student apply to become a special student these days? I'm a student too? The hungry demon had a blank expression on his face and spoke in a righteous tone. You must know that's not what I'm asking. Otonashi Chiya felt a little helpless. I discussed it with the principal of this school, and he allowed me to enter this school disguised as a student. The hungry demon then spoke seriously. What did you discuss with him? Otonashi Chiya's pursuit path. Nothing, he's just an ordinary human after all, so a little threat will do. But don't worry, I didn't hurt him. The hungry demon said calmly. So what is your purpose here? It can't be just to be a student. Otonashi Chiya continued to ask. Of course not, because I'm here for you. Advertisement. The hungry demon said bluntly. Although Otonashi Chiya was wearing a white mask when they met in hell, the hungry demon recognized him directly by the smell. As for finding Otonashi Chiya, it was also very simple. She had already learned the name from Otonashi Chiya, and with the distinctive features of his eyes, she only needed to ask more and look more before she found him. Oh, this is the hungry demon I met in hell last time. Did he fall in love with you at first sight? At this moment, the furious demon in Otonashi Chiya suddenly spoke. Don't talk nonsense, this guy obviously has some intention. Otonashi Chiya replied to the angry demon in his heart. Is it just such a common reason? Although she will be resurrected after being killed, as long as she is killed when Nostradamus's great prophecy comes true, the prophecy will end. After listening, Otonashi Chiya did not feel that there was anything wrong with what the hungry demon said. The hungry demon explained. The hungry demon said seriously, but I prefer humans. I don't want to treat them as food. Demons are too unpalatable. By comparison, I still like food made by humans the most. In this way, the death demon is equivalent to offending my instinctive desires. Even though Otonashi Chiya has a God's perspective, the original work does not have a particularly detailed description of the hungry demon's purpose. We only know that the hungry demon does want to kill the death demon, but the more specific details are unclear. At this time, the hungry demon continued. I witnessed your fight with the dark demon last time. With the strength you showed at that time, I think you have the best chance of killing the death demon. Cooperate. It's interesting to let the death demon die. Because of this, among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the war demon hates Pachita the most. He was beaten by Pachita into a fool whose mind is only filled with revenge on Chainsaw Man, and he wants Pachita to spit out her followers, such as the demons of nuclear bombs in World War II. The contract is concluded. I will help you find your dominant sister and allow you to use a certain degree of power. The hungry demon said, so, are you willing to cooperate with me? Ever since the bloody battle with the chainsaw demon, the war demon has been severely damaged. Until now, not only has it not recovered much, but it has become even weaker. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya made a small complaint. Then he continued to ask the hungry demon. Come for me, what exactly is it for? I can help you fight the death demon, but you have to sign a contract with me, otherwise I can't trust you. The hungry demon said without hesitation. I hope you can help me stop Nostradamus's prophecy, or kill the demon of death. It's true that demons find demon flesh and blood unpalatable, and the bad demon finds the Chainsaw Man's blood particularly unpalatable. Only war-themed movies and TV dramas, as well as the rare wars that occur in real life, can barely prevent the demon of war from completely disappearing. The hungry demon himself is a big eater in the original book, and the food intake of dozens of people can barely satisfy him. Although the hungry demon himself said this reason in the original book, he still felt that this reason was a bit too ordinary. As soon as Otonashi Chiya finished speaking, the hungry demon completed the contract with Otonashi Chiya. Also, let me use your power when necessary, because I like humans, and I like some of the things humans have, like cakes, bread, potato chips, cola, milk tea. Once human civilization is destroyed, all kinds of delicacies will disappear. She said whatever she wanted to say in front of Otonashi Chiya because she really wanted to work with Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya said, as for the terms of the contract, you have to help me find the ruling devil. Of course, if you actually know her whereabouts, then just tell me directly. P.S. The gift value is not enough, so I didn't update today. It's just a good time to sort out my thoughts and ask for some power generation with love. He was also quite curious about the abilities of the hungry demon. Although there were not many scenes in the original book, the hungry demon was a mysterious and powerful figure, and his abilities seemed to be related to the unequal exchange of scales. At that time, she had already conceived the idea of cooperating with Otonashi Chiya to fight against the demon of death. Her original plan was to use the war demon to deal with the death demon, but the war demon was now in a crippled state with very little strength left. It would take a lot of effort to restore the war demon to even surpass its peak state. After the World War II demon was eaten by the chainsaw demon, wars between humans have become less and less frequent and even almost negligible. People's fear of war has almost been forgotten, so the war demon will inevitably become weaker and weaker. Humanoid demons are indeed generally friendly and even fond of humans, Even a half-human angel demon with angel wings fell in love with a human girl in the original work. Demon of Death. That's your sister, right? And you're all demons. Why are you killing each other? We demons always do what we want. Just like most demons instinctively want to treat humans as food, my instinct as a hungry demon is to eat. No matter if it's humans, human food or demons, they will all become my food when necessary. Otonashi Chiya explains. Chapter 159. Call me Jihi. The hungry demon agreed so readily that Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. It is said to be an accident, but it is actually reasonable. After all, the hunger demon in the original book has always acted with the goal of killing the death demon. But Otonashi Chiya always felt that the true intention of the hungry demon was not that simple, but now it seems to be that simple. Based on his understanding of the original work, there is nothing wrong with the hungry demon's statement of driven by instinct. Anyway, no matter what, as long as the contract is established, he is not afraid of the hungry demon cheating. No demon can break the contract, not even the demon of darkness. Then please take care of me from now on, hungry demon. Otonashi Chiya smiled slightly. Call me Jihi, or Xiaoji. The hungry demon corrected in a serious tone. Otonashi Chiya was silent for a moment. Then I'll still call you Jihi, that's your name, right? In the original book, the hungry demon gave himself this name. That's right, just call me Jihi from now on, Jihi emphasized again. Okay, I got it. Otonashi Chiya's way. Regarding the whereabouts of the dominant demon, although the last time I met her was several months ago, the four of us sisters can sense each other's presence if we are a little closer, so it should not be difficult for me to help you find her. At this time, Jihi's topic suddenly jumped to Makima. Then come with me to hell when you are free, Otonashi Chiya explains. Then we need to prepare the contract price required by the hell demon in advance. Jihi said. No, I can take you directly to hell when the time comes. There is no need to sign a contract with the devils of hell. Otonashi Chiya said casually. Really? So I still underestimated you? There was still no emotion on Jihi's face, but a hint of surprise arose in his heart. It turns out that the last time this human boy reached hell, it was not through the power of the devil of hell. So, are you planning to be a student here? Don't reveal your identity as a devil in front of other students. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya reminded Jiga. I know. I will disguise myself as an ordinary human student. Jihi promised. I hope you can keep your word. As long as you don't do anything to hurt humans, I won't care about you. Otonashi Chiya expressed his attitude. Cooperation is cooperation, but you can't do anything wrong. Don't worry, I will behave like a normal student until Nostradamus's prophecy comes true. Jihi only said half of his words. If the war demon appears in the middle of the process, she might do something to the war demon without touching Otonashi Chiya's bottom line. After all, at the moment, Otonashi Chiya is her biggest hope, and the priorities must be clearly distinguished. That's fine, but your intention to cooperate with me has been achieved, so are you sure you still want to become a special student of Demon Hunter? Otonashi Chiya questions. Since we're here, let's try to have some fun, it's boring anyway. Jihi said casually. Whatever you want, as long as you don't run away halfway. Otonashi Chiya explains. In this way, there will be a person to ensure that he can pass the final assessment, and that is the hungry demon. Just at this moment, Shen Yu pushed the door open. Otonashi, a lot of students have applied these days. Please take a look at the list. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yu became concerned about Jihi in front of him. Who is this person? Doesn't he know that students need to apply downstairs first if they want to register? Shen Yu hasn't learned much Huxia yet, so she still speaks Russian. But as a demon, Jihi has a natural talent for languages and can easily understand what Shen Yu says. Jihi always tilted his head and said in an emotionless voice, I am a student here, not a demon. Otonashi Chiya was speechless. Isn't it a case of, here's the silver lining, to say such a thing? He didn't expect that this guy had such a silly personality. Since Jihi's appearance was no different from that of a human except for his eyes, Shen Yu didn't think of him as a demon, so he just felt a little puzzled. Her name is Jihi, and she also wants to sign up. Just give the list here to her to fill out. Otonashi Chiya said to Kanzuki. Advertisement. Now Shen Yu paid more attention to this girl named Jihi. She didn't look like a Soviet, but she spoke Russian so well. Although she didn't do anything, Shen Yu intuitively felt that this girl was not simple. Here you go. Just fill in all the necessary information and wait for notification. Shen Yu gave the list in his hand to Jihi first. Jihi picked up his pen and quickly wrote down his name, grade, class and other information. After writing, she made a bye gesture to Otonashi Chiya and left. Otonashi Chiya took the list and looked at it, then said to Shen Yue, except for Jihei, have someone take them for a physical examination first. Those who pass the physical examination can officially start training. Why except her? Is there anything special about her? Shen Yu couldn't help but ask. Because she's a humanoid demon. She'll be exposed if she undergoes a physical examination. Otonashi Chiya trusted Shen Yue enough to not deliberately hide this matter from Shen Yue. The fact that Jihi is a demon cannot be known to ordinary students. She is actually a demon. Shen Yu was slightly surprised. After the furious demon Scarlet, another humanoid demon appeared who looked more human than Scarlet. And it seems that Otonashi has known Nikiga for a long time. Well, but don't tell anyone, we just keep it to ourselves. Otonashi Chiya Awakening Path. Okay. Shen Yu nodded. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya had nothing to do, so he went downstairs to see the students who had already started their formal training. There are currently nearly 200 students, who are trained in groups by coaches, with one coach leading one group. Now Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue are both wearing the official Demon Hunter uniforms of the Demon City Demon Hunter Association. In particular, the shoulder straps of the two represent SSS and SS levels respectively. Anyone who knows a little about the levels of Demon Hunters can tell them apart at a glance. Hello, head coach. Hello, assistant head coach. Seeing Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yu appear, the coaches immediately greeted them respectfully. The deputy head coach is naturally Kamijo. Apart from her ability, she has the closest relationship with Otonashi Chiya. So no one dared to compete with her for the position of deputy head coach. Freya and other weapon people also changed their way of addressing Otonashi Chiya in this situation. It is definitely not appropriate to call him Otonashi-sama, or even Master, in front of a group of students. Advertisement Chapter 160 Famine. You guys continue training, I just came down to take a look. Otonashi Chiya said to everyone. Afterwards, he watched the training in an inconspicuous corner. But as long as he is present, even the most inconspicuous corner will attract everyone's attention. Students in particular do not dare to slack off and want to appear to be working hard as much as possible. Train for 40 minutes and rest for 20 minutes. Now is break time, and students from different groups are discussing something while taking a break. That's our head coach. It's the first time I've seen him in all these days. I didn't expect that he's a guy who looks about the same age as us. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's about the same age as us. That's the shoulder strap of an SSS level Demon Hunter. Rumor has it that there are only a few SSS level Demon Hunters in the entire Celestial Empire. One of them is actually going to be our head coach. An SSS level Demon Hunter of the same age as us? That's too crazy. On the contrary, we are not even the lowest D level Demon Hunter, right? Not only the head coach, but also the deputy head coach and several other coaches are quite young. Most of them are SS level. But it is obvious that the head coach is the youngest. Since the head coach was much younger than they had imagined, they discussed the matter enthusiastically. His handsome facial features are a little immature, but his temperament gives people a sense of calmness that is inconsistent with his age, and his pair of blood-red eyes also add a sense of majesty. The most important thing is the shoulder strap that symbolizes the SSS level Demon Hunter. Just with this, no matter how young Otonashi Chiya is, he can intimidate everyone. Les and Zhao Hong are both in the group you lead. There's no need to talk about Lise, but how is Zhao Hong doing? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Kanzuki who was standing beside him. Xiao Hong performs mediocrely most of the time, but she bursts out with amazing strength when it matters, which is hard to figure out. Shen Yu said. Zhao Hong is indeed like this, so she needs more training and try to display a certain level of strength at ordinary times. Otonashi Chiya explains. Then, he chatted with Shen Yu about other students. Provide Shen Yu with some advice based on the situations of different students. Advertisement of course, if the student is the kind who is obviously giving up from the beginning, then at most he or she will be reminded once or twice. If he or she fails to change, his or her qualification as a gifted student will be revoked. Although these students can voluntarily choose not to become demon hunters in the future, they still have to endure the hardships, otherwise this special skill will be meaningless. When the break is over, each coach prepares to conduct physical training for the students. The next step is physical training. The day before yesterday we ran 3 kilometers, yesterday we ran 4 kilometers, so today's task is 5 kilometers. It's better for you to proceed step by step at the beginning, and then gradually increase the intensity later. It's the same as before. You can run fast or jog according to your ability, but you can't walk. If your body really can't take it anymore, tell the coach. Of course, the coach will also pay attention to your condition at all times. After the run you can disband on your own, but don't be lazy or try to be clever, and don't underestimate the coach's eyesight, then you can start. Almost all coaches use the same rhetoric. Next, the students started running laps on the indoor track. Otonashi Chiya was reviewing documents in his study when he suddenly received a call from Chairman Zhang. Hello, is this President Zhang? Friend Otonashi, there's a high school girl who calls herself Chiga. She claims that she wants to become an official demon hunter and join your team. Is she someone you know? Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya was silent for a while. It's someone I know. I'll go over there now. No need to trouble you, young friend. Since she's someone you know, I'll approve her application later. As for the team, it's up to you to arrange it. After hanging up the phone, Otonashi Chiya still insisted on going to the Demon Hunter Association. Who knows what that guy G is up to in the Demon Hunter Association? He is completely worried. The next second, Otonashi Chiya transferred himself to the Demon City Demon Hunter Association through the Kamui space. So many days have passed since his last battle with the Dark Demon, and his body and pupil skills have long since recovered. At this time, G seemed to be preparing to sign a contract with President Zhang. After the contract was signed, he would officially join the company. Otonashi-kun, you got here so quickly? Chairman Zhang was surprised to see Otonashi Chiya coming. He had just hung up the phone with Otonashi Chiya, and Otonashi Chiya came a few moments later. Although he had known about Otonashi Chiya's ability for a long time, he was still surprised after seeing it with his own eyes. Advertisement, I'm sorry, President Zhang, I need to tell her something first. Otonashi Chiya stated his purpose. Then he grabbed Ji-hee's wrist and said calmly, "Come out with me." Ji-hee did not resist and followed Otonashi Chiya out of President Yang's study. Otonashi Chiya took Ji-hee to an empty corner of the corridor. There was no surveillance or eavesdropping equipment in this blind spot. "Hungry demon, what are you doing?" Otonashi Chiya asked Jiga. Ji-hee had no expression on his face and did not respond. It seemed that because Otonashi Chiya didn't call her by her name, she didn't want to talk to him. "Kiga?" Otonashi Chiya asked again, but Ji-hee still didn't respond. P.S. I have to explain the translation problem here. I specifically checked the original Japanese comics. The name that the hungry demon gave himself was actually Kiga-chan, which means hungry sauce, little hungry, so there was the famous scene of, "Just call me little hungry." But the Huxia translation team may have translated it into Ji-hee for convenience. Ji-hee is a homophonic translation of hunger. According to the original character setting, if you really shout Ji-hee, Kiga, to the hungry demon, it is equivalent to shouting hungry directly to her and she will ignore you. You must call her little hungry. P.S. So I will also improve it here. The name of the hungry devil is still Ji-hee, and the male protagonist can only call her Shao Hungry. But Otonashi Chiya quickly responded, "Shao-ji, is this okay? I'm hungry, but I don't have any human currency on me. Since I'm working with you and it's not easy to expose my demon identity to rob people, I can only look for a job to make money. As far as I know, demon hunter is a profession that makes money more easily." Ji-hee did not say anything extra, but directly answered Otonashi Chiya's previous question. Alright, this reason was a little unexpected for Otonashi Chiya. It is a bit dramatic that the hungry demon, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, has to become a demon hunter to make money in order to fill his stomach, although the main reason is that he does not allow the hungry demon to reveal his identity as a demon. If you want to make money, then you can be a demon hunter. As for being hungry, I can just treat you to something to eat later. Also, I won't have that many things to deal with in the next 2 days, so we'll go to hell again. I want to find the ruling demon as soon as possible. Chapter 161 The Demon of Domination Hell. A girl with long pink hair, her eyes are golden circles like the hungry demon, and the faint smile on her beautiful face reveals a hint of danger. Not only does she have fair skin and beautiful looks, she also has a graceful figure. Next to the girl there is a huge demon with a strange and terrifying appearance, but it is submitting to this seemingly fragile, human girl. The controlling adult. That's right, this human girl is none other than Makima, the demon of domination, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. However, the ruling demon at this time may not have named himself Mishima. After all, it is necessary to take a human name only after arriving in the human world. The demon next to him is the subordinate of the ruling demon. We are almost ready. We will head to the human world soon. How are the discussions going with the demons in hell? The ruling demon spoke. The voice is gentle, pleasant and charming. It should be almost done in a few days. The conditions demanded by the demons from hell are rather troublesome. The dependent replied. The devils of hell do not only sign contracts with humans, but demons can also ask it for help, provided that its conditions are met. The contract conditions required from humans are a few lives, and the conditions required from demons are definitely not human lives, but they will not be easy either. The ruling demon responded softly, thinking deeply. She made sufficient preparations to go to the human world, naturally heading for the chainsaw demon. She wanted to use the power of the chainsaw demon to kill the demon of death and stop Nostradamus's prophecy. The motivation is very simple. She likes humans and dreams of having a family with whom she has an equal relationship. She also hopes that this family will most likely be human. Otherwise, Makima's 3 sisters, war, hunger, and death, are all equal as knights of the apocalypse, and their sisterly relationship is more in line with the word family, although it is a plastic sisterhood. This shows that the family that Makima hopes for is most likely humans rather than demons, so she wants to stop the demon of death. After all, once human civilization is destroyed by the demon of death, her dream will never be realized. For example, the Chainsaw Man Church in the second part of the original manga is the problem left behind by Makima. Even though Makima has become Nayuda, the members of the Chainsaw Man Church still obey Makima's will. This shows that in the original work, Makima had already planned to rely on the power of Chainsaw Man to stop the demon of death, and everything the Chainsaw Man Church did was to stimulate Chainsaw Man to become strong enough to prevent the realization of Nostradamus's prophecy. This was Mishima's original purpose, but later on his ideas were distorted by the cabinet, from the purpose of preventing the death demon from destroying human civilization to the obsession of wanting to completely eliminate all demons, even himself. Advertisement, gurgle, Otonashi Chiya took Ji-hee walking on the streets of the Magic City, and the rumbling sound from Ji-hee's belly became louder and louder. Ji-hee did not have the shyness that human girls usually have, and said to Otonashi Chiya directly, "I'm hungry." Ji-hee was wearing a school uniform and carrying a school bag, just like an ordinary female high school student. Okay, I know you're hungry, but we have to find a place to eat first. Otonashi Chiya explains. Soon, they found a restaurant that looked nice in terms of decoration and environment. The restaurant was also doing good business and there were only a few empty seats left. Are you 2 guests? Please sit here. The waiter came over immediately and said respectfully. Well, it's just the 2 of us. Otonashi Chiya nodded in response. As soon as they entered the restaurant, Otonashi Chiya and Ji-hee immediately became the focus of the whole place. 10 of each? the waiter could only go to the kitchen to prepare the dishes? Otonashi Chiya thought that Jihee's analysis made sense. I see, so you have no interest in the chainsaw demon? So should we rush to hell to find her, or wait for her in the human world? But even if she comes to the human world, we are not sure where she will land. Sure. Jihee said you're welcome, and she really wasn't polite at all. She simply marked times 10 inches behind all the dishes she wanted to eat. Jihee nodded slightly. Jihee selectively ignored Otonashi Chiya's complaints. This is the amount of food that at least a dozen adults can eat, and the other party is just a high school girl with a slim figure and doesn't seem like the type who can eat a lot. What Jihee didn't finish saying was that she still trusted her war sister more. The ruling demon should be coming to the human world soon. Advertisement. If nothing unexpected happens, the dominant sister should come to heaven, because she knows that I have come to the human world and am in heaven. She will probably think that I am here to find the chainsaw demon. The customer marked 5 dishes on the menu, which added up to 50 portions, most of which were sizable desserts. You choose first, and then I'll pick something at random. The waiter also noticed the guest's shoulder badge, and wondered if this shoulder badge meant that he was an SSS-level demon hunter. Yi Jihei has such an exaggerated appetite. Fortunately, he is not short of money, otherwise this guest is really not something that ordinary people can afford. Then I'll be welcome. After the waiter left, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but say to Jihee, even though it's my treat, you're really not polite at all. Jihee said. The waiter was shocked and immediately reminded, are you sure? Once you are sure, you cannot refund the order. However, this sentence immediately successfully diverted Otonashi Chiya's attention. The matter of controlling demons must have concerned him very much. Jihee analyzed. Based on my understanding of the dominant sister, she will most likely follow my whereabouts and come to the Celestial Empire to look for the chainsaw demon. The guests around were talking quietly. Judging from his appearance, he should still be a student, and he was also having dinner with a female high school student. When did such an SSS-level high school student appear in Shanghai? It means I want 10 of each. The waiter's attitude became more respectful, and he carefully presented the menus to Otonashi Chiya and Jihee. All right, excuse me, sir, what does this mean? In her mind, only the war demon in his prime has any hope of stopping the death demon. Otonashi Chiya's thoughts. At this time, Otonashi Chiya also said, it's okay, if we can't finish it later, we can pack it all up and take it away. Looking at the marks made by the customers behind the dishes, the waiter couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look on his face. Especially Otonashi Chiya, the official uniform and epaulettes are so eye-catching. Otonashi Chiya said to Jiga, yes, I also want to stop Nostradamus's prophecy, but I don't think the chainsaw demon can succeed. Chapter 162 Plastic Sisters. If we only talk about output, the chainsaw demon is indeed not as good as the war demon. When the war demon and the chainsaw demon had their final battle, the war demon was able to defeat the chainsaw demon dozens or hundreds of times, but just couldn't kill the chainsaw demon. The chainsaw demon, also known as Pachita, seems to have the same characteristics as the weapon man, that is, he cannot die. Every time the chainsaw demon was defeated by the war demon, he would make a comeback. In the end, the war demon was almost eaten away by the chainsaw demon. To put it simply, the war demon with one life was slowly ground down by the chainsaw demons with countless lives, and was almost completely eaten away by the chainsaw demons. It is no wonder that the war demon in the original work hated the chainsaw demon so deeply. What's more, the war demon during the final battle with the chainsaw demon was probably not in his prime, because since World War II, humans' fear of war has gradually faded, especially since the World War II demon was eaten by the chainsaw demon. According to the original book, the war demon in his prime does have a better chance of defeating the death demon than the chainsaw demon. The ability of the war demon is to turn her own things into weapons, no matter what they are. Even her followers such as the nuclear bomb demon, World War II demon, etc. can become her weapons. There is no doubt about its lethality. I see, your sister, the demon-ruling demon, seems to think highly of the chainsaw demon. Otonashi Chiya continued to chat with Jiga. I don't really know what my sister is thinking, I just know that she is inexplicably obsessed with the chainsaw demon. Jihee shook his head slightly. She only said half of her words just now because the human boy in front of her was her greatest hope now. The war demon is now too weak. I wonder how much effort it will take for Jihee to restore the war demon to its peak state. It is necessary to lure the war demon to the human world, and also to plan to control the war demon. One of the abilities of the hunger demon is that it can control any creature in a hungry state, of course including demons. This is similar to the ability to dominate demons. After controlling the war demon, he had to make plans to deepen the fear of war among people all over the world, and let the chainsaw demon spit out the war demon's followers. The whole process was very troublesome, and it was a headache just thinking about it. Well, then let's wait for the dominant demon to come to the human world. You should be able to sense when she arrives in the human world, right? After hearing what Jiga said, Otonashi Chiya decided not to go to hell for the time being. As long as she's not too far away, I can sense it, and I think she'll most likely come to the Magic City because I'm here. Jihee speculated, that would be great if that were the case. Otonashi Chiya hopes so. At this time, the waiters had already started serving the dishes, and Otonashi Chiya and Jihee stopped talking about topics that were not suitable for others to hear. Advertisement, please enjoy your meal, sir. The waiter brought the desserts one after another. The portion of a dessert was not small, but Jihee finished it in just a few bites. Otonashi Chiya just ordered some food as long as it filled her stomach. When the waiter brought the next wave of desserts, Ji had almost finished the previous wave. The waiter was stunned for a moment when he saw that the desserts on the table had become empty plates in the blink of an eye. He didn't say anything, but his face and heart were filled with surprise. This little girl ate so fast and seemed to be able to eat a lot. He couldn't help but wonder, could this girl really eat 50 dishes and desserts? When the next wave of waiters came over, the same thing happened again. Ji had already finished all the previous desserts. The other guests around also gradually noticed Ji. There were already quite a few empty plates piled up on the table. They were all eaten by the high school girl alone, and it seemed that she was still not satisfied. Isn't the person sitting over there the very young SSS class demon hunter? It seems that the high school girl who came with this boy is not an ordinary person. Her appetite and speed are too outrageous. She must be a demon hunter. I guess she became like this after signing a contract with the devil. Ji didn't understand what Otonashi Chiya was saying for a moment. P.S. There will be another update later. Kill the ruling demon? At the same time, Ji had almost finished eating. About half an hour later, the waiter finally brought everything to the table. Otonashi Chiya didn't want to explain to Jiga, but suddenly thought of Furuta Jifuku. While walking on the road, Ji suddenly asked Otonashi Chiya. As a sister, you should be very clear about the mind and ability of the ruling demon. She may not be such a big threat now, but when she grows up and her mind is twisted, she will be a huge threat. By the way, what is your intention in wanting to find my sister so much? When I have no money to eat, I ask you to treat me. Advertisement. He actually doesn't care much about this. She only cares about her own purpose and doesn't care about the life and death of her sisters. He also made a V sign and said calmly, of course it's for super peace. Otonashi Chiya explains. Ji wiped his mouth gracefully with a tissue. This once again proves that the 4 Apocalypse sisters are just fake sisters. At that time, even if Otonashi Chiya wanted to use her hunger power to control the demon, she would not care, as long as Otonashi Chiya fulfilled the terms of the contract. Ji was right but still strong-willed. Super peace? Or control it? Otonashi Chiya said casually. The waiter was completely stunned and couldn't believe that what he saw was real. The appetite was really too exaggerated. Waiter, please settle the bill. Of course, he wouldn't really argue with Ji over this small amount of money. No matter how much Ji's appetite was, it couldn't keep up with the speed at which he made money. With your appetite, if you don't hunt more demons, your basic salary will definitely not be enough to cover your daily food expenses. It's true that I'm not completely full, but it's almost enough. Seeing Ji like this, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but sigh. As expected of you, the hungry devil. You ate so much and you're still barely full. But what he meant was very clear, and Ji certainly understood it. Don't take it for granted that I should treat you. Otonashi Chiya only planned to tell Ji this much. There was no need for Ji to know too much. She just didn't know what exactly Otonashi Chiya was going to do when he found the dominate demon. If I were given such a horrible appetite, I would probably eat myself into poverty and starve to death soon. Even so, Ji's belly was only slightly bulging, and it seemed that he was far from being full. Chapter 163 Guangxi, additional update. Celestial Empire, the Devil's Church. The news about the school in the Demon City has spread. The official intention is probably to promote the demon hunters to all the people. This is extremely bad news for us. We must make them fail at any cost. It is said that they have specially sent an SSS level guy to take charge this time, but he seems very young. We must make a quick decision when the time comes. It is best not to let Guangxi rush over to support. Don't hesitate even if you have to sacrifice your life for the devil you contracted. That's right. What we need to do is to kill as many of the little brats who are participating in the Demon Hunter special project as possible. There is no need to touch the other little brats. This way, the rest of the students will not dare to participate in this kind of thing, and the plan to make Demon Hunters universal will naturally fail. In that case, let's launch a surprise attack tomorrow morning. Give them no time to react. When they have killed enough of them, we can retreat. If necessary, we can sacrifice our lives for the demons. The Devil's Church is currently the most powerful enemy within the Celestial Empire, and its level of danger far exceeds that of the devil. Because the Devil's Church is in collusion with the devil and pursues the doctrine of devil supremacy, it believes that humans are a very despicable species and should bow down to the devil. The members of the Devil's Church are all made up of people who have been completely brainwashed, and all of them have been brainwashed to the point of insanity. They would capture innocent civilians and even children to offer as sacrifices to the devil, as well as secretly hide guns and take pieces of devil flesh, using all sorts of crazy methods to strengthen the devil's side. The Demon Hunter is the biggest enemy of the demons, and they certainly don't want the Demon Hunter to develop into a universal culture. To put it bluntly, they are a group of extremely crazy people. On the other hand, the Demon Hunter Association of Demon City has also become aware of the movements of the Demon Church. Chairman Zhang notified Otonashi Chiya immediately. President Zhang, you called me here specially. I think there must be something important? Arriving at Chairman Yang's study, Otonashi Chiya immediately asked. Yes, this matter is very important. Do you know the Devil's Church? Chairman Zhang said with a serious expression. Otonashi Chiya shook his head slightly. I don't know, but I can roughly guess what it is made of. Advertisement, devil. Plus, church, just think about it and you will know what the ingredients are. Then you should have guessed it right. The Demon Church is the most difficult enemy of our Demon Hunter Association. Then, President Zhang briefly explained the Demon Church to Otonashi Chiya. The certain troublesome guys he mentioned to Otonashi Chiya before were referring to the members of the Demon Church. That group of inhumane lunatics who disregarded human life was not only impossible to eradicate completely, but also caused our Demon Hunter Association to suffer a lot. President Zhang said with a bitter look on his face. I see. So are they making any big moves recently? Otonashi Chiya guessed. Well, they have bases in various regions. Recently, they have secretly gathered a lot of forces and concentrated them in our Demon City. President Zhang said solemnly. But I feel that their target is not our Demon Hunter Association, but Qingfeng Middle School in the Demon City. Otonashi Chiya responded quickly. Is it because of our special pilot project for Demon Hunters this time? It should be. We had predicted this a long time ago. This is why we hoped so much that you could stay in school. President Zhang sighed and said, although you are here to take charge this time, the casualties caused by the Devil's Church will probably still be very serious. I really don't want the children to be harmed by those lunatics. He just said that those were all inhumane lunatics who disregarded human life and even their own lives. As we all know, signing a contract with the devil often does not allow you to use the devil's full power. If you want to use the full power, you need to sacrifice your life. Ordinary demon hunters would not easily sacrifice their lives to demons, but it is different for those lunatics in the Demon Church. They would probably sacrifice themselves without hesitation right from the start. It would be very difficult for a normal demon hunter to deal with a group of explosive lunatics. If the Devil's Church is determined to carry out a suicide attack, then it is inevitable that the children will be harmed by the Devil's Church. It is also impossible to let all students take a holiday and be protected in the Demon Hunter Association forever, because this will play into the hands of the Demon Church. Not only will their special pilot project be scrapped, but the Demon Church can also simply not launch an attack after hearing the news. The longer it takes, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Demon Hunter Association. The best we can do is to strengthen the defense of Qingfeng Middle School in Modu as much as possible, and not let people in the school panic. I will try my best to stop them then and reduce the casualties to zero as much as possible. Advertisement Otonashi Chiya said calmly. It seemed that even the dangerous Demon Church mentioned by President Zhang could not make him feel nervous at all. I'll leave it to you. Chairman Zhang bowed solemnly. Although he didn't dare to expect Otonashi Chiya to be able to protect all the children, it would be great if he could reduce the casualties as much as possible. We plan to have the special countermeasures team led by Guangxi hide near the school, so that they can support you as quickly as possible. They should be here soon. Not long after President Zhang finished saying this, the door was pushed open. The leader of the group was naturally Guangxi. She was tall, with a black lace eye mask on her right eye, her silver hair tied in a short ponytail, and a uniform of the Magic City Association. She had a cold and handsome face and a look of desirelessness. 3 8-trigrams knives are hung behind the waist. This person is the oldest demon hunter in the Celestial Empire and even in the entire world, and he is also an arrow weapon master. Behind Guangxi there are 4 demon girls, namely Ping Hui, who Otonashi Chiya had met before, the Dragon Demon, the Space Demon Cosmo, and a girl with an unknown name who has stitches all over her body and looks like a zombie. The Dragon Demon had a pair of red dragon horns on her head and was very tall, the tallest of the 4 demon girls, but her hands were handcuffed for some reason. Cosmo is a very special cosmic demon. There is intestine-like brain tissue on the right side of his head. The brain seems to be exposed. His right eye has fallen out of the eye socket, and the pupils of both eyes are in the shape of hearts. The zombie-like Stitch Girl looks dull, with hollow eyes and black irises. As expected, they have already arrived. It is up to you to arrange the next thing. Chairman Zhang said to Otonashi Chiya, it's been a pleasure working with you. Otonashi Chiya knew that the guys in front of him, including Guangxi, were all female pilots, so he just casually greeted them as a routine, and his tone was very cold. Otherwise, if his attitude was a little more enthusiastic, he might be given the cold shoulder by the other party. Ding! Host activates the achievement, First Encounter with Guangxi, and gains attribute points. 1. Chapter 164 The Corpse is Talking. It's been a pleasure working with you. Guangxi also replied indifferently with an indifferent expression. We meet again. Ping Hui made a face at Otonashi Chiya. Perhaps because her lord Guangxi was present, she was not as afraid of Otonashi Chiya as before. Halloween. Halloween. It seems that the cosmic demon Cosmo can't say anything except Halloween. This seems to be caused by her ability. She can speak normally in the spiritual world after activating her ability. The zombie girl and the dragon demon both remain silent. The zombie girl is most likely unable to speak at all. As for the dragon demon, he can actually say a few words, but he probably can't communicate normally with people. Otonashi Chiya ignored Ping Hui and talked to Guangxi about business. I'm sorry to bother you to lurk around the school recently. Guangxi nodded slightly. Afterwards, as there was nothing else to do, Otonashi Chiya, Guangxi, and the 4 demon girls left President Yang's study. At this moment, Guangxi suddenly asked Otonashi Chiya. I heard that you came from Tokyo Public Security Bureau. How is my old partner, the guy on the shore, doing now? I haven't had much contact with Mr. Kishibe, but he seems to be in good spirits. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. That's good, Guangxi replied. After that, the two of them didn't speak anymore, but Ping Hui spoke more. Aren't you a newcomer? How come you suddenly become an SSS level demon hunter after just a few days of not seeing you? From this point of view, your ability is indeed very strong. Is this because the president made an exception and gave you an SSS grade? Hey, why are you ignoring me? He talked so much that even Otonashi Chiya was a little annoyed. Because I don't think there's anything to say. Otonashi Chiya casually said, you are so energetic, why don't you focus on the battle when the time comes? Pink Ui didn't like others preaching to her and felt dissatisfied. Otonashi Chiya didn't stay here to chat with Pink Ui anymore, and quickened his pace to leave. Advertisement Pink Ui was even more unhappy when she saw this. That guy is so annoying, isn't he just an SSS level demon hunter? Isn't our master Guangxi also SSS level? Halloween. Cosmo the cosmic demon is still the same. Pink Ui, be obedient and don't provoke that young man. Guangxi said this. Unlike Pink Ui, Guangxi has some idea of Otonashi Chiya's strength and deeds. Although the understanding is not comprehensive, it can be confirmed that this is an existence that is absolutely not suitable to be provoked. Moreover, President Zhang attaches so much importance to that young man that they may easily get into trouble if they provoke him. President Guanghui. Hearing this, Pink Hui was a little bit unbelievable. Is that guy so powerful? He even mastered Guangxi. Yeah, very powerful, but I'm not sure I can beat him. Guangxi said bluntly. If a fight really breaks out, we might even be killed by him. Alright, since Lord Guangxi said so, Pink Hui had nothing to say. But she still felt that Lord Guangxi was invincible and would definitely not lose to that guy. When the time comes that group of mentally challenged idiots from the Devil's Church come to attack, they can show off their skills together with Lord Guangxi. Even the demon Pink Ui thinks that the people in the Demon Church are mentally ill. After returning to Qingfeng Middle School in the Demon City, Otonashi Chiya also told Shen Yue, Lai Sai and others about the Demon Church. To be precise, he called all the coaches to a meeting. According to President Zhang, this Demon Church is very dangerous. Recently, besides the time you are training the students, you must pay more attention to the situation inside and around the school to avoid being caught off guard by the Demon Church's surprise attack. Once you detect the actions of the Demon Church, move the students to a safe place as quickly as possible to prevent them from getting hurt. The content of the meetings held by Otonashi Chiya basically revolved around the Demon Church. The Devil's Church, I've heard of it before, they're all a bunch of brainwashed lunatics. Lacey felt that the Devil's Church sounded very familiar. Although Lace is a student, she is also an SS-level demon hunter of the Demon Hunter Association, so she is certainly qualified to attend this meeting. Advertisement. It's just that the school uniform she's wearing seems a bit out of place. Not only Lace, but several other weapon men are also familiar with the Demon Church. As former special agents, they must know the relevant information about the demonic church in the Celestial Empire. In addition to Otonashi Chiya's own people, some coaches sent by the Demon Hunter Association certainly also know about the Demon Church. After all, it is their most dangerous enemy. It is precisely because they are a group of lunatics that we cannot be careless. There is no need to show mercy when the time comes. Kill them one by one and kill them all. Otonashi Chiya said with an indifferent look. The evening meeting had just ended when the Demon Church attacked the next morning. A group of strange people wearing black robes and covering their faces broke into the school from all directions. Guangxi and his fellow demons had of course discovered that the Demon Church had taken action, but the Demon Church deliberately sent a group of cannon fodder to delay Guangxi and his companions. At this time, Guangxi was holding two 8 trigrams knives in her hands. Her speed was so fast that ordinary demon hunters could not see her figure at all, and her speed of swinging the knives was so fast that afterimages appeared. I could only vaguely see a flash of a knife. The members of the Demon Church are also demon hunters, otherwise they would not be able to fight against the Demon Hunter Association. Moreover, they also believe that they are the most orthodox demon hunters and think that the Demon Hunter Association has not signed a contract with the demons in a legitimate way. However, before these cannon fodders had a chance to sacrifice themselves and unleash their full demonic power, they were beheaded one after another by Guangxi's two-handed 8 trigrams swords. Dozens of demon hunters were beheaded almost instantly. However, due to Guangxi's terrifying speed, they did not realize that they had been beheaded. Kill them. Kill them at all costs. I am willing to give my all, Lord Devil, please let me use all your power. They stopped talking in the middle of their conversation because they suddenly realized something was wrong. All I saw were very smooth knife marks on their heads, and the heads were completely severed without having time to move. On the other hand, Guangxi had already stopped and casually turned the 8 trigrams knife, as if it was a casual move, with no change in the indifference on his face. Even the displacement of the enemy's head after being decapitated could not keep up with her speed. Pink Ui and the other 4 demon girls were slacking off on the side. They were all admiring the heroic figure of Lord Guangxi and did not have to worry about being attacked by the enemies of the Devil's Church. Because in front of Lord Guangxi, those enemies don't have this opportunity. Pink Hui still had the leisure to sneer and said jokingly, "The corpse is talking." Chapter 165. The falling demon. One of the 2 8 trigrams swords in Guangxi's hands was broken because the beheading was too violent and the sword was broken. She threw the broken 8 trigrams knife away, clang. At the same time as 8 trigrams knife fell to the ground, the heads of those demon church members also fell to the ground one after another. I thought they were so powerful, but it turns out they're just so-so. Pink Ui covered her mouth and laughed. It seemed that she was completely unaware that this group of enemies were just cannon fodder sent to delay them, while the real main force had all gone to attack the school. Another group of enemies has arrived, but these should be the cannon fodder meant to hold us back. Guangxi saw another group of enemies rushing towards him desperately not far away, and he realized the problem. Ladies, we should leave. After listening to Lord Guangxi's words, Pink Hui finally realized that these guys were just cannon fodder. She then followed Lord Guangxi with her 3 other demon companions. Damn it. They've realized our intentions. We must stop them from coming over to support us no matter what. There is another squad of ours ahead. We can intercept them from both sides. This damn B***ch Guangxi is too scary. I'm afraid we can't delay her for a few seconds, but every second counts. These members of the Demon Church have completely disregarded their own lives and are determined to hold back Guangxi and the others at all costs. Faced with being attacked from both sides, Guangxi was worried about letting the demon girls stay behind to deal with these enemies. Although this somewhat violates the order of support at the first time, she still wants to protect the demon girls out of selfish motives. I'll clear the way for you, please be careful. After leaving these words, Guangxi drew out the third 8-trigram sword from his back, and once again used both swords to kill the enemies in front of him. Advertisement: this group of demon church members are smarter than the previous group. They sacrifice everything they have before being beheaded to gain the maximum demonic power. But after all, they regard the devil as their father, and do not want to summon the devil's body that they have contracted, for fear of being killed by Guangxi, so this is not the most complete devil power. The most complete demonic power is when the demon itself fights in person and the demon hunter controls the demon itself. Even so, the fatal blow they unleashed at the cost of their own lives was extremely powerful, and they were not targeting Guangxi, but Guangxi's fellow demons. The 4 demons including Ping Kui are all fragile, except for the cosmic demon who has more powerful abilities. Their combat power is weaker than the other. They will be in danger when facing these crazy people who are fighting for their lives. Go lousy. I'll kill anyone who dares to look back. Even if only a few of us are left, our mission will be a success. The members of the demon church who had rushed here were immediately delighted when they saw that there was only a young man standing outside the entrance. Weapon men are not invincible. Try to hold them back as much as possible, and the rest of you, follow me and charge in. There's only one kid over there, no matter if he's SS or SSS level, we should use the old human wave tactics to tie him up, and then take the opportunity to rush into the shelter. Unless she had no choice, she didn't want to reveal the identity of the arrow weapon man, which was a secret known only to very few senior officials. But she still held back. Otonashi Chiya specifically concentrated his forces to guard the entrance and exit of the shelter to prevent any member of the demon church from breaking into the shelter. Before the Devil's Church began its invasion, Otonashi Chiya had mobilized all the teachers and students in the school to hide in a safe shelter as quickly as possible. Ha ha ha. Those demons are indeed Guangxi's weak spot. They are such inferior demon hunters to have such a weak spot. Master Demon, I offer my life and the life of my entire family. Please grant me the most powerful demon power. Seeing this frail-looking young man in front of them, the members of the demon church suddenly became more motivated and shouted as they rushed towards Otonashi Chiya. Thanks to the fact that the weapons men like Lace were originally agents, they were able to detect the movements of the demon church in advance. The main problem is that the enemy is not coming for them, but only wants to rush into the shelter, which makes it very difficult to stop them. If she transformed into a weapon person in such a conspicuous place, even if she killed all the enemies, she would not be able to guarantee that she would be witnessed by ordinary people or media personnel, and then it would be exposed, causing many troubles. Advertisement: if possible, it would be best to kill all those demons. The demons working for the Demon Hunter Association are not the demons we admire. Shen Yu's performance is not much inferior to that of the weapon man, because her ability is invincible in bullying weak opponents. She will only have trouble when she encounters a particularly strong enemy who can break her absolute defense. Looking at hundreds of crazy demon hunters attacking, Otonashi Chiya remained calm and showed no fear. That's right, there are enough of us, they can't handle it. The demonic church certainly could not have predicted that Otonashi Chiya's subordinates were once the Soviet Union's top agents. This angered Guangxi, and she almost wanted to pull out the arrow in her right eye and transform into an arrow weapon man. What the hell is this? Why are there so many armed men? Although weapon people like Shen Yu and Lei Sei are very strong, they are unable to intercept all the large number of enemies coming from all directions. That's right, it's the root demon that is as famous as the dark demon, the fallen demon. This type of shelter is usually built to deal with demonic attacks and is an indispensable standard building in various important places in the Celestial Empire. He was thinking of testing the power of the hungry demon, so he decided to start with these guys. On the other hand, the official demon hunters sent by the Demon Hunter Association to serve as coaches were not so good. They had a hard time dealing with such crazy enemies who didn't care about their lives. They were either injured or almost lost their lives. It was impossible to expect them to stop many people. The remaining members of the demonic church were all smug, even though they were about to die. Very good, that's it, attack those demons. As his mind moved, a mini version of the falling demon appeared in his hand, looking like a figurine. Although they also noticed the boy's shoulder straps that symbolized his SSS rank, no matter how strong the SSS rank demon hunter was, it would be difficult to stop so many elite troops. Lesse, Freya and other weapon men have blocked and killed many members of the demon church. Otonashi Chiya told them to go all out, so they transformed into weapon men without hesitation. Guangxi had to protect her demon companions while killing the enemies, which slowed down her killing speed to a great extent, and the goal of the demon church members was achieved. However, the one sitting at the last line of defense is Otonashi Chiya. However, the terrifying thing is that this time the demon church mobilized at least thousands of people, all of whom were demon hunters who would fight to the death, and they were all elites carefully selected by the demon church. Chapter 166 Summoning the Falling Demon. The figure of the fallen demon was naturally obtained by Otonashi Chiya through the contract with the hungry demon. This figure of the fallen demon was originally one of Chiya's means. Ever since he signed the contract with Ji-He, he also roughly understood Ji-He's demonic power. One is the ability to control any person, animal, or demon who is in a state of hunger, and the other is unequal exchange. The second ability is related to the scale. In the Bible, the hungry knight on the black horse, who represents the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, holds a scale. Ji-He also wears scale earrings on both ears, and the weight is always inconsistent, causing her head to be always crooked. In other words, Ji-He can make an unequal exchange. This had been realized in the original work. He used his student hat to exchange for the war demon in Mitaka Asahi's body. Mitaka Asahi and the war demon should have been one, but the war demon was pulled out of Mitaka Asahi's body by Ji-He and taken away directly, leaving only a student hat. It is probably because of this unequal exchange ability that Ji-He is able to make the fallen demons work for her. This is all Otonashi Chiya knows about Jiga's demonic power. Although he signed a contract with Jiga and can use his abilities, it is impossible for him to know Jiga inside and out. Dear guest, what kind of order would you like to place? At this moment, Otonashi Chiya heard a gentle and elegant voice, which was the voice of the fallen devil. Only he could hear the sound, no one around him could hear it. You can take any hell eater. Have it eat all the members of the demon church present. Other than that, please do not hurt anyone by mistake, and do not change the gravity of any place in the world at will. Otonashi Chiya, who has a contract with Jiga, can place orders to the fallen demon through the fallen demon figure. The order can also be said to be a commission or task. The falling demon is a very principled rude demon. She will only act according to the content of the order. Except for those who have been regarded as food by her, she will not harm ordinary people as long as they do not actively attack her. Maybe it's because she is a humanoid demon who looks more like a human. It's a cliché that humanoid demons are more friendly to humans. Of course, it is not ruled out that the falling demon may accidentally hurt ordinary people when she uses her ability seriously, because she can easily uproot various buildings and even change the gravity in various parts of the world, which will cause various geological disasters such as landslides, mudslides, and debris flows. Advertisement Otonashi Chiya's order was very clear. Do not accidentally hurt anyone except the members of the demon church. In the original novel, in order to control the war demons and trigger a large-scale war around the world, Ji-He ordered the war demons to be eaten by the Hell Eaters. However, the war demons who would not die easily would become more and more hungry in the stomachs of the Hell Eaters, and when they were hungry, they would be controlled by Ji-He. As for triggering a large-scale war around the world, it can be achieved by having the falling demon reverse the gravity of the entire world. Various geological disasters will occur frequently and will soon trigger a war. The reason is simple. All countries in the world suffered heavy losses in the same period of time. In the face of geological disasters, they definitely need to invest in disaster relief. Now everyone is short of money, so war naturally breaks out. The outbreak of a large-scale war will cause people's fear of war to rise rapidly, and thus Ji-He's goal in the original work will be achieved. He will both control the war demon and restore its strength. However, the control of the war demon was destroyed by the dominant demon. Otonashi Chiya certainly doesn't want this to happen, especially not letting the children in the shelter be accidentally injured by the fallen demon, so he specifically agreed on the order details with the fallen demon. Okay, I understand. Without further ado, as the falling demon finished his words, the body of a nearby demon church member suddenly flew towards Otonashi Chiya, as if the direction of gravity had been changed. The gravity of a normal person is falling downward, but the gravity of the corpse is falling in a certain direction. The figure in Otonashi Chiya's hand has also fallen to the ground. The figure instantly grows larger and turns into the tall body of a human woman. Her hands and legs are exceptionally slender, and her figure is also very tall and proud. She is almost a head taller than Otonashi Chiya, at least 1.9 meters tall. In addition to normal hands, there are several pairs of distorted hands on the neck, a pair of things like wings on the back, and the weirdest thing is that there is no head. At this time, the body of the demon church member had flown in front of the falling demon. After catching it, she twisted off the head of the corpse. It was the head of a human woman. The fallen demon placed the head on her neck, making it her own head, and supported it with one of her hands. Oh my, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you with my ugly behavior. The falling demon seemed to be apologizing to Otonashi Chiya. Advertisement because her naked demonic body really doesn't look good now, although her figure is very proud, those hands look too weird. The falling demon stretched out his index finger, and instantly a chef's uniform appeared on his body, with a chef's hat on his head. Since a dead person's head was used as the brain, the eyes, nose and mouth were still bleeding, but the smiling expression with closed eyes inexplicably looked elegant. I am a humble person. As today's chef, my name is the Falling Devil. The fallen demon placed his normal hands behind his waist and introduced himself to everyone in front of him in a very formal standing posture. I have received an order from a certain master, so I am here. The fallen demon was interrupted by the members of the demon church before he could finish his words. A falling demon? What is that? Who cares? If you can kill her, kill her. If you can't, hold her back. Another demon working for humans, they must be inferior demons. That group of demon church members seemed to be completely unaware that the fallen demon was the strongest rude demon. After all, the fallen demon should be the first rude demon to descend upon the world. Hey, everyone, please don't be anxious. Let me finish explaining the rules first. The fallen demon was quite patient. After all, she possessed absolute strength and the situation was completely under her control. The rule of the fallen demon is actually that food cannot be wasted. If a hell eater has any food she makes left over, she will kill him directly. Even if the hell gourmets think the food she makes is unpalatable, the fallen devil, who is a rude devil, will be directly defeated. For some reason, she is inexplicably obsessed with the identity of chef. Since all the ingredients are so anxious, I won't waste any more time. Dear diners and ingredients, let's start today's cooking session. Chapter 167. The Land of Descendants, No Hope Here. Guangxi finally dealt with the group of cannon fodder. In fact, he was very quick and it only took him about a minute to kill all the enemies on this side. But the battlefield changes rapidly, and even just a minute can cause a fatal delay. Guangxi knew that something might have happened to her, so she asked Pinkyui and the others to hold her, and then rushed to the main battlefield, which was the school, as quickly as possible. In other words, all the enemies nearby had been killed by her, so she dared to carry Pinkyui and the others on the journey in this posture. Otherwise, if any enemy attacked her now, Pinkyui and the others would be in danger. Soon, Guangxi and the demon girls rushed to the shelter on campus. But at this moment, Pinkyui suddenly trembled all over, cold sweat broke out on her face, her legs became weak and she almost knelt on the ground. She looked very frightened, and her ponytail also turned into an expression of extreme fear. The dragon demon was not much better. He grabbed Guangxi's clothes tightly, looking panicked. The cosmic demon Cosmo even wanted to escape from the battlefield, but Guangxi was worried that Cosmo would leave his side, so he pulled Cosmo back. As demons, they are more sensitive to the smell of demons than humans and weapon men. The reason why they were so scared was because they felt the breath of the rude devil. The universe. In the cosmic demon's name sounds very impressive, but she is not a rude demon after all. She is completely not on the same level as the fallen demon. Therefore, the cosmic demon's ability is just impressive. The pre-casting time is so long that any powerful person can kill her in seconds. Pinkyui, calm down. Guangxi knew that Pinkyui and the others must have something bad going to happen to make them look like this, but she remained calm and not panicked at all. Guangxi. It's over, we're finished. There's a being far worse than the gun devil coming. Pinkyui was terrified and her words became stammering. That is a rude demon that has never experienced death. A transcendent. If it is hostile to us, we will definitely die here. I can't take it anymore. Lord Guangxi, please allow me to commit suicide. Pinkyui has used her ability to see the falling demon not far away through her ponytail, and she has realized that it is a falling demon. Advertisement. When she saw the falling demon, she immediately broke down emotionally. She would rather commit suicide than sink into fear and be tortured to death by the falling demon. But the eyes could still see everything except the sky, and there was nothing unusual except that the sky turned dark, probably. The falling demon flashed and passed through the dying members of the demon church at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Even Otonashi Chiya, who possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, had difficulty seeing the falling demon's movements. She didn't even dare to think that the falling demon was actually a friendly force. However, the whereabouts demon identified these people as the ingredients for the main dish. Those people who were just eaten by the hell eaters would not be very scared, because their minds were full of sad past. Serving food to hell in a falling manner may be the special mood of the falling devil. Seeing more and more members of the demon church falling into the gates of hell, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the falling demons are worthy of being the rude demons. The diners of hell are at the other side of the gate of hell, waiting for these ingredients to be delivered to their door. Just like the dark realm. Let's call this realm the falling realm. Any target designated by the falling demon will be affected by the falling demon. Guangxi tried to calm Pinky's emotional breakdown. She also realized that there was something very wrong with the strange woman about 2 meters tall not far away. That's enough of the appetizers. Now it's time to serve you the main course, which is called humanity trapped in fear. Ordinary people, even demon hunters, would have no power to resist in such a situation. Moreover, this was only the lowest level ability of the fallen demon, and it was estimated that it had not even used 1% of its full strength. Here it comes. It's coming, the falling demon. Since many members of the demon church have already been thoroughly brainwashed, their past sad experiences will not cause them to have too much negative emotions, so the speed of falling toward the sky will be very slow or will have no effect at all. Even if there is an effect, if they react quickly enough, they can grab something on the ground to prevent themselves from falling. This is the appetizer for you. The dishes are at the bottom, and the diners are at the top. Advertisement and these people can slowly make them fall into fear. As Pinkyui cried out in emotional breakdown, almost in an instant, the wing-like blades on the falling demon's back cut off 100 ears, 100 eyeballs, and 100 noses. 300 side dishes were put into a plastic bag that came from nowhere by the falling demon. Because Ping Kui had no idea that the falling demon was actually summoned by Otonashi Chiya, she only knew that the rude demon was powerful enough to kill them all in an instant. The tone of the falling demon was soft and elegant. But his eyes can always follow the movement of the falling demon, so not being able to see clearly does not mean not being able to see. Idiot! Don't be stupid, I will protect you. All the negative past experiences that everyone has ever experienced burst out at this moment, which is one of the abilities of the fallen demon. Once negative emotions arise, the lower the mood, the more the body will fall towards the sky. To be precise, the gravity of their body has been reversed by the falling demon, and what should have been downwards is now upwards. We have collected enough side dishes, and it's time to get the ingredients in place. Please wait patiently for a moment. And there was no repetition, only one part was taken from one person, which means that 300 members of the demon church were stabbed by her, but not killed. P.S. Please give me a gift ors. Thank you. The depressed members of the demon church fell, very quickly and directly, fell into the gate of hell that appeared out of thin air in the air. Before the group of demon church members noticed the changes in the sky, the sadness of their past experiences had already emerged in their minds, such as the work pressure and RV pressure before joining the demon church, or the pressure from their parents when they were children, or the scene of their parents being killed by demons. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly turned dark. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was watching quietly on the side. He had to say that the fallen demon was the most elegant and polite demon he had ever seen, but that didn't mean the fallen demon wasn't cruel. The fallen demon also said elegantly, La Navonia. P.S. This is Latin, meaning, there is no hope here. Chapter 168 Purchasing, Seasoning, my eyes. Those members of the demon church whose eyeballs, noses or ears were removed immediately screamed miserably. The rest of the members who had not been harmed were also frightened. The inverted gravity and the miserable condition of their companions made them even more terrified. This fear of theirs was exactly what the falling demon wanted. Then, the falling demon activated his ability without any warning. A patch of ground in front suddenly cracked, and turned into pieces of rubble that fell into the sky. All the members of the demon church who were originally on the ground had their gravity forcibly reversed, and in the blink of an eye, none of them were left, falling into the gate of hell in the sky. The moment they fell into the gate of hell, all the screams disappeared instantly. Excuse me, could you please accompany me to buy seasoning? At this time, the fallen demon politely asked Otonashi Chiya, as long as humans do not actively attack me, I will not harm humans. But as long as I walk on the street, those demon hunters will definitely attack me directly when they see me. If I resist a little, I can't guarantee that ordinary people will not be harmed. If you were here, these things would have been avoided. Of course she remembered that in the order, Otonashi Chiya emphasized to her not to hurt anyone by mistake. That's why she invited Otonashi Chiya to accompany her on her seasoning shopping trip. Okay, I'll go with you then. Otonashi Chiya nodded. He knew that the fallen demon was not lying. Uninformed demon hunters will definitely try to hunt down the falling demon immediately upon seeing it, but the result is that they will be killed instantly by the falling demon, and ordinary people nearby will also be accidentally injured. Even if the fallen demon didn't say anything, Otonashi Chiya was still worried about letting the fallen demon go alone to purchase the so-called seasonings. After all, there's a lot of traffic in places like shopping malls. Thank you for your help. The fallen demon spoke to Otonashi Chiya again with a respectful tone. At the same time, Guangxi protected his 4 demon companions behind him and stared at the falling demon with vigilant eyes. Although the demon did look very dangerous, Guangxi did not feel that the demon had any murderous intentions towards them, so she did not act rashly. Advertisement Ping Kui and other demon girls were so frightened that they huddled behind Guangxi and trembled. At this moment, Guangxi's pupils suddenly shrank. The falling demon slowly walked towards Otonashi Chiya, but did not attack him. Instead, he talked to him respectfully. Seeing this scene, Guangxi couldn't help but have a guess in his mind. Could it be that the falling demon is the demon contracted by Otonashi Chiya? Otherwise, why would a fallen demon who is the root of demons communicate with humans in a friendly and even respectful manner? Ping Kui, Long, Cosmo, don't be afraid. That demon may not be our enemy. Guangxi immediately said to Ping Kui and the others. Really? Ping Kui couldn't believe it until she saw Otonashi Chiya walking over with the falling demon. This time she was even more incredulous. This human boy was actually fine? Even walking with the rude evil without any harm? Even though it certainly didn't look like an enemy, Ping Kui, Long, and Cosmo were still instinctively afraid of the rude demon. The zombie girl seems to have no emotions, so her face is always expressionless. The closer the falling demon gets, the more scared Ping Kui, Long and Cosmo become. Seeing how scared these guys were, Otonashi Chiya immediately understood something, and he immediately said, she's not an enemy, you don't have to be so scared. This one, Guangxi was about to say, this guy, but she was afraid of angering the fallen demon, so she immediately changed her words and asked, is the fallen demon really the demon you contracted? I'm sorry, I have no comment on this matter. Otonashi Chiya didn't want to answer this question. Whether it is his contract with the hungry demon or the summoning of the falling demon through the hungry demon's ability, these are secrets that are not suitable for outsiders to know. Alright. Guangxi did not ask any further questions, as she knew she did not have the ability to do so. I'm very sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, I only showed up to complete the order. At this time, the whereabouts of the demon explained to Mangekyō and the others very sincerely. Advertisement, you're actually apologizing to us. Guangxi suddenly felt a little unbelievable that the rude devil would actually apologize to them. Now she was also sure that this fallen demon was indeed not hostile to them, and seemed to be very close to Otonashi Chiya. Although Otonashi Chiya kept silent about it, she felt that this must be the contract between Otonashi Chiya and the fallen devil. After hearing the voice and tone of the falling demon, Mangekyō, Long and Cosmo calmed down a lot. Although I still can't avoid feeling a little scared, at least I'm not as devastated as before. Don't even mention them. Even I was so shocked that I didn't dare to speak out. At this time, the furious demon in Otonashi Chiya's body also spoke, and his tone clearly sounded a bit resentful towards Otonashi Chiya. When Otonashi Chiya suddenly summoned the falling demon, she was also frightened. But it was still much better than the last time with the dark demon. After all, the dark demon at that time was full of murderous intentions towards her and Otonashi Chiya, but this time the falling demon had no murderous intentions towards them at all. I don't know why, but you seem to have a connection with the rude devil. The furious demon couldn't help but complain. This isn't really fate. Otonashi Chiya smiled awkwardly. Next, Otonashi Chiya went to talk to Kanzuki, Reese and the others, asking them to comfort and protect the children in the shelter. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the possibility of another enemy attack. Leave it to us. The group just now should have been the main force of the Devil's Church. Now the main force is basically dead. Even if there are still some that have escaped, they're no match for us. Lacey Judge. Kamihue, on the other hand, was very concerned about the whereabouts of the demon standing next to Otonashi Chiya. I can't help wondering why there are always all kinds of strange women around Otonashi Chiya. Especially this time, this woman is particularly dangerous. Freya, Ball M and several other weapon men were relatively calm and were able to face the falling demon head-on because they believed what Lord Otonashi said, that although this demon was extremely dangerous, it was not an enemy. The other demon hunters who were sent from the Demon Hunter Association to serve as coaches were far from being so calm. They stayed far away and did not dare to approach the falling demon at all. Looking at the reactions of these people, the fallen demon smiled amiably and said, "Oh my, I don't mean to do anything, you guys can relax a little." Chapter 169. Shopping with the fallen demon. When Otonashi Chiya and the falling demon left, Guangxi breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't plan to go back, but continued to stay here. She needs to stay here until the Demon Hunter Association completely lifts its alert. Mangekyō is still a little frightened. I've said it before, that boy is not someone we can mess with. At this time, Guangxi touched Pinky's head and sighed slightly. The young man was much more terrifying than she had originally imagined. Signing a contract with the Rude Devil was truly unimaginable. Being able to obtain the power of the Rude Devil, his combat power is completely on a different level from hers. Although a large area near Qingfeng Middle School in Modu was blocked, the noise caused by the falling demon still attracted the attention of a large number of uninformed people, but they didn't know what had happened. Because the fallen demons have restricted the falling area almost to ultimate, only the members of the demon church in the school area will be affected, and people outside cannot see the situation in the falling area at all. The reason why it is limited to ultimate is that if the falling demon exerts a little force, not only the gravity near the school, but also the gravity of the whole world will be reversed. Therefore, outside the blockaded areas, especially the school areas, ordinary civilians are even living their normal lives without much disturbance. What happened just now? Why did it feel like an earthquake? It seems to have come from Qingfeng Middle School in the Magic City. It suddenly dispersed all the people near the school. Maybe a demon appeared? A demon. I'd better stay away from it. If a demon breaks out later, I don't want to become its food. Wait, is that guy over there a human or a demon? People on the street were talking when they suddenly saw a woman about 2 meters tall, bleeding from all 7 orifices and wearing a chef's uniform, appear in front of them. A closer look revealed that the woman's head was separated from her neck. She held her head up with a pair of hands in a weird posture, and there was a pair of strange-shaped wings behind her. This is not the way a normal person would behave. This might be a demon. Let's run. Wait, look carefully, there is a boy next to that guy, and he is wearing the uniform of the Demon Hunter Association. Advertisement, it really is. And that seal looks like it's from an SSS ranked demon hunter? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Oh, so maybe that woman is also a demon hunter, but she became like this because she signed a contract with the demon? The people on the street wanted to run away, but after seeing Otonashi Chiya next to the falling demon, they calmed down. Of course, some people still hid. The SSS level demon hunters of the Demon Hunter Association made them feel very safe. Although the woman looked strange and scary, they felt that the boy could definitely protect them. Ladies and gentlemen, I am a fallen demon, but I have absolutely no intention of harming you, as long as you do not attack me. The fallen demon said in a friendly tone. Why did you introduce yourself? Actually, you can just keep silent. As long as they see me, I think they will be alright. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but complain. I see, it seems that you have a very high reputation among the people. I will not say any more. The fallen demon admitted his mistakes and corrected them, saying very humbly. Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya felt that this guy was really polite. If one hadn't witnessed this guy's horrific abilities, it would have been hard to associate this polite and elegant woman with the root of the devil. Demon? Is it really a demon? Why don't we just run away? It's okay, it's okay. Look, the boy is communicating happily with the demon lady. He even seems to be obedient to her. Then it looks like it could be a contracted demon or something. As expected of an SSS level demon hunter, the contracted demon is so powerful. Ordinary people don't know what the root demon is, they just know that the name, fallen demon, sounds powerful. If they knew how terrifying the root demon was, or had witnessed the power of the fallen demon, they would definitely not dare to stand on the street and discuss it so happily. The mall is just in front, let's go in. By the way, what seasoning do you need? Otonashi Chiya said, pointing to the shopping mall not far ahead on the right. Apples, greens, and dragon fruit, the falling demon said with a smile. Are these also considered seasonings? Okay. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya was a little speechless and said, I will take you to find these things. The mall attendant was about to come over to greet the customers, but was immediately startled when he saw the appearance of the falling demon. The customers who were shopping in the mall nearby were also frightened. Otonashi Chiya showed his ID card and said, I am a demon hunter from the Demon City Demon Hunter Association. There is no need to be nervous or afraid. Just shop normally. After hearing this, the waiters and guests felt relieved, but they still tried to stay away from it as much as possible. If the appearance of the fallen demon had not looked as ugly and terrifying as the other demons, they would probably have run away. Otonashi Chiya quickly found apples, dragon fruits and green vegetables with the falling demon. 10 portions of apples, 10 portions of dragon fruit, and 10 portions of green vegetables. The final seasoning has also been prepared, so the main dish is almost ready. The falling demon put these seasonings into his plastic bag. Excuse me, can I take these things directly? But you humans seem to need something to exchange things with each other. Currency, right? The demon even went to ask the waiter about his whereabouts. But the waiter ran away as soon as he saw the falling demon, and there was no other response except screaming in panic. Oh my, you were so scared of me. The falling demon sighed slightly in annoyance. If I didn't really have no money, I wouldn't want to do something bad like stealing. Otonashi Chiya then extended a hand. Give me the things, I'll pay for you. Okay, I'd really appreciate it. The falling demon handed the plastic bag to Otonashi Chiya. When Otonashi Chiya was paying, the cashier at the front desk was shaking and sweating because the demon was standing behind Otonashi Chiya. When Otonashi Chiya left with the fallen demon, everyone in the mall finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Otonashi Chiya heard the sound of sirens coming from far away. It seemed that someone on the street had just called the police, and many policemen and demon hunters had already arrived. This was completely within Otonashi Chiya's expectations, and he sighed slightly. It's a good thing I came with you, otherwise a lot of people would die later. Chapter 170. Are you preaching to me? Right now. A large number of police officers and demon hunters have surrounded the mall and evacuated ordinary people from the streets. They didn't know that Otonashi Chiya was in the mall, but they immediately rushed out after receiving more than one call from the public. As soon as Otonashi Chiya walked out of the mall door, he saw a group of police officers and demon hunters facing his direction, all in alert posture ready to take action at any time. Don't mess around, just let me handle it. Otonashi Chiya immediately said to the falling demon beside him. Okay, then I'll finish preparing the main course for the diners first. The falling demon just thought about it, and a door to hell suddenly appeared beside him. Then she threw the seasonings from the plastic bag in. At the same time, in hell, a demon that is almost as big as a tall building. Its appearance is rather abstract and it is not easy to tell what kind of demon it is with the naked eye, but it must be strong with such a large body. There was also a napkin tied around its neck, an elegant, ritualistic request by the fallen demon. As a eater in hell, it must follow the rules of the fallen demons, otherwise it will die. In front of this demon, there was a huge dinner plate filled with members of the demon church who had just fallen into hell. They were already terrified by the terrifying and huge demon in front of them, and some of them even peed their pants. Of course they wanted to escape, but the gravity of their bodies had already been changed by the falling demon, and they couldn't run at all. Especially those people at the bottom of the plate were almost being crushed into meat patties by those on top. Master Demon, please let us go, we are your loyal slaves. Don't kill us, we are still useful and can help the devil dominate the world. They could only speak and frantically beg for mercy from the so-called devil. However, this devil, who was a diner from hell, ignored them completely and continued eating the appetizers he had not finished. Watching their companions being eaten by demons one by one, the rest of the people felt no sympathy or grief, only deep despair and fear. Except for those who were designated as appetizers by the fallen devil, the diners from hell still dare not touch the ingredients of the main course on the plate, because this is also the rule of the fallen devil. The main course cannot be started without permission before it is completed. Advertisement. At this moment, the seasonings and side dishes thrown into hell by the fallen devil fell on the plate neatly and orderly. The side dishes consist of 100 eyeballs, 100 noses, and 100 ears, and the seasonings consist of 10 apples, 10 dragon fruits, and 10 portions of green vegetables. This feast that normal humans cannot appreciate is completed. Sorry to have kept you waiting, please enjoy your meal. As the falling demon finished speaking, the gates of hell closed. The members of the demon church on the plate had no chance of escaping from hell. Some of them wanted to use demonic power but couldn't because the demons they contracted were too frightened by the pressure of the fallen demons to show up. Even if the members of the demon church only borrow a part of the demon power, the root demon can also follow the contract related to the demon power and directly kill the demons in the human world through the air. Not every demon dares to come out and fight the dark demon like the stone demon in the original book. They can only wait slowly for their death on the plate. The police officers and demon hunters were stunned when they saw the gate of hell. They had never seen such a thing and felt that the other side of the gate was very ominous. Are you lecturing me? Then the demon who looks very much like a human woman should also be the demon contracted by this young man, right? Given his status in the Demon Hunter Association, even if he didn't take action, just one word from him could ruin the future of everyone present. After hearing what Otonashi Chiya said, the police officers and demon hunters gradually relaxed their vigilance. And he's an SSS level demon hunter? It really is a contracted demon. It seems like this is a misunderstanding. The teenager might have done something wrong, but how could ordinary police officers like us be qualified to point fingers at others? Stupid guy, are you mistaken? Do you really think she is a demon who signed a contract with me? She continued to stare at Otonashi Chiya and said without showing any weakness, this will have a significant impact on ordinary people around us. I hope you can understand. Isn't that the uniform of the Demon Hunter Association? As demon hunters, they know better than the police how terrifying a being rated SSS level is. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya frowned slightly when being lectured by this woman who looked like she had just graduated from the police academy. At least nothing bad happened, so don't worry about it. Ah, would you like me to make another dessert? The young policewoman said confidently. The other police officers immediately felt bad. At this time, Otonashi Chiya took the lead in stating, don't worry, everyone, she won't hurt ordinary people, and she will leave on her own in a moment. The atmosphere has been tense lately. I'm afraid that members of the Devil's Church might harm ordinary people on the street. I don't know what's going on at the school right now. After it was blocked, even we are not allowed to get close. The fallen demon smiled at Otonashi Chiya, and the dessert he was talking about was naturally the people in front of him. I think that no matter who you are, even if you are a very powerful SSS demon hunter, if you do something wrong, you should correct it. Don't be like that. That person is. The police officers nearby were shocked by the young policewoman's actions and they hurried to stop her. The police officers and demon hunters are ready to call it a day. They were especially surprised to see Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya said coldly, let me be frank with you. If I hadn't been watching her here, you would all be dead. The young policewoman took a half step back. She was frightened by Otonashi Chiya's tone, especially those cold blood-red eyes. But at this moment, a young woman in police uniform and with a heroic face suddenly stood up. He said to Otonashi Chiya in a serious tone, first of all, I respect your Demon Hunter Association and the official demon hunters, but could you please not walk around the street with a demon like this? There is nothing wrong with this statement, but the premise is that Otonashi Chiya really did something wrong. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. However, this whispered dissuasion did not stop the young policewoman at all. There's nothing we can do. After all, if a demon appears on the street, people who don't know will definitely call the police. Then we can call it a day and go home. It shouldn't be a problem with an SSS level demon hunter here. Those civilian demon hunters and a few official demon hunters all wanted to run away quickly, wondering why this woman was so stubborn. Did she not want to be in the industry anymore? Chapter 171 Scare. Just scare them, don't kill them. Otonashi Chiya whispered to the falling demon, okay. The falling demon's order is not considered complete until the hell diners have finished enjoying their food. The waiting time is boring, so now is a good time to have some fun. The next moment, the falling demon didn't even move, and with just his thoughts he reversed the gravity of all the police officers and demon hunters in front of him. She did not bring up sad experiences in these people's minds, but simply changed their gravity. She just did as Otonashi Chiya said and just tried to scare these people but not kill them. The falling demon controlled its strength very well. Nothing around it changed, and no falling field was formed. It just made these people fly. What is going on? Why am I falling? No, am I falling towards the sky? This is the power of the devil. This is definitely the power of the devil. Let's grab it quickly, otherwise we will fall to death if we are not killed. What kind of demon is that woman? I've never seen such power. The police officers were suddenly in a panic. They had never seen such conceptual level of demonic power that could reverse gravity in a single thought. Some police officers had enough time to grab things nearby, and now their postures are like standing upside down. Other police officers who reacted slower fell into the sky. Especially those demon hunters started cursing directly. That stupid woman just now was absolutely crazy. She actually spoke rudely to that young man. We are all finished now. This ability is far beyond that of ordinary demons. When gravity is out of control, it's hard for me to even use my demonic power. It's all because of that idiot. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't be in such trouble. Don't try. I've tried it and it doesn't work. This demon is definitely a very high-level demon. We are all dead. This time, the young female police officer was not only scolded badly, but also received special attention from the demon. The falling demon changed the gravity on this policewoman slightly more than on others. The policewoman felt as if she was suddenly free falling and was falling towards the sky at a speed much faster than others. Just imagine that you are standing there fine, and suddenly your feet are empty and you fall into an abyss. This is probably what it feels like. Ah, advertisement. The young policewoman was so frightened that her face turned pale as she let out an ear-piercing scream. What's even more terrible is that a huge gate of hell suddenly appeared in the sky, with a bloody mouth extending from inside the gate, which is simply good news for those with gigantic fear. However, the demon used a little trick so that only these police officers and demon hunters could see the gate of hell. At this moment, the policewoman was so frightened that she couldn't hold back her tears. Okay, that's enough. Don't overdo it. At this time, Otonashi Chiya reminded the falling demon. I just think it's time to stop now. The falling demon used his hands to support his head and made himself nod. With another thought, the gate of hell and the bloody mouth in the sky disappeared instantly, and the gravity of those people was also slowly changing. The slow change of gravity was to allow them to land safely. Everyone was terrified, especially the young female police officer who had fainted. But when she wakes up, she will probably be extremely ashamed. After all, she was scared to death. My life is over. Well, please, you can go back now. Just then, Ji appeared and walked towards Otonashi Chiya. The falling demon didn't say anything else, but in the blink of an eye changed back into its form and returned to his hand. The policewoman was so frightened that she lay on the ground, not daring to move, and kept saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The borrowed head rolled to the ground. It was not the head of the fallen demon, but was just borrowed, temporarily. Otonashi Chiya didn't say any more nonsense and started back to school. This girl will never get married. Seeing the miserable state of these people, Otonashi Chiya did not intend to pursue the matter further. P.S. The gift value is almost at 100 again. There will be 3 updates tomorrow. After experiencing the terrifying and desperate scene just now, no one dared to doubt what Otonashi Chiya said. Advertisement: everyone was unable to recover and currently no one was able to stand up. The demonic power you used this time consumed too much of my energy. You should at least give me some compensation, right? At this moment, the falling demon suddenly spoke. My legs are so weak from fear, can anyone come and help me? Very good, the diners from hell have eaten all of my food that was made with love, so your order is now complete. The young policewoman had gradually woken up. She was still half conscious and had not noticed anything wrong with her body. Her attention was also drawn to Otonashi Chiya's words. I really thought we were doomed, but it seems that demons spared our lives? But she soon realized that something seemed to be wrong. Her face turned red and she was so ashamed that she wished she could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Saved. Before you get to the bottom of the truth, it would only be foolish and ignorant to talk about those so-called great principles. I can't get married. Since the area of Qingfeng Middle School in Modu was blocked off, the entire school was extremely quiet, with only people in the shelter. He has no experience and does not know enough about the profession of demon hunter. All he has in his mind is his so-called justice, and he has never had any contact with demons. Otherwise it would seem as if he was deliberately walking on the street with the fallen demon, which is not only bad behavior but also like a fool. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Just as Otonashi Chiya had guessed before, this young female police officer was a new recruit who had just graduated from the police academy, or a flower that had just come out of a greenhouse. Otonashi Chiya said this to the young female police officer. This is equivalent to being labeled for no reason, and no normal person would be happy about it. Otonashi Chiya said calmly, I just want you to understand one thing. She is not the devil I contracted, nor do I want to take her out to wander the streets. All I want to do is keep an eye on her and prevent her from hurting anyone. The fallen demon was of course acting with him, and her original purpose of action had been accomplished when the main dish was prepared. If the appearance of the falling demon was scary enough, the policewoman would not have dared to say those words. That's it. I just asked her to show mercy, otherwise none of you would survive. Of course, the fallen demon's real body must have returned to hell, and Ji is not so capable as to directly make the fallen demon's real body into a figure. Chapter 172 Inches Magic Replenishment. Sure enough, summoning a falling demon will take a lot of your energy. I did use it a little too casually, so what compensation do you want? Otonashi Chiya asked directly. For the next period of time, you have to treat me to a long-term meal so that I can have enough to eat every meal. What Ji requested sounded quite plain and simple, but most people couldn't afford to treat him as a guest. Fortunately, Otonashi Chiya has so much money that he has no idea where to spend it, so he can still afford to support this huge eater. No problem, you can eat as much as you want. Otonashi Chiya agreed without thinking. However, he definitely would not cook it for Ji himself, but would treat him to a meal at a restaurant. Otherwise, Ji's appetite would tire him to death. By the way, Ji, how badly have you been exhausted? I remember that demons seem to need to drink human blood to recover quickly. At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked. Apparently because he was called Ji again, Ji just kept silent as if he heard nothing. Otonashi Chiya immediately realized what the problem was, so he had to change his words and said, "Little hungry." Ji immediately replied naturally. That's the theory, but are you willing to let me drink it? But I think the blood of humans and demons doesn't taste good. It tastes worse than drinks like cola, milk tea, and juice, so it doesn't matter if you don't want to drink it. Ji, he said without any emotion. I have nothing to be reluctant about, just drink it. Otonashi Chiya casually extended his forearm towards Jiga. Considering that summoning the falling demon seemed to have consumed a lot of energy for Ji, giving Ji a mouthful or two of blood to help him recover quickly was a reasonable compensation. Just 1 or 2 mouthfuls had basically no negative impact on him, who had extremely strong blood and energy. Since there is a chance to quickly recover the power that was lost before, Ji definitely has no reason to refuse. She didn't care whether it tasted good or not, she just took a sip to regain her strength. Ji then bit Otonashi Chiya's forearm with his canine teeth, but was quite gentle and didn't cause any big wounds. Hurry up, or my wound will heal automatically in a moment. Otonashi Chiya warned. Since his chi and blood attribute is too high now, this kind of skin injury will heal automatically very quickly. He doesn't like the feeling of being bitten repeatedly. Advertisement. As soon as he took a sip, Ji's eyes suddenly widened and his pupils trembled slightly. Because Otonashi Chiya's blood was not as unpalatable as the blood of ordinary humans in her impression. On the contrary, it was somehow very delicious. Ji couldn't help but take a greedy sip. She originally thought that human blood tasted terrible, but in a moment it tasted really good. For Otonashi Chiya, this felt almost nothing, but the angry demon in his body was not very happy. Fei Hong suddenly felt a little jealous that Ji could enjoy Otonashi Chiya's blood so blatantly, and drink so much at one time, unlike her who only dared to drink a little bit each time. The blood from Otonashi Chiya is extremely delicious, which is also one of the main reasons why Scarlet has been staying in Otonashi Chiya's body and doesn't want to leave. Although the wound on Otonashi Chiya's forearm healed itself in a few seconds, Ji had already taken 2 big gulps. That's enough, you can't bite me again, right? Otonashi Chiya explains. Thanks to Otonashi Chiya's blood, Ji's strength is not only recovering rapidly, but he has also become stronger than before. So she said frankly, I take it back, your blood is completely different from that of normal humans, it is surprisingly delicious. Really, that's fine. This is an additional condition on top of the original contract? Fei Hong was like a child who had made a mistake and didn't dare to say a word. This was a result that neither the Demon Hunter Association nor the Demon Church had expected. It's okay, just drink occasionally when you want, just don't go too far. Otonashi Chiya suddenly thought of something, and said to the scarlet in his body, no wonder you often steal my blood, so this is what's going on. Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. He himself hadn't thought of this. Maybe it's because my blood is much stronger than ordinary people. Except for some children who were in a panic, the rest were fine. Otonashi Chiya gladly accepted. Otonashi Chiya explains. Advertisement. The main force that broke into the school not only failed to harm any of their targets, but was also completely destroyed by the fallen demons. Scarlet then spoke. Otonashi Chiya explains. Scarlet was immediately delighted. She was already satisfied with just a little drink from time to time. Moreover, she didn't need to be sneaky now because she had obtained Otonashi Chiya's permission. Using a tiny amount of blood as a condition in exchange for Ji's power to summon the fallen demon, this deal is definitely a good one. I will always ask for your permission before drinking blood next time. Lace's attention immediately shifted to Ji, who was standing next to Otonashi Chiya. But then again, isn't his own blood like a magic tonic to the devil? Not only is it delicious, it can also quickly restore and even enhance strength. This matter is not my decision. The superiors should be able to make arrangements. Let's continue to stay here and wait for their instructions. That's not necessary. I don't mean to blame you. Lacey responded. So what should we do next? Should we let the children go home or continue to protect them? The falling demon can basically be said to be one of Ji's biggest trump cards. He couldn't help but taste the blood remaining on his forearm with a little curiosity. This action was equivalent to an indirect kiss, but he would not have any imagination about a demon, and he would not have such delicate shyness of a little girl. How are the students? They should be okay, right? She could feel by intuition alone that this girl was probably not an ordinary person. At this time, Ji explained. But if I can recover my strength by drinking your blood every time, then I will be able to use the fallen demons as you wish in the future. Jiga has the right to prevent Otonashi Chiya from using this power that is beyond the scope of the contract. With his physical condition, it would be no problem for him to give Ji a few more sips. Speaking of this female classmate, why did she come in from outside the shelter? Otonashi Chiya then said, the taste is indeed a little different, but not as exaggerated as you said. I guess you demons have different taste buds than me. The Demon Church's action this time was undoubtedly a failure, and it was a complete failure. In fact, the demon you summoned this time has exceeded the certain power in the contract. I allowed you to use it as a token of my sincerity. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already arrived at the shelter and asked Lessei in front of him. Otonashi Chiya said softly, Chapter 173 Miss Shenyue needs to work harder. Except for Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo, no one else, including Reese, has ever seen Ji, let alone his true identity as the hungry demon. Otonashi Chiya hasn't told him yet either, so it's normal for Lacey to have doubts. If it was an ordinary female student, if she had not taken refuge in the shelter, she would have been in great danger outside just now, and she would not have been as expressionless and calm as Ji. Her name is Ji, but she prefers others to call her little Ji, and that she is not a human but a demon. He didn't hide it from Shen Yu before, and Otonashi Chiya didn't hide it from Lei Sai this time either. He would only reveal this much to people he trusted. Wow, is this another demon lady? Lacey suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. Because the students were not far behind, it would be bad if she spoke too loudly and was heard by outsiders. I've been an agent for so long and I've only seen a few humanoid demons. I've never seen such a beautiful humanoid demon that looks almost indistinguishable from a human. Lacey sighed. I don't know how you did it, dear. First it was Miss Scarlet, and now Miss G. He is here so soon. It's said to be an exclamation, but in fact it's more like a joke on Otonashi Chiya. Call me Xiao Jihei. But at this time, Ji he suddenly corrected Lacey. Oh, sorry, I should have called you Xiao Jihei. Lacey said with a smile. At the same time, Scarlet also followed Lacey's topic and teased Otonashi Chiya. Didn't you always say that you wanted to find a dominant devil? That guy is probably also a humanoid devil, right? After all, he is one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse like Jiga. However, her casual joke was really true. Therefore, Otonashi Chiya was speechless. Next, Lacey had a pleasant chat with Ji-hee, although Ji-hee showed no emotional fluctuations at all. At this time Shen Yu also came over. Advertisement. She saw Lacey and Ji-hee chatting and couldn't help asking, you guys already know each other? Oh, it seems that Miss Shen Yu knew Xiao Ji-hee before me? Lacey showed a mysterious smile on her face and said meaningfully, Miss Shen Yu, don't you have any sense of crisis? What's the meaning? Shen Yu didn't react to what Lacey meant for a moment. Because Otonashi Chiya was beside her, Lacey didn't want to speak too directly and just smiled gently. Miss Kamiya, you have to work hard, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be a match for Xiao Jihei. With further prompts, Shen Yu finally understood what Lacey wanted to express. I know, she replied coldly, seemingly unhurried. But since Guangxi and Pinkyue both said so, he had no choice but to believe it. The subordinate continued. Afterwards, according to the investigation, it was a police officer who accused Otonashi Chiya before he knew the truth, and then the demon attacked. Although Otonashi Chiya bluntly said that he had not signed a contract with the demon was obviously very obedient to Otonashi Chiya, and it was also because of Otonashi Chiya that he did not hurt anyone. And this time he received news that the Demon Church had assembled thousands of elite troops as the main force to launch an attack on Qingfeng Middle School in the Demon City in one fell swoop. The Fallen Demon. This name. President Zhang was suddenly at a loss. Let's report the situation to our superiors first. The importance of that young man to us has to rise several levels. President Zhang was immediately very surprised. The subordinate informed Chairman Zhang of everything he knew. President Zhang nodded slowly. It doesn't matter whether Otonashi Chiya has signed a contract with the Fallen Demon or not. All we need to know is that he can make the Fallen Demon work for him. I think this is more terrifying than signing a contract. Therefore, when President Zhang learned that the Devil's Church had dispatched more than 1,000 people, he felt extremely heavy-hearted. He thought that even with the presence of 2 SSS-level masters, Otonashi Chiya and Guangxi, the school would still suffer heavy casualties. A subordinate is reporting the situation to Chairman Zhang. That's true. If the news of the Rude Devil gets out, it will probably cause an unprecedented sensation. Except for a very few who escaped, all the invaders from the Demon Church have been wiped out, especially the invaders who broke into the school. No one survived. Advertisement. The subordinate couldn't help but say. The most incredible thing is that Otonashi Chiya can actually sign a contract with the Rude Devil? I think I understand. However, what no one expected was that there were 0 casualties. President Zhang asked immediately. You know, the Demon Church is the biggest enemy of their Demon Hunter Association and has caused them countless troubles. When President Zhang heard the name, he felt it was something extraordinary. The subordinate said in a tone of amazement. Chairman Zhang originally thought that this kind of thing only existed in legends. Another thing is that after the fallen demon killed the people of the Demon Church, he went to the mall for some reason to buy some things, including apples, green vegetables and dragon fruit. After buying the things, he was surrounded by police officers and demon hunters. At this time, the fallen demon attacked again, but did not hurt anyone. It seemed that he was just trying to scare people. The existence of the fallen demon cannot be concealed, but the fact that the fallen demon is the Rude Demon cannot be spread. Back then, the Gun Demon landed in just a few minutes and caused a huge global sensation. The Rude Demon is far more terrifying than the Gun Demon. The Rude Demon. This legendary demon really does exist. Legend has it that any Rude Demon can destroy the world if it wants to. With the weapons we humans have now, we can't kill the Rude Demon anyway. Both Guangxi and Pinkyue said that the fallen demon is the legendary Rude Demon and the first Rude Demon to descend upon the world in history. P.S. I'm too busy today, so the update will have to be postponed to tomorrow. I'll definitely update tomorrow. Demon Hunter Association of Demon City. Being able to make the fallen demon take action, it's no wonder that those guys from the Demon Church had no chance to hurt the students. What about the children? How are the children doing? The subordinates continued to report the situation. No one was injured. Although this is definitely the best outcome, it is really incredible. Can you tell me what happened? According to Guangxi and others, it was basically Otonashi Chiya's credit. Guangxi and Pinkyue speculated that Otonashi Chiya had signed a contract with the fallen demon, allowing the fallen demon to show up in person and destroy all the main forces of the Demon Church in a short time. Their Demon City Association could only mobilize a few thousand demon hunters. This time the Demon Church raided too quickly, and they did not have time to borrow demon hunters from associations in other regions. No child was hurt, but some were frightened. If they take a break and receive psychological counseling, it should be fine. Chapter 174. The Smell of the Chainsaw Man. After the Demon Church raid, Qingfeng Middle School in Modu took a few days off according to the instructions of its superiors. After the holiday, it would hold various activities such as psychological counseling. Every time the demon appears, there will be a similar way of dealing with it, but this time the vacation is particularly long. Most students don't know anything about the demon church, and they all think that some extremely powerful demon has appeared this time. Patrols have also been stepped up in all areas of the demon city, with police officers, civilian and official demon hunters working together to immediately report any suspicious individuals suspected to be members of the demon church. However, this operation was a complete failure, and the demon church will definitely not dare to show up in the short term. So no suspicious persons were found during the patrol. The matter of the demon church has come to an end for the time being. Since the school is on vacation and the Demon Hunter Association also has a paid leave system, Otonashi, Chiya and Leslie are all resting at home. They had already moved into the state guest house and lived in one of the villas. However, just before lunchtime, Ji came directly to the door. It was Densi who went to open the door. Densi looked at the strange beautiful sister standing at the door and asked, who are you? Since she had just started learning Huxia, she only knew some very basic words and her pronunciation was obviously unfamiliar and awkward. As soon as Ji heard the Huxia with a strong Japanese accent, she knew that Densi was Japanese, so she said to Densi directly in Japanese, I am Otonashi Chiya's friend, and I have something to ask him. At the same time, Ji smelled a familiar scent from Densi. If she was not mistaken, it was the smell of Chainsaw Man. Although she had vaguely smelled this scent on Otonashi Chiya before, the scent on Otonashi Chiya was too faint and she couldn't be sure. Ah, so you're Chiya-ni's friend, and you can speak Japanese. Densi then said, I'll go talk to Chiya-ni first, please wait for a moment, ni. After saying that, she immediately ran into the living room. Brother Chiya, there is a strange sister who claims to be your friend who came to see you. Claiming to be my friend? Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya immediately thought of Ji-hee, Guangxi and Pinghui, and he felt that it was most likely Ji-hee. Guangxi and Pinghui had no reason to suddenly come to see him, but Ji-hee actually had a reason. Because he had agreed last time to treat Ji-hee to dinner for a long time. Is that strange sister the pretty one with her head tilted? At this time, Lei Sei asked Densi. Shen Yu also immediately became concerned. Could it be that the humanoid demon really came directly to his door? Advertisement, it seems so, he was wearing a hat. Denji responded immediately. The hat on the sister's head and the way she tilted her head left a deep impression on her. As expected, it looks like it's Miss Ji-hee. Oh no, it should be little Ji-hee. While speaking, Lei Sai deliberately glanced at Shen Yu. I found that Shen Yu's eyes were indeed a little shaken. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already gone to the door to greet Ji-hee. Xiao Ji-hee, have you even investigated where my home is? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but say. Of course, otherwise why would I ask you to treat me? Ji-hee's tone sounded matter of fact. As soon as she finished her words, a long growling sound came from her abdomen. You ate so much last time, how come you're so hungry so soon? Otonashi Chiya looked so hungry after hearing the sound of this. The main reason is that I have limitations when summoning demons. Not only are the demons I summon much weaker than the original ones, but they also consume my strength and satiety. Ji-hee said. The stronger the demon you summon, the greater the consumption. You summoned the falling demon through my hand, which made all the food I ate last time go to waste. If I hadn't drunk your blood yesterday, I might not have survived until today. A human in a state of extreme hunger would suffer so much that he would lose his mind, and as a demon, I'm not much better. After hearing this, Otonashi Chiya realized that it was his fault again. However, he also got a piece of information, that is, the demon summoned by Ji-hee would be much weaker than the original one. In other words, the complete form of the fallen demon will only be more terrifying than the last time he summoned it. Of course, the fallen demon he summoned last time was also the original body, but its strength was greatly limited. After entering the living room, Ji-hee sat down anywhere as if he was familiar with the place. Only Lace's style was completely different. She looked at Ji-hee with a bright smile. Ji-hee said bluntly, I really have no interest in it, but I'm a little surprised that it's here with you. It seems that the ruling demon will take the initiative to come to you. Even so, the fallen demon, as the root demon, still has the power to strike at a dimensionality reduction level. You noticed it. To be more precise, you smelled it, right? Ji-hee nodded slightly. Advertisement Otonashi Chiya thought to himself that Pachita was the Mishima trap. This sister, you ate so much, Otonashi Chiya asked calmly. So that's what's going on. Then you can stay at my house to eat first, and then we can go out for dinner together. P.S. The dynamic review was suddenly conducted again. I almost thought I would be put in the black room again. Fortunately, nothing happened and it was a false alarm. Denji exclaimed in amazement. As soon as he finished the last bag of snacks, Ji-hee immediately asked Otonashi Chiya for more. Xiao Ji-hee is so cute, so what do you want? Didn't you say before that you had no interest in Chainsaw Man? Otonashi Chiya was not surprised. The food available at Otonashi Chiya's home is not enough to fill Ji-hee's stomach, so he has to go out to eat. And it seems like you're still not satisfied enough. Anything else? This is not enough. Ji-hee finished all the snacks and fruits in no time, leaving Dianqi and Dongshan Zhaohong standing beside him stunned. The devil has a very sharp nose, especially one like Jigga, who is at the level of the Apocalypse Knight. As long as Jigga comes into contact with Denji, it is only a matter of time before he discovers Pachita. Why do you like eating all kinds of human snacks so much? It's just that he had never thought of using Pochita to seduce Mishima before, and he respected Pochita's wishes. Otonashi Chiya brought a bunch of snacks and fruits and placed them in front of Jihei's desk. But according to what Jihei said, it seems that there is no need to use Pochita to actively lure Mishima here, she will find it by herself. If she had any intentions towards Chainsaw Man, she would not have mentioned the matter of Chainsaw Man directly to Otonashi Chiya. Dongshan Zhaohong was also surprised. Really, by the way, that little girl just now, does she know the Chainsaw Man? Just as Jihei followed Otonashi Chiya into the villa, he suddenly asked Otonashi Chiya. Shen Yu's eyes suddenly looked a little strange. Isn't this guy a humanoid demon? And he thought Jihei had already smelled the scent of Pochita on him. It seems that because he had little contact with Pochita, the scent on his body was still very faint. Chapter 175. Adding fuel to the fire, thanks for the compliment. Jihei said calmly without changing his expression. At this time, Pochita ran down from the upstairs bedroom. It seemed like he smelled the aroma of snacks, or maybe it was the scent of a hungry demon. Judging from Pochita's reaction when he ran down, it was most likely because of the smell of the hungry demon. It once fought against the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and must be very familiar with the hungry demon, one of the horsemen. So as soon as Pochita came down, he bared his teeth at Jihei. Woof. Woof, Pochita, don't be like this. This sister is not a bad person. When Denji saw Pochita like this, he immediately went over and said to Pochita. However, Pochita remained unchanged, still looking at Jihei with a fierce expression. Although I did attack you with my sisters before, I have no hostility towards you now, and you don't have to be so hostile to me. Jihei still tilted his head slightly as usual and spoke to Pochita with an expressionless face. However, Pochita didn't believe Jiga so easily until Otonashi Chiya also spoke up. Pochita, she is indeed not our enemy. We are now in a cooperative relationship and have signed a contract with me, so there is no need to worry about her committing a crime. Pochita then relaxed his guard, but still kept a certain distance from Jihei. Its name is Pochita now? It's a cute name, I didn't expect it to become like this. Jihei was a little surprised at Pochita's current appearance. The contrast is too great for the brutal Chainsaw Man who was once famous in hell to become such a harmless-looking little dog. She knew what happened to Pochita's current form, because the war demon was now so weak that it looked like a small animal. But she could feel that Pochita's strength had almost recovered. He was not as weak as the war demon at all. Why did he still maintain this weakest form? What's up with this girl called Jiga? Why is Pochita so hostile to her? At this time, out of curiosity and concern, Shen Yu couldn't help but ask Otonashi Chiya. Of course, Lacey and Dongshan Zhaohong were also somewhat curious. It is hard not to care about him since he is a humanoid demon and has an unknown connection with Pochita. When Shen Yu was halfway through his words, Jihei insisted again, call me little Jihei. Otonashi Chiya was a little hesitant about whether to directly reveal Jihei's identity as a hungry demon. At this time, Jihei directly said, I am a hungry demon. I had some unpleasant things with the Chainsaw Man. Now I should say Pochita, so until now it still hates me. Advertisement, Hungry Demon. Lacey pondered for a while, isn't this name the legendary 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? Because Jihei spoke Japanese to take care of Densi and Toyama Zhaohong, but she didn't know that Shen Yu was the only one who didn't know Japanese, so she was the only one who couldn't understand what Jihei said. But Lacey was kind enough to translate for Kanzuki. Kika-chan is saying that she is the hungry demon among the Knights of Apocalypse, and because she was conquered by Otonashi Chiya's charm, she now follows Otonashi Chiya willingly. What? Shen Yu was suddenly shaken. Ever since she met Otonashi Chiya, especially after getting to know Reese, her usually cold face like an iceberg has been unable to hold back countless times, and she is teased and mocked by Reese every day. The key is that Shen Yu is very simple in terms of emotions, so she is always controlled by Lacey. Ahem. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but cough. Liza, don't exaggerate too much. Xiao Jihei didn't say these things. Shen Yu reacted immediately and realized that he was being teased by Lacey again. Lacey stuck out her tongue playfully. However, even though Lacey exaggerated so much, Jihei not only did not refute, but nodded and said, that's about what I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Because she believed that she was really impressed by Otonashi Chiya's charm, powerful strength and delicious blood, she was willing to cooperate with Otonashi Chiya. Apparently, she had not meant exactly what she had said to Lacey. However, the teasing is still necessary. Lacey then whispered in Otonashi Chiya's ear. First it was the wrathful demon of the 7 deadly sins, and now here comes a hungry demon from the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. I can only say that he is worthy of being called, dear. We don't have many snacks left. You can eat them while walking on the road later. Pochita also responded. Well, it's not bad to go out and change the taste occasionally. He then brought up the business and changed the subject. It's already time for lunch. Let's go out to eat later. How about everyone going together? Jihei replied calmly, almost concentrating on eating the snacks in his hand. Sister Lacey, what are you talking about? Advertisement. It just so happens that Miss Shen Yu and I just found a pretty good restaurant. We can go try it together. Xiao Jihei will definitely like it. Seeing his brothers and sisters' strange reactions, Densi couldn't help but ask curiously. She was just joking, but she didn't expect Xiao Jihei to actually admit it. This time, Lacey rarely made fun of Otonashi Chiya. Even Lacey was a little slow to react. Shen Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. At this time, Lacey suggested, he is indeed a human man with a deep essence. Nothing, just talking about Xiao Jihei's life experience or something. But it still couldn't completely let its guard down, because the other three sisters of the hungry demon were more troublesome than the other. So in the final analysis, is this humanoid demon still her enemy? Its hostility towards Ji was not as strong as it was at the beginning, because it found that Ji was getting along happily with Otonashi Chiya and everyone else. But this time, it was Densi and Dongshan Zhaohong's turn not to understand, because Ji was speaking Russian. P.S. Sorry, the update will be delayed to tomorrow again. I was scared by the sudden dynamic review today. It is too late to update so late. I will start updating as early as possible tomorrow. Otonashi Chiya is already a little numb, please forgive me. Otonashi Chiya looked at Ji helplessly, he had fallen silent. Woof, because she realized that what Ji wanted to express might be different from hers, she did not tell Densi and Zhaohong. I think it's good too. At the same time, the scarlet inside Otonashi Chiya also deliberately echoed. Dongshan Zhaohong said in a low voice, that's fine with me. Otonashi Chiya stuffed the few remaining snacks into Ji's pocket. Densi gladly accepted. Chapter 176 The Only X Level. Xiao Jihei, this is already the 24th bowl of rice. Seeing Ji wolfing down the food without stopping, Lacey exclaimed. Sister Ji, oh no, little Ji is so amazing. I am full after eating only 2 bowls at most. Dongshan Zhaohong couldn't help but exclaimed. She also knew that Ji only liked to be called little Ji by others, so she changed her words quickly. They are both demons, but Pachita can't eat as much as Xiao Jihei. Denji said to Pachita, I hope Pachita can eat more and grow fat. I feel like he's still a little skinny now. As she spoke, she forced Pachita to drink a few mouthfuls of rice with a rice spoon. It feels like grandparents force feeding a dog. Woof. Pachita's cries sounded a little reluctant, but he still poured the food into his mouth spoonful by spoonful. It's still early. I guess Xiao Jihei isn't even half full yet. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said casually, should I say he is worthy of being called the hungry demon? He is so hungry that he is so exaggerated. Lacey couldn't help but sigh. Shen Yu looked at Ji's belly, which had hardly changed, and said, this miraculous body structure can only be explained by a demon's body. At this time, except for Ji, Otonashi Chiya and the others had already eaten their fill. As for Freya, Ball M and the other 5 weapon men. Now, not only do they live in another villa, they also take care of their own food and drink, as Otonashi Chiya has already paid them enough. The main thing is that it is too troublesome to cook meals for more than 10 people every day. It's okay in the short term, but normal people will feel tired after a long time. While waiting for Ji to eat, Otonashi Chiya received a call from President Zhang. Hey, are you free now? Or come over when you are free. Advertisement, I'll come straight over now. Otonashi Chiya hung up the phone. I'm going to leave for a while, you guys continue to wait here for Xiao Jihei. Leaving these words behind, Otonashi Chiya transferred himself into the Kamui space. The next moment, Otonashi Chiya appeared in Chairman Yang's study with a phone in his hand. My friend, your speed is really amazing. Although it was not the first time that President Zhang witnessed Otonashi Chiya's speed, he still couldn't help but marvel at it. So what's the matter, President Zhang? Otonashi Chiya asked directly. Of course it's still about the Devil's Church. After yesterday's disastrous defeat at Qingfeng Middle School in the Magic City, I guess the Devil's Church won't dare to make any moves in the next period of time. President Zhang said. I think this is a good opportunity. The main forces of the Demon Church have suffered heavy losses. We can completely eradicate them before they recover. Indeed, the Demon Church lost at least 1,000 elite members at that time. Now the Demon Churches in various regions must be very empty. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. In addition to the Demon Church, there is another thing. Your level has been re-evaluated by the higher-ups. Originally, the highest level of Demon Hunters in our Celestial Empire was 4 SSS level Demon Hunters. You were originally the 5th SSS level Demon Hunter. But after the Demon Church incident, they decided to create a new level, X level Demon Hunter, which is above the SSS level. You're the only one now and forever. So it's time to change your shoulder straps. If you're willing, I hope you can serve as the commander-in-chief of this crusade against the Devil's Church. Chairman Zhang has reported the whereabouts of the demon to his superiors, who directly set up a new level specifically for Otonashi Chiya. This is certainly not just one name. Being above the SSS level Demon Hunters means that Otonashi Chiya is now the Demon Hunter with the highest status in the entire Celestial Empire, and Otonashi Chiya's treatment will naturally increase accordingly. Anyone who knows a little bit knows the concept of the root devil. The superiors can't be fools. They just want to keep Otonashi Chiya in Daxia as much as possible. So when exactly will the action begin? Otonashi Chiya did not refuse and asked directly. He also felt that it would be best to completely destroy the Demon Church. Those guys were so cruel that they even spared no children. Advertisement ever since the Demon Church targeted Qingfeng Middle School in the Magic City, he has been very dissatisfied with the Demon Church because there are innocent students in the school, especially Zhaohong and Lacey who also go to school there. We will definitely need to prepare for a few days. During this period, you can rest more and gather your strength before setting out. While speaking, President Zhang felt a little surprised. Originally, he was worried that Otonashi Chiya would not be willing to participate in this operation. After all, he had just experienced the defense battle of Qingfeng Middle School in Modu. With Otonashi Chiya's current strength and status, as long as he said he didn't want to, they wouldn't dare to do anything and could only put the plan to attack the Devil's Church on hold. Concerning the whereabouts of the demon, Guangxi and Pinkyui reported the situation, so I have heard about it. After much deliberation, President Zhang decided to speak frankly to Otonashi Chiya. The reason why the superiors specially set up a new level this time is because they found out about the whereabouts of the demon. No problem. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. He had expected this because he knew Ping Kui's ability could identify fallen demons, and the fact that fallen demons were root demons would definitely be known to the Demon Hunter Association. This isn't some secret that shouldn't be told, so it doesn't matter if the higher-ups of the Demon Hunter Association find out. That's good. We won't tell anyone else about the whereabouts of the demon. You can rest assured, young friend. President Zhang assured. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Otonashi Chiya said calmly. That's all. Take care, little friend. As soon as President Zhang said, goodbye, Otonashi Chiya disappeared right before his eyes. Back at the hotel, Otonashi Chiya told the others roughly what President Zhang had said. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Ji finally ate to his satisfaction. Ji's appetite shocked the boss and his wife. They had run the restaurant for so many years but had never seen a customer who ate so much, especially since she looked like a slim high school girl. Ms. Lacey, the guests you brought this time are truly extraordinary, thank you very much. The charming young proprietress was obviously quite familiar with Lisa, and when the bill was about to be paid, she couldn't help but say something to Lisa. Ji ate up dozens of servings of food by himself, which meant the boss and his wife could earn some money, so they must thank Lace. Lacey smiled. Actually, I didn't expect Xiao Jihei to be so fierce. Chapter 177 The Domination Demon Descends to the Earth. Ms. Lacey, and all the distinguished guests, welcome to visit us next time. The proprietress said to Otonashi Chiya and Reese with a smile on her face. Yes, we will come here often in the future, Lacey responded. I think it's delicious, Dongshan Zhaohong commented. Yeah, Pachita thinks it's delicious too, right? Denji asked Pachita with a smile. Woo, however, Pachita did not look very happy. He was so full from the electricity that he could hardly walk. Walking on the way home, Lacey suddenly said, if we are going to attack the Devil's Church in a few days, there seem to be many known Devil's Church bases, right? This was when she was still working as an agent in the Soviet Union. The intelligence she knew was that the Demon Church had a total of 7 bases in various regions of Daxia. Now she didn't know whether there were any new bases. Well, President Zhang told me about the 7 strongholds. Otonashi Chiya heading out. If there are 7 strongholds, then Miss Shen Yu, I, and the other 5 weapon men can go to these 7 battlefields respectively. If the master is the commander-in-chief, then it stands to reason that he should stay at the base to command, right? Lacey said casually. She didn't take the demonic church seriously. If it was the demon church in its heyday, it would indeed be a big threat, but now most of the elite members of the demon church have been killed, and the demon church is nothing. The most terrifying thing about the weapon man is that he can be resurrected infinitely. On the battlefield, as long as all his people are not dead, the weapon man is a never-ending killing machine. No, I am just a figurehead. Although I am the commander-in-chief, it does not affect my ability to fight in battle. Otonashi Chiya said, I will be in charge of the largest base of the Demon Church, and the command of the rest of the bases will be handed over to you. He didn't plan to sit in the command room all the time, and he didn't have any particularly good command skills. Advertisement in terms of command acumen, he probably can't compare with specially trained agents like Lace and Freya. He still prefers to go straight into the fight. Why sit in the command room and give orders when you can summon a falling demon or use Susanoo to kill all the enemies in seconds? Meanwhile, Otonashi Chiya was completely unaware. The ruling demon has come to the human world through the power of the demons from hell, and the place of its landing happens to be in the Heavenly Kingdom. The ruling demons may have a closer affinity with the Celestial Empire. In the original work, the newly born ruling demon Nayuta was also reincarnated from hell to the Celestial Empire, but was later secretly taken to Japan by Anbian. Finally, I've arrived in the human world. It seems the hungry demon is one step ahead of me. Is his target also the Chainsaw Man? The domination demon appeared in an empty field. Since the entire Celestial Empire is so large, the domination demon did not happen to descend directly on the demon city. When the distance was too far, the domination demon and the hunger demon could not sense each other's existence. The first thing the demon does when it comes to the human world is to control the small animals around it and use the small animals' ears to understand various things in the human world. Unlike the newborn Nayuta, Makima at this time has developed to a certain extent, and her control ability is much stronger than Nayuta in the original work. For example, when Nayuta uses his control ability, visible chains will appear. If someone is good at martial arts, they can even dodge the chains and avoid control. Makima's control ability is invisible to the naked eye. As long as Makima thinks that the opponent is lower than himself, he can control him instantly with his mind, making it almost impossible to avoid. The abilities of the 3 horsemen of the apocalypse, domination, hunger, and war, are all very idealistic, and the most reliable example is the war demon. In the original work, Mitaka Tomo and the war demon are integrated into one. Mitaka Tomo can use the power of the war demon. Mitaka Tomo subjectively believes that he can buy very advanced weapons for 1.33 million yen, and then those weapons really become Mitaka Tomo's things, and the ability of the war demon is to turn his own things into weapons. In fact, 1.33 million yen was far from enough to buy those advanced weapons, but Mitaka had no idea about the market price of advanced weapons, so he thought that this amount of money was enough. If it were the war demon, she wouldn't be able to do this because she knows the market prices of those advanced weapons. So this ability is very idealistic. In short, if the ruling demon is faithful enough, then she will be invincible. Unfortunately, this is impossible for the extremely smart and rational demon domination. At this moment, as Mikima's mind moved, the small animals within a certain range around her were controlled by her, and obeyed her consciousness to go to human society to collect intelligence. At this time, Mikima manipulated one of the little squirrels that she had already dominated to climb onto her hand. These are the little animals you'd never see in hell. The human world is better after all, with so many cute little animals. Mikima murmured something and looked at the little squirrel in her hands with a smile on her face. Advertisement: the dominant demon likes humans and animals, especially dogs, because dogs are the most obedient animals and they fit the dominant demon's desire for domination. The reason why he likes humans is that the ruling demons are humanoid demons that are very similar to humans, and basically only the eyes look different. I'll go around and find the Chainsaw Man as soon as possible. Mikima thought to herself and set off for a town not far away. District 13. I don't dare to write the real place name, but it's more convenient this way. East Blue City. Mikima walked down the street wearing common human clothing, a white dress. She felt very fresh and curious about the human society she had never seen before, and looked around like a curious baby. Since she likes humans, she does not wantonly dominate the humans she meets. At this moment, Mikima suddenly saw a lady in a dress walking by with a pet dog. She didn't know why, but she was attracted by the pet dog at first sight. When Mikima first came to the world, she didn't know that she loved dogs very much. Excuse me, can you let me touch it? Mikima pointed a finger at the puppy and asked the lady politely. Being called suddenly, the lady frowned slightly and said impatiently, "What, you want to touch my dog? Besides, I'm in a hurry and don't have time to waste with you." Hearing this answer, Mishima was silent for a moment. However, there was no displeasure on her beautiful face, and she still maintained a faint smile. At this moment, the lady's body suddenly stiffened and her eyes were dull for a moment. Her attitude suddenly changed dramatically, and she introduced her beloved dog to Mikima with a smile on her face. Obviously, this was caused by being dominated by Mikima. Chapter 178. Take responsibility well. Additional update. This is the Chihuahua I bought not long ago. His name is Gigi. The lady's attitude became very good. Gigi, come and meet this lady. This was because she was dominated by Mikima, and her consciousness was changed by Mikima without her realizing it. To put it bluntly, Mikima directly changed the brain's memory and cognition. Just now she thought that Mikima was just an ordinary person of low status who came from nowhere, but in the blink of an eye, her perception of Mikima changed to a very noble lady whom she could not afford to offend. Moreover, the lady had no idea that her brain had been tampered with. Gigi, just as Mikima was about to reach out to touch it, the Chihuahua started barking at her. The Chihuahua breed is inherently emotionally unstable, so it is normal for it to become irritable if a stranger suddenly tries to touch it. Gigi, listen, don't do this. The lady was shocked and she was afraid that she would upset the young lady. Fine. Mikima said softly. As soon as she finished speaking, she dominated the Chihuahua as well. The Chihuahua immediately quieted down and obediently let Mikima touch its head. So good, Mikima touched Gigi's head. She suddenly thought, are the animals under her control the cutest? However, Mikima did not stay here for too long. After touching the dog for a while, she continued to look for the Chainsaw Man. Her primary goal in coming to the human world is the Chainsaw Man. The slower she is in finding the Chainsaw Man, the less hope she has of stopping the demon of death, because she will have to play a big game to make the Chainsaw Man stronger. And she likes humans, so she wants to know more about human society, which definitely requires her to travel around. Soon after Mikima left, the lady and the Chihuahua were also freed from domination. Huh? What happened just now? Wasn't I walking? Why did I suddenly stop? The lady was immediately very confused. She felt like something was missing from her brain, but she had no idea what was going on. This is because Mishima used the power of control to directly delete part of the memory in the lady's mind, so the lady could not remember anything that happened when she just came into contact with Mishima. Woof. 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 Advertisement. Even the Chihuahua's memory was deleted, and it stood there barking in confusion. At the same time, Demon City. Otonashi Chiya and the others had already returned home, and he followed them all the way back. Otonashi Chiya, Reese, Zhaohong and Densi had no reaction to Jihei's behavior, but Shenyue couldn't help but feel concerned about it. Aren't you going home? Why did you come back with us? This could be my home, too. Jihei's tone was very matter of fact, and there was no embarrassment on his face. Shen Yu was left speechless by these words. Faced with such an unreasonable Jihei, she couldn't think of how to fight back for a while. Little Jihei just came to the human world from hell. He probably doesn't have money to rent a house. Miss Shen Yu, please be considerate. I only heard Lei Sai helping Jihei speak. Although she has assisted Shen Yu many times, she prefers to have fun. She felt that things would become quite interesting if Xiao Jihei, the Knight of Apocalypse, could also join in. Anyway, there are enough bedrooms, so it wouldn't be a big deal if Xiao Jihei moved in. At this time, Otonashi Chiya also said, "That's right." Jihei replied seriously, "Otonashi must take responsibility." As soon as these words were spoken, they caused quite a shock. Hearing this, Lacey was the first to react. She smiled playfully and said, "Responsibility or something? Could it be that the master has done something to Xiao Jihei?" She had just arrived in the human world and did not yet know that she could make money by hunting demons and selling their corpses on the black market. After all, this was not something that could be discussed openly. "I know, darling, I will never do that again." But Lei Sai would not miss this opportunity. She deliberately translated it into Shen Yu's ear. "The master has done something shady to Xiao Jihei, and now he is asking the master to take responsibility." Otonashi Chiya immediately retorted. Lacey covered her forehead with her hands, showing a look of pain. Otonashi Chiya awakening path. Then he flicked Jihei and Lei Sai's forehead with his fingers respectively. Advertisement Densi's pretty face changed, and she looked at Otonashi Chiya with unbelievable eyes. "Brother Chiya, you." "Jihei, don't be so serious and say things that can be misunderstood in the future." Lacey admitted her mistake seriously. "I'm just telling the truth. It was you who prevented me from hurting others or committing crimes. I don't have any way to obtain human currency at the moment, so I can only ask you to take responsibility." When he heard that Lacey called him dear before, he held back and didn't say anything because he didn't want Lacey's way of addressing him to become more and more outrageous. Because that certain awkward thing was too explosive for Shen Yu, she ignored the fact that Lei Sai addressed Otonashi Chiya as master. After hearing what Lei Sai said, Shen Yu suddenly became very energetic, and his hair almost exploded. It was obvious that he was hit hard. Jihei's originally tilted head was almost straightened. She hasn't even done anything like kissing, but the 3 words, dear, are not very convincing. "Oh yeah," then Jihei added, "and please call me little Jihei." Dongshan Zhaohong's face instantly turned red after she understood. Then, that kind of thing. It shouldn't be what I think it is. Otonashi Chiya sighed helplessly. Unexpectedly, Lei Sai became even more outrageous and turned into the master again. "Then you should explain it clearly before you talk about taking responsibility." And even if she knew, due to the appearance of the fallen demon before, the pressure of the rude demon almost scared away all the demons in the demon city, and there was basically no hope of finding the demon for a while. Even at this time, she is still very persistent in the way Otonashi Chiya calls her. Jihei said reasonably. "P.S. Update completed, please give me some gifts." It's not what you think at all. She was obviously here first. Only Shen Yu looked confused, because Jihei and the others were not speaking Russian. Lacey's words reminded both Densi and Dongshan Zhaohong at the same time. Immediately, his gaze turned to Lacey, "And you too, this obvious misunderstanding is adding fuel to my fire, and the way you address me is becoming more and more outrageous." Chapter 179 District 13 After resting for 2 or 3 days, Otonashi Chiya was invited by President Zhang to the Demon Hunter Association again. This time, a meeting was held to discuss the fight against the Devil's Church. In addition to Otonashi Chiya, all SS level and above demon hunters of the Demon City Demon Hunter Association participated in this round table meeting, which of course also included several weapon men such as Shenyue, Lisai, Freya, and Balaam. Even Jihei, a new employee, was invited. She was the only one who was not SS level but was invited as an exception, only because President Zhang discovered that she seemed to have a close relationship with Otonashi Chiya. As for the rating, since Jihei has just joined the company, he has not yet demonstrated his ability. She also did not reveal her identity as a hungry demon to the Demon Hunter Association, because Otonashi Chiya had told her not to reveal this identity to outsiders casually, otherwise she would not care. She named herself Jihei very casually, which was equivalent to making it clear that she was a hungry demon, because she named herself purely based on the pronunciation of hunger. But under normal circumstances, no one would associate such a beautiful human girl with the devil. Therefore, Jihei's rating is still the initial B level for the time being. No matter how much special care President Zhang gives to the people around Otonashi Chiya, he cannot force a newcomer whose strength is completely unknown and who has no achievements to be rated as an SS-level demon hunter. Moreover, the highest authority he can decide is to promote others to S-class demon hunters. If it involves SS level and above, it must be approved by the headquarters. Now that everyone is here, this meeting officially begins. When everyone was in place, President Zhang spoke. In addition to Otonashi Chiya and his group, there were also several senior members of the Demon City Demon Hunter Association. 1 is at SSS level, and 5 are at SS level. These were the main fighting force of the Demon City Demon Hunter Association before Otonashi Chiya and others joined. They were the elite among the elite. The SSS level demon hunter was of course Guangxi. Among them, there was also a cosmic demon named Cosmo, who Otonashi Chiya knew, but he didn't know the rest. It is not surprising that Cosmo was rated as an SS level demon hunter. After all, the ability of the cosmic demon is a mechanical weirdness. As long as a sufficiently safe charging environment is provided, he can kill almost any enemy instantly. With this ability, it's easy to gain merit by following Guangxi. Currently, there are 7 known strongholds of the Devil's Church. We are not sure whether there are any strongholds that have not been discovered yet. However, as long as we destroy those 7 strongholds, it is only a matter of time before we find the remaining strongholds, if there are any. Advertisement President Zhang continued, so we decided to split our forces into 7 groups. Not to mention the one base in the Magic City. The Demon Hunter associations in the other 6 bases will work with us. Does the Commander-in-Chief have any detailed battle plan for this? The Commander-in-Chief, mentioned by Chairman Zhang, is of course Otonashi Chiya. I have learned about the strength distribution of each base. The base in District 13 is the most dangerous, followed by District 6, and then the Magic City. Otonashi Chiya analyzed calmly and in a serious manner. Therefore, more main combat personnel are needed in Area 6. I suggest that Reese, Guangxi and their special countermeasures team participate in the subjugation operation of Area 6, while the Demon City base will be handed over to Shenyue and Barum. As for the other 4 seniors, I hope you can go with Freya and the others to the remaining 4 bases. The seniors that Otonashi Chiya was referring to were the 4 SS-ranked demon hunters that he did not know. I have no objection. I am also willing to obey the Commander-in-Chief's arrangements. Those 4 people were also easy to talk to. The main reason is that the Commander-in-Chief is Otonashi Chiya, the only EX-level demon hunter in the entire country. Although they were not qualified to know the whereabouts of the demon, they knew very well that there must be a reason why the big shots at the Demon Hunter Association headquarters suddenly set up an EX level specifically for Otonashi Chiya. It must be that the young man's strength shocked the big shots at the headquarters. The second thing was that they heard Otonashi Chiya actually willing to call them seniors, which made them feel very comfortable. Guangxi and Cosmo said nothing. They just followed orders and accepted whatever tasks Otonashi Chiya assigned to them. Not to mention Shen Yu, Lei Sai and others. What about District 13, the most dangerous area? At this time, President Zhang couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Why did Otonashi miss the most dangerous Area 13? As for Area 13, I will be the one to go there myself. Xiao Jihei can also join me. Apart from the Demon Hunter Association in Area 13, no additional support is needed. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. The base in District 13 is the most dangerous base of the Demon Church and serves many demons. When the time comes, Otonashi Chiya will kill all those demons at once and gain a lot of attribute points. Advertisement. Although his strength is almost invincible, he definitely cannot have too many attribute points. He felt that the strength, speed, and especially the blood attributes were not enough, and attribute points could unlock more advanced system malls, and purchasing items in the system mall also required consumption of attribute points. If Otonashi Chiya remembered correctly, it seemed that he was only a few attributes away from unlocking a more advanced system mall. Host. Otonashi Chiya, strength, 160, speed, 160. Chi and blood, 684. Allocated attribute points. 994 attribute points have been obtained cumulatively. System Mall LV1. 6 attribute points are required to unlock to LV2. Purchased items. Genocide Night Skin, to be used. White Mask Skin, to be used. I opened the system panel after a long time, and found that what I remembered was correct. The system mall will soon be unlocked to level 2. He hasn't hunted any demons since coming to Daxia recently, so he didn't get many attribute points. He should take advantage of the upcoming crusade to get more attribute points. You are the Commander-in-Chief, are you planning to go into battle yourself? President Zhang said with a little surprise. Originally, he appointed Otonashi Chiya as the Commander-in-Chief because he was worried that Otonashi Chiya was too tired from frequent battles. Demon hunters usually find it difficult to fight frequently. In addition to being easily injured, using demonic power also has more or less costs. He felt that Otonashi Chiya's last use of the power of the fallen demon must have cost him a lot of money. However, since Otonashi Chiya volunteered to go into battle personally, that is certainly a good thing, and the success rate of this crusade will be greatly increased. Well, as long as the crusade can be successfully completed, I think anything is fine. Otonashi Chiya's guidebook. Little did they know that Makima was also in District 13. Chapter 180. The suicide note before the expedition. Then I will no longer be in charge of the overall situation in the command room. I will assign the command of bases outside District 13 to other people. For example, the command of District 6 will be assigned to Lessei and Guangxi. Otonashi Chiya's advice. It's all right. You're the Commander-in-Chief. You are the one who arranged the battle plan. President Zhang said. He suddenly realized that the lineup of their Demon City Demon Hunter Association was truly extraordinary. Otonashi Chiya and the people around him, any one of them can stand on their own on the battlefield. Therefore, he had great confidence in this campaign. That's settled then. Otonashi Chiya didn't have anything extra to say. Next, President Zhang continued to talk about the demonic church. For example, analyzing various intelligence such as those more dangerous enemy leaders. When the roundtable meeting was about to come to an end, President Yang's tone became slightly lower. The next topic will be heavier. You should start preparing your suicide note. Because according to the association's practice, whenever there is a large-scale crusade, all combatants must write a suicide note before the action begins, in case someone dies without even having the chance to leave a suicide note behind. We will sort out the suicide notes written by everyone, and if there are casualties, we will hand over the suicide notes to their families. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly and said nothing. Anyway, the suicide note didn't say that I couldn't just hand in a blank piece of paper. It's not that he is conceited, but the Demon Church has no chance of killing him. Even the root demons can't do such a thing. After the meeting, as soon as he walked out of the meeting room, Otonashi Chiya saw Pinkyui, Long and the zombie girl sitting on chairs in the corridor, obviously waiting for Guangxi. Good morning. Otonashi Chiya was leisurely enough to greet them. But as soon as Pinkyui saw Otonashi Chiya, she suddenly seemed to have PTSD. Her ponytail became frizzy and she hid behind Guangxi with a look of fear on her face. Long's reaction was not as intense, but he did not dare to get close or look Otonashi Chiya in the eye. As for the zombie girl, she is still as emotionless as ever. Obviously, because of the incident of the fallen demon, Pinkyui and Long both had psychological trauma towards Otonashi Chiya. You, don't come over here. Seeing Pinkyui was so afraid of him, Otonashi Chiya shrugged helplessly. Although I did summon that girl, she has no hostility towards you. You can't blame me for this, right? Advertisement Otonashi Chiya said lightly. I don't care, just don't get close to me. Pinkyui said in a weak voice. She then tugged at the corner of Guangxi's clothes and said, Master Guangxi, let's go quickly. That human is too scary. Guangxi said to Otonashi Chiya, I'm sorry, we'll leave first. Well, bye. Later, Otonashi Chiya and his group also went back. There are still 3 days until the official start of the crusade. However, Otonashi Chiya and his team need to go to Area 13 2 days in advance and make preparations at the Demon Hunter Association, which is responsible for governing Area 13. So they only had 1 day left to spare. As soon as they got home, they dealt with the suicide note. Otonashi Chiya's suicide note was simply blank. My dear, you didn't write anything. I'll hand in a blank paper, too. Seeing that Otonashi Chiya's suicide note was blank, Lacey was too lazy to write. As a weapon person, she possesses the trait of immortality, so writing a suicide note is completely meaningless. In the end, except for Shen Yu and Ji He, everyone else's suicide notes were completely blank. After all, Freya, Bal M and the others are also weapon men who cannot die. Oh, Miss Shen Yu seems to have written something. Let me see what she wrote. Lacey immediately leaned over to peek at what Shen Yu had written. But Shen Yu immediately blocked it. I won't let you see it. Hey, why is this happening? It won't hurt to let me take a look. However, for something as serious as a suicide note, Lacey did not tease Shen Yu as usual. Joking depends on the situation. As soon as Ji He finished writing, he put the suicide note directly on the table. Lacey took a look at what Ji He was writing. I want to eat endless burgers and pizza. This was the only sentence in Ji He's suicide note. Seeing the contents of this suicide note, Lacey's face suddenly showed a little surprise. I can only say that the contents of Xiao Jihe's suicide note are really unique. Advertisement, thank you for the compliment. Ji He is quite humble. She wasn't complimenting you. Otonashi Chiya on the side couldn't help but complain. Brother Chiya, and the sisters. Why are they all writing suicide notes? Densi had just come down from upstairs when she saw this scene. Not knowing the truth, she immediately became worried. At this time Dongshan Zhaohong also came down with them. When she heard Dianqi suddenly talking about the suicide note, she was even more frightened. Don't worry, Sister Densi and Sister Zhaohong. We are just going through the motions. We will defeat the Devil Church in a few days. Lacey then explained. Otonashi Chiya also comforted Denji and Zhaohong. It's just as Lacey said. We are just following the practice of the Demon Hunter Association. The Demon Church is not a threat to our safety. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought something had happened. Sorry for making such a fuss. Densi and Dongshan Zhaohong felt relieved immediately. They knew about the Demon Church. Otonashi Chiya had mentioned it to them before. They just didn't know what the suicide note was. After all the suicide notes were completed, Otonashi Chiya handed everyone's suicide notes to President Zhang. Out of respect, President Zhang did not intend to peek at the contents of the suicide note. But the first suicide note on top was blank, and he could immediately imagine that the remaining few were probably blank as well. Will there be any problem with this? Otonashi Chiya noticed the subtle changes in President Yang's face, so he asked. No, that's fine. The association doesn't stipulate that it can be blank. President Zhang smiled awkwardly, and with your strength, there is really no need to write a suicide note. I will trouble you again with this crusade. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly without saying anything more. Oh, there's one more thing. There seems to be something unusual in District 13 these days. Several people have called the police and claimed that they had lost their memories for no apparent reason. The Demon Hunter Association of District 13 determined that it was caused by a demon, but they don't know what demon did it yet. President Zhang kindly reminded, although this should not be a big deal for you, I still hope you will pay attention to it. Mysterious amnesia. Otonashi Chiya couldn't tell what kind of demon it was for a moment, but he still kept it a little cautious. Chapter 181 District 13 Demon Hunter Association. On the eve of departure, Otonashi Chiya said goodbye to everyone. At this time, Pachita rubbed against his legs. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I last hugged you. Otonashi Chiya then picked up Pachita. Little Pachita, do you want to hug me too? At this time, Ji opened his heart to Pachita. Woo woof. However, Pachita immediately yelled at Jiga fiercely. Oh, little Pachita is still so mean to me. Even though Pachita was obviously unwilling to have any contact with Ji still came over with an expressionless face. She hugged Otonashi Chiya directly. Pachita was squeezed between Otonashi Chiya and Jiga. Pachita tried to escape in a hurry, but it couldn't escape in its current form unless it transformed into Black Saw form. But it didn't want to do that because it was worried about hurting Otonashi Chiya, and it didn't want to scare Densi and the others. Wow! Xiao Jihei is so bold, seeing Jiga hugging Otonashi Chiya like this, Lacey exclaimed. Shen Yu's reaction was also obvious. Seeing how reluctant Pachita was, Otonashi Chiya immediately took a step back and let Pachita escape from Jiga's arms. He put Pachita back on the ground, and Pachita immediately moved away from Jiga. Aren't you afraid that Pachita will saw you off later? At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Jihei, "It's okay, I know it won't do that." Jihei sounded quite confident. After spending a few days together, she found that Pachita was quite keen on living an ordinary life here. It was as if he had completely turned into a little puppy, and no longer the Chainsaw Man who once dominated hell. It can be seen that Pachita is not very happy to turn back into Chainsaw Man, but instead wants to live this ordinary but happy life. One hug is enough. I'm already covered in its scent. Advertisement G. He seemed to be planning something. What do you want to do with the scent of Pachita? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. My sister Dominate should be coming to the human world soon. I'm looking forward to seeing how she'll react when she smells Pachita's scent on me. At this time, Ji had a blank expression on his face and no emotion in his tone, but he gave Otonashi Chiya a feeling of being sinister. Otonashi Chiya's mind suddenly popped up the image of Lacey. I didn't expect that you also have this side. Right now, Otonashi Chiya and Ji were preparing to take a special car to Area 13, while Lacey and the others were also heading to the battle zones they were responsible for. The young man in front of him who looks to be in his early 20s and has S-level shoulder straps on his body is the driver. Even the private car driver is an S-level demon hunter. I am Lin Qingyang from the Magic City Association. I'd like to meet the Commander-in-Chief and the Deputy Commander. Lin Qingyang said to Otonashi Chiya and Ji very respectfully. In this campaign, in addition to the Commander-in-Chief Otonashi Chiya, there are many Deputy Commanders. For example, Shen Yu, Lei Sei, Guangxi, Freya, Barem, etc. Those who have command authority are all Deputy Commanders. And because Ji worked with Otonashi Chiya, he was also appointed as the Deputy Commander. Well, no need to be so polite, let's go right away. Otonashi Chiya's tone was very casual. Ji remained silent, as if he didn't like talking much to outsiders. Yes. Lin Qingyang nodded seriously. The Commander-in-Chief should be sure of what he is doing, right? I heard that he is the only EX-level demon hunter. We should not worry too much. Of course, the demon hunters present had already learned of the change in combat personnel, which caused quite a stir and controversy for a while. President Li no longer had too many concerns. Otonashi Chiya questions. Otonashi Chiya shook his head slightly. We only need to send out 50% of our forces at most, and the rest of the demon hunters will stay at the association's headquarters. I am Otonashi Chiya from the Magic City Association, and I am the Commander-in-Chief in charge of this operation. In a cafe run by the District 13 Association, many demon hunters like to chat and rest here. Advertisement, I am Li Chongqing, the president here. Well, then we will follow the Commander-in-Chief's instructions. President Li nodded and said, I have fully understood the entire crusade, and the combatants are all ready. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Need not. I want to ask one thing. How many demon hunters do you plan to mobilize from the entire District 13 Association this time? I heard that it was the Commander-in-Chief who came to us today who asked us to do this. It's really hard to understand. We were already at a numerical disadvantage against the Devil's Church, and now the disadvantage has been magnified. If the boy's absolute strength is really strong enough to make up for the huge gap in numbers, then there is really no problem. The combat personnel were reduced to 50%, and most people found it difficult to understand why this was done. It's okay. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are never a problem. Otonashi Chiya met with the president of the 13th District Association as soon as possible. What's going on? The number of combat personnel has been reduced so much. Yeah, I know. Obviously, President Li did not know that Otonashi Chiya could summon the Root Devil. The Demon City Association and the association headquarters were very determined to keep this matter secret. It is estimated that the entire District 13 Association did not know the whereabouts of the devil. It changed from 82% to 55%. Soon, all the demon hunters of the District 13 Association received instructions from President Li to redistribute the combat personnel and garrison personnel. President Li introduced himself as soon as we met. But since this boy can be rated as X level, he must have some outstanding qualities that are different from SSS level demon hunters, right? Otherwise, President Li would not have such unnecessary concerns. President Li hesitated for a moment and expressed his concerns. If we only send out 50% of our troops, we will be at a great disadvantage in terms of numbers when facing the Devil's Church. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. At present, the young man in front of him is the Commander-in-Chief of the entire crusade, and he is also the most special X-level demon hunter. He is higher than him in both status and voice. It is meaningless for him to have more concerns. Come to think of it, I've never heard of this X-class demon hunter before. It's like he just appeared out of nowhere. Chairman Li replied. After arriving at the Demon Hunter Association in Area 13, Lin Qingyang returned the same way. Otonashi Chiya also introduced. Well, the plan is to deploy 80% of the personnel, and the remaining 20% will be stationed at the association headquarters. Of course, if the commander-in-chief feels that it is not enough, he can also deploy 90%. Chapter 182 Yu Chongsheng, UK, the District 13 Demon Hunter Association is fighting against the most dangerous demon church stronghold. The headquarters has long ago specially mobilized 2 SSS-level demon hunters to support the District 13 Association. Including transferred personnel, the current top force of the District 13 Association is 2 SSS-level demon hunters and 10 SS-level demon hunters. But even so, the District 13 Association still couldn't gain much advantage against the demon church and the situation remained at a stalemate. It was not until a few days ago that the District 13 Association began to gain the upper hand after the demon church's stronghold in District 13 sent some elite troops to the demon city and completely wiped them out in the demon city. It seems that the greatest hero in the recent defense of the Magic City is our commander-in-chief this time. I remember his name was Otonashi Chiya, and he was also the one who broke the transfer fee record in international transfers last time. Inside the cafe, the two were discussing Otonashi Chiya, the only 2 SSS-ranked demon hunters in the 13th District Association. A young man with long white hair and squinting eyes as if he is taking a rest, and a cute girl with a petite figure and 2 buns. However, the girl not only has 2 buns, but her hair is also in 2 colors, mostly black and a small amount of gold. The white-haired man sat quietly on the chair and continued, "That's right, that boy." The headquarters even created a new X level specifically for him. However, the reason is kept strictly confidential, and even we can only guess. X class. That means it's above our SSS class, right? Although being able to annihilate the main force of the Devil Church in the defense of the Demon City is indeed amazing. The girl with double buns seemed a little unconvinced, but Otonashi Chiya's performance not long ago gave her no reason to be unconvinced. But everyone seems to have some opinions about the commander-in-chief's actions today. The white-haired man had already heard the discussions of others around him. If he wants one of me and Master to guard the association, I won't agree. I just want to act with Master. The girl with the bun hair took a sip of coffee and said reluctantly. The meaning of this sentence is very clear. The white-haired man is her master. The only 2 SSS-level demon hunters in the District 13 Association are actually master and apprentice. If that happens, it will be out of our control. We still have to follow the commander-in-chief's arrangements. The white-haired man said this in a very casual manner. I don't want to. I'm going to ask that guy what he plans to do now. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, the girl with the bun-haired look drank the remaining half cup of coffee in one breath, then immediately stood up and prepared to talk to Otonashi Chiya. Advertisement. There was no change of emotion on the white-haired man's face, but he was worried about his apprentice, so he had to follow him. He was worried that his apprentice might say the wrong thing in front of the commander-in-chief. Those 2 SSS-level beings seemed to have just walked over? So they were in the cafe just now, too? That's Yu Kairan, immortal swordsman, Yu Chongsheng. I didn't expect to run into them by chance today. I'm really curious about what these 2 adults think of the commander-in-chief's decision. I guess there will be some doubts, right? If these 2 adults come forward, maybe they can make the commander-in-chief change his mind. I only heard that the commander-in-chief was the greatest contributor to the famous defense of the Magic City, but I haven't heard of his specific abilities. This is really hard not to worry about. A few minutes later, the girl with twin buns, Yu Kair, went straight to President Li's office, followed by Yu Chongsheng. Kair and Chongsheng, you are all here. President Li was not surprised that Yu Kair and Yu Chongsheng would suddenly come to him. After all, even he was a little worried about Otonashi Chiya's actions. He was originally considering raising the ratio of combat personnel to 90%, but Otonashi Chiya instead lowered it directly to 50%. He also wanted Otonashi Chiya to get to know Yu Chongsheng and Yu Kair. At the same time, when Yu Kair entered the office, she only saw President Li, but not Otonashi Chiya, so she asked President Li. Disciple, please pay attention to etiquette. President Li did not intend to stop Yu Kair. The key point is that their goal this time is not to defend, nor just to defeat the Demon Church, but to completely eradicate the Demon Church stronghold rooted in District 13. But the unaware Yu Kair subconsciously thought that Otonashi Chiya was the biggest eater. After all, Chiya looked like such a quiet lady. If this task cannot be completed successfully, President Li will definitely be held responsible. After all, Yu Chongsheng and Yu Kair are the 2 main fighting forces of their District 13 association. It is definitely necessary for them to get to know the commander-in-chief before officially starting the operation. In fact, Otonashi Chiya didn't touch anything. Jiga ate it all. Ji on the side kept eating the various desserts and fruits prepared for them on the table. Advertisement. At this time, Ji finished eating the last apple. Any more? Give me some more. Yu Kair's eyes widened immediately, with a look of disbelief. Yu Chongsheng immediately reminded Yu Kair. P.S. Please give me a gift. If there are too few people, it will be really difficult to completely eradicate the Demon Church's stronghold. Yu Kair spoke frankly. Otonashi Chiya said helplessly. I didn't do anything. How come I became a foodie? President Li, isn't there a new commander-in-chief here today? Where is he? I have something to discuss with him. I guess his strength is proportional to his exaggerated appetite, right? Then I'll take you to find him. When the staff added dessert and fruit, they also said on behalf of Otonashi Chiya, it was indeed the deputy commander who ate all of it just now. The commander-in-chief didn't eat anything. Yes, so I want to have a good talk with him. President Li then signaled to the lounge staff to add more desserts and fruits. Oh, I see. Otonashi Chiya was sitting in the lounge doing nothing. Chairman Lee thought that this girl named Ji he must have some extraordinary qualities to be able to become a deputy commander with only B rank. President Lee suddenly felt a little bit unbelievable. He had specially asked people to prepare a lot of desserts and fruits, but they were eaten up so quickly? President Lee said. As soon as President Lee brought Yu Chongsheng and Yu Keier into the lounge, they saw Ji finish all the desserts and fruits on the table. At this moment, the corners of Yu Keier's mouth twitched slightly. Our commander-in-chief. Is he a foodie? Is this true? Don't lie to me. He is in the lounge. You're probably looking for him because of the changes to the combat personnel, right? Talk about the current status of this book, non-text. Talk about the current status of this book. It is not the main text, nor is it a formal update. Some readers may feel that after seeing this, it is not as good as the previous ones. One reason is because of the common drawbacks of Invincible literature, and the other is that it is indeed a bit watery now. Almost all Invincible novels have the same common problem. They are very exciting in the early stages, but the sense of anticipation quickly decreases, and it feels more and more boring in the later stages. This will also cause the data to become worse and worse later on. Many Invincible novels will end early or have a bad ending. Of course, you don't have to worry about my failure to finish the story. The data has been the lowest in the recent period since the start of the school year, but I have persisted and it is even less likely that I will fail to finish the story later. As for the ending, it shouldn't be a bad one. I will finish the plot that needs to be written, and then write a happy ending. This is my general idea of the ending. Then let's talk about the problem of water writing. Because the original work of Chainsaw Man is too short, and I wrote my own thing away from the main line of the original work, especially with the invincible cheat of Double Kamui, the content I can write is very limited. Because he is so invincible now, it is difficult to write exciting battle plots, so I can't arrange too many fighting scenes. I wrote more daily life scenes, but they will become boring after watching too much, so they seem watery. To be precise, now no matter what I write, it will look bland and seem like water writing, which is the common problem of invincible writing. You may think it is water, but my typing speed is getting slower and slower, because I am trying my best to maintain the quality of the content that is still readable. At least the data has not collapsed yet. I have done my best. Unless I speed up the pace and finish it within a few tens of thousands of words, it might seem too hasty from another perspective, so I am caught between a rock and a hard place. And the more words a book has, the better, so I still don't plan to finish it so quickly. But the length of Chainsaw Man should be around 500,000 or 600,000 words at most. To say something involving the industry, many tomato authors only update 4,000 words a day, and in the later stages, the writing is seriously watered down. In fact, this is largely caused by Tomato's push mechanism. Do you dare to believe that I lost money by updating so many words in the early stages? I won't go into more details. Although I am a college student, I am also an old author. It's just that what I wrote before was not fanfiction, so my mentality is still relatively stable. No matter how low my income is, I will not disappear for no reason, so you can rest assured to read it. It's just that the Invincible articles will inevitably appear to be watery in the later stages. This is a common problem that most authors rack their brains but don't know how to solve, including me. Chapter 183. From a physiological perspective. After a brief and trivial farce, President Lee began to introduce Yu Chongsheng and Yu Keier to Otonashi Chiya. Commander-in-Chief Otonashi, these two are SSS demon hunters from our District 13 association, and they are also the main combat personnel assisting you in this operation. President Lee introduced. This is Yu Chongsheng, who is known as the Immortal Swordsman, and this is Yu Keier, the youngest SSS-level genius in our Celestial Empire. Of course, this does not include you. If Otonashi Chiya is also counted, then Yu Keier is no longer the youngest SSS-level demon hunter. He vaguely remembered that Otonashi Chiya was only 18 years old, and Yu Keier was also 18 years old now. He had heard of Otonashi Chiya's deeds and had to admit that Yu Keier's talent was indeed not as good as the one in front of him. You mean he's the same age as me? No way. Hearing this, Yu Keier was a little bit unbelievable for a moment. Moreover, the opponent is now an EX-level demon hunter, so it is not just as simple as being the youngest SSS-level demon hunter. As a result, Yu Keier suddenly felt a sense of frustration. Originally, the title of the youngest genius was what she was most proud of, but now this title has become an empty reputation. Otonashi Chiya was not interested in comparing ages with Yu Keier, and said in a serious tone, "My name is Otonashi Chiya, and I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." "Well, it's a pleasure to work with you," Yu Chongsheng said with a smile. To be precise, his eyes were basically squinted. I don't know why, maybe I want to maintain my health as I get older. Otonashi, are you really about the same age as this girl? Yu Keier was still concerned about the age issue and insisted on getting it clear. I'm 18, how old are you? Otonashi Chiya answered casually. Well, I'm 18 too. Advertisement. Yu Keier was suddenly a little depressed. Sure enough, someone more talented than her appeared. Otonashi Chiya didn't want to continue talking about boring things like age with Yu Keier. He said bluntly, "You two came to see me specifically for something like this, right?" "Oh, yes, I almost forgot." Yu Keier immediately remembered her purpose. "Regarding the change of combat personnel, you are not planning to let my master and I act separately, are you? For example, let me go to the front line and let my master stay here to guard. Don't do that." "Your master? Are you talking about Senior Yu Chongsheng?" Otonashi Chiya said with a hint of confusion. Yes, the immortal swordsman Yu Chongsheng is my master. Yu Keier nodded. I see. Then I understand. You just need to act together when the time comes. Otonashi Chiya didn't care. He only said that 50% of the force should be left to guard the association headquarters, and he didn't say that Yu Chongsheng and Yu Keier should be separated. However, Ji He seemed to have no sense of shame at all and did not hide anything in front of Otonashi Chiya. Regardless of whether the Demon Church in Area 13 knows that the Demon Hunter Association is about to launch a crusade, it is likely that they have already noticed it, but at present they probably don't know that he will come to Area 13 in person to participate in the war. We will assign the combat personnel and make full preparations tomorrow, and the operation will officially begin the day after tomorrow. Otonashi Chiya's eyes suddenly looked a little confused. Even though you are a demon, you should at least be more careful, right? On the other hand, Ji He doesn't care. He can wear uniform or casual clothes. Basically no one will care about the B-level shoulder straps, and no one in the Demon Church can recognize the hungry demon. Tonight, Otonashi Chiya and Ji He will stay at the 13th District Association. The reason why he didn't wear the official uniform but casual clothes was because the X-level shoulder straps on his uniform were too conspicuous. Appearing on the streets of District 13 at this critical juncture would easily arouse the vigilance of the Demon Church in District 13. As for the allocation of combat personnel, just leave it to President Lee. As an outsider, Otonashi Chiya certainly doesn't know as well as President Lee about the combat power composition of the Demon Hunters of the 13th District Association. As a result, Otonashi Chiya found that He was only wearing a thin pair of pajamas, which was almost the same as wearing nothing. All the members of the Demon Church who had seen him had been killed by the fallen demons. Without the official uniform with epaulets, no enemy would be able to recognize him. Yu Keier said, bye, to Otonashi Chiya, and then left with Yu Chongsheng. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya replied, thinking that the official battle was about to begin, and Yu Keier was still thinking about training. She was indeed a martial arts fanatic. After saying that, he turned around and went to his room to change into casual clothes. Should I say she is indeed a 17-year-old girl? I guess she usually trains besides fighting, right? I said you. Otonashi Chiya smiled faintly. As always, she tilted her head slightly and said expressionlessly, you also know that I am a demon. Do you have that kind of desire for me? At this time, Otonashi Chiya went to knock on Jihei's bedroom door, because Jihei seemed to have not gone up yet. He felt that Yu Keier was not arrogant at all, but rather a little childish to be more precise. After hearing what Otonashi Chiya just said, Jihei suddenly felt a little amused. Otonashi Chiya said seriously, okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Hurry up and put on your clothes, brush your teeth and wash your face, and get ready for breakfast. From a physiological point of view, your appearance is no different from that of a woman, especially an unusually beautiful girl. Any normal man would be more or less affected by your current state. Early in the morning, Otonashi Chiya prepared to have breakfast. Jihei responded quickly and opened the bedroom door. A night passed and nothing happened. Bye-bye. It's time to get up. Aren't you hungry? There's nothing else to do. Master, let's continue training. Otonashi Chiya and Jiga lived in the same suite, but there were 2 bedrooms, so there were naturally enough beds. Yu Keier immediately smiled happily. That's good, I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. Goodbye. How could this human boy actually regard her, a hungry demon, as a beautiful girl? Chapter 184. First encounter with Makima walking on the street. Otonashi Chiya was wearing casual clothes, and in the eyes of outsiders, Chiya was just a B-level demon hunter, so he didn't stand out. The reason why it is nothing special, rather than nothing at all, is because Otonashi Chiya and Jihei are both so good looking that they inevitably attract people's attention. But at least the Demon Church won't be alerted in advance, and that's enough. At this moment, Jihei suddenly seemed to realize something and paused slightly. But she immediately returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. What's wrong with you? Otonashi Chiya noticed something strange about Jihei and couldn't help but ask. Jihei shook his head slightly. Seeing that Jihei didn't say anything, Otonashi Chiya didn't ask any more questions. He felt that it shouldn't be a big deal. When they arrived at the breakfast shop, Jihei started again. I'll eat less this time. I'll have 10 servings of all the soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, vegetable buns, mee buns, sumai, and barbecued pork buns I just mentioned. Jihei said something shocking as usual. The boss of the breakfast shop was stunned when he heard this. Oh, you want 10 servings, right? Okay. When Jihei was halfway through his meal, he suddenly said to Otonashi Chiya, I want to tell you something. I just sensed that my sister is nearby. Otonashi Chiya was stunned for a moment. He immediately realized the reason why Jihei behaved a little strangely on the street before. It was very likely that Jihei had already sensed the presence of the ruling demon at that time. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You must have discovered the dominant demon a long time ago, right? Otonashi Chiya asked with some confusion. What puzzled him was why Jihei only told him now, but didn't say anything when he asked him. Because if I told you at that time, you would definitely just think about finding the ruling devil first, and then I would have no breakfast. Jihei stated his reasons. All right, Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt a little helpless. Jihei is really obsessed with food. Of course, he didn't mean to blame Jihei. Advertisement. He didn't have time to thank Jihei. Without Jihei, he wouldn't even have a clue where the demon was. At most it was just a delay for a while. As long as Ji was around, it was only a matter of time before the ruling demon was found. If you're in a hurry, I won't eat it for now. I'll take you to find the ruling demon first and then come back. Ji thought Otonashi Chiya was a little angry, so he gave in. It's okay, just finish eating first, there's no rush. Otonashi Chiya smiled slightly. Ji didn't think any more about it and continued eating. While Jiga was wolfing down the food, Otonashi Chiya was also thinking about controlling demons. Makima has also come to Daxia, what a coincidence. Although the original work does not know where Makima ended up when she came to the human world, it is certain that Nayuta ended up in the Celestial Empire. Thinking of this, Otonashi Chiya suddenly thought of something. In the original work, Anbian was able to go to the Celestial Empire to find the newly born ruling demon Nayuta. Could it be that he already knew that Makima had appeared in the Celestial Empire before? That being said, it does make sense. The two generations of ruling demons, Makima and Nayuta, were stolen from Daxia and brought to Japan by this old man named Deng from the shore. Perhaps it is for this reason that Makima obviously respects the shore more than other people and is unable to dominate the shore. It turns out that the culprit of all this is actually this old man on the shore? Soon, Ji finished the rest. Okay, let's go. I guess so. Ding, host activates the achievement, first encounter with Makima, and gains attribute points, too. At this time, Ji guessed. Otonashi Chiya then paid the bill and left with Ji. So now that Ji told him this, he thought it was normal. No, a normal person can't eat so much. He actually knew that in the original work, when Makima was still alive, Ji should have been in the human world. To be precise, he was the student council president of Tokyo's 4th East High School. Advertisement Ji stood up immediately. Otonashi Chiya followed Jiga and walked in a certain direction. After all, while Ji was looking for the dominating demon could also sense that Ji was getting closer and closer to himself. Ji said, let's go this way. The boss next to them and his little daughter were stunned. They originally thought that she was going to pack up most of it and take it home for her family, but they didn't expect that the girl would finish it all by herself. Moreover, her figure is not as mature and proud as in the main storyline of the original novel. Makima at this time point gives her a girlish feeling. As they walked, Otonashi Chiya asked Jiga. The first words he said to the ruling demon were such irrelevant words. Jiga took Otonashi Chiya to find the ruling demon. It's a little blurry, but it's good enough. Please call me Xiao Jihei. The ruling demon simply ignored Ji's boring request and said to Otonashi Chiya politely, please take a seat. Because she smelled the scent of Chainsaw Man from Otonashi Chiya and Ji, especially the scent from Otonashi Chiya was the strongest. The ruling demon was currently in a coffee shop, not making any special moves, and seemed to be sitting there waiting for them. Hungry, there's another. At that time, Makima and Ji should have been able to sense each other, but Makima was not interested in Ji, and Ji did not regard Makima as a target, and the two sisters basically did not interfere with each other. Can you still sense the location of the ruling demon now? The demon dominator suddenly stopped talking halfway through. If nothing unexpected happens, the dominant sister should have sensed me, but she probably has no interest in me and didn't come to find me. Even after eating, the girl didn't look uncomfortable at all. Otonashi Chiya looked at the beautiful girl with long pink hair in front of him and confirmed that it was Makima. However, the ruling demon who had just come to the human world at this time might not be called Makima. A normal person would definitely feel too exhausted to move in this situation, right? This little girl actually ate the whole thing? About 10 minutes later. Otonashi Chiya smiled faintly and didn't say much. Chapter 185 Sisters Quarrel. I don't know if this is special for ruling demons, or if other demons are like this too. The dominant demon not only has developmental abilities, but also has a developmental body shape. For example, Nayuta, the ruling demon who had just been reincarnated into the human world, and Nayuta in the second mainline period of the comics, have obviously grown a lot in size. Makima, who is also a demon, must be the same. She started out as a girl, then gradually matured and grew into, ahem. The topic has gone off track. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly thought of what President Zhang had mentioned before. Many people in District 13 had inexplicably lost some of their memories recently. This might have been done by Mishima. Makima's control ability can almost completely control the brain, and of course it can also erase people's memories. It is estimated that when the domination was lifted, the relevant memories of the dominated were erased to avoid exposing the identity of the dominating demon. Although he smells like a demon, he is still human after all. At this time, the ruling demon confirmed the scent of Otonashi Chiya again. It was confirmed that the boy in front of him was a human. She didn't know why this human boy had the smell of Chainsaw Man, which made her very concerned. As you can see, I am a real human being, Otonashi Chiya said in a calm tone. Hello. The ruling demon is still polite. At this time, Jiga sat directly next to Otonashi Chiya, even though the ruling demon did not invite her to sit down. How come you have that smell too? The ruling demon immediately asked Ji. Ji also ignored the domination demon this time. It seemed to be because the ruling demon didn't call her name, or it might be because the ruling demon just ignored her. After all, they were sisters, who had been together for a long time, and the ruling demon knew Ji quite well. She immediately followed Ji's wishes and said, Little Ji. Advertisement. He instantly let go of his past grudges and answered the question of the dominant demon. Maybe the little chainsaw is closer to me. Hearing this, the domination demon was silent for a while. You found the chainsaw man, right? Where is it now? The dominant demon did not avoid Otonashi Chiya when talking to Jihi about the chainsaw man, because she did not regard Otonashi Chiya as an ordinary person who knew nothing. This human boy could act together with the hungry demon, especially with the stronger scent of chainsaw man on his body. It was impossible for him to be an ordinary person. So she thought there was no need to hide anything. Jihi didn't continue to answer. Without Otonashi Chiya's consent, she would definitely not tell the ruling devil about Pachiya's whereabouts. In my house. At this time, Otonashi Chiya spoke. Is that so? The eyes of the ruling demon trembled slightly, and it seemed a little hard to believe. She had tried to contact the chainsaw man many times in hell, but he ignored her every time. As the saying goes, admiration is the feeling that is farthest from understanding. When encountering such a situation, it is best to just talk about the principles directly so as not to offend anyone. Jihi suddenly dragged Otonashi Chiya into it. Therefore, she thought it was unlikely that the chainsaw man would get along with this human boy. Speaking of which, he suddenly thought of something. If he told Makima that the dream of chainsaw man was actually just to be held in the arms of someone, or a devil, he wondered what Makima would think. Jihi directly stated his intentions to the ruling demon. The two sisters, the domination demon and the hunger demon, obviously don't get along well. To be more precise, the four sisters of Apocalypse don't get along well with each other. Otonashi Chiya replied calmly. Jihi tilted his head slightly and said expressionlessly. By then, hamburgers, pizza, cola, ice cream and other human-made foods will no longer exist. This is the worst thing imaginable. In the original novel, Makima's cause of death was that she didn't know enough about Chainsaw Man to be able to distinguish between Denji and Pachita. I want to stop Nostradamus's prophecy. If you and I work together, there is a better chance that it will come true. Advertisement, you guys. Therefore, Makima would never have imagined that the Chainsaw Man, who had a high-end image in her mind, had such an ordinary and even a bit childish dream. Of course, Makima's own dream is not much more mature than Jihi's. However, not only did the smell on this boy indicate that he had had close contact with the Chainsaw Man many times recently, but the Chainsaw Man was even in this boy's home? Domination, let's cooperate. Although Makima worships Chainsaw Man and regards him as the hero of hell, in fact, her understanding of Chainsaw Man is too superficial. Including Jihi's claim just now that he has a close relationship with Chainsaw, the domination demon didn't react on the surface, but he actually felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The ruling demon seemed a little speechless by Jihi. In Makima's eyes, the Chainsaw Man is a man who can't spit, doesn't wear clothes, doesn't know how to speak, and makes a mess of everything he does. However, Pachita's true appearance is completely different. This reason is a bit childish. At this moment, Jihi suddenly invited the ruling devil. Even the usually calm and intelligent demon domination was secretly competing with Jihi, and her eyes turned to Otonashi Chiya. The reason she wanted to stop Nostradamus's prophecy was that she loved humans and did not want the human era to end, and if that happened, her dream would never come true. He didn't expect that the two sisters would quarrel over such a small matter and even involve him. What's the reason? P.S. Chainsaw Man refers to Pachita in the form of Black Saw. In the original work, Makima and many demons like to call Black Saw Chainsaw Man. Denji is also called Chainsaw Man after he transforms into Weapon Man. In fact, it is because Makima doesn't take Denji seriously at all. In her eyes, there is only Chainsaw Man, Pachita, who is the heart of Denji. The ruling demon is not very trustworthy to Jihi. I think people. No, demons all have their own dreams, there's nothing childish about them. In contrast, Jihi also didn't know the real purpose of the Demon of Domination, he only knew that the Demon of Domination cared about Chainsaw Man. Before this, she didn't know that Jihi also wanted to stop the death demon like her, because Jihi had never expressed his plan before and had no obvious actions. How can something this bad be childish? What do you think, Otonashi? You know, once the day predicted by Nostradamus comes, the human era will come to an end and the demon era will begin. Now it was Otonashi Chiya's turn to be speechless. Jihi's reason was related to food, which made her feel childish and made it even harder for her to trust Jihi. Chapter 186 Waiting for Mishima's Mental Explosion. As he thought about it, Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt that if Makima saw the Chainsaw Man's current appearance, willing to be an ordinary pet dog accompanying Densi, an ordinary human girl, every day she either hugs him or plays games with him, and even sneak attacks the game character operated by Densi when Densi is busy with other things. If Makima knew about these things, she would probably explode, right? In the original novel, when Makima realized before his death that he had not been able to tell Denji and Pachita apart, his mentality had already collapsed. It was the only time in the entire novel that he showed that look of disbelief and dullness. You're right. Delicious food is the most noble dream. At this time, Jihi nodded seriously. The ruling demon obviously didn't take Otonashi Chiya's words to heart. She didn't have the energy to continue arguing with Jihi, and rejected Jihi's invitation openly. I don't think there's any point in cooperating with you. Really? That's a pity. Jihi's facial expression never changed, even when he was rejected by the domination demon. Because she had long anticipated that her dominant sister would most likely reject her, and she herself had almost no emotional fluctuations. So you came to see me specially, there must be something going on, right? The dominant demon asked calmly as he sipped his coffee slowly and gracefully. That's right. Don't you want to know where the Chainsaw Man is? I can take you to see him right now. Otonashi Chiya's straightforward way. He had just come up with this idea, which was to let Mikima see the current Chainsaw Man with her own eyes. He thought it would be very interesting to see how Mikima would react. By the way, it can also shatter Mikima's fantasy about the Chainsaw Man and solve the problem from the root, which can also prevent Mikima from becoming as extremely twisted as in the original work to the greatest extent. In the original novel, Mishima was so extreme that she wanted to use the Chainsaw Man to eat all demons including herself. If Mikima's fantasy about the Chainsaw Man, Hell Hero was shattered now, and if Mikima was prevented from coming into contact with the Japanese cabinet, the situation would not have developed into what it is now. The problems of the Japanese cabinet have been solved long ago. Now the cabinet cannot make any waves unless it is tired of living like the previous cabinet members. The ruling demon accepted it with almost no hesitation. She believes that she can do whatever it takes to find the Chainsaw Man, even if it might be dangerous. This is also the consistent style of the dominant demons. Advertisements since Otonashi Chiya and Jiga appeared together, the ruling demon subconsciously regarded Otonashi Chiya as an extremely unusual human being. When the ruling demon looks at a human being so rationally, she can no longer rule over this human being unconditionally. She must defeat this human being before she can rule over him, just like she did with Lace and Guangxi in the original work. This kind of idealistic ability is so complex. Just then, the waiter in the cafe brought 2 cups of coffee. This was obviously ordered in advance when the ruling demon noticed the whereabouts of Otonashi Chiya and Ji-hee. I'll finish these 2 cups of coffee before I leave. Ji-hee then said. Drink it. Otonashi Chiya knew that Jiga would be like this. While Ji-hee was enjoying his coffee, the ruling demon asked. I remember you just came to the human world not long ago. When did you find the Chainsaw Man? As soon as he finished speaking, the ruling demon remembered that talking to Ji-hee like this would probably be ignored, so he immediately added, Little Ji-hee. I never took the initiative to look for the Chainsaw Man. My goal in coming to the human world was Otonashi. I just didn't expect to accidentally find the Chainsaw Man in Otonashi. To be precise, it should be called Pachita now. Ji-hee did not hide anything from the demon domination. Pachita. The ruling demon was a little confused. When did Chainsaw Man give himself a name? That's the current name of the Chainsaw Man you mentioned. By the way, what's your name? It doesn't sound very natural to call you the demon overlord. Otonashi Chiya asked knowingly. The ruling demon only took less than a second to think of his name, Mishima. Well then, Miss Mikima, we should set off. Seeing that Ji-hee finished the 2 cups of coffee in no time, Otonashi Chiya immediately said to Mishima. At the same time, he thought that as expected, the ruling devil would give himself the name, Mishima. He probably had already thought of a name for himself before coming to the human world. Now you can all grab me anywhere you want. Otonashi Chiya said to Mishima and Noria, advertisement. Of course, he was planning to transfer directly back home via Kamui space. The next moment, Otonashi Chiya's mouth twitched slightly, although I did say that you can grab anywhere, but you just hugged me. I saw Ji-hee hugging him from behind. Mikima grabbed his sleeve. Is there anything wrong with that? Ji-hee had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. Because Ji-hee tilted his head slightly, he blew air into Otonashi Chiya's ear when he spoke. Then it's alright. Otonashi Chiya wasn't sure whether Ji-hee was doing it on purpose or really didn't understand at all, but he felt it was most likely the former. He remembered that this guy was a bit sinister. Maybe he learned bad things from Lace, or maybe he was just like that from the beginning. He looks innocent, but he is actually a black-bellied person. Otonashi Chiya moved his right eye and immediately transferred Jiga, Mikima and himself into the Kamui space. This was the first time that Mikima and Jiga had seen this ability. At a certain moment, feeling the distortion and suction of space, Mikima subconsciously thought there was danger and let go. Otonashi Chiya grabbed Mikima's fingers with his backhand. Jiga trusted Otonashi Chiya more than Mikima, and just hugged him a little tighter. Mishima and Ji-hee only saw an unknown and blurry picture flashing quickly before their eyes, and when they came to their senses, they had arrived in front of a luxurious villa. Otonashi Chiya released Mishima's fingers. Okay, we've arrived. Mikima was not the type to be frightened so easily, it was just that the incident just happened suddenly, so she remained calm and composed. Ji-hee was thinking about something. Otonashi had said before that he could travel between the human world and hell at will. Maybe it was this ability? But at this time she was still holding Otonashi Chiya, and she only heard Otonashi Chiya say. You can relax now, too. Chapter 187 Mikima and Pachita meet. When they arrived at the large and luxurious villa, Mikima could already smell the scent of the Chainsaw Man, and the lingering scent was almost everywhere. In fact, this was Denji taking Pachita for a walk nearby. Mikima would never have imagined this scene. At this time, Mikima was already impatient to meet her idol, Chainsaw Man. Although she seemed calm on the surface, she was actually slightly excited in her heart. Jiga has also let go of Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya smiled slightly in his heart and helped Mikima open the door. Mikima followed the scent of the Chainsaw Man, and was about to pass the living room and go upstairs. As Otonashi-kun backed, Dongshan Zhaohong, who was sitting in the living room, was immediately puzzled when she heard the door open. Didn't Otonashi go to District 13? Just then, she turned around and saw Makima walking into the living room. A strange girl who had never been seen before suddenly broke into the house, and Dongshan Xiaohong immediately became alert. Xiaohong, don't worry, I brought her back. At this time, Otonashi Chiya and he also came in, and he said to Xiaohong. Oh. Dongshan Xiaohong looked at Mishima and suddenly felt a little. Another beautiful sister, and her eyes look similar to those of Sister Ji. No, they can even be said to be exactly the same, right? She is different from ordinary people and looks almost exactly the same. Could this strange sister be an acquaintance of Sister Ji? And Sister Ji seems to be a devil, doesn't that mean that the strange sister is also a devil? But Dongshan Xiaohong obviously didn't care about this. She had a feeling that she might have another competitor. Hello, I'm Otonashi's friend Makima. Makima also did not forget to say hello to Dongshan Xiaohong, even though she couldn't wait to find the Chainsaw Man. Ah, hello. Dongshan Xiaohong also responded politely. My name is Dongshan Xiaohong. Makima nodded slightly and continued walking upstairs. Otonashi Chiya, needless to say, he was also curious about what would happen in a while, so he followed him upstairs. As the scent of the Chainsaw Man got closer and closer, Makima had already found the door to Denji and Pachita's bedroom. But at this time she heard some strange sounds. Haha, Pachita, I win again this time. Advertisement, woof woof woof. You're not convinced, huh? Then come again and I'll beat you until you're convinced. Makima could hear some noise coming from the bedroom that she couldn't understand. Woof. What is that? Isn't it the sound of a dog barking? Is there a human girl and a puppy in the room besides the Chainsaw Man? Makima was sure that the Chainsaw Man was inside this door. But she didn't smell a puppy in the room. At the same time, Pachita also smelled the familiar scent of the Domination Demon and the Hunger Demon. It would be fine if there was only one Hungry Demon. After all, the Hungry Demon has never shown any malice. Now the Domination Demon and the Hunger Demon came together, which made Pachita a little panicked. It itself is not afraid of the Hunger Demon and the Domination Demon. Even if the four horsemen of the apocalypse come together, they can't do anything to it. But now it is different from the time when it walked alone in hell. Densi is also beside it, but Densi is just a weak human girl. Although he could smell Otonashi Chiya, Pachita couldn't help but feel a little worried. Densi, Pachita, I'm back. At this time, Otonashi Chiya's voice came from outside the door. Oh, Chiya ni-san is back so soon? Densi immediately stood up and went to open the door. Pachita looked towards the door with a worried expression. As soon as he opened the door, the first person Densi saw was Makima. Densi was immediately puzzled. She's here to see Pachita. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly, saying that there was nothing wrong with calling him an acquaintance. Now it has not only turned into a puppy, but it can even bark like a dog? This time, Pachita was even more ferocious than the last time he faced Ji. Because in her mind, the Chainsaw Man never speaks. In layman's terms, he is a heroic figure who is ruthless and taciturn. There was a hint of surprise in her calm tone. Advertisement. Densi said with some curiosity. I'm Makima. Oh, is he an acquaintance of Pachita? But now the condition of Chainsaw Man is obviously almost the same as in his heyday. Why does he continue to maintain this weak appearance that is completely inconsistent with the image of hero of hell? At this moment, Makima clearly smelled the scent of the Chainsaw Man, but she only saw Pachita, who looked like a dog, in the room. Moreover, Makima at that time had become extremely twisted, with her head full of extremely crazy thoughts. It was estimated that she didn't pay attention to what Densi's face looked like from beginning to end. Are you barking like a dog? Seeing this, Densi looked at the strange older sister in confusion, not understanding what she was going to do. And this puppy also has a chainsaw on its head. And they live under other people's roofs and become human pets. Who are you? It never responded once, but the ruling demon kept chattering every time. If the Chainsaw Man became like this because he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, she could understand it, because the war demon she was familiar with was in this situation. On the other hand, Pachita's attitude towards Mishima is not friendly. In its mind, this Domination Demon is more dangerous than the Hunger Demon. The danger he refers to is not in terms of strength, but the fact that this guy always liked to say some inexplicable things to it in hell. Otonashi Chiya explained to Denji. At this moment, the image of Chainsaw Man in Makima's mind suddenly began to shatter. Even though it was just a crack, it was already difficult for her to accept. Although Makima in the original story usually only recognizes people by smell, this does not mean that she is blind. Woof. Woof woof woof. Although it is hard to believe, we have to admit that this puppy is the Chainsaw Man. Makima almost broke her defense and asked Pachita in confusion. At this time, Makima spoke to Pachita. She couldn't accept the scene in front of her and walked into the room to confirm it again. Hearing Pachita's barking, Makima's expression changed subtly. She still only smelled the scent of Chainsaw Man, and that scent was coming from the puppy. I guess so. Makima introduced herself in Japanese while looking inside the room. Chainsaw Man, I never thought you would become like this. Chapter 188. Mishima's defense is broken. Densi standing by also looked confused. What is a Chainsaw Man? Are you talking about Pachita? What is barking like a dog? Pachita is a demon in the form of a dog, so isn't it normal for him to bark? Densi suddenly found it difficult to understand what this big sister named Mikima was doing. Otonashi Chiya and Ji were watching the show in silence. The current situation is similar to what Otonashi Chiya expected. As expected, Mikima almost broke down just by seeing the current appearance of Chainsaw Man. It will get even more interesting next time, woof. When Pochita heard that the ruling demon seemed dissatisfied with its own roar, it deliberately roared again. Chainsaw Man, you are a hero of hell, why did you become like this? Mikima's tone sounded quite calm, but she was actually quite concerned in her heart. The key point is that the idol filter she has always had for the Chainsaw Man is about to be shattered, which is equivalent to the idol collapse scene. Which true fan can tolerate such a thing, except Kun-kun's true fans? In Mikima's opinion, Chainsaw Man is a hero from hell and should behave like a hero from hell. No matter who or what demon calls for help from the Chainsaw Man will arrive immediately and kill the perpetrator, and then kill the person who called for help. P.S. This is actually just Pochita wanting to hug the person who called for help. This nonsensical and crazy behavior is also one of the main reasons why Mikima admires Chainsaw Man. However, at this time, Pochita just felt that this dominant demon was really annoying, and it was too lazy to continue paying attention to this guy. Pochita just walked past Mikima's feet and ignored her. Then he jumped lightly towards Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya immediately reached out to catch Pochita, and Pochita sat on his hand and touched his stomach with his hand, as if to indicate that he was hungry. Are you a little hungry after playing? Let's go downstairs and eat? Otonashi Chiya said to Pochita with a smile. Pochita also looked very happy, which was in stark contrast to his attitude towards Mikima just now. Advertisement seeing this scene, Mikima's heart was broken and she looked stunned. In her mind, the Chainsaw Man is extremely cool and aloof. How could he jump into a human's arms like this and do those cute things? If the Chainsaw Man just had a bad attitude towards her, it would be fine. In her eyes, he was the image of a lonely and arrogant hero, but the Chainsaw Man suddenly clung to Otonashi Chiya like a puppy. This time Mikima's defense was really broken. Great, I'm hungry too. Denji also followed Otonashi Chiya and Pochita downstairs with a happy look on his face. Mikima was still standing there in a daze. She found it hard to accept that the Chainsaw Man had become what he was now. Is the Chainsaw Man being forced? Or is there something he cannot explain? Otherwise, how could this be possible? Mikima still refuses to believe that this is what Chainsaw Man wanted to become. Dominate, you should hurry down as well, or I'll eat them all and there won't be any for you. Before leaving, Ji kindly reminded Mishima. Mikima's mentality is now at the critical point of explosion, so she can't listen to what Ji says. She looked around the bedroom, which was more luxurious than any human-occupied room she had seen in recent days. P.S. I found that some readers wanted pictures of Mikima in the first 2 chapters. I am now at level 2 as an author, so I will insert a picture. She came to the world just for the Chainsaw Man. She not only wanted to find out the truth about the Chainsaw Man's current appearance, but also wanted to persuade the Chainsaw Man to work for her. No problem. Oh, I was wondering what kind of demon Pochita is. Turns out he's a chainsaw demon. No wonder he has a chainsaw on his head. Denji suddenly realized that she had always thought that Pochita was a dog-type demon. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Mishima in a calm tone, I can answer your question, but I also have conditions. As soon as she reached the corner of the stairs on the first floor, Mikima saw Otonashi Chiya holding the Chainsaw Man, and he and the others were sitting on the sofa, with a lot of human food on the table in front of them. So what exactly is Chainsaw Man? Mikima quickened her pace and walked over, and immediately asked Otonashi Chiya, why did the Chainsaw Man become like this? Did you do something to it? 3. Follow me for a short time. Advertisement. Even if the other party didn't say this, she would stay here because of the Chainsaw Man matter. So she was eager to find out the truth and turn the Chainsaw Man back into the real Chainsaw Man in her mind. The next moment, the contract between Otonashi Chiya and Mikima was established. Ji immediately answered for Densi. I don't ask for anything else, as long as the 3 views are normal, not to be as extreme and crazy as in the original work. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if the plan was successful. Second, don't commit crimes casually. Just now it seemed that the sound made by the Chainsaw Man and the human girl playing with this thing. Pochita is the Chainsaw Man or the Chainsaw Demon. P.S. There will be another update later. She could see that the Chainsaw Man was obviously very close to this human boy, and that this human boy also knew the hungry demon. She felt that it was very likely that this boy had done something to the Chainsaw Man. Otonashi Chiya stated the conditions he had already thought of, and it has to be in the form of a contract, otherwise I won't feel comfortable. Otonashi Chiya heading out. The 2 game controllers on the blanket and the TV playing the game quickly attracted her attention. 1. Don't hurt anyone casually. Although it did look a bit amusing, she didn't have the time to pay attention to such things now. Mikima then walked out of the room and wanted to go downstairs to find out what the truth was. Because these were not excessive conditions, and since she had a good impression of humans, she had never intended to hurt anyone or commit any crime. As for acting together in a short period of time, there was nothing wrong with that. Mishima thought for a moment before answering, okay, how about a month for a short period of time? The main thing is the third point. He wants to see if he can help Mikima to develop normal outlook on life within a certain period of time. Denji, who still couldn't understand what Makima was saying, couldn't help but ask. Makima was silent for a moment. What conditions? Chapter 189. You don't understand Chainsaw Man at all. Additional update. However, this contract does not involve Mishima's power of control, which means that Otonashi Chiya did not obtain Mishima's ability. Even if he proposed this condition, Makima would most likely not agree. After all, the contract terms were not equal. He just answered some questions, and wanted Makima to obey 3 conditions and gain the power of domination. How could such a good thing be possible? So you can answer my question now? Makima couldn't wait to know the truth. The Chainsaw Man became what he is now purely of his own will. I didn't do anything to him, and no one forced him. Otonashi Chiya answered truthfully. That's your answer. Mishima was obviously not very satisfied with this answer. But what is certain is that the other party did not lie, because the contents of the contract will be erased if they are not fulfilled. Of course, this is just Makima's own subjective thinking. In fact, even if Otonashi Chiya violates the contract, his hollow can avoid it. Yes, and now it prefers the name Pachita. I suggest you call it Pachita. Otonashi Chiya kindly reminded. Makima was silent for a moment. Even though Otonashi Chiya had explained it clearly, she still found it hard to believe that the Chainsaw Man had voluntarily become like this. At this time, Pachita's face was already buried in the snack bag, and he ignored Makima completely. Something must have gone wrong. Makima was still stubborn with an expressionless face. Don't run away. Face the reality. You don't know the Chainsaw Man at all. Otonashi Chiya's words hit Makima's sore spot. Makima's expression suddenly changed slightly, becoming a little cold. You said I don't understand Chainsaw Man. Saying this to Makima is more effective than greeting her with the crudest curse words. Makima never gets too emotional about anything, but this kind of thing can completely break her down. Isn't it? Otonashi Chiya said calmly. If you knew it well enough, you wouldn't have reacted like that just now. Breaking Makima's blind worship of the Chainsaw Man can not only free Pachita, but is also for Makima's own good. Advertisement Pachita doesn't want others to worship him, and he doesn't like to contact Makima. He just thinks that Makima has a problem with his brain and feels sorry for her. Because Makima is just like it, it is a very ordinary dream, but it is very difficult to achieve. But now its dream has come true. Makima was silent again. If you really don't want to believe it, let Pachita explain it to you in person. Otonashi Chiya explains. Makima then said calmly. Chainsaw Man can't talk at all, at least he won't talk to us because of such a small matter. She had come into contact with the Chainsaw Man many times in hell, and sometimes the Chainsaw Man would listen to what she said but never spoke in response to her, so she was very sure of this. However, the next moment, Mishima was slapped in the face. Otonashi is right, you don't understand me at all, everything is just your imagination. At this time, Pachita's head retracted from the snack bag and made a very cute sound. After saying that, it went back into the snack bag. Originally, Pachita didn't want to talk, but since Otonashi Chiya had pushed things to this point, it felt that this was indeed a good opportunity to speak directly to Makima. You can actually speak? Makima suffered another blow. Her idol filter for Chainsaw Man has almost completely collapsed. Not only can the Chainsaw Man speak, she even said in person that she doesn't understand the Chainsaw Man. Wow. Denji was shocked and said, so you can talk, Pachita. I was wondering why other demons can speak, but you can't. Dongshan Zhaohong was also a little surprised. This was the first time she heard Pachita speak human language after having been with Pachita for so long. Jihe, who was sitting next to him, was watching the show with great interest, but his face was expressionless. But she was also quite surprised that Pachita could actually speak. At least she didn't blindly worship the Chainsaw Man, like Makima did, so she didn't react that strongly. Now you understand, don't you? Otonashi Chiya asked Mishima. Yes. I can only admit it now. Advertisement Makima's facial expression remained calm. But, although her image of a hero from hell was shattered, it did not change her belief that Chainsaw Man could stop the demon of death. There is still a glimmer of fantasy in her heart, which is to defeat the Chainsaw Man and turn him into what she wants. Of course, she would never expose this matter. Are you willing to cooperate with me now? Jihe invited Makima again. No, but maybe you can consider it. Makima was not as decisive in her refusal as before. Because she knew very well that the Chainsaw Man now had the unfathomable Otonashi Chiya beside him, and the hungry demon was most likely on Otonashi Chiya's side. The chances of her defeating the Chainsaw Man are slim. Not to mention Otonashi Chiya and Jiga, even if Mishima fights Pachita one-on-one, she won't be able to beat Pachita. Without the ability to resurrect almost infinitely by signing a contract with the Prime Minister, the Domination Demon, a developmental and fragile demon, fought head-on against the Black Saw form of Pachita. Now that you have seen the Chainsaw Man, it is time for us to return to the front line. Otonashi Chiya stood up and carried Pachita to Denji's side. Seeing the former hero of hell turn into this little puppy that anyone can hold in their arms, Makima's heart is dead. But Makima remained calm on the surface. What front line? Oh, I haven't told you about this yet. To put it simply, I'm about to go to war with a force called the Devil's Church. But you just need to act with me. You don't have to do anything at all. Otonashi Chiya is concise and authentic, I see. Mishima was not interested in such matters and did not ask any further questions. But by the way, they are a bunch of lackeys of the devil, bent on destroying humanity, and they are scum who can even kill children. Otonashi Chiya's tone gradually turned colder. I see. Mikima's eyes suddenly changed slightly, and her inner thoughts also changed. Chapter 190 The 4 Books and 5 Classics. Mikima, who likes humans, naturally cannot tolerate the devil church described by Otonashi Chiya. She had already made up her mind to take action. In the original novel, even Mikima, who had become extremely insane, showed no mercy when dealing with the gangsters. Although the gangster shooting of the anti-demon special class was secretly planned and promoted by Mikima, she was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. One is to slowly destroy Densi's happy life to break the contract between Densi and Pochita, and the other is to completely eradicate the entire gang force. The most classic scene is when Mikima dug out the eyeballs of the family members of the main gang members and put them in a bag for them to admire. If she was not really determined to eliminate the gang, she would not have to go to such great lengths. So her behavior is somewhat contradictory. In order to achieve the goal of controlling Pochita, she can cruelly destroy almost all the anti-demon special section, but at the same time she also wants to eradicate the gangs that harm and oppress ordinary people. Densi, Korin, and Pochita, I'm leaving now. Otonashi Chiya is saying goodbye. Yeah, bye, Chiya ni. Otonashi-kun, stay safe. Densi and Zhao Hong said one after another. Pochita also woofed. It's now the same as usual again. In fact, Pochita could have spoken all along, but was just too lazy or felt it was unnecessary. In the original novel, Pochita spoke only a few times. He spoke once in Denji's mind, once to Zhao Hong in a hamburger shop, and once to Mikima. When Mikima heard the sound made by the chainsaw man, her scalp suddenly went numb. Rather than hearing this kind of barking, she would rather hear the chainsaw man speak human language. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya took Mishima and Jiga back to Area 13 via Kamui space transfer again. This is the District 13 Demon Hunter Association. We will stay here for the time being. Otonashi Chiya gave Mishima a brief introduction of the situation, but there are only 2 bedrooms here. How about you and Xiao Jihei sleeping in the same room first? That's fine with me, Ji said immediately. Otonashi Chiya almost couldn't help but say, who asked you? I don't have anything. Advertisement. Mikima also replied. That's no problem, but it's still early. Is there anything you want to do? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Mishima. Mikima pondered for a moment. I want to learn more about human society. That's easy. Just follow me. Otonashi Chiya then took Mikima to a study room, which was the study room that came with the suite. There are quite a few books here, enough for Mikima to read in a short period of time. Otonashi Chiya took a quick look and soon found a complete set of the 4 books and 5 classics on the bookshelf. I feel like the 4 books and 5 classics are quite suitable for Mikima to read. This thought suddenly came to Otonashi Chiya's mind. He immediately picked out the 4 books and 5 classics one by one and handed them to Mishima. If you can be patient and finish reading these books, you will definitely gain a lot. Good. Mikima nodded slightly. Of course, she did not blindly believe in Otonashi Chiya, but she felt that any book should contain knowledge points worth absorbing, and she could judge for herself. It is probably because of Mikima's personality that she is easily brainwashed by the Japanese cabinet in the original novel. Or it could be said that the ruling devil itself is a developmental devil with a strong learning ability. In the original work, Nayuta is a super academic master. With such a strong thirst for knowledge, it is indeed easy to be brainwashed. Then take your time to read it. I won't bother you for now. After saying that, Otonashi Chiya left the study. After Otonashi Chiya left, Mishima was sitting quietly at the desk, opening one of the analects in front of her. It's almost lunchtime. Otonashi Chiya slowly walked into the study and asked Mishima, are you hungry? It's almost time for lunch. At this time, Otonashi Chiya smiled at Mikima and said, come to think of it, food is also a very important culture in human society. Let's go eat seafood. I want to eat seafood. However, from the latest episode, it can be seen that he is really as naive as I thought. Although he does not have the imposing manner of the boss, he is even more adorable. It has been a few days since she came into the world, and I have read some books during these days. Ordinary people around would never dare to imagine that 2 demons at the level of the Knights of Apocalypse were passing by them. If it weren't for Otonashi Chiya, she would definitely not have been able to get access to these valuable books so quickly. Advertisement. As they walked towards the living room, Mishima suddenly said, one of the books you gave me, the Analects, is completely different from the books I read before. What do you want to eat? Otonashi Chiya was walking down the street with Mishima and Jiga. In addition to the 4 books and 5 classics, there are many other books that can be shown to Mikima. The heritage of 5,000 years is so profound. Of course. This is one of the most important cultural classics of our celestial empire. Okay. Mikima said nonchalantly. Otonashi Chiya continues to guide Mikima to be influenced by the classical culture of the celestial empire. In addition to the Analects, the other 4 books and 5 classics are also worth reading. He does have a very clear goal. Since Yukie is a walking, big eater, lunch must be eaten outside. However, all the feelings combined were not as profound as this book, The Analects of Confucius, even though she had only read half of it. Then let's go to the seafood restaurant. He didn't expect Mikima to have positive values, or even become a great saint or something, as long as she was normal. Mikima bookmarked the page she was reading and closed the book. Fortunately, Mikima and Chiya have no distinctive features other than their eyes, and Otonashi Chiya's own eyes are also very special, so they will not cause panic on such a crowded street. I don't have any particular favorite, anything is fine. Otonashi Chiya explains. She is very interested in this knowledge. P.S. The latest chapter of the Chainsaw Man comic is a bit difficult for me to read. Chiya, like Mikima, has high attack and paper defense. Of course, it may also be because he is in a hungry state, so he is very weak at this time. In her eyes, learning knowledge definitely takes precedence over eating. She is just more low-key towards Otonashi Chiya. Mikima said. Mikima nodded happily. Otonashi Chiya asked the two sisters for their opinions. I see. Thank you very much. Chapter 191 Hand-feeding. So, since it is an important culture of human society, then. Mishima was immediately interested. In fact, normal demons do not need to eat like humans. Many demons like to eat humans because of their instinct, just like zombies like to bite people. Unlike zombies, demons can recover from injuries and increase their strength by drinking human blood. In short, eating is not necessary for controlling demons, so she had no interest in it. Soon, Otonashi Chiya brought Mishima and Chiya to a seafood restaurant. 3 guests, right? Please take your seats here. Under the guidance of the waiter, Otonashi Chiya and the other two began to order food. He was still the same as always, ordering at least 30 servings of all the dishes he wanted. There is no need to order special dishes from Otonashi Chiya and Mishima, it is more than enough to eat what Chiya ordered. The shocked waiters served them their food one after another. Let's eat. Otonashi Chiya explains. However, at this time, Mikima looked at the pair of chopsticks in her hand and fell into silence for a moment. Otonashi, how do I use this thing? Since Mikima had never eaten human food before, she naturally had never used chopsticks. Otonashi Chiya thought for a moment, let Chiya teach you. He wanted to teach Mikima how to use chopsticks himself, but he suddenly remembered how he treated Scarlet last time. Although it was Scarlet who deliberately sat on his lap to do something naughty, the nature of it was different from that of Mikima. But he didn't want to be too obvious about his double standards, because Fei Hong was on the palm of his right hand and could see everything he did clearly. Unless he directly blocked Scarlet's perception, but that would be too deliberate. Well, I don't have time to teach her. He was busy eating while talking, and his speech was a little unclear. At this moment, Scarlet suddenly showed up and came out from the palm of Otonashi Chiya's right hand. Advertisement. She seemed to sense what Otonashi Chiya was worried about, so she said, why don't you just feed her with your own hands? Of course, you have to feed me with your own hands at the same time. I also want to taste the taste of seafood. Okay. Otonashi Chiya had no choice but to do so. I am a humble servant, but I am a furious demon who has signed a contract with Otonashi. My name is Scarlet. When looking at Mikima and Chiya, Scarlet politely introduced herself. Because in her memory it was the first time she met Mikima and Chiya, she only knew that the two in front of her were the Domination Demon and the Hunger Demon among the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse, and they had long lost their memories of their time in hell. I'm the Hungry Demon, just call me Xiaoji. Ji always uses this sentence to introduce himself. Mikima didn't want to directly reveal her identity as the ruling devil, but when she heard Ji's self-explosion so casually, she suddenly felt that there was no point in hiding it. I am the ruling demon, my name is Mikima. Mikima and Ji also had blank expressions on their faces. Next, Mikima and Scarlet sat on his left and right, respectively, both waiting for him to feed them. The waiter did not ask about the appearance of Scarlet Red, who appeared out of nowhere. After all, it was normal for friends or family members of guests to come in during a meal, and he could not tell that Scarlet Red was actually a demon. Seeing that Scarlet and Mikima were squeezed together with Otonashi Chiya, Ji paused what he was doing. She didn't mean anything else, she just felt like she seemed a little out of place. So Ji also came over. Although she didn't sit directly on Otonashi Chiya's lap like Scarlet did last time, it wasn't much better. She sat on Otonashi Chiya's chair, between his legs, and continued to eat, ignoring the world. Mishima was only thinking about going back to continue reading the 4 books and 5 classics. Although Otonashi Chiya knew that he was in a blessed situation, he still felt a little embarrassed because many guests around him were looking at him. As Mikima tasted more delicious dishes, her taste buds made her realize that human cuisine is indeed a wonderful culture. For a ruling demon at this time, it is crucial to decide who to stay with. Mikima couldn't quite understand Scarlet and Chiya's obsession with Otonashi Chiya's blood. In her eyes, human flesh and blood was something she was very reluctant to touch. At this time, Mikima opened her mouth and ate the lobster meat that Otonashi Chiya picked up with chopsticks, and found that it was indeed delicious. Yes, his blood is indeed the most delicious, Scarlet commented after tasting it. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya didn't quite understand what Ji was trying to do. It's a good thing to like reading more books. Ji also echoed. The cabinet, the mafia, ordinary people. Then she followed her heart and ate until she was satisfied. Demons also have taste buds, especially humanoid demons like Mikima, Chiya and Scarlet, whose taste buds are probably almost exactly the same as those of humans. In the eyes of others, there was a girl sitting on his chair, and there were 2 girls on his left and right waiting for him to feed them. Otonashi Chiya explains. P.S. Today is a full day of classes, sometimes there are classes scheduled in the evening too, and then the deputy monitor is responsible for hygiene every day, which wastes time and energy. Anonymous voting to replace class committee members. You can fill in anyone's name, and then a group of guys forced it on me, which made me numb. And I can only go back to the dormitory to concentrate on writing after 9 o'clock in the evening. I really don't have time to update today, so I can only postpone it to tomorrow. She has been attracted by the profound and extensive culture of the Celestial Empire. Otonashi Chiya doesn't try too hard to influence Mikima's changes. Especially since they are all very beautiful and cute girls, they are not only eye-catching, but also easily arouse envy, jealousy and hatred. It's delicious, but it's still far inferior to Otonashi's blood. When staying with different people, the concept of controlling demons will inevitably develop in different directions. For example, Nayuta, who lives with Denji, becomes Pava-like and even curses people with FKU. So they can taste the flavor of delicious food just like normal humans. Seeing Mikima go into the study room immediately after returning home, he couldn't help but say, "Let Mishima read more books like the 4 books and 5 classics." Mishima herself is very interested in them anyway. At the same time, he was thinking about what books to let Mikima read in the future. He planned to train Mikima from scratch. He didn't care about such trivial matters anymore. He immediately tore off 2 pieces of lobster meat and put them in the bowl. Then he fed them to Scarlet and Mikima respectively with chopsticks. The crimson returned to the palm of Otonashi Chiya's right hand. Then she can just live a normal life, unless Mishima shows signs of becoming radicalized, then he will interfere. Little Lord seems to like reading very much. During this meal, more than 95% of the food was eaten by Jihi alone. Although Mikima is not as pure as Nayuta at the beginning, she is not too different. Chapter 192 The Power of Domination. The next day, our combat personnel have been redistributed and are ready to start operations at any time. At this time, President Lee said to Otonashi Chiya, "Inside the District 13 Demon Hunter Association, all combatants are ready to go. Okay, now we can proceed as planned." Otonashi Chiya. "No problem." President Lee nodded. After he gave the order, he suddenly asked, "By the way, who is this?" At this time, President Lee looked at the girl with long pink hair next to Otonashi Chiya. "I have never seen this strange girl before, and the Demon Hunter Association of Demon City did not notify me that they would send a third person. She is a friend of mine who can play a big role in this combat operation." Otonashi Chiya explains. "My name is Mikima, and I was negligent in not informing President Lee in advance." Mikima also spoke to President Lee very politely. "Oh, it's okay, I was just curious as to why there was suddenly one more person." Of course, President Lee would not pursue such a small matter. At this moment, Yu Chongsheng and Yu Keier also came in, followed by 4 SS-level demon hunters. They were the most elite combat forces of the District 13 Association. In addition, there are 6 SS-level demon hunters stationed at the Association headquarters to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of the Association headquarters' lack of strength to launch a sneak attack. All teams are ready and can set off at any time. Yu Keier was the first to report the situation. According to the established combat plan, all combat personnel were divided into 6 teams. Yu Chongsheng, Yu Keier and the 4 SS-level demon hunters led 6 teams to break through the various defense lines of the Demon Church from 6 directions. The Demon Hunter Association of Area 13 has been fighting against the Demon Church here for a long time and is almost familiar with every line of defense of the Demon Church. As for Otonashi Chiya, he acted freely. He planned to take Mikima and Jiga to directly raid the Demon Church. Advertisement, let's go now. Otonashi Chiya is below the path. After saying that, he left President Lee's office, followed by Mikima and Jihi. Watching the backs of Otonashi Chiya and the other 2 leaving, especially the completely unfamiliar Mishima, Yu Keier couldn't help but whisper, "Why is there suddenly a woman beside the commander-in-chief, and she's not wearing a uniform?" Disciple, try not to talk about others behind their backs. Yu Chongsheng began to teach. Yes. Yu Keier still obeyed obediently. That little girl must be someone special. We'll know once we get to the battlefield. President Lee said with a faint smile. Otonashi just said that Mikima could play a big role in combat operations, so he must believe what Otonashi said. Really, I'll keep an eye out then. Yu Keier nodded slightly with some curiosity. At this moment, all combatants have already set off. Otonashi Chiya was the fastest. He quickly dodged with Mishima and Jiga. With the ability of Double Kamui, Otonashi Chiya can teleport within line of sight with no cooldown. The only drawback is that it will consume vitality and pupil power, but the chi and blood attributes he has accumulated are already very strong, so this consumption is nothing to him. Otonashi Chiya had already obtained the map of the Demon Church's base in Area 13 from President Lee, and knew the location of the Demon Church's base very well. Not long after, Otonashi Chiya encountered the first line of defense. Although he could directly take Mikima and Jiga across this line of defense, the Double Kamui could not only transfer through space, but also pass through walls and escape underground through hollow. So the enemies on this line of defense could not detect their presence at all. But helping other teams to clear the way is not a bad thing, and it can also reduce our casualties. Otonashi Chiya, Mishima, and Jiga stayed in the dark for the time being and took a quick look at the number of enemies nearby. It would be best if we could wipe out all the enemies quietly. Are you willing to do it? Advertisement at this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Mishima. Although his last words obviously moved Mikima, he was not sure whether Mikima was willing to take action, so he asked first. It would be best if we could wipe out all the enemies on this line of defense silently, so that the Demon Church stronghold would not receive timely information about the enemy attack. And Mikima's control ability is best suited for this kind of thing. Let's do it, Mikima said directly without hesitation. The next moment, an invisible chain hit the head of the nearest enemy. She didn't take these Demon Church members seriously at all, so she could control them as she pleased. Mikima's control ability at this stage is already much stronger than that of the newly born controlled Demon Nayuta, and the chains that realize the control ability are invisible. Through domination, Mishima read all the memories in the enemy's brain, learned who was the highest ranking person in this line of defense, and then continued to act. Mikima even walked out from the shadows and pretended to be an ordinary girl who had been enslaved. Because the ability to dominate is also limited by distance, it is best to get close to the target. As for Otonashi Chiya and Jihi, they were observing in secret. Although he was very confident in Mikima, he was ready to rescue Mikima at any time if anything unexpected happened. Huh? Who is this chick? She looks really pretty. It's probably the slave this guy just captured. He likes to do this kind of thing most of the time. The eyes are quite peculiar, but they shouldn't be threatening. The surrounding enemies immediately discovered Mikima, but because Mikima's actions looked like she was following the dominated person obediently, she did not arouse the vigilance of other enemies. Mishima had rewritten the dominated person's brain, and the dominated person began to speak according to her thoughts. This beautiful girl is the one I just brought back. I was planning to give her to the boss. Since the ability to dominate changes the brain without the dominated being aware of it, and is not a lower-level direct control, the dominated person's personality, words, and deeds remain the same as before. Even the people closest to the dominated cannot see any clues. The only change is that the dominated now absolutely obey Mikima. Including what this guy just said, it was also instructed by Mishima. The terrifying power of domination has been demonstrated. You never know who the traitor is. Chapter 193 Guillotine Demon. Soon, Mishima found the most powerful enemy in this line of defense, a woman with a rather burly figure. The right sleeve was empty, his right arm was obviously missing, and there was a hideous scar on his face. Not only does she look big and strong, but she is also a woman. Mikima has already learned the general information about this woman through the memory of the dominated, so the dominated just now said that he would dedicate her to this guy. Good job, I'll give her back to you in a few days. The big, stocky woman licked her lips greedily, but the next moment, she was dominated by Mikima. His eyes were dull for a moment, and his brain had already been rewritten. Let's get started now, Mikima said in a cold tone. Yes. The burly woman nodded respectfully. In her mind, Mikima had become her boss, and she was not aware of the slightest abnormality. She is still the same person, but she will absolutely follow Mikima's wishes. The original dominated person had become an abandoned pawn, and was thrown aside by Mikima and left alone for the time being. Then, the burly woman followed Mikima's orders and ordered everyone to gather together. Strange. Why did the boss suddenly ask us to gather together? Didn't we just ask us to guard our posts strictly yesterday? Who knows? But we should obey the orders of the big sister, otherwise she will make us suffer a fate worse than death. Yeah, I heard that last time a guy was hit by the big sister and broke more than a dozen bones. He hasn't recovered yet. Everyone on this line of defense gathered together in confusion. They dared not disobey the orders of the big sister because her methods were extremely cruel and ruthless. Otonashi Chiya can take action at this time. To be precise, he used Jihi's ability. At this time, another small figure appeared in Otonashi Chiya's hand, but it was not the falling demon figure from last time. It would be a waste to use the falling demon to deal with this group of minions, and it would also cause extremely serious damage to Jihi. The next moment, as soon as Otonashi Chiya let go of the figure in his hand, the figure suddenly enlarged. Advertisement: a demon almost as tall as two normal humans appeared. Its head was a bird's head with a tilted neck, a bit like a crow. Its body was wrapped in thick feathers. There was only a skeleton and a guillotine in the middle of its body. This is the demon of the guillotine. Little guillotine, kill them all. At this time, Jiga gave orders to the guillotine demon on behalf of Otonashi Chiya. Gyo ni. The guillotine demon suddenly opened its beak and made a strange sound. Before the members of the demon church could react to what was happening, the guillotine demon had already spread its huge wings, and several feathers scattered in the air. This is the move of the guillotine demon to activate its ability. Since all these people were gathered together, they were beheaded by the guillotine demon in an instant without leaving a single one. Human heads fell to the ground one after another. They didn't even have time to make a sound, let alone report the situation to the demon church. It seems that your strength has almost recovered. Looking at the scene in front of him, Otonashi Chiya said to Jihi. In the original story, the guillotine demon is shown to be very weak, only able to cut off all the clothes and weapons of the enemies, but unable to kill anyone. This was because Jihi had just summoned the falling demon not long ago, and his own condition was still very weak, so the guillotine demon he summoned was even weaker. As for Jihi here, his strength has long been restored through his blood and meals, so the guillotine demon he summons will naturally be much stronger. Well, the little guillotine can be taken back. Jihi nodded slightly. Chuck, at this time, the guillotine demon screamed again. However, it has no ill will towards Otonashi Chiya and Jihi. After all, it is supposed to obey these two people. In a very short period of time, and without the demon church noticing, this line of defense was completely wiped out by Otonashi Chiya and his 3 companions, leaving only dismembered bodies on the ground. Having his blood sucked by humans was not a good thing for him, so he didn't care at all. Its cry is more like a pet asking for credit from its owner. No problem, you can drink as much as you want when you get back, just don't overdo it. Maybe you misunderstood something. Otonashi's blood is different from that of ordinary humans. I wasn't interested in human blood at first. Because she didn't like Ji-hee's behavior of restoring strength by drinking human blood. Advertisement because she has never trusted Ji-hee. She simply let this guy commit suicide and there was no reason to keep him alive. Well done, Ji-hee said immediately. If you want to summon the small guillotine 2 or 3 times, you must let me recover my strength after returning. As for Mishima, she had already ordered the first dominated person to gather with other enemies and had already been beheaded by the guillotine demon. They are demons in essence after all, and killing people does not bring any psychological burden to them. Otonashi Chiya then praised it, then retracted the guillotine demon, instantly returning it to its original appearance. P.S. There will be another update later. Let's keep moving forward. There are probably 1 or 2 more lines of defense ahead. We'll use the same method to quickly eliminate them later. Ji-hee was kind enough to speak up for Makima. However, Makima immediately rejected Ji-hee's kindness. At present, the only survivor of this line of defense is the burly big sister, and Makima certainly did not let this guy go. Otonashi Chiya smiled but said nothing. Makima stopped talking. She didn't take Ji-hee's words seriously. Mishima remained silent. It is more or less a burden for a dominant demon to maintain control over a person, so unless the person is particularly important, Makima will not maintain control over him all the time. Otonashi Chiya continued on with Mishima and Jiga. Ji-hee explained calmly. I don't need to. However, if the state of domination is lifted, the dominated person will regain his original memory, and additional energy will be required to eliminate some of the memory, so the best solution for the enemy is to kill him directly. Otonashi Chiya said casually. Immediately afterwards, the figure also disappeared, and the ability returned to Ji-hee.